Like many protagonists with secret skills besides attending school as a regular student, this young man moonlights as an assassin at night. Just last night, Kai pulled an all-nighter fulfilling a grim KPI of taking lives. And now, he's dragging himself to class early, utterly exhausted. Kai entered the classroom as usual. His classmate, Midu Suji, greeted him warmly. He ranked number 35 in the class roster, a star player of the soccer club, and also the class president. Kai gave a casual nod in return, dragged out a chair, and plopped down, before immediately burying his face in his arms. To sleep, no chatting today. Midu felt a little awkward about it. Just then, another female student pushed her way in. This was Naga student number 22, a fashionista, who stood out among the girls known for her haughty and arrogant attitude. She told Midu she didn't need to greet a rude person like Kai. Midu smiled and excused Kai, assuming he was just too tired to respond. At that moment, the door banged open again. Arasi Satsu swept in next. He was the peak of rudeness, ranked number 1 in class, and leader of the notorious local delinquent gang. When Arasi entered, his underlings bowed deeply. Scanning the room, his eyes landed on Kai, sleeping at the back, and he immediately targeted him. Even as Arasi approached, Kai remained entirely unbothered, snoring softly. Frustrated, Arasi snapped, "Hey, you blockhead, don't you hear me?" He reached to yank Kai up, but was stopped when Kai gripped his wrist. Kai yawned heavily, staring intently at Arasi and asking bluntly what the hell he wanted. This only sent Arasi into a rage. He shouted for Kai to let go of him. Some invisible force seemed to hold him tight, immobilizing him. Kai, now half awake, finally released Arasi's hand. Arasi smirked, pulled his hand back, muttering curses about Kai being a damn weirdo. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, telling Arasi to shut his mouth. This newcomer was Kanzaki in student number 8, a top-tier beauty at the Magic Academy, brilliant in literature and martial arts, with a cold, aloof charm. Arasi turned to provoke her next. But before he could speak, someone stepped forward to stop him, a serious discipline vice president, deeply concerned with order. This was Hashimoto Mairi, student number 29, who told Arasi to quit causing trouble. Another brightly haired young man chimed in, kindly warning Mairi not to meddle, lest Arasi punches her. This was Narumi Yoshida, student number 23, shallow and frivolous, just like his looks. Meanwhile, Kai had already slipped back into sleep. Seeing so many eyes on him, Arasi grudgingly dragged a chair over and flopped down, legs stretched out on the desk. The room gradually filled up with students, waiting for class. This is Zinzo High School first-year class 2, and today felt like any typical day, full of usual dramas. Suddenly, Kai sensed something strange. Beneath Midu Suji's feet, a glowing circle of light appeared, growing larger to envelop the entire classroom. The students noticed and began to panic. Midu urged everyone to flee immediately, but through Kai's sharp observation, there was no way to escape fast enough. The blue circle sucked every class member inside. When they woke up, the group found themselves in an unfamiliar place. Kai looked around carefully to assess the situation. They stood inside a stone building with towering pillars, concealing its true purpose, and only one exit. It was hard to believe, but apparently they had been swallowed by a blinding white light. The entire class had been transported somewhere unknown. Other students were gradually waking up, each confused about who they were and where this place was. Class President Midu tried to comfort everyone. "Stay calm, things will settle soon. First, let's check if everyone's okay." Kai silently admired her leadership, a comforting presence that kept the class from losing composure. Arasi, unwilling to waste time, ordered 2 of his lackeys to scout the area. Kai spoke up, urging Arasi not to rush. Footsteps approached behind the back door. It sounded like 2 people, 1 male, 1 female. The students turned their attention to the door. As it opened, 2 figures appeared, confirming what they had suspected, an old man and a woman. The woman energetically greeted the class members. Seeing her, the students were awestruck. She was stunning, a look like something right out of a cosplay, a knight and princess straight out of medieval times. Kai watched carefully from behind a pillar as the man stood with the stature of a swordsman. He wasn't in costume but genuinely strong. The white-haired woman next to him had some muscle, but appeared relatively normal. The woman introduced herself as Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret. The old man beside her was Gus, a knight, and her personal bodyguard. Arasi sneered, pointing at her provocatively. "What, wanna pick a fight? What's going on?" Kai immediately stepped in to stop Arasi. From behind the door, footsteps echoed 2 figures, 1 male and 1 female. The students in the classroom turned their attention toward the rear door. As it swung open, just as expected, 2 people appeared, an elderly man and a middle-aged woman. The woman warmly greeted the class members. The students couldn't help but be amazed upon seeing her. She was stunning, a true cosplay-like vision, reminiscent of a medieval knight and princess. Kai stayed hidden behind a column, carefully observing. The old man had the appearance of a swordsman, not merely a cosplayer, but genuinely powerful. The white-haired woman had some muscle, yet she looked fairly ordinary. She introduced herself as Leonora, the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom of Digaret. The elderly gentleman beside her was Gus, her knight and personal guard. Arasi, annoyed, pointed his finger at Leonora. Looking for trouble, he snapped. He had never even heard of the land that the old lady just mentioned. Leonora calmly smiled, fully aware of what the people here thought about this matter. Class President Midu took the lead, asking what exactly was going on here. Leonora then explained the situation. She was the one who summoned the class members to this parallel world. They were the last hope for humanity to fight against the demon lord, serving as the chosen heroes of this realm. However, the students still didn't quite grasp the full picture, as the old woman kept spouting confusing nonsense. Gus, standing nearby, glared sharply to warn Arasi to watch his mouth. "Don't be talking like that," he said. Leonora was actually the saint of this country. Arasi didn't care, and wasn't about to back down either. Trouble was brewing. He told Gus to shut up before he got angry. Despite being old, Gus was still very fierce. The old man was ready to draw his sword and fight. Leonora tried to stop him, but Gus insisted, wanting to teach Arasi some manners. Arasi showed no respect for age or gentleness. He charged straight into the fight. Meanwhile, Kai silently observed everything unfolding. He had to admit Arasi was genuinely brave. He never hesitated, even when facing someone wielding a sword, right at his side. Arasi's confidence came from previous fights against armed opponents. If he dodged the first strike and closed in hand-to-hand combat, would still give him the advantage. It sounded like a perfect plan, but real life was a different story. Before Arasi could even brush a single strand of hair, Gus's sword swept just above his head. A long cut appeared across his forehead, blood pouring out. Arasi froze, sweating profusely. He hadn't seen the sword move at all. The blade seemed to move on its own. Gus sliced a lock of Arasi's hair, simultaneously warning the other students, "Next time, don't mess around with dogs, or they'll just lick your face." Leonora told Gus to put his sword away, saying that was enough intimidation. She apologized on his behalf, explaining that none of them intended to hurt anyone. Then Leonora began to explain everything about this world, and why the students were brought here. Silently, she opened her eyes, casting a disdainful look at the class. She ordered them to stay silent first. Leonora apologized for Gus's aggressive behavior, and started explaining. Currently, due to the Demon Lord's invasion, humanity in this world is on the brink of extinction, just like you've heard. Their homeland, the holy nation of Digaris, has been resisting, but lacks the strength to completely stop the invasion. The only remaining hope for humanity lies with the students here, the chosen hero candidates. At this point, the students finally understood that Leonora was asking them to defeat the Demon Lord. Some students looked reluctant. Perhaps being reincarnated in another life might have been better, since they had never fought a day in their lives. Several female students were crying endlessly, begging to return to their original world. Gus slammed down a harsh reality check. "There's no going back unless you defeat the Demon Lord." The students were left frozen in fear. Chai, who had been silently assessing the situation behind a pillar, put aside the truthfulness of the information. Maybe Gus was just trying to motivate them. Nevertheless, these students who had always lived peaceful lives wouldn't suddenly start killing people out of nowhere. That's why they needed both experience and, above all, talent. Arasi, even after being sliced once, wasn't backing down. He turned toward Leonora and Gus, with no shame, cursing them as worthless bastards. They randomly summoned everyone here, and now demanded silence and obedience. Arasi accepted all this, like it was normal, calling them animals, walking on four legs. Gus gave Arasi a sharp look, evaluating his fighting spirit. It was still intact. He could become a valuable warrior or troublemaker. Gus drew his sword from his side, seemingly ready to finish Arasi off right then and there. But Leonora showed great gentleness, using healing magic on Arasi's wound. She appeared deeply remorseful for Gus's actions. The cut on Arasi's face gradually healed, surprising all the other students watching. Leonora explained that the power she just used was from the system. They harnessed the strength given by their god Digaris, temporarily creating a new phenomenon in this world, basically magic. A thought flashed through Kai's mind. Leonora seemed to know their culture well. Maybe this wasn't the first time she summoned people from a different world. Leonora approached Midu and placed her hand on his forehead. Immediately, his hand glowed, and a sword appeared in it. She explained, "Hero candidates can harness the power of this system and awaken their innate, divine guardian abilities." Leonora clasped her hands tightly, trembling with an overwhelming sense of guilt. The moment came when the academy's headmistress suddenly summoned everyone, declaring that no students could leave now. She knew full well that her request was selfish. Leonora bowed her head, saying, "Students, please lend me your strength." Midu, who had just received power, hesitated still. No matter how much strength Leonora had given them, the students couldn't fight immediately. Leonora understood this clearly. She assured the students they would need training time, and during this period their homeland would take care of them. Midu accepted the situation and turned to rally his classmates. He recognized their fears, but stressed that survival depended on information and protection first. He believed the guardian spirits would be critical when they faced difficulties. Midu concluded that now they should trust Leonora's and Gus's guidance. Hearing Midu's words, many students agreed. Leonora bowed in gratitude and smiled quietly. She then distributed guardian spirits to each student in the class. The discipline leader, Mirai Hashimoto, received a remote-controlled guardian spirit, while Arasi was given an explosive guardian spirit. Other students received theirs too. Leonora scanned the class and asked if anyone hadn't received a guardian spirit yet. It was then that Kai stepped forward slowly, raising his hand to say he hadn't. Leonora touched Kai and bestowed his guardian spirit. Kai felt a slight jolt as his vision shifted. Leonora stood before him, and above her appeared a data panel, showing her personal stats. Kai's eyes glowed red. Leonora realized this guardian spirit had a rare evaluation ability that allowed the user to see detailed information about targets. After Leonora explained, Kai experimented on himself, and sure enough, his own stats appeared on the screen. He started understanding how this guardian spirit worked like an easy-to-read game status interface. Suddenly, Kai spun and dodged as Arasi attacked him, confident because of his explosive guardian spirit. Arasi, along with others, looked down on Kai, mocking the cheap-looking guardian spirit that did nothing but make his eyes glow red. Kai paid no mind. He wondered how these students could act so arrogantly and strong when they lacked essential information to distinguish useful powers from useless ones. After all, guardian spirits were borrowed power, and no one knew when they might backfire. Kai remained unbothered, knowing he had many other ways to kill. Once Leonora finished distributing guardian spirits, she told everyone to rest for the night because training would begin tomorrow. Later that evening, the hero candidates were taken to a private room. Kai waited until late night, then slipped out the window. He wanted to gather intelligence before sleeping. He sneaked behind two patrolling soldiers to eavesdrop, noting this was the third time he'd encountered guards. From what he'd overheard, defenses were being reinforced. Kai activated his guardian spirit to observe. He checked the soldiers' skills, discovering their only ability was swordsmanship. He suspected not everyone here could use guardian systems. After the guards passed, Kai quickly escaped using his speed. He had now mapped out most of the castle's geography. This place was a typical fortified city surrounded by high walls. Kai approached the castle, curious about its interior, but it was heavily guarded and built, sturdy, making infiltration difficult. Deciding to postpone exploration, he turned back, but stumbled upon some classmates wandering in the meadow. These three girls were there to practice their guardian spirits. Kai hid nearby to watch, always curious about the Lord's guardian spirit. He resolved to observe for a while. Suddenly, Kai sensed something from across the meadow, a strange noise. The girls noticed a monster emerging. Panic-stricken, the three girls fled in terror, while Kai stayed silent, concealed in the bushes. He had never seen a creature like this before. It resembled a divine lizard. Activating his evaluation ability, Kai identified it as a vicious Lie species guardian lizard, with stats far beyond the girls. The lizard inhaled deeply, then roared. The girls sprinted desperately, with the lizard chasing closely behind. Kai leapt onto a rock to analyze the creature. It was aggressive and unafraid to attack humans. It moved quickly on all fours, but only in a straight line. Still, it seemed unintelligent. Its tough skin made Kai doubt a knife would be effective. Drawing a blade from his sleeve, Kai threw it at the lizard's skin. The creature growled and paused. Swift as lightning, Kai vanished behind cover. Beneath the tree trunk, it seemed that even a thrown knife with only a shallow cut could have an effect. The three girls on the other side kept running desperately. Suddenly, the girl named Rina tripped over a rock. She fell flat on her face, barely conscious. As she sat up, the monster was already standing right behind her. The lizard raised its leg to strike at Rina, when suddenly, a knife flew out of nowhere and struck the creature's head. The lizard died instantly on the spot. The two other girls quickly rushed to support Rina. They dared not linger any longer and hurried away. Chai, standing behind the tree, exhaled deeply. Finally, they were gone. He had no reason to save them, but ignoring them went against his conscience. Chai stepped closer to the lizard and pulled the knife out of its body. Apparently, monsters like these roamed all over the world. Things in this Manhwa recap Magic Academy world were far from simple. Suddenly, Chai sensed something. He jumped off the lizard and scanned the surroundings. It looked like someone was nearby. It was about time to head back. Without hesitation, Chai teleported back immediately. The stranger Chai sensed was standing behind a large rock, cloaked head to toe in black. The man walked up to the lizard, grinding its head underfoot, blood splattering the cloak. This mysterious figure was clearly disappointed by the so-called hero candidates, whom he considered useless and weak. But this one didn't seem so ordinary. The black-cloaked man licked the blood off his face. Intrigued, the next day, the lizard's corpse was discovered, causing everyone to fall silent, some female students even tearing up in fear. Instead, the mage came to inspect the monster's body. After examining it carefully, she concluded there were traces of spell use. It was likely a mid-level demon probing the hero faction's strength. Chai kept to the side, listening. He wasn't sure if spells differed from magic. Midu asked for clarification, wondering if the monster was controlled by a demon or something else. Seti praised Kai's sharpness and explained that powerful demons could manipulate weaker monsters using curses. Seizing the moment, Seti elaborated that monster referred to creatures transformed by mana until they became ferocious and exceptionally strong. Mana was a mystical power created by gods and demons. In other words, it was the energy used by demon lords and demons, which of course made demons capable of easily overpowering humans. Zeus was overwhelmed listening to the explanation. He urged Steady to stop it already and dragged him away noisily. Chai figured he could use Steady to gather more intel, but the bigger issue was that the creature was controlled by something else. So the entity K sensed earlier was indeed a demon. It had to be extremely strong because Kai barely noticed it for a moment. If it was lurking around them right now, they might not have detected it yet. That fleeting thought was interrupted when Kai suddenly felt an invisible pressure. Someone was watching them. Arasi stepped forward to challenge Gus. They couldn't return to their original world without defeating the demon lord, and he wasn't planning to stay long in this damned realm. Female student Kanzaki Jin agreed with Arasi's words, and it was the first time she heard him speaking human language. Midu also thought along the same lines. If they wanted to go back to their old world, their only choice was to fight these monsters. Some of the female students began to cry and sob in fear. Chai glanced at them, realizing that finally they understood this was no game. Fighting meant struggling to survive no matter the world. At best, they all needed to quickly gain strength to protect themselves. Leonora comforted the students, urging them not to be overly afraid. They simply did not yet know how to harness their power. All they needed now was training. The students here were picked from other worlds as hero candidates, which meant their development speed was different from the local inhabitants. A week passed since training began. Kai buried himself in the library, poring over books. He flipped through pages repeatedly. Now he could understand every letter. Strange how they could communicate with Leonora and Gus from the start, even without knowing the language. Chai looked out the window, watching other students train. He was told his judgment skills were not suited for combat, so he wasn't in training but was allowed into the library. Standing up, Chai realized he had exhausted all historical and cultural records of this world. None contained information about demons. He stepped outside to watch the students practice. Just as Leonora said, their progress was astonishing. The top 5 strongest were Narumi Arasi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas. However, there was another student developing at a phenomenal pace, Midu. Soon the dynamics would shift again in this ever-evolving Magic Academy Manhwa recap. Leonora reassured the students not to be overly afraid. They simply hadn't yet learned how to harness their powers effectively. Especially in a Manhwa recap of a Magic Academy, mastering strength quickly is crucial for survival. The students here were chosen from another world as hero candidates. Their developmental pace was far different from the locals. A week passed since the students began training. Meanwhile, Kai buried himself studying in the library. He flipped through pages repeatedly, now able to understand each letter. It was strange how they could communicate with Leonora and Gus from the very beginning, despite not understanding the local language at first. Gazing out the window, Kai watched the other students practicing. He had been told his evaluation skill wasn't suited for combat, so he was exempt from training, but allowed access to the library. Having exhausted all the culture and history books of this world, it seemed there was little information about demons here. Stepping outside, Kai observed the students train. Just as Leonora predicted, their progress was astonishing. The top 5 strongest were Narumi, Arasi, Kanzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas. However, there was another student showing extraordinary growth, Midu. Not long after the skill mastery became evident, his swordsmanship has already surpassed that of the instructor. Kai used his observation skill to check Midu's stats. Just a week ago, his ratings fluctuated between D and F. The improvement was staggering. Though he's a genius, maybe the Divine Guardian's influence extends to factors beyond raw power. After training, the students lined up to leave, passing right by where Kai was standing. They pointed at him, laughing mockingly. Kai didn't bother responding. These guys were still as clueless as ever. The others also looked down on him with increasing disdain, acting more reckless by the day. Once granted power, a student tried to grab Kai's head, but suddenly some unseen force made him fall flat on the ground. Kai acted indifferent, casually asking why the guy fell like that. The student scrambled, confused about what just happened. Arasi felt awkward witnessing this, and urged the clumsy student to stop making a scene. Gius is coming. Leonora and Gus approached together. Leonora seemed very pleased with the students' progress. They were advancing far faster than she had anticipated, so she decided to bring the plan forward. Leonora wanted the students to start combat training against monsters. Hearing this, the students broke out in nervous sweat. The group followed Leonora and Gus into the forest. The first training session would take place here. Because the terrain was tricky, students couldn't stick together as one big group. Gus told the students to form teams of 2 or 3. The students began pairing off. Nagasmidu and a blonde girl teamed up. Arasi joined forces with his brothers. Narumi and Hashimoto paired together. Gradually, most students formed teams, except for Kanjaki and Kai, who reluctantly had to team up. No one wanted to pair with Kanjaki, probably out of fear or dislike. She was confident and aloof, proud, and seemed unwilling to let anyone stand in her way. Once the teams were set, Leonora excitedly announced that since this was a special occasion, the team that defeated the most monsters would receive a surprise reward. The first practice battle officially began. Kai and Kanjaki stepped into the forest together. Kanjaki arrogantly told Kai not to get in her way. She didn't need his help, just his absence from her path. Her divine guardian was stronger than others. Kai wasn't looking to prove anything. He planned to observe Kanjaki's combat skills first. He sensed 4 presences nearby surrounding them. Suddenly, a short demon jumped out to block their way, wielding a mace to attack. Kanjaki commanded her divine guardian to force the creature down to the ground. The demon collapsed instantly. Kanjaki's guardian had dominion powers, the ability to compel targets to obey her commands. Kai glanced around and noted more monsters lurking nearby. Kanjaki ordered the first demon to drop its weapon and put its hands behind its back before she could finally give her next commands. Sweat dripped down her face. Using divine guardian powers too long was exhausting, consuming a lot of mana. Kai urged her to hurry and kill the demon, since more were approaching. Hearing this, Kanjaki trembled. She had never killed anyone before, and this demon vaguely resembled a human. Kai gave her a cold look. So, what if it looks human? That demon tried to attack us. They're enemies. There's no reason to spare them. Kanjaki stammered, I know. Kai clenched a rock tightly in his hand. Despite her strength, she was still a novice student from Japan, coming from a peaceful background. The real question was whether she could make the right choice when facing danger. Other short demons growled, gripping maces as they advanced toward the pair. Kanjaki commanded the newly arrived demons to lay down. What do you intend to do now? She panted heavily, telling Kai to stop standing around and help her. Kai seemed reluctant. Wasn't she just telling him not to get involved? Kanjaki was speechless and had to rely on herself. She ordered the demons to twist their own necks. The controlled demons instantly killed themselves right there. Kai realized that Kanjaki could issue such complex commands, though the more difficult the order, the lower the success rate. Kanjaki started feeling nauseous. Fighting was brutal. Seeing dead bodies firsthand was overwhelming. She realized she had been naive to think this would be easy. Kai, on the other hand, showed no psychological hesitation. Since these demons attacked them first, they were the enemy, whether monsters or not. She collapsed. What now? Kanzaki, exhausted, pleaded. She told him to stop standing idle and lend a hand. Kai seemed reluctant. Wasn't she the one who told him not to get involved earlier? Kanzaki was at a loss, but pushed herself to act. She commanded the monsters to twist their own necks. The subdued dwarven demons self-destructed on the spot. Kai realized Kanzaki could also issue such complex commands. The higher the difficulty of the command, the lower the chance of success. Kanzaki began feeling nauseous. Watching corpses pile up was overwhelming. She admitted she had underestimated the brutality of battle. Kai, however, showed no psychological hesitation. Since these creatures attacked them first, they were the enemy, regardless of whether they were monsters or otherwise. Humans are compelled to eliminate their enemies. It's a matter of survival. Kazaki found it strange how Kai remained so calm, despite lacking any real power. Kai moved closer to the small demons to see if there was any new information. Then he asked Kanjaki, "What now? They can either move forward or retreat if you're scared." Kazaki shivered from the cold, but flipped her hair and turned away. Of course, they had to keep going. Though Kazaki tried to appear brave, Kai could still see through it. Yet her personality wasn't all bad. These two could fight side by side. Over in Narumi's group, they were being chased and humiliated by a beast as though their pants had literally been pulled down. They had underestimated the monsters here, thinking them weak, but instead of provoking dogs, they became the ones chased by them. Narumi and Hashimoto realized running wasn't the answer. They stopped and combined their powers to launch a joint attack. Their wind and stone shard assault collided against the armored bear, like stainless steel hitting solid iron. It barely fazed the creature. Quietly, Kazaki resolved with fierce determination to return to her original world. She hadn't yet repaid the debt of gratitude to the man who raised her. She truly wished to show him how much she had grown and make him proud. Lost in thought, Kai asked Kanjaki if she wasn't afraid of getting lost while moving forward. Kanjaki replied confidently that going straight wouldn't get them lost, but Kai wasn't convinced. If Kanjaki thought that she was seriously underestimating the forest ahead, every comment Kanjaki made, Kai shot down, which annoyed her deeply. "Just shut up already, don't be so full of yourself," she snapped. The two pressed on. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the air. Kazaki immediately recognized Hashimoto's voice. Kai asked what they should do next. Without hesitation, Kazaki insisted on going to help. Kai was surprised by her kindness. Over by Hashimoto and Narumi, Hashimoto lay badly injured after the bear's brutal attack. She told Narumi to run ahead without worrying about her. But Narumi wasn't someone who could abandon a friend like that. He refused to leave Hashimoto behind. As they struggled to move, the bear raised its paw to strike again. Kazaki arrived just in time, commanding the beast with her guardian magic to stand still. The bear struggled to break free. Knowing she couldn't hold it long, Kazaki urged Narumi and Hashimoto to run fast, while she stayed behind to keep the beast at bay. Kai trailed cautiously behind. True to his suspicions, Kanjaki's magic effectiveness varied depending on the target. He checked if Narumi was still alive. Seeing Narumi was all right, Kai commanded him to carry the injured Hashimoto out of the area quickly. Narumi initially wanted to stay and help, but with Hashimoto seriously hurt, he had no choice but to carry her away. After the others left, Kai used his guardian magic to analyze the bear. It was an armored bear species with remarkably high stats, especially defense. Its fur looked incredibly tough, and Kai suspected his attacks wouldn't be enough to destroy it. Kazaki was sweating heavily, unable to hold on much longer. Kai told her she had held on long enough and to run now. Kazaki tried to follow, but her legs had gone numb after expending so much energy. They trembled uncontrollably, as if paralyzed. The bear broke free and approached. Kai, out of options, grabbed a smoke bomb from his equipment and tossed it at the bear to create a diversion. He then seized the chance to carry Kanjaki and flee. They hid behind a tree as Kai urged Kanjaki to stay silent to avoid detection by the beast. Only then did Kanjaki take in their surroundings. She asked what the smoke thing was, to which Kai replied it was a smoke bomb he had created while others were training their guardian magic. That was a little boastful. In reality, Kai already had a few pre-made devices on him before being summoned and didn't want to waste them on a whim. These were basic assassin tools. Kazaki felt immediately guilty for getting others into danger while trying to help them. Kai reassured her there was no need to apologize. He was the one who should be thanked. Kazaki shyly said, "Thank you." Kai responded with a cold remark. If she always acted so meek, she'd be adored by everyone. Flustered as if she'd stepped on a tail, Kazaki snapped angrily. Kai told her to be quiet so the bear wouldn't hear them. Only then did Kazaki fully focus and ask what they should do now. Should they run? Kai said there was no need. At that moment, Midu's group arrived. Midu activated his demon-slaying sword, ready to face the bear alone. He charged, slashing and injuring one of the bear's arms. However, the beast's hide was too thick, rendering Midu's attack largely ineffective. Nagas warned Midu to step back and launched a stream of fire at the bear. The creature howled as it was engulfed in flames. Nagas grinned with satisfaction, thinking the battle was easily won. But barely 3 seconds passed before the bear blasted the flames away unscathed, seeming even more vigorous than before. Nagas panicked. Midu told her to stay calm. Her previous attack definitely had some effect, since the bear was moving slower now. He urged the other two to prepare for the fight ahead. This marks another pivotal moment in our manhwa recap of the Magic Academy saga, where teamwork and strategy clash against overwhelming power. He had to carry her first. After the other two left, Kai activated his evaluation skill to analyze the bear. This armored bear species had extremely high stats, especially in defense. Its fur appeared nearly impenetrable. Kai's attacks likely couldn't harm it. Kanzaki was sweating profusely, unable to hold out any longer. Kai told her the stance was good enough. It was time to run. Kanzaki wanted to follow, but her legs betrayed her, trembling from exhaustion. The freed bear advanced closer. Kai, out of options, blindly pulled a smoke bomb from his gear and threw it at the bear. He took the chance to carry Kanzaki to safety. They hid behind a tree. Kai whispered for her to stay silent, lest the bear hear them. Only now did Kanzaki fully grasp the danger surrounding them. She asked what the smoke device was. Kai explained it was a smoke bomb he crafted, while others trained their evaluation skills, really just a little white lie, as he had brought some equipment with him before being summoned. Since supplies were limited, Kai avoided using such tools carelessly. These were basic assassin gadgets. Kanzaki felt deeply guilty. She wanted to help others, but instead put them in peril. Kai said no apology was needed. He was the one who should be thanked. She shyly murmured, "Thank you." Kai teased her with a cold remark if she stayed this meek, everyone would find her endearing. Kanzaki blushed, like a dog caught in the act, snapping at him in frustration. Kai told her to hush, to prevent the bear from catching on. Only then did Kanzaki scan the area carefully. She asked if they should run now. Kai replied, there was no need. At that moment, Midu's group of 3 arrived. Midu drew his demon-slaying sword, ready to face the bear solo. Midu and the bear charged at each other fiercely. He swung his sword, injuring one of the bear's arms. However, its skin was incredibly tough. Midu's slash barely left a mark. Nagas urged Midu to step back. She cast a fire spell toward the bear, engulfing it in flames. The bear roared in agony as it burned. Nagas smirked confidently, thinking the battle was a breeze. But her triumph was short-lived, barely lasting 3 seconds. The bear swiftly extinguished the flames, emerging unharmed, and seemingly even more vigorous than before. Nagas panicked and shouted in alarm. Midu told her to stay calm. He insisted that her attack definitely had an effect, since the bear was now moving slower. He called on the other 2 team members to join the fight. Let's calmly take down the bear. The 2 other girls obeyed, and all 3 coordinated their attack against the beast. Nearby, a suspicious man cloaked in black was watching the scene. This man was Delphus, a former demon assassin silently observing everything. At this point, the armored bear probably couldn't defeat all the students. Their most impressive progress was their remarkable composure. Delphus held Midu in high regard, noting how the young one had leveled up significantly, despite the mission being just a reconnaissance task. Yet it was time for him to change plans and end Midu's group right there. Meanwhile, the 3 Midu members had severely injured the bear. As Delphus drew his sword to make a sinister move, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence behind him. Turning around, he saw Cai holding a knife to his throat. Cai's eyes blazed with deadly intent. He silently warned Delphus to keep quiet. Didn't anyone ever teach him that an enemy's biggest mistake is killing someone else in their ranks? Delphus dropped his weapon in surrender. Sweating profusely, Delphus didn't realize when Cai had sneaked up behind him. Silent calculations raced through Delphus's mind to find an escape, but no sooner had the thought crossed than Cai sliced both his legs. Delphus collapsed face first, on the ground with Cai pressing a blade across his neck, warning him not to scream. Neither wanted the Midu group to notice what was happening. Cai began interrogating him, promising release if Delphus told the truth. But Delphus stubbornly resisted. Cai pressed on, revealing he came from another world, a shadowy figure sensing something eerie about this man named Delphus. Cai stared Delphus down, insinuating that these assassins had been covertly watching the students for some time, cleverly hiding, so he used the Midu group to lure them out. Delphus was stunned to learn it had all been Cai's plan. Knowing Cai was new to this world with limited intel, he demanded that Delphus reveal everything about the demons. Delphus sneered defiantly, but Cai didn't hesitate. A single strike severed Delphus's hands. In agony, Delphus spat venomously, humiliated to be outmatched by a mere kid. Clenching his teeth, blood poured from his face's every orifice as Delphus took his own life through poison. Cai sighed, amazed that even in this scenario, they brought poison along. The Demon Lord's troops proved far more complex than he imagined. Suddenly, a noise came from the other side. It was Kanzaki. She trembled as she saw Delphus's lifeless body. Cai asked how long she had been watching. Flustered, Kanzaki admitted to observing since Delphus had fallen. Cai clarified that Delphus was an assassin under the Demon Lord's army. That bear monster had been his pawn from the start. The attack on Nagas and others was orchestrated by Delphus. Clearly, the Demon Lord's forces intended to eliminate the hero candidates. Kanzaki finally understood and asked how Cai had detected the assassin when no one else had. Cai figured there was no point hiding anymore and chose to reveal his true identity to her. His whole family were assassins, so he had a natural instinct for recognizing killers like himself. Kanzaki was shocked and couldn't believe what she heard. CAI said it was up to her to believe it or not, but the corpse on the ground was undeniable. CAI warned her not to tell anyone about what she'd witnessed, as the class was already unstable because of Hashimoto's condition. They couldn't risk any more chaos. Kanzaki nodded in agreement. She never expected CAI to be so unusual. Looking at him, she didn't realize he cared about his classmates. CAI turned away. These students weren't like him, never having fought. Kanzaki's leadership might prove useful down the road. Together, they returned to the group where Hashimoto was being tended by 34th student Honor Shiori using healing magic. The divine protection was effective, and Hashimoto's wounds began to vanish quickly. Narumi anxiously breathed a sigh of relief hearing that Hashimoto would recover in about half an hour. Then Narumi praised Midyu for defeating that powerful bear. Midyu humbly credited the help of others. He still played the role of an invisible bystander lurking in the corner. This time, however, Kanzaki kept staring at him for reasons unknown. Just then, Leonora and Gus arrived. They had been watching the students fight the monsters all along. Narumi questioned why they hadn't helped. Gus coldly replied that always stepping in to save them wouldn't help anyone improve. Pushing them to the brink of death was a fundamental part of real training. Gus surveyed all the students with a chilling gaze, emphasizing that true growth only comes through facing deadly challenges, a core principle often overlooked in Magic Academy manhwa recaps. They turned away. The students in the class were unlike him, they had never fought before. Kanzaki's dominance might prove beneficial later on. The two then returned. They regrouped with their class as Hashimoto was receiving healing from 34th student Honor Shiori's Divine Guardian Restoration. The effect was remarkable. Hashimoto's wounds faded quickly. Narumi was deeply concerned for her friend and breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Hashimoto would recover within half an hour. He then praised Midyu for his impressive feat of defeating that powerful bear. Midyu humbly credited the support of others for the victory. Meanwhile, Kanzaki appeared like an invisible figure lurking quietly in the corner, except this time, he kept staring directly at Midyu with no apparent reason. Just then Leonora and Gus approached. They had been watching the students battle the monsters all along. Narumi questioned why they hadn't intervened. Gus coldly answered that constant rescues hindered effective training. Pushing fate to the brink of death is a fundamental part of realistic manhwa recap training. Gus scanned the students intently, emphasizing the harsh rigor needed. The instructor announced that from now on, this will be the way they must fight, no pointless complaints allowed. Midyu challenged him, questioning why such a powerful monster appeared in this place. Didn't he say, only weak monsters should be around here? Leonora interrupted to explain. It's likely the work of a demon assassin. The armored bear isn't supposed to be native to this region. Maybe that creature is on a reconnaissance mission to test the fighting strength of the hero candidates. If that's true, it could be lurking nearby even now. They need to beef up their defenses. Leonora declared that from now on, the training difficulty will be increased. At the current level, students will collapse before even fighting. The students started to worry, their fighting spirit dwindling. Midyu spoke up on behalf of the class, refusing to accept such an unreasonable rule. Everyone was shaken after their first battle. Increasing difficulty now made no sense. Leonora smiled coldly, locking eyes with Midyu. She warned that he'd surely die if he didn't follow her orders. Midyu was left speechless. Arasi ferociously stepped forward to question her. First, Leonora dragged them all here, and now she was bossing them around. What kind of attitude was that? Before Arasi could finish, Gus stepped in to block his way. Gus glared fiercely and said, all the students here are Leonora's pawns. Don't ever think you can argue back. Hearing this, the students were dumbfounded. Arasi, meanwhile, was boiling with rage. If Midyu hadn't held him back, Arasi would have lunged at Gus to tear him apart. He asked Midyu how he could remain so calm. Midyu counseled him, think carefully. If they don't obey now, this country will become their enemy, and they won't have a chance to win. Gus praised Midyu for his quick and calm grasp of the situation. Then he turned around and said that all these students are important pawns who won't misbehave if they're well disciplined. Arasi was even more infuriated by the warning, the country becoming their enemy. Without hesitation, he charged forward ready to take on the entire nation himself. Arasi activated his divine guard in a burst and punched Gus. Gus was caught off guard and took the blow. Arasi thought he had succeeded and was feeling triumphant. But to his shock, Gus remained completely unscathed, not a single hair out of place. Gus countered with a punch that slammed into Arasi's face, sending him flying to the ground. Gus looked down on him with disdain, stating that with his current strength level, Arasi was no match at all. Leonora and Gus left announcing that training difficulty would increase tomorrow. The juniors helped Arasi up. Blood was pouring from his nose and mouth. Arasi was furious. and muttered a series of questions about Gus's lineage, unable to accept what had just happened. One day after the military exercise, the students gathered again. The instructor for today was the monster researcher, Steady. She asked if anyone injured yesterday was okay. Hashimoto raised her hand and said she was fine thanks to Hano's healing magic that saved her life. Steady praised the presence of a divine recovery guard as truly remarkable. Steady started explaining today's training session as she led the students into her research facility. Today, students would battle monsters right inside her lab. The door opened, and the students lined up to enter. Inside were many different monsters, all locked in cages from low-tier goblins to massive oxers. They had them all. These creatures were bred specifically for Steady's research projects, making her institute a perfect site for realistic combat training. Steady felt proud of her collection. She was thrilled to gather combat data from these monsters. And just like that, the fight training commenced. Kai stood at a distance, observing as usual. Remarkably, the entire class remained unusually calm despite being thrown into battle unexpectedly. Midu guessed yesterday's experience had a huge impact on the students, leaving them a bit wary. On the other side, Naga's was just knocked down by a giant monster, and Midu shouted for Steady to stop it immediately. This beast was far too strong for Naga's. Yet Steady remained unfazed. Leonora insisted the instructor needed to be tougher with the students. Moreover, she believed the monster was not actually that strong. Hero candidates with divine guards should not lose to a monster of that caliber. Meanwhile, Naga's was getting back on his feet, visibly irritated. He rallied his spirit, summoning flames to incinerate the creature. In battle, willpower is the key. For these students, such challenges should have been easy. The only thing holding them back was. She warned that strict discipline was essential for the students. Moreover, she didn't consider the monster to be overly powerful. Candidates with divine guardians should not lose to such a foe. On the other side, Naga's had just stood up, her frustration boiling, as she ignited flames to scorch the hawk. The most crucial element in battle was willpower, and these trials should have been easy for the students. The only factor holding back the students' confidence was their mindset. Seeing their hesitation, it was clear they were worried. Steady kept patiently explaining to Midu that if students could level up their guardian spirits, they could unlock many new variations. Kai had overheard a bit of this conversation and stepped closer to Midu to talk. From Kai's assessment, Midu had acquired a brand new guardian spirit. The stats appearing before Kai's eyes confirmed that Midu now had an additional guardian spirit, a level 1 kamikaze monster attack guardian. Midu asked Steady for permission to test it immediately. Entering the arena, Midu attempted to activate the monster-slaying sword, paired with the kamikaze attack guardian. The monster's eyes widened in horror as it saw the sword glowing in Midu's hand. Midu decisively thrust the sword straight at the beast. The monster wildly raised its hands to defend, but one of its arms was severed, and Midu struck again, decapitating it instantly. The other students erupted in cheers and applause, while Kai remained calm and detached. Kai analyzed Midu's current state and concluded that Midu would no longer struggle against the armored bear's defenses. He wondered if his speculation was accurate and if he himself could awaken a new guardian spirit. Kai scanned the surroundings and noticed several others, including the irritably stubborn Arasi, had recently gained new guardian spirits. Yet Kai chose not to reveal this to Arasi. He concluded that the power of guardian spirits could expand significantly. He realized that relying solely on his old skills would be insufficient in this world. He would have to improve himself rapidly. At night, Arasi gathered his friends to plan their strategy. His idea was to take out Gus first, then confront Leonora to force her into revealing the way back to their previous world. Arasi's two henchmen were thrilled by this plan, excited about escaping this demonic realm and never having to be summoned here again, especially if they took care of Leonora as well. Arasi tried to persuade Narumi to cooperate. Narumi hesitated, uncertain whether they could prevail. He acknowledged that while this was their chance to return home, killing was still wrong in his eyes. Reflecting on Hashimoto's near-death encounter with the armored bear, Narumi resolved to join forces with Arasi. The next day, the students resumed their training. Kai approached Midu, curious about his intense dedication. Midu admitted he was still too weak and insisted on giving everything he had to grow stronger. Kai believed Midu was already capable of defeating half the knights in that country, but sensed Midu was still unsatisfied. Midu confessed he hadn't yet defeated Gus and still wasn't strong enough to protect everyone, no matter what happened. Kai pressed Midu on his thoughts about Leonora and Gus. Midu replied he knew they intended to use the students as pawns in their war, and didn't believe they'd harm the students, as long as they obeyed orders. Kai asked if Midu was really willing to risk his life and fight until the demon lord was defeated. Midu firmly decided he would, but insisted he'd be the only one to bear that burden. He aimed to become the hero who would save the nation and defeat the demon lord. That was why Midu sought compromise to ensure everyone's safety. Kai thought Midu's plan sounded great, but wasn't sure Leonora would agree to it. Midu was bursting with confidence, certain he could swing his sword and make her comply. After their training ended, Leonora and Gus approached. Steady ran up, tail wagging like a loyal dog. Nagus asked where Leonora and Gus had gone when they weren't around. Leonora nonchalantly replied they would be away for a few days, which was why she entrusted Steady with looking after the students during this time. After making the announcement, she and Gus left. Steady smirked slyly as the two got into the carriage. Gus asked Leonora if she was sure this was the right decision. Pretending not to understand, Leonora stayed calm. Gus cut to the chase, revealing he knew Arasi was plotting something. Leonora drank her tea, leisurely aware that a rebellion was brewing against them, and was curious about what tricks the students might play. She barely even acknowledged their threat. Still, Gus remained uneasy. He knew the students were growing stronger, but they were still only hero candidates. Though unlikely, if they attempted an uprising, serious trouble could arise. Leonora remained unfazed, supremely confident the students couldn't defeat her. She planned to use this opportunity to establish a ranking system and then crush the rebellion, breaking the students' fangs once and for all. Although she found some things suspicious, she chose to let them be for now. Later that night, Kai sneaked out again to hunt monsters, taking down one after another in this engaging manhwa recap of the Magic Academy adventures. Leonora nonchalantly explained they'll be away for several days. That's why she asked Steady to oversee the students during this period. After delivering the message, Leonora and Gus departed. Steady gave a sly grin as the two climbed into a horse-drawn carriage. Gus questioned whether Leonora's decision was sound. Leonora feigned ignorance while sipping tea. Gus cut straight to the chase, suspecting Arasi's schemes. Calmly, Leonora acknowledged the brewing rebellion, but was curious about what the students were plotting. She dismissed them altogether. Still, Gus remained uneasy. He recognized the students' growing strengths, but reminded himself they were still hero candidates. Although unlikely a rebellion could escalate into something serious, Leonora was unbothered, supremely confident that no students could defeat her. She planned to seize this opportunity to establish a new hierarchy. They intended to crush the rebellion decisively and break the students' resistance once and for all. Some suspicious events were unfolding, but for now, they awaited the right moment. At night, Kai sneaked out to hunt monsters solo swiftly, taking down each creature one after another. It took about 13 seconds to take down a lizard monster. Kai activated his evaluation ability and analyzed his stats. He initially believed he had leveled up after defeating the demon assassin Delphish. However, Kai hadn't yet mastered how to effectively use this new evaluation divine eye. He swiftly dodged the punch aimed at him by the monster. Kai leapt to the side and hurled 3 knives at the beast, but none of them managed to pierce its thick skin. Again, he jumped to evade another attack. Thinking it was the perfect moment to test his new skill, Kai activated his divine eye's weakness detection and pinpointed the vulnerable spot at the back of the monster's neck. Without hesitation, Kai jumped up and threw a knife directly there. The blade pierced through blood, splattered everywhere, and the beast collapsed, defeated. Now, Kai's divine eye had ranked up again. This upgrade allowed him to see the creature's absolute weakest point. In other words, to identify its critical vulnerabilities. It was a solid skill, but not quite enough for Kai. He needed more to survive in this unforgiving world. The young mage kept honing his weakness detection ability, aiming to get stronger in this Magic Academy landscape. Kai threw multiple knives at once, managing to take down a group of goblins. Their weak spots were the brain and heart, revealing this skill isn't incredibly effective against ordinary monsters. He realized he needed a tougher opponent to truly test his limits. Suddenly, he heard footsteps nearby. Someone was approaching. Turning around, Kai recognized Kanzaki. He asked her what she was doing here late at night. Kanzaki explained she came looking for him since he wasn't back at the dormitory. Maybe he was out here. Kai sighed and warned Kanzaki that the forest was dangerous at night, urging her to head back. He was used to the darkness, but she wasn't fighting monsters at night, wasn't like during the day. Kanzaki hushed him and asked what he was doing out here. Kai replied, "I'm testing out my new divine eye." Steady said that if our divine eyes level up, we might unlock new abilities. Kanzaki pondered and asked what new power Kai had acquired. He turned away without answering, sparking Kanzaki's irritation. She'd come out here worried about him, and this was his attitude. Kai suddenly flipped the question, wondering if she truly cared. Kanzaki blushed, flustered, and stammering. Kai didn't listen further, and told her to leave so he could keep practicing his new divine eye skill. Kanzaki wanted to accompany him, but suddenly thick smoke billowed up nearby. Monsters flooded into the area where the students were gathered. Midu and Nagas were forced to fight. None of them knew what was happening. Kai and Kanzaki sprinted back as their dormitory burst into flames. Kai questioned a student about the chaos, but the student was just as clueless. They'd woken up to fire and monsters everywhere. Quickly, Kai concluded this was no accident, it was a deliberate attack. The mastermind was somewhere nearby, and they had to find and stop him. Suddenly, a voice echoed, praising Kai's sharp deduction. It was Steady, perched casually on the wall. Kai wondered how these monsters got in here, but everything finally made sense. These were all creatures from Steady's laboratory. She didn't deny that these monsters were her experimental test subjects. Moreover, she had enhanced their strength with certain drugs because before they were too weak, Kai demanded to know Steady's motive. What benefit could killing potential heroes bring? Calmly, Steady replied. It was a direct order from her superiors to eliminate all hero candidates. Even if she risked losing her current position, she was determined to carry out the mission. She didn't bear any real hatred toward the students, but intended to eradicate them all. Kanzaki was sweating heavily, suspecting that the order came from Leonora. Steady denied any connection to that fox, and revealed the directive came straight from the Demon Lord himself. She admitted she was a spy for the Demon Lord, and that if she succeeded, she would gain a prestigious researcher position under the Demon Lord. It seemed she'd sunk so deeply into darkness that her only obsession was monster research. Steady pushed up her glasses, ranting that human society could never truly grasp the mysteries of what they called monsters. The dormitory continued to burn fiercely, while Steady stood proudly on the city wall. She commanded all the monsters to charge forward. Kanzaki cast a spell to freeze all the creatures, but the enemy facing Kai was none other than AD. Unfortunately, Kanzaki's spell had no effect on her, as the monsters immediately broke free from the control to Kanzaki's shock. Steady erupted in wild laughter, proudly declaring herself as Kanzaki's technique proved useless against her. The monsters immediately shattered the suppression, leaving Kanzaki stunned. Steady laughed heartily, boasting about his superiority. Naturally, a scientist would know exactly how to handle a pack of savage monsters. Soon, the baby monsters surged forward all at once. Kai told Kanzaki to fall back, then grabbed a knife and cut through each one in his path. Every place he went, monsters fell under his blade. But these were just a handful of typical enemies. There were many more in number. Every monster that jumped out got a swift strike in return. Even the large ones took a powerful kick that sent them crashing to the ground. The remaining creatures began to hesitate, wary of Kai's strength. Seeing this, Stai quickly spoke up. What are you guys doing? That guy doesn't even have strong magic protection. Kai started to activate his evaluation, revealing Steady, a 28-year-old. Everyone had assumed Steady was female, but in fact, he was a handsome young man. His attack, defense, agility, endurance, and mana were all at an optimal level for a half-demon state, with mastery over level 1 domination magic. Now, Kai understood why Kanzaki's domination incantation had no effect. These monsters were being commanded by someone with stronger magic. The powerful demon could wield domination magic to control the beasts. Steady gave orders to someone saying he intended to end this before it escalated further. Suddenly, a massive fireball came hurtling down. Kai looked up to see a dragon spewing flames from deep within its throat. This was the fire dragon Steady's trump card. Although he didn't want to unleash his strongest weapon under the circumstances, it was necessary. The fire dragon struck the chimney's column hard, with its tail dislodging rocks that fell onto their group. Kanzaki couldn't dodge in time, and stood frozen in shock. Fortunately, Kai was quick to save her life. The dragon prepared for another assault. Kai asked Narumi to help Kanzaki escape. The fire dragon flapped its wings and charged toward Kai. Using his skills, Kai spotted its weak spot, an inverted scale on its neck. He immediately slashed fiercely at that spot, but the dragon's tough hide was impenetrable. So with his current strength, Kai couldn't deal enough damage. The battle started to reach a deadlock. Then suddenly Arasi appeared towering on a rooftop saying, "Look at that size, perfect prey for me." With that, he leapt down and kicked the dragon right in the knee. But it barely flinched. In fact, the fire dragon grew angrier and unleashed a massive blast of fire. Arasi rolled on the ground trying to extinguish the flames. Kai sighed helplessly, realizing he had become careless. Despite everything, he had to admit the dragon was powerful. Kai took cautious steps forward. Now the two would have to combine their skills to bring it down. Arasi arrogantly refused, but Kai insisted he had spotted the weakness, though lacking the strength to exploit it fully. Arasi scoffed at Kai's request for teamwork. "You want my help? I don't team up with weaklings." They didn't have time for arguments, as the fire dragon attacked again with its tail. Both jumped simultaneously to avoid being slammed down. The dragon then breathed fire, aiming directly at Arasi. Arasi was visibly struggling. He couldn't defeat it alone with his current power. Reluctantly, he accepted Kai's proposal to collaborate. Kai explained that the weak point was on the neck, where the inverted scale was. Kai would draw the dragon's attention while Arasi focused his explosive attack on that spot. For this guy, it was a simple job. Steady barked from above. Stop standing there, kill them, fire dragon. Following orders, the fire dragon unleashed even more of its devastating power. Its roar alone could blow everything away. Kai then began drawing the creature's attention, darting here and there to confuse it and stay alive. At the perfect moment, Arasi sprinted toward the inverted scale and smashed it with all his fury. Naturally, the fire dragon couldn't resist an attack on its weak spot and cried out in agony. So the fire dragon was completely defeated under the stunned gaze of Steady. Arasi proudly showed off his victory over such a formidable monster. Quietly looking up at Steady, Kai said, "You've just lost your trump card. Are you planning to keep going?" Though panicked, Steady loudly claimed he still had many more monsters at his disposal. But every one of his beasts lay sprawled helplessly on the ground. The other students had already put them into an eternal slumber. Feeling scared, Steady attempted to flee but was blocked by Narumi, who had slipped by accident. Of course, they weren't going to allow him to escape death. Kai aimed his knife at him, ready to take the final step. Finally, Kai was compelled to accept collaboration. He revealed the monster's weak spot was its neck, where an inverted scale lay. The plan was for Kai to distract the beast, as Arasi targeted the vulnerable scale with an explosion. For this young man, such a maneuver was effortless. Steady stood nearby, barking orders. "Don't just stand there, kill them, fire dragon." Responding swiftly, the fire dragon unleashed its strength, its roar powerful enough to blow everything away. Kai began distracting the monster, dodging left and right to keep it off guard, while preserving his life. At that perfect moment, Arasi darted toward the inverted scale and struck it forcefully with every ounce of her fury. The fire dragon hit at its weak spot, was unable to resist, and let out a painful scream. The beast was completely defeated. Much to Steady's astonishment, Arasi wore a proud smirk after toppling such a formidable monster. Kai quietly looked up and told Steady, "You've lost your trump card. So, are you planning to continue?" Though Steady was clearly panicking, he loudly insisted there were still plenty of other monsters around. But every single one of his monsters lay strewn helplessly across the ground. The other students had already put these creatures into an eternal sleep. Steady, frightened, tried to run away but was stopped by Narumi, who caught him after he slipped and fell. Of course, they weren't about to let him die. Kai pressed his knife against Steady's nose. Meanwhile, in this kingdom, the church clearly held immense authority. Kai noticed that people feared the church even more than the king or nobility. A glass of beer was brought up, and Kai took the opportunity to ask the bartender. His expression was grim. It was the dead of night, and we had already spent too much time fighting. But there were a few things I needed to ask him. Steady, terrified out of his mind, quickly begged for mercy. He promised to reveal everything he knew. Yet some dark force wouldn't allow him to survive, and brutally took Steady's life in an instant. There might have been a curse involved. Kai had come across similar hints while researching in the library. It seemed they placed a deadly curse on him so that any attempt to disclose information would cost him his life. Kai fell silent, realizing that the Demon Lord's army remained a constant threat to everyone. The day after Steady's incident, Leonora expressed deep sorrow upon learning the details. None expected such a tragedy to occur in her absence. Narumi spoke up. "You were the one who assigned Steady. Aren't you going to apologize?" Leonora's smile slowly emerged. "Indeed, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Let me rephrase myself. I never imagined a weak monster turned relative like Steady could inflict so much damage. That's what I meant." Everyone was stunned by her blunt words. She implied that both of them knew Steady was a demon spy, but still let him run wild. Leonora laughed off the matter, as if nothing had happened. "I told those kids that their training would get harsher from now on. What happened is just a part of it." One student, furious that everyone almost lost their lives, set fire to everything while others were asleep. However, Gyuz quickly interrupted. "Don't be childish. It's their fault for being careless at night." No one could argue further, except Kai, who felt Gaius had a point. They hadn't recognized the monster until it was too late, but it was unreasonable to expect more from ordinary high school students. Now moving on to the main topic, the students here would be visiting the royal capital to witness the unveiling of heroic candidates. A public parade would be held in the royal capital, where the students would take the stage as lead performers. Night had fallen, and Gaius ordered the soldiers to rest until dawn. While sitting by the fire sharing stories, RC estimated about 30 soldiers accompanied them, and judging by their status they seemed average. One subordinate believed his leader could easily defeat them with one punch, but Arasi had different plans. The perfect opportunity had arrived. Normally, many soldiers guarded the area, but now only 30 remained. Their group outnumbered the soldiers, who seemed to underestimate Arasi's team. They would never imagine these students were potential insurgents. Arasi declared today was the perfect moment to take action, and called Narumi's group together. Kai, secretly eavesdropping, nodded in agreement. Currently, few soldiers accompanied them, and they were far from experts. But Leonora and Gus were confident they could control all the students here. Kai needed more time to understand their confidence. He approached Midu, suggesting they talk privately. After confirming all unguarded soldiers had returned to camp to sleep, Arasi and Narumi's teams began to act, but were unexpectedly stopped by Midu's group. I heard you're planning to kill Leonora and Gus. When asked, who said this, Midu claimed to have overheard it while passing by. Narumi found this crazy. Even if they disliked those two, killing them was absurd. Arasi retorted, are you out of your mind? How long should we endure being treated like obedient dogs? Midu understood his friend's feelings, but taking such a step would go too far. There were better ways to deal with it. Arasi dismissed these as mere talk. Midu's plan was to act as Leonora's pawn to defeat the demon lord, securing safety for everyone in return. Arasi doubted this. Do you really think I'd listen to you? Midu firmly replied, I believe that once I grow stronger, I'll have the power to negotiate. Yet the rough young man considered it impossible, and more so he didn't want a weakling protecting him. Negotiation won't work. Arasi refused to follow the weak and just wanted to return to his world. Midu declared, if that's your choice, we'll stop you. That led to a fierce clash with Arasi's speed overwhelming Midu, pushing him back. Arasi was always confident in his own strength and never expected his opponent could block that attack. At that moment, two patrolling soldiers passed by, and Midu quickly explained that they were merely discussing a few things. The two soldiers were not suspicious, simply telling them to go to bed early so they could rise early the next day. So, Arasi's plan fell apart like smoke, and he gritted his teeth in frustration, saying, this is so annoying, I've had enough of these weaklings. Talking to them is pointless. The next day, at the Aris Cathedral, in the royal capital, students were present all around. The place was lively and bustling. Though crowded, it was still not as packed as Tokyo. Curious bystanders watched the large carriage and its entourage of young escorts. Gus shouted, make way, clear the path for Archbishop Leonora and the hero candidates. The crowd eagerly parted. To them, the hero candidates were those chosen by the gods. The people warmly welcomed these heroes, cheering like they were celebrities. Midu returned the greetings, but only Arasi's group wore scowls, as if frustrated with the situation. Arasi guessed they placed immense trust in the heroes, even believing these champions would save them. This made Kanzuki uneasy. The blonde, curly-haired man was the Holy Knight, who now spoke on behalf of the group. Welcome, hero candidates, to the royal capital. Take this time to rest and recover from your long journey. Everyone was treated to a soft bed after spending a long time sleeping on the cold ground. The female students enjoyed hot spring baths, feeling refreshed, as if reborn. Other students were ravenous, like they had been starved for ages, asking for food. The maids rushed to deliver meals rapidly. Meanwhile, Midu kept training diligently, while Kai observed his surroundings, trying to gather more intel on the Magic Academy's domain. However, with so many guards stationed around, wandering freely near the castle was dangerously risky. Suddenly, Kai noticed the knight who had led their tour, speaking with two soldiers. One soldier asked, where are the hero candidates now? Sir Janus, they're probably resting inside their rooms. The soldier then inquired, is it true those kids are from the creator god? Indeed, these students were far stronger than average youths. The soldier expressed concern about the demon lord's followers, warning that having hero candidates in the royal capital would surely provoke those dark forces. The other soldier agreed. There have been many disturbances lately. We should remain cautious. Renus cheerfully reassured them. No worries, the hero candidates will protect the capital right. Now, it's time for training. Let's go. Meanwhile, countless new questions flooded Kai's mind. He decided he should visit the town for more insight. That evening at a local tavern, a cloaked figure named Kai entered and asked the bartender for the best beer and snacks. Nearby, a red-haired plump man and a blonde man chatted about the hero candidates. The redhead dismissed them as nobodies, while the blonde man firmly believed in the gods' choices. Chai noticed that in this country, the church wielded great authority. People feared the church more than the king or nobility. His beer arrived, and he took the chance to ask the bartender a few questions, who agreed. I'm new here and still learning. I heard about the demon lord's followers. Who exactly are they? The bartender scratched his head and replied, you know this land is at war against the demon legion, right? The Demon Lord is the most terrifying monster. It's said humans can be overwhelmed and lured by his power. Those are the Demon Lord's followers. They wreak havoc across the country, and just days ago, blew up a noble's manor. From what I understand, they're like terrorists. Walking through town, Chai pondered how the hero candidates must defeat the Demon Lord, which explains why the student's presence in the capital makes people anxious. Suddenly, Kanzuki Haircut sprinted over, finally finding him. "Where have you been?" she exclaimed. Chai admitted he was gathering information since they were in unfamiliar territory. Kanzuki understood, but was worried about Kai's safety traveling alone. She even offered her help, but he refused, firmly asserting, "I can manage on my own," before falling silent. "Some questions," the bartender agreed. "I just arrived here, so I don't know much. I've heard a lot about the Demon Lord's minions." "Who exactly are they?" The old bartender scratched his head and replied, "You know this country is currently at war against the demon legions, right? The Demon Lord, the most terrifying creature, leads them. It said humans can be seduced by the overwhelming power of the Demon Lord himself. That's who his minions are. They wreak havoc across the land, and just a few days ago, they blew up a noble's mansion. From what I understand, they're basically a terrorist organization." As Kai wandered through the town, pondering this, he figured that since the hero candidates must defeat the Demon Lord, the students at the royal capital must be riling up the Demon Lord's minions. That explained why everyone seemed so worried. Suddenly, Kanzuki Hatai ran up and finally found him. "Where have you been? You said you were gathering intel because this place is completely unfamiliar." Kaki knew that, but was understandably worried about him going alone. Kanzuki even eagerly offered Kai his help, but Kai firmly declined. "I can handle it myself," he said, keeping quiet otherwise. A dangerous terrorist organization. While walking through the town lost in thoughts, the hero candidate knew he had to defeat the Demon Lord, so the students in the royal capital were definitely going to provoke the Demon Lord's minions. That's why everyone looked so worried. Suddenly, Kanzuki Hatsi rushed over and finally found him. He had been wandering around the entire royal capital. It was clear the whole city was surrounded by the demon army. This kingdom was facing an impending doom. Genis declared that he'd end it swiftly by annihilating all hero candidates. Then both of them readied themselves for battle. One wielded a knife. The other was prepared as well. Kai started evaluating his opponent, Renus WTER's abilities. "We need to escape now." But before they could flee, footsteps echoed from the shadows, suddenly rushing towards the pair with a powerful strike, aimed at the ground. Thankfully, Kai's agility allowed him to dodge swiftly. The attacker was none other than Genis, the Holy Knight. Genis aimed to exterminate every hero candidate on the orders of the knights. His true identity was revealed to be the general of the Demon Lord's army. At this point, Kai was certain the entire capital was surrounded by demon forces. The kingdom was headed for ruin. Genis declared, "Stay with your friends." Kazaki refused to accept such a harsh rejection. "You should be grateful. I'm willing to help you," Kai sighed. "All right, let her help a little." "Fine," Kazaki said, with a bright flower-like smile, immediately agreeing without hesitation. Her joyful mood sparked as she trotted off to complete the task. Nearby, a mysterious cloaked man observed their every move. The stranger's sinister smile spread slowly as he watched them closely. After circling around the town and returning, Kai still hadn't gathered any useful info. However, at least he became aware of a new enemy's presence. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from within one of the rooms, breaking the quiet night. Kai entered to find a large group of friends gathered. He approached, asking what was going on. A female student said that Kanzaki had gone missing. Onya was the first to notice since they shared the central room. Everyone was actively searching for her, but no one knew where she had disappeared to. Kai sighed, realizing that no one knew he himself had also vanished. It made sense. Doi was never in the central room with anyone. Kai kept silent about Kanzaki's trip into town, lying that he had been sound asleep in his room. Midu turned to address the group. "Everyone, it's pretty clear he's not in the castle. The sun will be rising soon. We need to search outside for him." Nagas originally thought they should leave Kanzaki alone, but with the urgency, everyone agreed to follow Midu's lead. The town was still shrouded in darkness, its residents fast asleep. Kai began searching for Kanzaki, assuming she wouldn't wander far. Suddenly he spotted something gleaming on the ground. Kanzaki's student ID card. While investigating, several cloaked figures wielding swords ambushed him from all directions. Kai dodged lightly like a feather, grabbed one attacker's wrist, and let the enemies accidentally stab each other. He furiously took down each foe. The last attacker, shaken by seeing his comrades fall gruesomely, trembled in fear. Kai glared at him with deadly intent. "Your skills are awful, whether as a spy or warrior. You don't even look like a threat. What's your purpose here?" Despite being terrified, the man refused to speak a word. fueling Kai's anger even more. He vowed to make the man reveal every secret he was hiding. Meanwhile, Kanzaki was imprisoned in a mysterious location, her hands shackled on both sides. The soldiers mocked her relentlessly. She firmly declared that no matter how many times they questioned her, she wouldn't reveal anything. She had nothing to say to these worthless thugs. They just wanted more info about the hero candidates. Because of her resistance, 2 of them ripped her outer garment off. Kanzaki's face reddened with anger, but she remained silent, refusing to betray her comrades despite the humiliation. Kai had already arrived and observed quietly. He activated his evaluation skill. These men were ordinary people, making it unbelievable that Kanzaki was captured by them. Without hesitation, Kai threw 2 knives, striking both their temples with deadly precision. He then revealed himself and unlocked Kanzaki's chains. She appeared embarrassed for causing trouble instead of helping. Kai didn't care and simply warned her not to make noise. What else can we say? Right now we need to escape. But before they could flee, footsteps suddenly approached from the shadows. Someone lunged at them fiercely, swinging a heavy blow to the ground. Luckily, Kai was quick and dodged back. The attacker was Genis, the holy knight intent on eradicating all hero candidates under his lord's orders. His true identity was the general of the demon army. At this point, Kai confirmed the whole capital was surrounded by the demon forces. The kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Genis declared he would end everything swiftly by eliminating all the hero candidates. With that, both prepared to fight, one wielding a sword, the other another weapon. Kai began assessing his opponent's abilities. Renus W. 28 years old, male, balanced in attack, defense, agility, endurance, and energy, all rated at B level. Normal condition swordsmanship, level 3. Fire magic, level 3. His skills were consistently at level B, proving he was a well-rounded fighter, not to be underestimated. Renus charged forward aggressively, starting the battle. He would speed up that end by wiping out all hero candidates. Without delay, both prepared to fight, one wielding a dagger, the other readying his weapon. Kai began assessing his opponent, Renus W. 28 years old male, with balanced abilities in offense, defense, agility, endurance, and energy, all rated B. His sword fighting skills and fire magic were also level 3, showing mastery across the board. Renus charged forward fiercely. Their mission was to eliminate all hero candidates. The 3 were all set for battle, while other student groups found themselves similarly encircled. Based on assessments, from the Manhwa recap perspective of this Magic Academy story, the entire capital had become a battlefield wrapped by demon forces. The kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Genis vowed to conclude this quickly, by wiping out every hero contender. Then, the 2 locked into combat positions. One grasped a dagger, the other held different weapons. Kai began analyzing his adversary Renus WTR's strength. Renus was 28 years old male, with balanced stats, attack defense, agility, endurance, and energy, all rated B in normal condition. His swordsmanship was level 3, and his fire magic also level 3. These B-level skills showed he was well-rounded and should not be underestimated. Renus charged forward aggressively. They hadn't spotted the creature nearby yet. This area along the road to the royal capital would be incredibly dangerous if a real dragon lived there. Gus planned to return and report this critical situation to assemble the hunting team. Suddenly, Nerumai pointed suddenly ahead, drawing everyone's full attention. The battle commenced as Kai quickly stepped back to dodge the attack. He raised his hand, revealing a glowing red magical circle, commanding a fireball to scorch his opponent. From the circle, multiple fireballs erupted fiercely. This was Kai's signature fire magic. With no other option, the target had to leap into the air to avoid them. Seeing this, Genis seized the moment, while the enemy was airborne and vulnerable, aiming a decisive sword strike. Chai swung his dagger towards Genis, but it was completely futile. Suddenly, Genis's sword ignited, transforming into a blazing blade. It seemed like the duel was about to conclude with Kai's defeat, but unexpectedly, just after uttering a word, Chai was struck squarely in the forehead by a copper bullet. That blow sent the attacker retreating faster than anyone expected. Chai drew his gun, although reluctant to use it now, due to limited ammunition. The other was right. Jumping into the thick of combat was unwise. Chai realized he must master direct combat to survive in this world. Meanwhile, Kazuki peeked from behind a wall. Curious, was that really a gun? This was standard assassin weaponry. Kazuki found it terrifying that someone in their class had been carrying a firearm all along, but nonetheless, she felt grateful he had come to her rescue. Chai shyly dismissed it as mere coincidence. Kazuki, however, couldn't tap into her dominating powers. She was unsure why, but while shackled by those cuffs, her magic wouldn't activate. Once freed, everything returned to normal. Those cuffs were truly unique. Kai draped the enemy's cloak over Kazuki to ease her embarrassment. Together, they planned to escape this place. Suddenly, Kazuki hurried back to inform them that the attackers intended to assault everyone in the class. But Kai was already aware. One captive revealed all the details when brought here. He was the sole coward to survive that failed raid. Fearful, he begged for mercy. His fate now rested on his words. He quickly knelt, claiming he acted under orders. The bandits said the hero candidates were demons' enemies and insisted they eliminate the candidates as soon as possible. Tai interrogated him about Kazuki, but he assured her survival. They planned to keep Kazuki hostage to leverage against the other hero candidates. That was how Kai obtained information on Kazuki's imprisonment. Surprisingly, the captive hadn't died from the deadly curse like Steady did. Hence Chai doubted this was purely demonic work. He was saddened that such fanatics still existed in this world. Once he believed people here were allies. Chai sighed, warning the trusting girl not to be deceived by such individuals. It was careless trust that led to her being chained like this. Kazuki insisted it wasn't just her anyone would believe them, because the enemies answered all questions when she tried to learn more. Kai suggested there must be something else behind this. Their foes weren't just demons, humans posed threats too. Kazuki frowned and turned away. I regret it so much now, all right. It's because I was reckless, she muttered. Just then, Midu rushed over out of breath. Thank heavens, you're okay. I was so relieved you were safe. Did Kai find him? Kai avoided the question, focusing on the urgent need for these two to talk. Sensing Kai's serious tone, Midu understood something serious was going on. Kai began explaining everything about the demon cult. This cult was a fanatic group worshipping the demon lord, bent on opposing humanity. The hero candidates here were their prime targets. Midu pondered deeply. Humans, huh? The problem is, we can't distinguish who our enemies are, unlike monsters. That's why everyone must be on high alert. Midu proposed reporting this to Leonora, hoping for reinforced defenses. Kazuki thought that was unlikely. If they requested such, Leonora would probably tell everyone to handle it themselves. First, gathering everyone to plan the next steps was essential. Right now, people were scattered searching for Kazuki. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from behind the building. Many cult members surrounded them from the rear, brandishing weapons, ready to pitilessly attack the trio. There was no doubt now, their intention was to kill the hero candidates. All three prepared themselves for battle. Other student groups found themselves besieged as well. From all indications, this was a full-scale assault. Hero candidate was outmatched. Leonora wasn't present, and the soldiers numbered only 30, far weaker compared to the hero candidates. This was the perfect chance to finish off Gus. Under these circumstances, no one could stop them. Now it was all about. They were all human. A total of 6 in number. Although their stats were lower than Zenith's, fighting them was still a serious challenge. Because they were warriors. When the leader shouted attack, they charged together. Kaki cast a domination spell to freeze them all in place. Then Kai threw knives straight into their foreheads. Midu felt uneasy since they were humans, not demons. Taking their lives seemed wrong. But for Kai, there was no distinction between demons or humans, they were all enemies. While they argued, one of the attackers sneaked up from behind. Midu instantly turned and blocked with his sword. Still reluctant to kill, he tried reasoning with the attacker, but the man showed no concern for kin. He said they did everything for their master. Kazaki wanted to intervene, but Kai stopped him. He wanted Midu to handle it and save himself. Midu decisively slashed and broke the attacker's sword in half, probably his last act of mercy. Surrender, and I will spare your life, he warned. Drop your sword. However, the attacker screamed madly, how dare you mock me, you pathetic hero candidate, and charged again. He lightly slashed at Midu's arm, then laughed triumphantly, as if he'd achieved a great feat. Now Midu could no longer show mercy. With a swift strike, he sliced across the attacker's body. Shaking on the blood-soaked ground, the man still refused to yield. Kai told Midu to finish him off, but Midu wanted to leave him to die on his own. Yet Kai insisted on making sure the threat was completely eliminated. Midu couldn't grasp how his friend stayed so calm. Kai spoke those words calmly, even though the attacker was human. Midu, that's your choice. While we argue, the whole class is under attack. Aren't you going to help them? You're the strongest in the class. Midu stayed silent. Kai pressed on go. What matters more, the enemy's life or your classmates' lives? At last, Midu made his decision. He ruthlessly ended the attacker's life and vowed to save the others. This tough choice highlights the hard truths in this Magic Academy manhwa recap. Meanwhile, Arasi's group also dealt with the ambush. Arasi strangled and lifted the last foe high, then punched him into the heavens straight to meet his ancestors. He acted with brutal efficiency, fitting his personality. Others still struggled amid the battle. Fireballs blazed, but enemies overwhelmed them by number. Nagas urged everyone to face each enemy head-on, but his classmates hesitated. After all, they were human. Exploiting this mercy, cult members kept attacking the girls relentlessly. Nagas watched helplessly in frustration. At that moment, Leonora appeared, saying, "Should I let you all pass the course or not?" Her arrival threw the attackers into panic. "You villain, you're the saintess, right? You know the hero candidates serve under me, so you'll come when they're in danger, won't you?" The attackers shouted back, "You don't even have knights guarding you. You're going to save them. What a joke you are." To Leonora, these were just pawns lured by the demon lord's power. From the start, she never considered them true enemies. Their insults enraged the attackers, who lunged forward, only to be frozen by a golden light, incapable of movement. This spell was akin to Kanaki's magic. Leonora declared, "Don't compare your strength to hers. Her power, reach and dominance surpass everything else." Nagas asked why she was saving everyone. "I said I'd help you pass, didn't I? But I prefer if you handle this yourselves. Consider protecting your subordinates, as the superior's duty." A dying attacker crawled to grab Leonora's skirt, trembling. "Don't abandon us." "What will you do with us?" Leonora replied. "Oh, you're still alive. Then kill them all." The command stunned everyone. Then the students' bodies moved on their own. Each held a sword and stabbed into the dying foe. Despite the female students' fear, the blades didn't hesitate. From atop the roof, Kai and Kazaki observed the scene. Kai realized this was a level 3 domination spell far stronger than ordinary powers. The Reign of Kenzaki. Leonora wields an extraordinary ability to control multiple individuals simultaneously. Her power and its reach exist on a completely different level. Everyone must devise effective countermeasures against this skill. That night, 12 hours after the demonic cult's assault, the students began regrouping. The female students were visibly shaken, stunned by what had just happened. Narumi indignantly vowed not to let this pass. Forcing others to commit murder through mind control is utterly cruel. Nagas was also under control, but was merely irritated, aware that others would have a far harder time dealing with it. She took full responsibility on herself. Midu blamed himself for not stopping the incident in time. Everyone offered him support, recognizing that he had saved many lives. Kanzaki regretted that arriving earlier might have changed the outcome. However, Kai coldly dismissed that, saying that even if they had come sooner, nothing would have changed. None of them were strong enough to stand against Leonora. Earlier, the three split into two groups after defeating the attackers alongside Midu. They believed this strategy could save as many classmates as possible. Ultimately, the trio managed to rescue several student groups but could not reach Nagas and the others in time. The demonic cult's threat may not be over. Kai likely will face them again. Seeing his commander Genis fall was devastating, so they probably won't act openly for a while. More importantly, Kai turned to Kanjizaki and asked, "Can you come with me for a bit?" He led her into a room and closed the door, causing Kanjizaki to blush awkwardly. Yet Kai said coldly, "To figure out how to counter Leonora's dominion magic, I need help from someone with power comparable to hers. Someone like you." Kanzagaki pushed aside her embarrassment. "So do you already have a plan?" Kanzagaki asked. "First, dominate me," Kai replied. One day after the heroes defeated the demonic cult, the kingdom held a grand parade to celebrate their summoning. This showed how, after displaying their might against the cult, the heroes were warmly welcomed by the capital's citizens. Standing amid the jubilant celebration, Kai harbored doubts. Could this be the scenario Leonora intended for everyone? If so, she poses an even greater danger than he imagined. Everyone gathered outside the city gates. Leonora stated, "It seems everyone is here. Good. I want all of you to return to Alpha Shrine City." Alpha Shrine City is where the students were summoned, likely territory under Leonora's control. She wouldn't accompany them, but had other affairs from the previous day to resolve. YUS would oversee the heroes' care instead. Nagas remarked, "I guess we can go back, but the dormitory we lived in was burned down. You know that." Suddenly, she noticed Naomi's trembling face. She approached to check, but Naomi insisted she was fine. Yet her appearance said otherwise. Leonora suddenly called out, "Is something wrong?" Her voice scared Naomi so much she stumbled. Luckily, Nagas caught her just in time. Afterward, Leonora excused herself and left with a cryptic smile. "Glad to hear that." "Until next time," she said. The other students seemed displeased with her behavior, but no one could challenge her at the moment. Night had fallen as everyone gathered around campfires. The Arasi group still refused to give up and pushed to continue their plan. Kai noticed this because Leonora was absent, and they had only 30 soldiers. Compared to the heroes, they were far weaker. Therefore, this was the perfect chance to eliminate GUS. Under these circumstances, there was no reason to stop them now. They could just sit back and watch the drama unfold. Narumi was responsible for taking Gus to a remote location, under the pretext that a dragon-like monster had appeared. But upon arrival, he looked puzzled. Strange, I could have sworn I saw it nearby, he muttered. This area along the road to the royal capital would be extremely dangerous if a real dragon lived here. Juice planned to report this emergency and gather a hunting party. Suddenly, Narumi sharply pointed ahead, drawing everyone's full attention, waiting to witness the showdown. Narumi took responsibility for escorting Gus to a secluded location, citing the appearance of a monster resembling a dragon. However, upon arrival, he became uneasy. That's strange. I clearly saw it nearby. The area on the road to the royal capital would be extremely dangerous if a dragon truly lived there. Gus intended to return and report this urgent matter, rallying a hunt party. Suddenly, Narumi pointed ahead, drawing everyone's attention in that direction. This opponent was no pushover. The old man engaged in a fierce battle, while Kai had reached a level where he could no longer use divine protection. Midu was struggling as well. Leonora unleashed massive fireballs one after another. Midu dodged, but the situation looked grim. At this distance, surely there must be some way Midu could defeat Leonora. Leonora praised Midu's skill, saying not many in the kingdom could dodge her attacks that well. Midu admitted that no matter how hard he tried to evade her strikes from afar, it was still a one-sided fight. He had to find a way to attack Leonora from a distance or get closer. As the guardian deity Kanjaki once said, she'd become unbeatable. Thus, it's likely she would act that way if released. Midu feared that killing this woman might endanger everyone. Seizing the moment, Arasi launched a sudden, devastating explosion from behind. The distance was dangerously close, but luckily, Narumi managed to escape just in time, or else he would have taken the full hit. Gus was wounded, blood streaming down one side of his face. Arasi stood up, brushing off his clothes, wondering if even my highest-level fire magic couldn't finish him off. This old man is as tough as a leech, but taking down stubborn pests like him is my specialty. Arasi pressed forward toward the severely injured elder. You knew we were luring you here, right? So naturally, we set a trap for you. You might need energy to defend yourself, he taunted. But that attack still left you badly hurt, huh? Gus never expected these rookies to use such a pincer strategy for an ambush. No matter how others might judge his methods, Arasi only cared about killing him, disregarding any tactics or judgments. Realizing he was getting surrounded by other students, Gaius rose, gripping his sword tightly and taking a battle stance. Arasi promptly ordered the other students to advance. Don't go easy on him. Make sure he goes down here. Gaius knew there was no stopping these reckless students, so he decided to signal for help by firing a flare into the sky. Kai and the others nearby saw it immediately, realizing the situation was getting worse. Arasi had unintentionally ruined everything. Nearby soldiers recognized this as a distress call. They started scanning the area and noticed Gaius hadn't appeared for some time. Suspicion grew that he might be under attack. Quickly, the word spread to check the source of the light signal. But Kai showed up and dealt with a soldier with one swift strike. He knew the soldier meant no harm and bore no grudge, but fate, for a minor character, especially a soldier, is almost always death. Other soldiers rushed in but ultimately shared the same grim fate. One by one they fell, leaving the survivors pale with fear. Why would a hero candidate act like this? Kai closed in, pressing his knife to the soldier's throat. Do you think you have time to ask questions? With that said, a blade flashed, and Ciro sprayed blood like rain. Meanwhile, Gus remained surrounded by students. Two young men charged at him simultaneously, but he managed to block them. Narumi wielded a wind spear, while another student passed power to an ally to strengthen their attack. Gus was caught off guard, but still dodged the spear's blow narrowly. Another student lunged as well, but was too slow compared to him. Gus punched back with his sword, but it was useless. His ironclad body was as tough as concrete. The three armored warriors cracked his sword with blows. Next came Arasi's flaming punch, which sent Gus flying backwards, severing his arm, and causing blood to pour like a river. Yet still he wasn't dead. This old man was incredibly tenacious. Narumi realized the light earlier was indeed a distress signal. Gus was trying to buy time for the soldiers to arrive. But, unexpectedly, Gus suddenly stopped resisting. Leonora appeared strikingly from behind. You're cornered now, she declared. On Gus's side, everyone was shocked to see Kanzaki using her power to make soldiers fight each other. She claimed she was only following orders. Everyone was twice as surprised, since she usually ignores commands, but now obeyed someone else's. Kai then appeared and said, Sorry Midu, he was just following my orders. Kanzaki had captured 7 of them. Although a few escaped, Kai had already taken care of those. Midu realized her friend was killing again. Kai calmly replied, Yes, I killed them. I won't let a single soldier survive except those here. Midu wanted to know why he had to do this. Because I'm sure Arasi and his group are busy fighting Gyus. So I decided to eliminate all those prawns. That's why you don't see Arasi and his team around. Gaius finally understood. This was the rebellion plan they previously discussed. Midu was shocked. She thought Kai was on her side, but now found him collaborating with Arasi. However, Kai only did whatever he pleased. More importantly, the priority now was to find Arasi's group, not argue here. Midu immediately ordered everyone to quickly stop Arasi and his gang from causing more chaos. Meanwhile, Gus admitted this was honestly a truly embarrassing sight. He could no longer resist the weight of his age. And so Leonora has returned. Everyone immediately grew anxious, unsure of what steps to take next. For someone like Arasi, there was no other option left. After all that had happened, he wouldn't just back down and run away like a coward. Everyone realized the woman standing before them was the mastermind behind it all. Leonora spoke coolly. Naturally, there were conditions to be met. If they had gathered enough energy to fight back, it wouldn't be a problem. However, these kids always relied on divine guards and were unaccustomed to controlling their own energy. In a way, they were merely weaklings. That's precisely why she could manipulate everyone so easily. Arasi saw this woman as utterly despicable. He was betting she wouldn't win if everyone fought with their full strength. Leonora just smiled. What a cheap provocation. Very well, I'll handle you myself. I'll shatter your fangs. Hearing this, Gus grew worried, afraid Leonora would use her powers to enslave them all. That would be going too far. Leonora didn't care. She knew she was a saintess, believing the Lord favored her more than these mere mortals here. Without hesitation, the battle began in this Manhwa recap of the Magic Academy. Leonora summoned the celestial wood. Right away, stones surged from the ground, crashing brutally into Arasi's stomach. Next came the celestial wind. Razor-sharp gusts swept around with a tornado that knocked him away. Arasi lost consciousness. Celestial fire burned fiercely, combined with celestial water that drowned the opponent, leaving him gasping for air, also knocking him out. Despite being at a disadvantage, Arasi shouted defiantly, "You think you've won? Damn witch!" At that moment, Midu's group arrived to halt the battle. Arasi knew this kid aimed to stop him recklessly, but in his eyes, only force could truly halt him. Arasi despised Midu's pacifist approach. Even the rest of his group couldn't fully trust those on the other side. Yet Nagas fully agreed with Narumi's standpoint. Instead of acting alone, wouldn't it be better if everyone worked together? Although some opposed violence, even that gave Midu pause for thought. Leonora broke the tense silence. Are you still arguing in a situation like this? Right now, every one of you shares responsibility in sparking this rebellion. Do you think I'll forgive anyone if someone steps forward to bear the cost of this uprising right now? This made it clear Leonora wouldn't show mercy. She unleashed the celestial wind to blow everyone away. Narumi resisted, but it was futile. Leonora's tornado was far stronger. It began pushing Narumi down, then swept everyone else up into the vortex. The whole group suffered severe shocks and pain. Midu watched anxiously, but Arasi reassured them, saying no one would be seriously hurt, so stay calm. Arasi shouted loudly, "If you want to protect everyone, you have to change yourself first. People will die if you keep acting this way." At this point, there was no other choice. Midu had to raise her sword and fight. Nagas and her flames fully agreed. Even she could no longer contain her temper. One by one, other classmates consented to this only option, despite their reluctance. So Leonora was set to battle the champion candidates. She was confident she'd show these kids the clear difference between their sides. On this side stood the group of Kai and Kazaki. Kanjaki was uncertain about their next move. Kai remained chillingly calm. Once Leonora tried to use magic to enslave them, Kai would act. Until then, the only thing to do was trust them. On Midu's side, facing the full assault of the champion candidates, Gaius, though gravely wounded, still stood to defend the Saintess. Although aware of his own limits, he remained Leonora's knight. Seeing this, Leonora healed his injuries immediately. His arm regrew. Other wounds sealed up as well. Gus regained his original strength, even surpassing it. Narumi's group had struggled immensely, only to try removing him, but this effort seemed all in vain. Nasa encouraged everyone, saying with their current strength, they could also defeat them. Leonora was utterly composed, even eagerly anticipating the battle. "You guys are free to fight at any time. For me, this fight is also a test for you all. But of course, if you can't defeat me, you won't become heroes." With that said, Midu charged forward, her friends alongside her. The other students positioned themselves behind to shield him. Midu's sword shocked the old man as the boy effortlessly pierced right through his blade. Leonora transformed the rocks, sharpening them like knives that pierced straight through the target. Those razor-sharp stones shot directly toward Midu. Nagas used melting flames to destroy the stones. Leonora sneered, dismissing everything the kids could do. Was that all? Though Midu tried dodging the strikes, the pointed stones still grazed him, leaving minor wounds. Miri, watching her leader get hurt, became furious. She immediately activated her long-distance teleportation ability. Narumi also summoned wind blades. The combo of their powers barely touched Leonora before being nullified. Leonora claimed divine protection and loved making those holy guardian skills powerless against her. Hidden behind a rock, Kupab activated an assessment skill to monitor the fight. Leonora Digera's female attack rated A. Defense, D. Agility, D. Endurance, E. Energy, S. 5th level summoning skill, all level 4 attribute skills, and 3rd level auxiliary skills. Despite her relatively low defense stat, she never had to rely on it. A physical strike could penetrate Leonora's defense, but GY stood in the way. Arasi was battling GYUS, seemingly tired, as he opted for kicks instead of his devastating explosive attacks. Yet Arasi believed he didn't need those against a useless old man. He boldly declared he'd send GYUS down, while Midu would handle taking down that woman. Midu agreed, but warned his sword couldn't pierce her unless he used Holy Guardian power. A friend tossed Midu another sword, which he caught readying himself for a serious battle. Midu knew many trusted him, so he was determined to defeat Leonora at all costs. Leonora calmly unleashed an intense aura of killing intent. Midu swung his sword relentlessly, hacking and slashing. Without the Holy Guardian's effect, his friends couldn't aid him in this fight. Their close proximity also prevented support for Arasi. Though annoyed and itching to jump in, the others had no choice but to stand back and watch. Interfering now would only slow them down. GYUS landed a strike, and Arasi responded with a punch. His speed surprised GYUS, pushing him back. Arasi taunted, "What's wrong? Why so slow all of a sudden? Your wounds have healed, but you're not back to full strength." Huh. GYUS wasn't one to back down and retaliated fiercely. Meanwhile, Midu struggled as well. Leonora launched giant fireballs one after another. Midu dodged, but the situation looked grim. If this continued, she would crush him from afar. There had to be a way for Midu to surpass Leonora. Leonora acknowledged Midu's skill, noting few in the country could dodge her attacks like that. Midu admitted that no matter how much he dodged, the fight was one-sided at this range. He had to find a way to assault Leonora from a distance or get closer. Since their Holy Guardian powers were ineffective and none could assist him, and considering Leonora's strength in long-range attacks, Midu's only option was to close in with force, even faster than before. Leonora was caught off guard by Midu's speed as he closed in. She caused the ground to sink, then unleashed flames that scorched Midu when he lost focus. Up to this moment, the boy was gathering all his strength to launch a combined assault. Leonora admitted it was a terrifying talent, but a true saint would still outmatch any hero candidate. Midu was struck unconscious. Meanwhile, Arasi continued his fight with Old Man GYUS. Given his current strength, Arasi couldn't use the explosive attack anymore, making victory much harder, almost a dead end. Seizing Arasi's hesitation, the old man lunged forward and slashed. Arasi took the sword deep in his abdomen, a bitter fate for the young warrior. If this continued, she would crush him from this distance. There had to be some way for Midu to defeat Leonora. Leonora even praised Midu's skill, noting few in this country could evade her attacks like that. Midu admitted no matter how hard he tried to dodge her strikes at this range, it was still a one-sided battle. He needed to find a way to either attack Leonora from afar or get closer. Because of the divine protection, the exploration potential was still limited. It seemed being an adventurer was quite complicated. People around started murmuring. Was he truly such an easy goblin hunter? Maybe he was a newbie C-rank adventurer from elsewhere. Rumor had it he was still inexperienced. Due to the overwhelming numbers, the receptionist took some time processing things. Meanwhile, Kai had heard this name somewhere before, a goblin sage. That was what he read in a book. It was rumored that goblins deep in the forest were few survivors, and their stories were considered legends. They rarely left their forest home to venture into the outside world. Among those who did leave, one was called the Sage. The Sage lived over 100 years, was extremely wise and possessed profound knowledge. He was said to be a famous wizard, well-versed in various mystical spells. Everyone's efforts have been ineffective, and they couldn't provide any aid. Moreover, Leonora's strength lies in long-range attacks. Midu had no choice but to close in on her, using brute force even faster than before. Even Leonora was caught off guard by Midu's speed. To prevent him from getting too close, she caused the ground to sink beneath him and then unleashed flames to burn Midu as he lost focus. Up to this moment, that young man has been trying to concentrate all his energy within him, and now simultaneously, he wants to unleash it in an attack. Leonora had to admit this kind of talent is truly terrifying. However, even so, a holy maiden's skill still surpasses that of a hero candidate. Midu was struck unconscious. Meanwhile, Arasi is locked in combat with the old man Jius. With his current power, Arasi couldn't use his explosive strike anymore. Defeating the elder became much more challenging, almost reaching a dead end. Seizing the moment that Arasi hesitated, the old man lunged forward and slashed him. Arasi took a sword blow straight to the stomach, bittersweet fate for a young warrior. Leonora steadied herself, urging calm and composure. Not knowing why her magic was ineffective, she decided this time to use celestial fire in an attempt to incinerate her enemies. Stubborn as ever, Gus rested his sword on Arasi's shoulder. Arasi was still just an amateur. This is what happens when you can't wield your divine guardian's power. Arasi seemed to awaken, realizing he didn't need the explosive magic just to prove his strength. Gathering all his might, he stood up defiantly before Gus. To Gus's shock, Arasi delivered a colossal punch that sent him flying backward, crashing into the wall, and lying motionless. Arasi emerged victorious. Meanwhile, Midu recovered as well. The images of his friends flashed in his mind, driving him to vow to protect them at all costs. Watching his friends suffer was unbearable. He refused to see them in pain. Midu's revival made Leonora scowl. In disbelief, she hadn't expected the kid to endure so much. Yet confident as always, Leonora assumed no matter her opponent's effort, they couldn't come close to her. But no, Midu truly closed the gap and slashed her arm. Blood dripped down as Leonora, startled, forgot to stay guarded. In a moment of confusion, Midu struck again from behind. Panicking, Leonora summoned magic stones, but Midu skillfully landed another blow. She sensed something different, not her lack of caution, but how Midu instantly shrank the distance. This was the earth-shrinking skill. Receiving the power he wished for meant the gods favored him. However, all Midu truly desired was strength to safeguard everyone. Still, no matter how strong, he couldn't quite reach Leonora. His sword stopped just before her neck. Her presence immobilized Midu completely. Leonora never intended to use it at first, but Midu forced her hand. Kai watched from afar. With the trump card appearing, the crucial moment had arrived. Turning to Kanjaki, Kai said, "Let's begin." Leonora never imagined resorting to enslavement magic, but Midu compelled her to act. Midu was frozen stiff, unable to move. Soon after, his friends succumbed to the suppression too. Leonora was pleased everyone did well. She declared all would pass this test. Leonora had never thought about losing. Even if he's a knight, he could be replaced as long as she controlled the hero candidates. Nothing else mattered. Narumi realized from the start it was a losing battle, but without countermeasures they stood no chance. Leonora explained she could summon hero candidates because eventually she could control them easily. Otherwise, these boys and girls would pose a threat to the Empire. Suddenly, 3 knives flew towards her, but Leonora quickly raised a heavenly wood shield. She knew Kai had been hiding all along, and he was the one who killed her lovely slaves. Kai stepped forward and said, "I'm surprised. I didn't think you'd notice someone as ordinary as me." From the beginning, Leonora found Kai odd. Although his divine guardian energy was useless, he remained calm. That wasn't typical amateur behavior. Honestly, Leonora was a bit disappointed in Kai. She hadn't expected him to show up in an unwinnable fight like this. Kai's gaze was sharp as a blade. The outcome of this battle rested in his hands. Leonora felt intrigued by this confident kid. "Show me what you've got." Suddenly, Kai was also suppressed by enslavement magic. Leonora was confident in her magic. She thought this spell would win every battle. Before she could finish her sentence, a bullet pierced her shoulder. It was Kai. Somehow, he broke free from the suppression despite her enslavement magic. Kai fired another shot, and Leonora panicked, unsure what weapon could bypass her guards. Kai explained it was the deadliest tool in his world, but he only had a few bullets left and really didn't want to waste them all. Leonora tried calming herself. Not knowing why her magic failed, she planned to engulf her enemy in celestial fire. She hoped to burn Kai while he was off guard, but only his cloak caught fire. Kai had mysteriously appeared behind her, aiming his gun at her head. Watching Midu's fight, Kai realized Leonora wasn't suited for close combat. Her trump card, the Magic Academy's signature spell, was ill-equipped for this encounter. She aimed to catch Kai off guard and burn him, but only his cloak was singed. Kai had somehow appeared behind her, with a gun pointed directly at her head. Just by observing Midu's battle, he knew Leonora was unsuited for close combat. Her trump card was magic, not melee. Kai was ready to strike. Enslavement magic had no effect on Kai. Right now, Leonora's mind was flooded with tens of thousands of questions. Why was this happening? Clearly, this magic was supposed to be unstoppable. Honestly, Kai's move was a bold gamble to see if it would work or not. But in the end, Kai won that bet. Rewinding to that night, Kai had mentioned spending recent days studying magic. He hadn't uncovered any leads on enslavement magic yet. However, Kai did discover something crucial. The skill used first takes precedence over those used afterward. That means if Kanjaki used domination magic on Kai first, it would nullify Leonora's enslavement spell. That scenario was plausible. Plus, divine guard abilities are still far more potent than magic itself. Kanjaki worried because her technique was far weaker than Leonora's enslavement magic. However, when it comes to skill, mastery level is what really counts. Using Kanjaki's level 1 domination magic to counter Leonora's level 3 enslavement magic, she remained anxious, because even if she acted first, she could still lose control over her own host. But the odds of that happening were slim. Steady's domination magic was superior to Kanjaki's. At that moment, Kai assumed the demons would obey Kanjaki, but he was wrong. Simply put, Steady's magic was cast before Kai's own skill. By applying the same principle, countering Leonora's enslavement magic might also work. Indeed, this was a gamble since Kai himself didn't know how far he could move while under domination. At the same time, Leonora realized that Kanjaki was helping Kai, who was now under her control. Leonora ground her teeth in frustration, partly from pain, partly because these kids' tactics were so dirty. It seemed the situation was finally over. The Saint Leonora couldn't use her abilities anymore, blocked by the magical cuffs borrowed by Kai from the demon cultists. Apparently, those cuffs could also suppress the Saint's powers. Leonora wanted to know what Kai planned to do with her. He said he'd release her if she returned everyone back to their world. But that was impossible. Leonora could only summon beings here. Returning to the original world required a different skill. Kai knew she wasn't lying since her records contained no mention of such a power. He pressed. Then how do you say we can go back after defeating the demon lord? Summoning people from another world demands a tremendous amount of energy. Leonora begged the god for aid to successfully summon everyone here. In other words, all were brought here through the god's will. After completing the mission, there's a strong chance they'd return to where they belong. Kai sought confirmation. We can go back. Are you sure that's feasible? Leonora confidently replied, yes. I summoned many hero candidates before you, but none got close to the demon lord. Kai had never heard her mention those others, or what had happened to those heroes. Most had been slain by the demon lord's troops. Some survived and vanished, but no one knew their whereabouts. Hearing this crushed anyone's hope. That's why Leonora kept silent until now. So do you want to stay here forever? Eventually, the demon lord's army will attack, forcing you all to fight. It means there's no other choice. To win this battle requires the kingdom's support. Leonora said she would overlook this if allowed to leave. But Kai denied it. He intended to send her straight to the eternal flames. Midu hurriedly stopped him, and Kai couldn't understand why his friend intervened. He thought Kai had considered things carefully, but apparently, Midu clung to his naive ideals. Midu agreed to follow the plan, because he believed Leonora knew the way to get everyone back. Right now, that was impossible, but he still wanted to keep the hero candidate title. Yet they were the ones who started the rebellion. That much was undeniable. Leonora quickly spoke up. Midu is right. I admit I may have gone too far. Let's pretend nothing happened. It sounds reasonable, but this woman was dangerous, not someone you easily capture twice. Once she dealt with Kanjaki, she'd be unbeatable again. So it was very likely that once released, she would do exactly that. Midu still feared that killing this woman would cause more problems for everyone. Kai declared he had no intention of letting her leave. He was determined to send her to the afterlife immediately. But Midu quickly intervened, stopping him. Kai couldn't understand why his friend would hold him back. Kai thought Midu had made up his mind, but it seemed he was still clinging to some naive idealism. Midu explained he agreed to follow through because he believed she knew how to help everyone return. Now that was no longer possible. Still, he wanted to keep the title of hero candidate. Yet they themselves had sparked a rebellion, an undeniable fact. Leonora hurriedly spoke up. Midu was right. I admit I have been harsh. Let's pretend none of this ever happened, he said. It sounded reasonable, but this woman was dangerous. Capturing her a second time wouldn't be easy. Leonora only needed to eliminate Kanjaki first to become unbeatable. It was likely that she would do just that once freed. Midu feared that killing her might bring ruin upon them all. Goblins were known for maintaining close bonds with spirits to receive magical assistance. Even though no way existed for people to return to the old world, if there were spells, it couldn't be impossible. Yet no one knew if the sage was still alive. There were no rumors, and apparently nobody had ever seen him. Accused of murdering the saintess, All they needed was to have her promise to treat everyone well and then release her. Meyer agreed with Midu's perspective. After all, not everyone is a warrior. Moreover, if she turned into a criminal, defeating the demon lord would be impossible. Nagas also concurred, thinking it better to find a way to make her keep her promise. However, Narumi sided with Kai, believing none of them could trust this woman. Since things had escalated so far, the best course was to eliminate her as soon as possible. Honestly, Midu thought this too, but killing her here would leave everyone no way back. Kai understood Midu's concerns. It was natural, because the class's safety mattered deeply to him. Confident that he could survive, Kai also knew reckless decisions wouldn't help. Amid various opinions, some opposed, some supporting, Kai made a bold move, giving Leonora a single bronze candy smack on the chin, much to everyone's shock. Then he escaped using a smoke bomb. Everyone's reactions intensified as Kai dealt with Leonora before the other classmates could decide the outcome. Such actions were unforgivable. They accused Kai of being self-centered with only Narumi and Kanjaki standing by him. She couldn't believe he had just taken Leonora's life. Everything unfolded exactly as Kai predicted. His primary goal was to kidnap Leonora and learn from her how to return to their real world. If it turned out she couldn't help, Kai wasn't going to let her survive. Still, Kai knew even if they discovered no way back home, Midu would protect her at all costs. At that moment, Kai would pull the trigger and make his escape. He was prepared to shoulder the entire blame for killing the Saintess alone. That's why he let a few soldiers escape to spread the word that Kai was the mastermind behind all the chaos. If the others saw him as the criminal, their return wouldn't be a problem. Kazaki was deeply worried, fearing the truth might not unfold as expected. But Kai was confident this was when his power would shine. If things went awry, they could use domination magic to negotiate with the kingdom. As for him, he could handle himself. So everything unfolded according to plan, and Kai vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, in a colossal fortress, a mysterious figure with horns perched on the throne. He had just received news about the heroic candidates wanderers from other worlds favored by the gods. His subordinates had tried repeatedly to eliminate these heroes, but failed each time. The Horned Lord said, "Don't worry. Our reach within enemy lands is still limited. Let them be, their appearance is inevitable." But things are becoming far more intriguing. This lord was none other than the supreme commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Wind King Winbok. So 2 days have slipped by since that incident. Kai was still wandering through the forest. According to his map, he was very close to a city. He decided to climb to a higher vantage point for a better view. Finally, he spotted the city. Walking there would take about half a day. Night fell, and Kai reached the city walls. A criminal who murdered the Saintess couldn't enter through the main gate because no one knew how they'd be treated. Kai opted to stealthily break in with a rope. After successfully sneaking inside, his first priority was to make some money. Kai had a small amount from killing some soldiers, but it wasn't enough. His eyes landed on a small tavern, a perfect spot to earn some cash. Kai stepped in and ordered a beer with some food. A drunk customer sitting nearby struck up a conversation. "I've never seen you around. Are you a traveler?" "Yes. I was forced to leave my homeland, and am looking for work." "Are you running from the Demon Lord's invading army?" "I'm sorry to hear that." Though a misunderstanding, it worked in Kai's favor. He asked if there was any job nearby that didn't require revealing his identity. The owner served him a beer and said in such a case, Kai should become an adventurer. Adventurers can accept any available gigs from the guild, usually involving hunting magical beasts, but lack of skill would mean immediate punishment. Nevertheless, the owner felt Kai didn't seem inexperienced. Kai claimed he could handle magical beasts, and then inquired how to become an adventurer. Becoming an adventurer was simple, just head to the guild at the city center and register. They desperately needed skilled adventurers. The Manhwa recap of this Magic Academy saga continues to reveal Kai's survival skills and tactical mind as he navigates this new world. With each step, Kai's determination to uncover the truth and find a way back home only grows stronger. The Magic Academy world is ruthless, and only those smart enough navigate it can hope to get out alive. Kai's journey is just beginning. This manhwa recap shows the thrilling tension in a Magic Academy, filled with intrigue, power struggles, and unpredictable alliances that keep readers hooked. Stay tuned as Kai's tale unfolds, a blend of ancient magic, high stakes, and a battle against destiny itself. The line between friend and foe blurs at this Magic Academy, where magic and survival are intertwined in a deadly dance. With every challenge, Kai learns, adapts, and inches closer to mastering his fate in this enchanting but perilous realm. This manhwa recap captures all the twists and turns that make the Magic Academy genre so captivating. Prepare to dive deeper into a world where magic isn't just power, it's the key to survival and hope. And so the adventure continues at the Magic Academy, setting the stage for battles, discoveries, and Kai's ultimate quest for freedom. Since this is a new expedition, they won't ask for the participants' identities. The reason the Guildmaster knows so much is that he used to be an adventurer himself, but he suffered a knee injury and decided to retire. That night, Kai stayed at an inn, and probably planned to stay a bit longer. Although the inn's receptionist recognized him, she showed no reaction. After all, there are no image recording devices in this world, so Kai didn't have to be overly cautious. Seeking out the Adventurer Guild, he found a bustling place filled with many people. Approaching the front desk, Kai declared that he wanted to register as an adventurer. The receptionist told him he needed to pay 1 silver coin to register, which Kai promptly handed over. After answering questions about his name, age, and origin, Kai invented a new identity. He went by the name Siren, claiming to be 17 years old. His hometown had been invaded by the Demon Lord's army, forcing him to wander here. Kai couldn't believe the alias he was using in the real world was now employed in this place. The receptionist began recording Kai's details and stamped his registration, completing the process. She then explained the guild's ranking system. Adventurers are categorized from rank A down to rank F, based on their achievements. Naturally, higher ranks come with better rewards, as well as more challenging quests. Since Siren was a newcomer, he was registered as a rank F adventurer. He could improve his rank by completing various missions, all of which were posted on the guild's bulletin board. She advised Kai to start with an F-rank mission first. Kai approached the bulletin board, discovering that F-rank quests included gathering herbs and eliminating goblins. Because he'd never encountered magical beasts before, Kai decided to take on that particular challenge. At that moment, a dark-skinned, one-eyed thug and his gang swaggered over to stir trouble. "I've never seen you before, kid. Are you planning to tame goblin spirits? My advice, stop before you get hurt. For someone like you, it's impossible." Kai silently wondered who these fools were, and if they had nothing better to do. Not wanting to escalate the issue, he calmly answered, "Thanks for the warning. Could you please leave me alone?" The gang got frustrated at being disrespected by a mere kid, and seemed to enjoy bullying newcomers. A blonde member tried to teach Kai a lesson, but Kai was quick enough to block the dirty hand. The blonde called for backup, but the outcome was obvious. All of them lay unconscious on the ground. Kai casually walked away, clutching his quest paper. This was clearly the strength of an average mid-tier adventurer. Compared to hero candidates, they were surprisingly weak. Now he needed to finish this quest as fast as possible. According to the mission details, the goblin spirits were hiding around the forest. Kai noticed fresh footprints on the ground, which seemed to belong to animals. Suddenly, he sensed something nearby, and it wasn't alone. They were hiding extremely well. Were those the goblin spirits? Suddenly, a two-legged wolf, wielding a sword, appeared from behind. Its ears twitched lightly to dodge. The sword seemed to be stolen from humans. Another wolf swung a wooden club from the shadows, but Kai grabbed a handful of sand and threw it straight into its eyes. He then kicked the sword away from the first wolf and used the sword to stab it through the chest. Finally, Fai Jiao finished off the two beasts. Kai activated his ability to assess the creatures 22 years old, goblin spirits, with attack rating D, agility C, strength C, magic F, and stealth level 1. These magical beasts were harmless. Kai thought he could hunt more and earn some extra cash. Eventually, he brought back a large quantity of goblin ears as proof of his victories. The receptionist was stunned by such a volume, unable to believe a newcomer could handle this solo. For Kai, defeating them was easy, but tracking them took a lot of time. Although he had the skills to fight, his exploration expertise was limited, making adventuring more complicated than expected. People around began whispering, questioning if it was really that easy for him to hunt goblins. Could he be a rank C adventurer from another place? They had heard he was still a rookie. Due to the sheer volume, the receptionist had to spend considerable time processing his registration and rewards. Then, using the sword, he pierced right through its chest. Finally, Fai Jiao cleaned up the two remaining demon beasts. Afterward, Kai activated his ability to assess them as demon spirits aged 22 with attack strength, rated D, agility C, power C, magic F, and stealth skill at level 1. This type of magical beast posed no real threat. Kai figured he could hunt more to earn some extra money. As a result, he brought back a large pile of demon ears as proof of his victories. The receptionist panicked at the enormous quantity. She couldn't believe a newbie could handle them all alone. For Kai, defeating them was easy, but tracking them down consumed too much time. Although he had the skills to fight these creatures, his exploration abilities were still limited. It seemed being an adventurer wasn't as simple as it appeared. People around started whispering, was he really that effortless at hunting demons? Could he be a C-rank adventurer from another place? They heard he was still a rookie. Because of the huge volume, the receptionist needed some time too. Lai chuckled dryly, admitting he didn't know much about these things and apologized for not providing Kai with more useful info. Still, for Kai, that was enough. Kai finished his beer and headed back to the inn to rest. Before leaving, Lai asked what Kai planned after discovering interdimensional travel. Kai just smiled and said, "I'll leave that for you guys to imagine." Presently, Midu remained deeply worried about Kai but knew that Kai had sacrificed himself for him. Despite this, Midu resolved to protect everyone. Returning to his room, he informed the group, "They've decided to deploy us to the front lines. Everyone capable of fighting, prepare to leave here early tomorrow morning." Kai found a stash prepared as a reward. Now he had a hefty pouch of money in hand, hardly believing he could earn so much just by slaying weak magical beasts. From this point forward, his priority was to secure his daily expenses. Kai planned to stay in this city for a while, making a living as an adventurer. In this manhwa recap about the Magic Academy world, building solid relationships within the guild would make gathering crucial information much easier. While lost in these thoughts, a tall, grimy man suddenly blocked his path. Kai sized him up and could tell this guy was much stronger than the usual guild members. The burly thug introduced himself as Lai, a rank B adventurer. He arrogantly boasted, "Let me remind you, I run the guild branch here in this city." Got it. It turned out that earlier Kai had caused trouble for some of Lai's underlings. Though these guys started the fight first, they twisted the story, claiming a nameless newbie demon had battered them. Without hesitation, Lai declared he would teach Kai a lesson, launching a flurry of punches. But every strike, Kai effortlessly dodged, left, right, high, low, not a single hit landed. Losing control, Lai jumped and kicked, only to be tripped by Kai and fall flat on his face. While swift Lai lacked finesse, his movements were too large, revealing many openings. Getting schooled by this rookie only made Lai more frantic, yet within minutes, he was subdued. Clearly, Lai wasn't accustomed to fighting humans since adventurers mostly battle magical beasts. Confused by Kai's overwhelming strength, Lai wondered why he bothered with his underlings at all. Kai explained it was all a misunderstanding, inviting him to sit down for some cake and tea to talk things over. Eventually, they ended up sharing a beer and roasted chicken, clarifying everything in this classic manhwa recap about the Magic Academy. After hearing the full story, Lai gave his underlings a harsh scolding for framing him. He admitted fault for trusting those three jaguars and made them apologize to Kai. The trio quickly bowed their heads in remorse. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, Kai chose not to pursue the matter further. Besides that, Kai had a few questions of his own. Despite Lai's rough exterior, he showed himself to be reasonable. "Sorry for the trouble caused. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer," Lai said. Kai continued, "You see, I'm a traveler. The reason I signed up as an adventurer is to earn some money to ease my travels, but there's another reason." Lai couldn't believe a young man with such incredible power would have any difficulties. Though he didn't know Kai's true motive, he was eager to help. Kai revealed he was searching for a way to travel to another world. Right away, everyone was stunned and skeptical. How could that even be possible? Yet many hero candidates are known to come from other worlds. Kai was referring to how these heroes find a path back to the real world. Lai thought it over. To do that, magic must be involved, but they knew little about magic here. Kai admitted that acquiring this information wasn't easy, and hoped someone might have clues. Lai scratched his head, mentioning only one person who might know: the sage Albana. This elf had once offered invaluable advice to their country. Kai had heard the name before, a legendary wise elf who lived deep in the forest. Albana's story was well known but wrapped in myth. Elves rarely left their forest. Only a few survived, and their tales were considered legend. Among those who stepped into the outside world was a figure called the Sage, a man over 100 years old, famed for his wisdom and deep knowledge of magic. This sage was said to be a master sorcerer with profound understanding of spells. Elves maintained close bonds with spirits to draw magical assistance. While no one knew how to return to the old world without spells, possessing these incantations might just make it possible. Yet whether the sage still lived was a mystery. No rumors about him circulated, and no one claimed to have seen him. Lai chuckled dryly, admitting he himself didn't know much, then apologized for being unable to provide more useful information. For Kai, however, those few leads were enough. Finishing his beer, he headed back to his inn to rest. Before leaving, Lai asked what Kai planned to do after learning how to travel between worlds. Kai just smiled and replied, "Well, that's for you all to imagine. I am a traveler. My reason for registering as an adventurer was to earn some money to travel more freely. But I have another reason," Lai explained. No one believed a young man with such formidable power could face difficulties. Even without knowing the details, he was determined to help. He said he was searching for a method to traverse into another world. Immediately, everyone was stunned, shocked, and amazed. How could such a thing be possible? However, hero candidates had also come from other worlds. Exactly, Kai was talking about how hero candidates traveled back to the real world. Lai thought if so magic would have to be involved, but they knew little about it. Kai knew gathering such information wouldn't be easy, he hoped. Someone would have some clues. Lai pulled at his ear, realizing only one person possessed knowledge about this, the sage Elbana. A demon had once aided this country with invaluable advice. It seemed Kai had heard that name somewhere before, a wise demon sage. That was what he had read in a book. Rumors circulated. Everyone grew anxious hearing that the battle was truly underway. But it was too late for fear now. They were assigned under the command of the 8th Night Legion with Captain Herrick. Kazaki inquired about news of Kai, but Midu shook his head. A bounty was out to capture him, and many forces were searching, yet no news surfaced. Kai turned away disappointed. Nagas didn't care if Kai truly betrayed them. If she found him, she vowed to burn him to ashes. Kazaki felt a mix of sadness and loneliness, blaming himself, thinking he should have been more supportive of Kai. During the fight, they called out to the celestial flame to heed their pleas and vanquish the dark forces. Simultaneously, fire and arrows rained down. Though they faced overwhelming odds, the Magic Academy warriors stood firm. For years, he has been known for his vast wisdom and deep knowledge. Rumor has it, he's a renowned mage, who truly masters a variety of powerful spells. The elves are known to maintain close bonds with spirits in order to gain magical assistance. Though no one has found a way back to the old world, having the right incantation could make it totally possible. Yet whether this sage is still alive remains a mystery. No one has ever heard any rumors about him, and it seems no one has ever actually seen him. Lai chuckled dryly, admitting even he wasn't privy to these secrets, then apologized for not being able to provide Kai with any useful information. However, for Kai, just having these hints was enough. After finishing his beer, he headed back to his room to rest. Before leaving, Lai asked what Kai planned to do with the knowledge of interworld travel. Kai looked back with a grin and said, "I'll leave that for you all to guess." Statue. Today, Kai once again came to claim his reward for a new quest. A whole week had passed, during which he managed to save a decent amount of money. Kai grew closer with his subordinates, who eagerly invited him out for drinks, but he declined. Instead, he gathered some crucial intel about a sage. The man's name was Elbana Karet. About a decade ago, he served as an advisor to this nation. Now he's retired and living near the western border. That's precisely where the country is battling the Demon Lord's army. With no reason left to stay in the city, Kai resolved to meet this so-called sage. Back in Alpha, the Holy Temple City, it's been 1 month since Captain Herrick, the 8th Knight of the Holy Legion, took over caring for hero candidates after the Saintess passed away. So far, there have been no complaints, because Herrick has been doing an excellent job. He felt genuinely pleased hearing such praise. After all, these youths are priceless assets for the nation. He simply shows respect to all. Everyone was quite satisfied with their new leader. He was very different from Leonora, yet also somewhat suspicious. Now let's turn to the main matter. Yesterday's meeting decided that the hero candidates would be deployed to the front lines. The war along the western border persists, so everyone will be sent out from a frontline fortress. Herrick promised to protect those who weren't strong enough to fight. This gave Midu and the others a sigh of relief. Still, they would have some tasks to handle, because in this Magic Academy world, work ensures survival. The mission was urgent, so they might depart as early as tomorrow morning. Midu and Mireille returned to inform everyone about the news. Mireille felt happy that the candidates' requests had been accepted. At first, Midu was worried she might have asked for too much. The two feared they lacked the confidence to manage all the candidates without Leonora. That humility came from knowing Leonora was gone. Naturally, they remained cautious. Mireille suddenly thought of Kai and wondered where he might be now, after Leonora's death and Kai's departure. Upon hearing this, the bishop was stunned. Nagas claimed Kai was the culprit. Kai was one of the hero candidates, but after fleeing, he became a traitor rumored to be incredibly fast. Soldiers buzzed among themselves, agreeing that if this was true, someone should check on it as soon as possible. Yet another voiced the need to verify if the Saintess truly died. The bishop felt this narrative could benefit those present. This angered Arasi, who stated he didn't want to deny everyone's story, but suspected all present conspired against Leonora. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly spoke up. "That's not true, Bishop. I was there and witnessed everything." The hero candidates stood firm, having tried desperately to protect the Saintess, but were overwhelmed by Shindu Kai. Another soldier jumped in. "He's telling the truth. I saw everything too. So did I." With testimony from 3 knights who served Leonora, the bishop no longer doubted. However, he wondered if Kai was truly that strong. Midu confirmed that Kai was indeed powerful, having hidden his abilities all along. Then the bishop invited a few to a private room to discuss this issue in greater detail. Meanwhile, Behind the scenes, some used magic domination to help everyone overcome this tragic event. Currently, Midu remained deeply concerned for Kai. Still, Midu understood Kai sacrificed himself for her. Despite having resolved to protect everyone, she returned to the room to announce they've decided to deploy us to the front line. All who can fight should prepare and leave early tomorrow morning. Hearing that an actual battle was imminent made everyone anxious, but it was too late to be scared now. They were assigned under the command of the 8th Night Corps and Captain Herrick. Kazaki asked if there was any news on Kai. Midu shook her head. A bounty was posted for his capture, and many forces were searching, but no updates yet. Kai turned away, disappointed. Nagas didn't care if Kai truly betrayed everyone, but if she caught him, she vowed to burn him to ashes. Kazaki felt both sad and lonely inside, silently blaming himself, wishing things had been different with Kai. Meanwhile, Midu remains deeply worried about Kai, knowing full well that he sacrificed himself for her sake. Despite this, Midu has resolved to protect everyone else. She returned to her room to inform the group. They've decided to deploy us to the front line. Everyone capable of fighting should prepare and leave here by early morning. Hearing the battle is truly underway filled everyone with concern. Yet fearing now is somewhat too late. The group has been assigned under the command of the 8th Night Legion and Captain Herrick. Kazaki asked if there was any news on Kai. Midu shook her head. A bounty is on his head, and additional forces are mobilized to hunt him down. So far, no news. Kai turned away in disappointment. Nagas didn't care whether Kai truly betrayed them or not. If she got her hands on him, she'd burn him to ashes. Kazaki felt a mix of sorrow and loneliness, blaming himself, thinking that Kai probably deserved better. She definitely should come along. The next day, everyone set off toward the front lines. The girls were visibly exhausted since it was their first time traveling so far, but it seemed like they still had to march until nightfall. Over the past 5 days, besides walking, they hadn't done much else. Everyone was starting to feel bored and hoped something exciting would happen soon. Suddenly, Arasi signaled everyone to halt. He sensed the presence of monsters lurking behind the bushes, but the commander hurriedly turned around to question why everyone had abruptly stopped. Midu mentioned she also felt the aura of monsters nearby. However, the group leader insisted there was nothing there. Despite that, everyone was still forced to follow his orders. Without a command, no one was allowed to act. This infuriated Arasi, who grabbed the commander's neck aggressively. People urged him to stop, but Arasi defiantly thought, "Why should I obey the orders of this worthless jerk?" At that moment, a sharp flick of energy flashed by forcing Arasi to release his grip. It was a pack of razor-sharp rabbits. Everyone quickly took combat positions. The razor rabbits charged simultaneously, and the knight's swords were flung aside. Arasi immediately used an explosive blast to blow away one of the monsters, then stomped it down. He single-handedly fought off the entire pack of razor rabbits. Everyone had to admit, Arasi's strength was truly exceptional, seeming even more powerful than before. Still, Arasi himself felt this power wasn't enough. His abilities were nothing compared to that bastard they all knew. And who that bastard was? Of course, it was Kai, the one behind all this trouble. From the start, Arasi had a bad feeling about Kai. Kai never showed any fear. To be precise, he never reacted at all to Arasi. The manhwa recap of this Magic Academy story soon revealed that Shinzu Kai was incredibly powerful. With the explosive ability Arasi had gained, he believed he had become stronger, but the outcome was disappointing. Kai dealt Arasi a harsh reality check. Midu noticed that lately, Arasi's mood wasn't the best, but he denied it, claiming he simply hated taking orders from those jerks. After a long journey on foot, our hero candidates finally arrived at the front line. This was the western border of the Holy Kingdom of Digirate, home to a fortified castle. Many soldiers were standing guard. The short-haired girl leading the Holy Knights was Captain Elia, who represented the 4th Legion, welcoming the hero candidates. Though she had just been promoted recently, since the previous captain of the Oversight Agency had died a week earlier, suddenly a panicked knight rushed in with news that the Demon Lord's army was approaching fast. There would be no time to rest. The entire border would rely on these hero candidates. Everyone prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the Demon Lord's forces. The knights began ringing alarm bells to signal the enemy's approach. From a distance, a horde of colorful monsters charged furiously toward the city gates, far exceeding expectations in numbers. Hark commanded all the cavalry to shoot arrows simultaneously, aiming to reduce their numbers before they got too close. The other mages gathered as well, readying to join the fight. Heavenly fire, they called upon, please heed our pleas and defeat these evil forces. Arrows and flames rained down at the same time. Despite being hit by countless arrows, the monsters refused to retreat, only growing more bloodthirsty. Such attacks weren't enough to kill them. Amelia warned everyone not to underestimate the monster's durability and stamina, which far surpassed that of humans. Now everyone had to obey Hark's orders, while she would join the 4th Legion in battle. Some missing persons were already down there fighting monsters none other than Arasi and his comrades. The demonic creatures couldn't believe their eyes. This young man was crazy, daring to challenge them alone. Arasi didn't care whether these monsters were half demons or anything else. His only goal was to erase their ugly existence. Meanwhile, another group of monsters breached the wall and charged inside the fortress, taking down numerous knights. One knight barely dodged a monster's blade, but was saved just in time by Midu. He began to expand his heavenly blade. The sword lengthened and thickened, swinging a powerful strike, capable of cutting through many monsters at once. Midu himself could feel his strength growing stronger by the moment. He turned to speak to everyone, rallying their spirits for the battle ahead. Battle was fierce. Heavenly fire heed our call and vanquished the evil forces as arrows and flames rained down simultaneously. Despite being struck by numerous arrows, he refuses to retreat, even becoming more fierce in battle. These attacks are simply not enough to take them down. Amelia urges everyone not to underestimate the endurance and resilience of these monsters, which far surpass those of weaker humans. Now the priority is to follow Herrick's orders, while she will descend to join the 4th Knight Regiment in combat. Interestingly, some missing individuals had gone down there to fight the monsters. That's Aras and his team. The monsters couldn't believe their eyes. This young man was utterly reckless, thinking he could single-handedly charge into the fray. Aras pays no mind whether these beasts are demonic hybrids or anything else. His sole mission is to erase the presence of these ugly creatures. Meanwhile, a different group of monsters breaches the fortress wall, storming inside and knocking down several knights with a single wave of their hand. One knight nearly suffered a deadly blow, but luckily Midu stepped in just in time to save him. Midu begins expanding his heavenly sword. Instantly, the blade lengthens and thickens, delivering a slash capable of cleaving through numerous monsters at once. Even Midu himself feels his power intensifying with every strike. Facing the onslaught, he calls out to his comrades with determination. The foes arrogantly wondered who dared charge alone. Arasi didn't care if they were half demons or anything else. His only mission was to erase these ugly intruders. Another wave of monsters broke through the wall and advanced into the city, sweeping aside many knights with one hand. One knight nearly got slashed by a monster's blade, but thanks to Midu's timely intervention, he was saved. Midu began to expand his celestial sword. The blade stretched and grew larger, slashing through numerous monsters in a single strike. Even Midu himself could feel his strength surging beyond before. Turning, he spoke to the gathered fighters. Everyone, look, we can win this battle. Let's fight without fear. The team unanimously steeled their resolve. Midu knew hesitation was not an option. As their commander, any doubt from him would shake the confidence of his classmates. Kai had already shown Midu the harsh cost of foolishness. Mireille rallied the troops, shouting, "Stop, just standing there. We have to fight." Her psychic guardian controlled massive stones, while Naga's unleashed roaring flames that devastated everything. Kanaki's domination magic froze all monsters attempting to attack in their tracks. Even the cavalry watching from above were amazed at the strength of these hero candidates. They were completely overpowering the Demon Lord's army. Herrick ordered every soldier to protect the hero candidates at all costs, and to push back the demon horde relentlessly. All the soldiers charged forward in unison. After a fierce struggle, the monsters were strewn across the battlefield. Their army had defeated the Demon Lord, marking a significant victory. As the sun began to set behind the mountains, Midu silently observed the fading light. At that moment, Herrick approached and said, "This was your first battle, wasn't it? How does it feel?" It's tough to absorb everything all at once. A fight on this scale demands a certain finesse. During the fray, my vision was limited, so I couldn't make decisive calls, Midu admitted. Herrick patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him for a job well done. Today's victory was thanks to the hero candidates' efforts, but continuous vigilance was necessary. Their foes today were low to mid-level demons. Although few in number, higher-tier demons wield far greater power. Midu promised to remember this warning. That night, the demons rested inside their camp. The commander reported their failure to complete the mission today. The ancient furious monster, known as Stone Gaia, was the highest-ranking member within the Demon Lord's earthly quartet. The next morning, in the western region of the Holy Kingdom of Digger, Kai, the Great Forester, was moments away from exiting the forest and ending his long quest to find the sage. Suddenly, something red shot towards him at incredible speed. Upon closer inspection, it was the long tongues of 3 massive monkeys. Chai quickly activated his assessment ability. These were tongue monkeys, 33 years old, male with attack rated B, defense C, agility B, strength C, magic F, currently hungry and highly agitated. Their signature move was a level 3 tongue attack. Chai set down his backpack and braced himself for a brutal fight against the 3 ugly apes. Their abilities seemed average, just backed by a fierce appearance. One of the monkeys flicked its long 3,000-unit tongue to distract Kai, and then suddenly lunged. Kai leapt to dodge the strike. Another monkey shot out its tongue, but Sai sliced it cleanly, making the impact feel even nastier on the monkey's side. Then he swiftly beheaded it. The remaining 2 looked stunned and frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Within 1 minute and 30 seconds, the grilled monkey dish was complete. Although not extremely fast, stronger magical beasts kept appearing, perhaps because Kai was venturing closer to the Demon Lord's territory, or the distance from the city meant fewer knights and explorers. The deeper he went, the more likely he was to encounter unknown magical beasts. Thanks to his assessment ability, Kai could still determine their ages. For now, he needed to stay even more alert. Soon, Kai reached the Uragano mountain range, a natural defense barrier slowing the Demon Lord's invasion. The highest peak was known as Death Wolf Mountain. Rumor had it that the sage Elbana resided at the summit. If Kai recalled correctly, a small village lay at the foot of Death Wolf Mountain. But what shocked him was that the village was completely ablaze. As predicted, the Demon Lord's troops were behind the attack. The area was far from the front lines, so Sai knew he had to exercise greater caution moving forward. After raising the village, some purple demons, likely subordinates, asked their leader, Hor, what the next move was. They intended to massacre everyone there. The blonde-haired man was their superior, named Hector. He stopped them, ordering the survivors to be enslaved instead. Beyond that, it seemed Hector was also seeking some information about Elbana, the commanding figure. The monster's weapon is their elongated tongue, 3 large apes' tongues to be precise. Kai immediately activates his evaluation skill. These are male, 33-year-old tongue monkey demons rated B, in attack C, in defense B, in agility C, in strength, and F in magic, currently hungry and agitated. Their special skill is a level 3 tongue attack. Kai sets down his pack, readying himself for a fierce fight against the trio of grotesque apes. Their abilities seem average, more bark than bite, as their intimidating appearances suggest. One thrusts its 30,000 scale long tongue to distract Kai before lunging in. He leaps to dodge the strike. Another swings its tongue, but Kai slashes it cleanly. Even I feel the pain watching. Next off goes ahead. The remaining 2 monsters appear stunned and frozen, unable to respond. In 1 minute and 30 seconds, the grilled monkey meat is ready. Not the fastest, but more powerful magical beasts keep emerging. This could be because he's nearing the Demon Lord's territory, or that the area is quite remote from the city, sparking fewer reinforcements. They used their long tongues, stretching 10,000 units, to distract Kai, and suddenly closed in. Kai leaped to avoid the strike. Then another flicked its tongue out, but Kai skillfully cut it down. Watching that hurt even me. Next came the decapitation. The remaining 2 looked completely deflated, frozen, without words. In just 1 minute and 30 seconds, Kai had finished pan-frying the monkey meat. Though not lightning fast, it was impressive. Considering stronger magical beasts kept appearing, likely because he neared the Demon Lord's territory, or this place was far from the city with fewer monsters. The increasing power might be because he's getting closer to the Demon Lord's territory, or perhaps it's due to this area being quite far from the city, so there aren't many around. As the knight and adventurers ventured deeper, the likelihood of encountering unknown magical beasts soared. Yet Kai could still gauge the age of these creatures thanks to his evaluation skill. Right now, he needed to stay extra vigilant. Soon enough, Kai reached the Uragano mountain range, a natural defensive barrier, slowing the Demon Lord's army's invasion. The highest peak there was known as Grim Death Peak. Rumors whispered that the sage Elbana resided at its summit. If Kai recalled correctly, there was a small village at the foot of Grim Death Peak, but what he couldn't fathom was that this village was completely ablaze. As expected, the fire was caused by an assault from the Demon Lord's troops. Being far from the front line, Kai knew he had to be more cautious moving forward. No mistakes could be afforded. After the village was torched, the purple demons seemed like underlings. They asked their boss Hor about his next move, revealing their brutal intent to massacre everyone there. The blonde-haired leader Hector commanded them to stop, and instead capture all surviving villagers as slaves. Besides that, it seemed he sought information about Elbana as well. This next scene showed Hector's strategic mind clearly. Reports confirm that the man known as the Sage currently resides atop Langsun Death Mountain. This matches exactly with the intelligence our team gathered. Right now, the highest priority for the forces is Elbana, also called the Sage. After resting here overnight, they plan to ascend the mountain. But the peak is infamous as the den of the Death Wolf Pack. These wolf monsters resist any taming efforts. That means these demons cannot achieve their goal without wiping out every single Death Wolf. When facing a highly intelligent magical beast, domination spells barely work. One of them mentioned that the 4 heavenly kings once tamed a dragon, but for their current likes, that's impossible. Even Hor is no expert in magic. Anyway, dwelling on what they can't do serves no purpose. Their only option now is to exterminate these untamable magical beasts. Chai, positioned on a rooftop, overhears it all. Those demons definitely know how to be obedient. You can guess the blonde one is a high-ranking demon. Moreover, this demon named Hector has impressive stats. Hector, wise age 25, high-level demon, male, attack grade B, defense grade B, agility grade, a strength grade B, magic grade B, normal condition. Mastery skill level 1, swordsmanship, rank 5. He's definitely one of the few elite demons in the Devil Lord's army, making a direct confrontation with him extremely challenging. Suddenly, their commander senses someone observing them and immediately orders the troops to search the surrounding area for the sneaky intruder. His senses are remarkably sharp, no doubt. Unfortunately for them, Chai is a professional when it comes to stealth missions. While hiding, he spots several villagers caught by demons. Kai pauses quietly, but ultimately decides to move on. He has no reason to help the locals. Like those demons, Kai's main goal is to find the sage. He must reach the mountain summit ahead of the Devil Lord's army. Eventually, Kai reaches the highest point of the Yugo mountain range, the perilous area, also known as Langsun Death Mountain. Rumor has it there's an exploration path here, so he decides to follow the trail left by the wild beasts. Kai's vision is limited, and the unstable terrain demands careful caution despite his urgency. He senses another presence nearby, faint but unmistakable, likely the legendary wolf monsters said to inhabit Langsun Death Mountain. Remarkably, their numbers seem to be growing rapidly. Even though they remain hidden, an intense pressure emanates from them. At that moment, the alpha wolf howls and the entire pack charges out in unison. Kai reacts swiftly, leaping up a tree to evade attack. These creatures are the infamous magical beasts of Langsun Death Mountain. Many have vanished after venturing here, and now it's clear why. Kai activates his evaluation ability. They belong to the wolf race, age 20, male. Attack grade C, defense grade C, agility grade B, strength grade B, magic grade D, normal status coordination, skill level 3. A fierce wolf crashes into the tree, snapping it in half and causing K to tumble. Mid-fall, he uses a leaf, empowering it with mana, and launches it toward a wolf, slicing its throat clean through. He successfully takes down one death wolf, the others mid-charge, but despite their ferocity, size power makes them little more than higher-level pawns. Still, their numbers remain considerable. If Sai consciously enhances his body with mana, as just now, his effectiveness will multiply. Leonora once explained how everyone depends on the Divine Guardian, resulting in poor mana control. They're used to relying on the Guardian rather than managing mana on their own. In a way, they're inherently weak, which is why Leonora easily controlled them with her enslavement magic. This fueled Kai's determination to get stronger and overcome this weakness. Mastering mana control means freely boosting his physical form and raising resistance to enemy magic. Though not as powerful as the Guardian, he must grow stronger here. Learning this skill is vital. Kai zeroes in on the alpha wolf, which lets loose a roar, asserting its dominance. But Kai responds sharply with a calculated strike. The werewolf species, age 20, male, with attack rated as C defense, C agility, B strength, B magic, D status normal, and team coordination skill level 3. A fierce wolf rammed and snapped a thick tree branch, forcing Kai to flip midair. During his fall, he summoned a leaf, infused it with mana, and launched it, slicing the wolf's neck cleanly. He successfully defeated one death wolf, though others rapidly approached. While terrifying to Kai, they were just enhanced high-level pawns. Their numbers remained considerable, boosting their bodies with mana like that. If Kai could consciously maintain such tactics, the outcome would be tremendously effective. Leonora once mentioned that everyone overly relied on divine protection, weakening their mana control abilities. These folks depended on their guardian spirits, never mastering personal mana regulation. In a sense, they were quite fragile. That was precisely why I can so easily manipulate all of you, Leonora confidently said. That's why no candidate could resist her enchantment. The determination to grow stronger to overcome this vulnerability was essential. Improving mana control would allow Kai to freely enhance his physical form and boost defenses against enemy magic. Though not as powerful as guardian spirits, he needed to be stronger in this realm. It was imperative to acquire that skill. Kai targeted the alpha wolf. It howled to assert dominance, but was gently met with a lethal strike from him. One strike. As soon as the pack leader weakens, the others scatter and retreat. After all, the leader is the strongest among them. Once the mightiest is taken down, the rest naturally hesitate to engage. An incredibly useful lesson in tactics. Kai slipped through the wolf pack, sensing something unusual in their movements. Clearly, he was predicting their trajectory. A spectral wolf materialized from a deadly wolf. Turns out, it was a 1-second ahead illusion of the wolf's movement. This gave Kai the edge to strike, without suffering any damage even from sudden attacks. Everything went smoothly. He could foresee about 1 second into the immediate future. The rest of the pack started to lower their ears in fear, but Kai had no intention of sparing them. "Let's have a little practice session together," he said. Just a few precise slashes later, the entire pack of death wolves was wiped out by his hand. Kai checked his stats and information. Name Sinjdu Kai. Age 20. Gender male. Attack grade A. Defense grade B. Agility grade A. Strength grade B. Magic grade C. Status normal. Skills Divine Guard. Tier 3. Evaluation ability. Divine Guard skill detects first-level weaknesses. Far vision at first-level assassination technique. At level 5 dagger technique. Level 5 throwing technique. Level 5 stealth. Level 5. It turns out, this skill allows him to see into the future. With the weakness detection skill active, his evaluation ability upgrades effectively, enhancing his normal evaluation capacity. This enables Kai to foresee everything in his field of vision. After climbing for a long time, carrying a bulky backpack and fiercely battling the wolf pack, he was utterly exhausted. However, since he was close to reaching the mountain's peak, he decided to rest briefly. But fate had other plans. He wasn't allowed to rest. There was a sudden noise nearby. Perhaps it was the Demon Lord's army approaching. Definitely not the time to relax. Kai pressed onward. Meanwhile, near the foot of the mountain close to Langsun Death Peak, a group of monsters aggressively harassed a young girl. Turns out she was a disciple of the sage. But the situation looked bleak. This little elf fiercely fought the monsters to keep them from advancing towards her master's residence. Here the monster leader commanded the army to charge forward and kill the tiny girl. The elf seemed incapacitated, standing helplessly, awaiting her demise. But Kai appeared with a striking hero's rescue. The girl eyed him warily, confused to see a human standing before her. The monsters demanded information about this obstruction, but Kai simply sneered and said nothing. He counted 10 soldiers, with a high-level demon leader among them. The girl asked why he saved her life. Kai remained silent and asked if she was indeed the sage Albana's disciple. She confirmed her identity, and that was enough explanation for Kai. He claimed he had business to discuss with the sage. Kai utilized his judgment ability to discern that she was of a half-demon race. His data screen also showed she possessed magic skills. Here was indifferent to Kai's identity. Anyone daring to block their path was surely an enemy. But even with Kai's arrival, the outcome wouldn't change. The monsters confidently surged forward to eliminate both of them. To save the girl and earn a favor from the sage, Kai had to defeat the demons before him. He was now surrounded from all sides. One demon wielding a sword leapt high, aiming to strike down. Using his far sight skill, Kai anticipated the strike and smoothly sidestepped to the right. Then a surprise attack came from behind. Kai spun around, catching the attacker's wrist with his hand, much to the astonishment of the remaining beasts. Sure, the weapon was massive, but was that really a fair fight against a human? After just a few dagger strikes, some lost their right hands, others lost legs, or even heads. As long as his farsight remained active during melee, Kai was unbeatable. The catch was his skill's duration waned with every passing minute. The leader ordered his minions to stop rushing recklessly, and to use magic to deal with Kai. They immediately obeyed, summoning a magic circle, and firing countless magic bullets. This was legendary magic. At that moment, the elf girl suddenly shouted, blowing the enemies away. "Oh, wind spirit, arise." Kai spun around and caught the enemy's hand mid-swing, surprising the remaining magical beasts. His weapon was undeniably massive, but was that really the right tool to fight a human? Within a few swift throws of his daggers, some lost their right hands, others lost legs or heads. As long as his ranged sight stayed active during close quarters, defeat was impossible. The critical concern was that his skill's duration was ticking down fast. The leader ordered his minions not to recklessly charge, but rather to use magic attacks instead. They promptly obeyed, summoning a magic circle and unleashing a barrage of magic bullets. This was that legendary spell in the Manhwa recap of this Magic Academy saga. Suddenly, the elf girl shouted out and blasted the enemies away. "Oh, wind spirit, rise." The area around was encased in a massive wind shield. Bullets couldn't penetrate it. According to Kai's knowledge, that was clearly a spell, revealing the power borrowed from the elemental spirits. "This is a unique ability, exclusive to elves," the elven girl cheerfully said. "Thanks to you, the spirits can finally rest a bit." Here sensed trouble. Facing this kind of swarm, they stood no chance. He decided to join the battle himself. Finally, the ultimate monster appeared. Kai turned to the elven girl and said, "Hold off the soldiers. Don't let them disturb you while I'm fighting. I'll take on the leader." The girl pouted. I can do that, but could you please not call me that? My name's May. Kai dropped his backpack and shot forward like a rocket toward the enemy. He was relying entirely on May the sage's disciple. But it wasn't by chance the enemy was known as a high-level monster. He actually managed to block Kai's knife attack with ease. Kai stepped on the enemy's blade and leapt backward. Their fight was fierce, neither yielding or gaining the upper hand. Kai was surprised the young man could anticipate his move so well. But Hor had dealt a deep wound to Kai's left side. This was the power of a high-level demon. Without his foresight ability, Kai would have been defeated by now. Here rarely fought opponents like this. For him, if Kai wasn't human, he could have already won. The wound on Kai's belly bled profusely. He activated his evaluation skill. The man before him was Hector Wise, 25 years old, a high-level demon, male. Offensive rating B. Defense B. Agility B. Strength B. Magic B. Status normal. Mastery of level 1 domination magic. Swordsmanship, level 5. Beyond his physical prowess and heightened senses of a demon, Hector wielded level 5 sword skills. Despite Kai's foresight, he was still at a disadvantage in this battle. Realizing he was cornered, Kai decided to try a different approach. Seeing Kai stand still like a statue, Hector took the initiative to attack first. He lunged like a bloodthirsty beast. Kai's foresight skill allowed him to dodge the first strike. Hector swung repeatedly, each time Kai evaded, though a minor wound appeared on his bicep. Knowing foresight alone wouldn't help unless his body was strong enough to overcome Hector. The physical gap between them was significant. Frustrated, Hector sneered. You always run away like this. No sooner had he finished than he was hit by 3 bullets. He was fast enough to block with his hands, his reflexes rivaling bullet speed, but the shots still grazed his arms and legs. Hector cried out in pain, clueless about what kind of weapon this was. Ignoring the bullets lodged inside him, he charged forward recklessly. Kai aimed his gun straight at Hector's head, but expecting to land a shot was an insult to a high-level demon. Hector could predict Kai's attack trajectory. Even after emptying his magazine, Kai couldn't inflict a decisive wound. He then used the skills gifted by Gamfi, but Hector remained unharmed. That was just a distraction from Kai. Swiftly, he pulled out a grenade and threw it at Hector. Before Hector could react, the grenade detonated, obliterating him completely. The subordinates were terrified seeing their commander explode. Even Mei watching was shaken. Who exactly is this guy who can overwhelm a high-level demon despite being ordinary? Was the question running through her mind. Now Kai had no bullets left in his handgun for emergencies, nor did he have another grenade. As predicted, with just those weapons, defeating a high-level demon wasn't possible. This only fueled Hector's anger further. Enraged, he charged like a raging bull, intent on goring Kai. Suddenly, he flashed forward with a blink strike. In this moment, Kai decided to deploy his skill. He analyzed Hector's movements, then activated his weakness detection. Hector's weak point was his throat. Kai slashed with his knife, hitting the vulnerable spot precisely. Combining foresight with weakness detection made for a powerful skill set, but it consumed a massive amount of mana. By the time Hector was defeated, Kai's mana was completely drained. Seeing their leader fall, and Kai exhausted, the minions seized the chance to counterattack. Mei wasn't faring any better. Even the elemental spirits were nearing their limits. This Manhwa recap of a Magic Academy battle highlights just how intense and strategic these confrontations get. Who exactly was this guy that could dominate a high-level demon lord despite being an ordinary human? That question buzzed through her mind. At present, Kai was out of bullets for the handgun he kept for emergencies, and those were also his last grenades. Predictably, this arsenal alone couldn't defeat a high-level demon. This only fueled Hector's rage further. He charged like a raging bull, aiming to gore his opponent. Suddenly, he blinked across the battlefield and launched a swift attack. Kai decided now was the moment to use his skill, carefully analyzing Hector's movement, then activating his weak point detection ability. Hector's Achilles heel was his throat. Kai slashed precisely at that vulnerable spot with his dagger. His long-range vision combined with detecting weak points were incredibly powerful techniques, but they drained a massive amount of mana. As Hector fell, Kai's mana was completely depleted. Seizing this chance, Hector's minions tried to retaliate as Kai weakened. Even Mei wasn't faring better. The spirits had reached their limits too. Although she truly wanted to help Kai since he had saved her life earlier, suddenly someone invoked a spell, Burn the Enemy to Ashes, Fiery Chameleon Spirit. Instantly, the monsters were engulfed in flames and completely incinerated. Compared to Nagas's fire, this magic was leagues beyond in intensity. The person who saved them both was none other than Mei's master. That master was the wise Elbana. Contrary to rumors describing an ancient, frail old man, Elbana was actually a stunning elf maiden. She approached and thanked Kai warmly. Judging by the situation, it seemed he was assisting her disciple. Kai humbly replied, "It was just a coincidence." Then he asked if she was indeed the wise Elbana. She confirmed it, but joked that now she was just an old worn-out skeleton compared to before. As expected, Kai's energy was too low to perform an appraisal spell, but he could sense her immense power. In his current state, defeating her was impossible. Realizing there was no point hiding anymore, Kai stood and declared he needed to discuss something with her. Elbana understood a young man wouldn't come here without a clear purpose. She expressed gratitude for Kai's saving her disciple, and promised to answer his questions as clearly as possible. Mei A signaled that they should head back, because the heavy scent of blood would soon attract wolves, so Kai would be resting at the wise Elbana's home. The situation was favorable for now. At least Kai had risked danger to save her apprentice. Elbana's home was a small cottage atop a mountain, quite remote. When asked why she lived so far away, Elbana sighed deeply. There were many reasons, but primarily she preferred to live close to nature. She said she had retired, yet humans occasionally tried to take advantage, so she chose an inaccessible place to reside. Still, people with talents like Kai sometimes showed up. Elbana wasn't cruel enough to turn them away. The two sat down to talk. Kai spoke plainly, confessing he was searching for a way back to his original world. Elbana realized he was someone from another realm. He was one of the hero candidates tasked with conquering the Demon Lord. She had heard rumors, but never imagined the kingdom had summoned them for the third time. Leonora the Saintess had mentioned they had called forth hero candidates several times. Most were slain by the Demon Lord's forces. Perhaps a few survived, but they had vanished without a trace. 4 years ago marked the second summoning. The first summoning was about 10 years prior. Both generations had arrived to defeat the Demon Lord, but had perished. Since then, the ritual summoning hero candidates was sealed off and forbidden. However, Saintess Leonora sought to break this taboo and summon the third generation. Elbana opposed this idea. She didn't care if it was the Holy Spirit's will, but entrusting the fate of an empire to someone from another world was reckless. Kai admitted he had struck down Saintess Leonora, ensuring no more summoning rituals for otherworldly heroes. Elbana was surprised the young man could kill the Saintess. There were many ways to kill a normal person, but against a holy figure it demanded exceptional skill. She knew Kai was truthful, meaning that woman had been sent to heaven by her own pawn. Elbana understood Kai's deepest desire to return home. Not one for many words, Elbana bluntly told him she could not send him back to his world through magic. That news hit Kai like a lightning bolt. Though disappointed, he still wished to hear any hints available. Summoning by magic was possible, but returning through it was impossible, because the knowledge no longer existed. There was no reason to research it either. Leonora had also emphasized the same point. That meant hero candidates had no choice but to either defeat the Demon Lord, or with magical aid attempt a slim chance of success. Kai vowed to investigate magic further. Elbana apologized for not being able to help him more. She still owed Kai for saving her disciple, and promised to inform him if she discovered anything new. Elbana believed Kai might even be capable of killing the Demon Lord. However, he seemed reluctant to get involved in such complicated matters. If no other options remained, perhaps the quest truly demands slaying the Demon Lord. Even Elbana was taken aback by this extraordinary boy. Compared to the other hero candidates, it seemed like he had grown up in a shadowy, harsh environment. Kai stood up ready to leave, but not before thanking her for the information and asking to be contacted through Siren from the Exploration Guild if anything else came up. It was then Elbana began to believe that maybe this boy was trustworthy. After her bath, Mei A felt refreshed. She turned to Kai and asked why he hadn't bathed yet, having climbed and fought without getting dirty. Realizing just how filthy he was, Kai decided it was time to freshen up and restore his handsome appearance. Suddenly, Elbana spoke up. "Hey boy, how about bringing along my disciple?" Mei was shocked by her master's proposal. After considering Mei's ambitions, her master suggested this plan, but Kai flatly refused. He said he didn't need a noisy girl tagging along. The next day, in the region between the eastern edge of the Demon Kingdom Varora and the front line of the Holy Kingdom Daiger, despite claiming he didn't want Mei with him, Kai still brought her along. The weather here was surprisingly pleasant, unlike the harsh climate rumored in the demon territories. This area was still recently part of the Holy Kingdom's lands. The weather in Veldora would probably be far more unforgiving. West of the Uragano Mountains lay a large city called Nara, surrounded by several smaller villages. The city had fallen into the Demon Lord's hands, and now functioned as their front line. That's where both were headed. The journey would take around 2 days on foot. Kai was reluctant to ask, but deeply curious about what had happened to the people who lived there before. Mei A explained that half had been killed and the rest enslaved by the Demon Lord's army. Some managed to escape across the mountain range. Just as he suspected, this girl knew quite a lot. Taking her along was a wise choice for this manhwa recap of a Magic Academy adventure. After Kai's blunt rejection, Mei A was very upset while her master chuckled. "Don't be rude, kid. You've only just arrived in this world. Mei A will be invaluable. She carries extensive knowledge passed down from me." Kai wanted to understand exactly what benefits she could provide if she accompanied him. Elbana clarified. She doesn't yet grasp how this world operates. Though highly knowledgeable for her age, she lacks practical experience. Elbana was searching for a chance to send her disciple out on an expedition. Yet she worried about letting her precious student go alone. So she entrusted Mei A's care to Kai. While Elbana could explore by herself, her capabilities were now limited. From a human viewpoint, Elbana appeared young and fit, but her limits were fast approaching. Just then, a boy appeared and rescued her disciple. Kai admitted he planned to invade the Demon Realm's territory, an extremely dangerous mission. If Mei slowed him down, he was determined to leave her behind. Elbana warned Mei, "Listen carefully. You are the one in charge of your fate. After all, this is your life." Mei A seemed to understand and decided to accompany Kai. However, barely a day into their trek, she was already complaining. Though one can't expect too much from a mage's stamina, Mei had trained diligently using her body over time. As the sun began to set, the pair agreed to rest for the night and resume their journey at dawn. Mei's sparkling eyes looked up at Kai and asked, "Didn't you say you'd leave me behind if I slowed you down?" He replied, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is as small as a bunny to me. I won't abandon you. Help set up the tent quickly." Obediently, Mei got to work. That night they sat by the campfire eating bread. Kai remained uneasy and reminded Mei that this journey was extremely perilous. Yet he was resolute not to stop, no matter the dangers. Although Kai desperately wanted to return to his world, Mei had her own reasons to join him so steadfastly. Kai didn't think Elbana was lying. Mei must have a deep motive behind her commitment. Mei found it hard to explain, but knew Kai had likely seen through her already. The village where she once lived, Aoten, had been destroyed by the Demon Lord's forces. Rumor had it the war was supposed to be between humans and demons alone. However, the demons had started invading other races. Mei's parents and even her younger brother had fallen victim to them. Her survival was because her father had feigned being bait to distract the enemy. At that time, she was powerless. After the demon army left the village, Mei was left all alone until her master rescued her. This manhwa recap of Magic Academy tales reminds us of the devastating cost of war against dark forces. The two decided to rest here and continue their journey the next morning. Mei, her eyes sparkling, looked at Kai and asked, "Didn't you say you'd leave me behind if I slowed you down?" He replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is as small as a bunny, there's no way I'd abandon you. Hurry up and pitch the tent." Mei quickly followed his instructions. That night, they sat by the campfire, eating bread. Kai still felt uneasy and reminded Mei that this was a very dangerous journey. But he was determined, no matter how perilous it got, he wouldn't stop. Kai genuinely wished to return to his own world, but Mei had reasons far more compelling to join him on this quest. Kai didn't think Elbana was lying. Mei must have another motive. Mei didn't know how to explain herself. Kai had probably seen right through her. The village where she once lived, the village of Uten, was destroyed by the Demon Lord's army. Rumor said this war was supposed to be just between humans and demons. But demons invaded any race they could. Mei's parents and even her younger brother were victims. She survived only because her father pretended to be bait, drawing their attention away. At that moment, she was powerless. After the Demon Lord's forces left the village, Mei was left alone until her master saved her. So she became her master's disciple. He wasn't concerned with Mei A's past. What mattered to him was her true purpose. The reason Mei A pledged herself as a disciple, and why she chose the path of a mage, was her fierce desire to obtain the power necessary to annihilate all demons. The wisdom and training acquired from her master spanned over a decade's worth of relentless effort. Every lesson she mastered, every skill honed in those 10 years, was fueled by vengeance. The monster who slaughtered her family had to pay. Mei A was determined to take that demon's life with her own hands. That fiend was one of the infamous 4 heavenly kings, known as Windbecks. He carried the title Heavenly King of the Wind, serving as one of the highest-ranking generals in the Demon Lord's army. Her decision to accompany Kai was strategic, to get close enough to confront him directly. Though her master never allowed Mei A to venture out alone, as long as Kai was with her, permission was granted immediately. She was puzzled why her master shifted his stance after meeting Kai. Even as his sole trusted disciple, Mei A couldn't fathom what plans stirred in her master's mind. That's why she resolved to follow Kai's instructions during this period. Elbana had entrusted her to Kai's care, confident that he could handle her. If a sage let a disciple roam solo, that seeker of revenge might perish prematurely. May A, optimistic as always, reassured. You don't need to worry. I don't intend to drag you into my vendetta. Perhaps I want to handle it alone. That settled their conversation for the day. Both would turn in early, preparing for tomorrow's journey. May A complied immediately, setting protective spirits to guard them in case any monsters approached, ready to intervene swiftly. Meanwhile, Kai couldn't sleep, his mind haunted by thoughts of the 4 heavenly kings in the demon lord's ranks. His former enemy was a high-level demon, but now an even stronger adversary awaited. To win, he had to grow stronger. Yet, Kai suddenly realized this wasn't the pressing issue at the moment. The next day, commanders gathered at the western frontier's fortresses around the sacred kingdom of Daijaret. Midu was among them. The grizzled old strategist argued it was the perfect moment to strike now that they had their heroic candidates. The white-haired commander understood but probed. Where should we launch the attack? Amelia pointed at the map, suggesting a strike on Arlis Fortress as an ideal start. It had once been their stronghold, making this the chance to reclaim it. Presently, it served as the enemy's frontline base. Attacking there would surely force them to retreat. Harik cautioned it was still a reckless plan. They were defending currently, and suddenly shifting to offense might alert the opposition. The old strategist snapped back fiercely. Afraid knight, captain of the 8th Legion, we have heroic candidates leading the charge now. Amelia sympathized with Harik's concern but noted the enemy still underestimated them. Surely they wouldn't anticipate an unexpected offensive. She then inquired about Midu's recovery. He was fully healed and ready to wield his sword confidently whenever ordered to fight. The meeting concluded the plan set for execution the next day. Harik sighed. He rarely saw such fierce determination. This was indeed the right moment to strike while their enemies were regrouping. Midu believed this wasn't a mistaken move. Harik assumed their confidence hinged on Midu's strength and abilities. That was why they appeared overly assured. Despite the candidates reinforcing defenses beyond their command, they couldn't disobey superior orders. Naturally, Harik would still provide full support to the candidates, but Midu remained the linchpin. He instructed his comrades to rest well that night. Suddenly, Midu felt an ominous premonition, but knew he had no choice but to proceed. At dawn, the heroic candidates started their assault near Arlis Fortress. Nagas questioned, why attack at dawn? Wouldn't night be better for a surprise strike? Yet demons could still detect them in darkness, making a night attack disadvantageous. Midu wanted to reconfirm their goal to defeat the enemy commander, while the main force drew the enemy's attention. Likely that commander was a high-level demon. When battle commenced, Midu would coordinate the troops. If he wasn't nearby, the team's priority was to buy time or retreat. Everyone understood the plan clearly. Just then, the knight informed them of orders from the main army to commence the operation. Upon receiving the signal, the unit launched a coordinated attack on the seemingly undefended fortress. Meanwhile, outside Elia prepared to engage in battle with the enemy's front line. If they attacked here, the enemy would be forced to retreat. Harik argued this was a reckless plan in any view. Currently, they were still defending, but suddenly launching an attack would surely alert the enemy. That stubborn old man snapped back. Why is the captain of the 8th Night Corps scared? They already have heroic candidates under them. Amelia knew Harik had a point, but the enemy still underestimated them. They definitely wouldn't expect such a sudden assault. She asked Midu if he had fully recovered. Midu had regained his strength completely and was confident he could wield his sword once given the order. The meeting ended, and the plan was set for the following day. Harik sighed. It was rare to see such fierce determination. This was the perfect moment to strike, while the enemy was regrouping. Midu thought this wasn't a wrong move. Harik believed they relied heavily on Midu's power and skills, which explained their overconfidence. Although the candidates were just reinforcing defenses under their command, they couldn't defy orders from above. Of course, Harik would still support them the best he could. But this time, Midu was the key to everything. He reminded his comrades to rest at night. Suddenly, Midu had a bad feeling, but no other choice to change the course. At dawn, the heroic candidates launched a surprise attack near Arlis Fortress. Nagas questioned, why attack at cockcrow? Wouldn't night be better for a surprise raid? But demons could see well in the dark. Attacking at night would be disadvantageous. Midu wanted to confirm once more. Their plan was to defeat the commander, while the main force distracted the enemy. The commander was likely a high-ranking demon. Once battle began, he would lead all. If not nearby, at least buy time for him or escape. Everyone understood the strategy. Then, a knight reported a message from the main force, commanding them to start. Upon receiving the order, the The team advanced together, capturing the fortress while the enemies were off guard. Outside, Ilia fought fiercely with. This presence will surely draw their attention. It's highly likely their commander is a high-ranking demon. When battle commences, he will lead everyone. If absent, at least buy time or retreat. The team fully understands the plan. Suddenly, the knight reports a message from the main force. It's time to commence the operation. Upon receiving the order, the entire unit storms forward to seize the fortress while the enemy remains utterly unprepared. Outside, Ilia gears up to engage in combat. Following orders, the whole squad advanced to seize the fortress, while the enemies were off guard. Outside, Elia was fighting fiercely with the opposition. Those monsters, Midu and Herrick's squad, plans to seize this chance to infiltrate the fortress. Naturally, taking out the mere shrimps guarding it should be a breeze, since even those guards are caught completely off guard, surprised that the enemy would dare to push this deep. While it's easy to handle them, caution remains paramount. There's still a chance the commander is lurking in the main hall. At this moment, Midu's forces find themselves completely surrounded by monsters, all avenues blocked. Herrick and the 8th Night Legion will clear the rear beasts. Meanwhile, the hero candidates continue advancing toward their objective with sheer force. Nagas unleash divine flames to incinerate them. One by one, everyone efficiently dispatches those ugly creatures. They've successfully crossed the gate. Waiting there is a high-ranking demon named Sun Jia. He's one of the 4 great generals of the Demon Lord's army. Most think it's just a title, but Midu senses an extraordinary aura radiating from him unlike anything usual. Sun Jia plants his shield firmly in the ground and challenges, "Let's see how strong you really are, hero candidates." Midu rallies the team ready to fight. He silently encourages himself not to be afraid. If they fall here, the sacrifice of the main forces will have been meaningless. Sun Jia presses his palm to the earth, summoning a magical circle. Suddenly, the ground erupts, spawning numerous mud monsters. He commands his army to charge with reckless abandon. Narumi holds them back, with wind blade slashes cleaving through their bodies. Arasi charges in with his devastating explosion technique. Confident, he believes no matter how many mud monsters appear, their sluggishness makes them no real threat. But no, it's only just beginning. The exploded mud monsters start regenerating their punches, now hitting with greater force. The team presses forward, but despite their efforts, they're clearly outmatched. Every monster slain comes back to life repeatedly. Kazaki swiftly dominates one to save his friends. Everyone strives fiercely, thrusting spears and slashing swords or sabers into the creatures, but all attacks are countered. Even Mirei's psychic divine guard has no effect on these mud fiends. At this rate, this fight will never end. Narumi recalls reading a manhwa recap that featured similar scenarios in a Magic Academy setting. In such moments, defeating the summoner is the smartest move. Leave the mud monsters to Narumi, while Arasi and Midu target the commander directly. But Sun Jia is a high-level monster and won't be so easy to eliminate. Numerous magic circles erupt underfoot, launching countless boulders toward Midu. He tries to block them, but is utterly exhausted. It seems this was Midu and Arasi's plan all along. Midu takes on the distraction role, while Arasi prepares a surprise attack with his explosion spell from behind. A terrible blast rocks the area, leaving everyone stunned, unsure if the commander was vanquished. Yet, to their shock, a shield made of mud sprouts from the ground, absorbing the explosion. Then it punches Arasi square in the stomach, knocking him unconscious. The old demon mocks them. "Is this all you've got, hero candidates?" While Midu and his team battle, one of the 4 generals, Stoner Shinju, manages to reach the fallen city of Nras. In a gloomy space, droplets fall from the ceiling as a small flame flickers atop a magic staff. Kai and Mayor navigate through the city's sewer system, the air thick with foul stench. Mayor winces, covering her nose, infiltrating through the sewage system. "That's a grim idea. It smells awful here." Kai remains calm. "Stay composed. We'll reach the city's underground veins soon enough." He adds that their night vision is excellent. The city has open areas, and being a frontline city means security is tight. They can't enter through the front gates. The two arrive at a metal ladder. Kai glances upward and grabs hold. "Let's ascend from here." Moments later, in a city alley, they emerge from the sewer. While Kai cautiously hides behind a wall to scout, Mayor boldly stands there, lifting her skirt with a sigh. "Finally, we're out." Kai's keen instincts alert him to approaching danger. He quickly pulls Mayor behind a barrel for cover. "Someone is coming. Better hide for now." Outside, 2 demon soldiers march forward. The purple one stretches with a tired groan, while the green demon scowls in irritation. The gate was tightly secured. No entry through the front was possible. The 2 stood before a metal ladder. Kai looked up, grasped it, saying, "Let's climb up from here." After a while, in a back alley within the city, they emerged from the sewer. Kai carefully hid behind a wall to scout, while Mei stood openly lifting her skirt as she sighed. Finally got out. His sharp intuition sensed something. He quickly pulled Mei behind a barrel to hide. Someone was coming, better to stay hidden for now. Outside, 2 demon soldiers approached. Purple demon stretched, sighing with fatigue. Green demon snapped, annoyed. Someone's coming, better hide in this barrel for now. Outside, 2 demon soldiers advance. The purple demon sighs, tired. The blue one turns, annoyed. Mei Fannan being chosen as the witch's bodyguard is truly an honor. The purple demon replied, serving the witch isn't about personal achievements, right? I have zero motivation for this. They kept talking. The green one sneered. You have skills, but the purple demon cut in. But that doesn't mean you can yell at me like that. Then, 2 demon soldiers passed right by the trash bin where they were hiding. Moments later, Mei let out a sigh and asked, have they gone? Overhearing their chat, Kai reflected, the witch, she's the demon princess and ruler of this city, isn't she? Mei nodded. Exactly. She's called the Space Witch. I believe she's your current target. Kai recalled what the sage Elbana once told him about a witch with spatial powers stationed at the city's front line. That woman might just help him fulfill his wish. Kai then asked, but how do we approach her? Just barging in without a plan would turn this into a battle. The 2 stepped outside. Mayo followed and asked, what should we do? Kay replied. First, carefully gather intel. Follow my lead, no reckless moves. She obediently nodded. Understood. The city center is heavily guarded by demon soldiers. Like humans, they gather in small groups to chat. Others sit around drinking beer. They were inside a room overlooking the demon troops through a window. Mei commented, looking at them, they actually live fairly normal lives. This disappoints me. Kai answered. As long as they can communicate and have intelligence, living like humans is natural. Pointing below, Mei briefly froze. Downstairs, some humans captured as demon slaves were laboring, being brutally beaten while shouted at, don't slack off, work faster. Shocked by the scene, Mei yelled, slaves. Kai asked, why the surprise? You already knew humans were enslaved by demons. Mei responded from behind the door. That's true, but it's still madness. The demons laughed cruelly, indifferent to the human's suffering. Mayer's expression shifted. She seemed seething with anger. Kai noticed, probably the first time he saw that side of her, which surprised him. Suddenly, the space around them altered. A voice rang out. You're not demons, right? Behind them appeared a girl with sharp horns emitting a mysterious aura. Kai glanced back, wondering how long she'd been there, then quickly drew a dagger, cautious. He hadn't sensed her presence earlier. The stranger then said calmly, no need to defend yourself. I'm not here to fight. Hearing this, Kai's concern deepened. What do you want? How do you know where we are? Her composed demeanor surprised him. Crazy, he thought. No way, I didn't detect someone behind me. She must be using magic. The girl finally spoke. I've been searching for you since you slipped past my detection barrier. Mayer looked puzzled. What barrier? I didn't sense any mana shield. Her eyes gleamed strangely red. The girl replied, there's nowhere I can't see with my spatial magic. Kai recalled overhearing something this morning about spatial magic, not just her. Immediately, he activated his analysis skill. The system displayed, name Isabel Verdora, female, 15 years old. Attack rating, S. Defense rating, A. Agility rating, A. Strength rated, A. Magic rated, SS. Status normal. Skills include Divine Evil Guardian at rank S, and Spatial Magic at rank S. All magic attributes, rank S. Now stepping forward, she formally introduced, I am Isabel, the 5th princess of the Verdora Demon Kingdom. Then she threatened, answer me, or I'll call my soldiers. What is a human and an elf like you doing here? Doesn't look like your spies. Kai carefully weighed his options. If a battle broke out at the enemy's base, he couldn't guarantee their safety. He needed to negotiate peacefully. He said, I don't mind explaining, but this will be a long story. Isabel leapt onto a nearby crate, sat down and said, no problem, I'm bored anyway. After recounting some events, she asked him, so you want to go back to your world? Kai seriously looked at Isabel. I heard that's possible with magic. Space. Is that really true? She responded. That person is right. You can return to your own world. Chai eagerly asked again. Really? He looked at the girl in front of him, feeling a bit relieved finally to speak with a space witch. She didn't seem like a typical demon, as he could sense no hatred toward humans from her. Isabel added, but I need to know the coordinates of your original world. I don't even know where it is, or what kind it belongs to. Her words instantly dampened his earlier joy. Isabel spoke seriously, saying, even though it's technically possible, without knowing the coordinates, I can't send you back to your old world. After hearing Isabel's words, the room suddenly fell silent. The girl in front felt a bit relieved, finally able to speak with a space mage. She didn't resemble a typical demon. There was no hatred toward humans radiating from her. Isabel added, but I need to know the coordinates of your old world. I don't even know where or what kind of world your people come from. Her words brought down the small hope he had just gained. Isabel was serious. Even if it was possible, she said. Without knowing the coordinates, it's impossible to send you back to your original world. After hearing Isabel say that, the room instantly fell silent. The two locked eyes, one desperate to go home, the other possessing the power to make that happen. But the most crucial piece missing right now was the exact coordinates. Chai asked Isabel if there was any way to track down the location. She replied that with countless parallel worlds out there, pinpointing your precise world is incredibly difficult. He had been observing her with his abilities. Even through the eye of truth, she appeared sincere. His skills had improved, proving somewhat useful. Isabel added, however, your body has limits. You arrived here using divine protection magic, which is fundamentally impossible to penetrate. With my demon arts, I can't break through your divine protection. Through her gaze, a hazy white aura surrounded Kai. Chai bluntly responded, maybe it's God's will that we can't return home unless we kill the demon lord. Isabel remained calm, perhaps, but I can't say beyond that. Chai sighed inwardly, realizing there was no shortcut after all. At least now he knew there was no other option. Determination flickered in his eyes. He had to slay the demon lord. Isabel shrugged. Looks like you've made up your mind. Kai answered, the best scenario would be to go home using your demon magic. But that seems far from easy. Mayor, curious-eyed Isabel, and asked, since the start, I've wondered, why are you helping us? Aren't you the princess of the demon kingdom? She created a portal in front of them and stepped through, replying, even the demon kingdom is split into factions, and there's something I've always desired. Upon hearing this, Kai and Mayor immediately readied their weapons, staying on guard. Isabel stepped into the space gate and cautioned them, be careful, escaping this city won't be simple. With that, she gradually vanished before their eyes, and the portal dissipated shortly after. Mayor clutched his chest, breathing heavily. I thought we were done for back there. Chai put away his dagger and remarked, she's a descendant of the demon lord, incredibly powerful. Right now, we can't beat her. Mayor sighed in relief. Thank heavens, she's not hostile. Chai agreed. Usually, in situations like this, bad luck often follows good luck. Mayor panicked more hearing that. Don't say that. Outside, the loud clamor of demon soldiers echoed. Mayor looked down anxiously, while Sai inside wondered, what's happening? A demon soldier shouted, search everywhere, spies have infiltrated this city. Mayor, confused, asked, we've been exposed. Kai realized this just as the witch vanished. Mayor turned in shock. You mean she tipped them off after leaving? I really don't understand. Chai faced the door and said, we'll never understand her motives. Let's get out of here. A short while later, on rooftops outside, Kai and Mayor moved swiftly, while below the demon troops scrambled in pursuit. A soldier shouted, still no sign of them. They have to be here somewhere. Tai thought carefully. They're mobilizing troops and are certain there's an intruder. They're extremely vigilant. I can't stay here. Their individual stats were high. While running together, Kai suddenly stopped to scout ahead, causing Mayor to bump into his back. She complained, don't stop so suddenly. Chai quickly grabbed her and pushed her down to take cover, making her jump in surprise. What's going on? She asked. Duck down. Don't move, he ordered. He sensed energy nearby, similar to the witch's power, maybe even stronger. On the street below stood a high-ranking demon surrounded by soldiers. This demon had a large horn in the middle of his forehead and radiated a green aura, one of the 4 great demons. Then she gradually vanishes, before the two. In an instant, Isabel disappears completely, and the spatial gate slowly dissolves. Mayor clutches his chest, panting, that scared me, thought I was done for. Kai sheaths his dagger and says, she's a descendant of the demon lord, extremely powerful. We can't defeat her now. Mayor exhales in relief. Thank goodness she wasn't hostile. Kai agrees. Usually, in situations like this, bad luck follows good luck. Mayor grows more anxious hearing this. Don't say that. Outside, the clamor of demon soldiers grows louder. Mayor glances downward. Kai is puzzled. What's going on? A demon soldier shouts. Find them quickly. Spies have infiltrated the city. Mayor, bewildered, asks. We've been exposed. Kai realizes this just as the witch vanished. Mayor, panicking, asks, you mean she informed them before leaving? Why would she do that? I don't understand. Kai looks toward the door. We'll never understand her motives. Let's get out of here. After a moment outside the buildings, Kai and Mayor rush across the rooftops as the demons below frantically search. One shouts, still no sign of them. They must be here. Kai thinks to himself. They've deployed troops thoroughly. They're sure there's an infiltrator inside. They're on full alert. I can't stay any longer. Their adversaries' personal stats are quite high. As they run together, Kai suddenly stops to observe, causing Mayor to bump into his back out of reflex. She complains, "Don't stop so abruptly." Kai quickly grabs her head and presses it down to hide, causing her to, "Why would she do this? After leaving, I just don't get it." Kai turned toward the door, saying, "We'll never understand what she's thinking. Let's get out of here." Soon after, on rooftops outside the buildings, Kai and Mayor moved swiftly. Below, hordes of demon soldiers scrambled in search. One yelling among them shouted, "Still no sign. They've got to be here somewhere," Kai thought. "They're deploying troops. Obviously, they're highly alert for intruders. I can't stay here any longer." Their stats were impressive. As they ran side by side, Kai suddenly stopped, causing Mayor to bump into his back out of reflex. She complained, "Don't stop so abruptly." Kai quickly grabbed her head and pressed it down to hide, making her stay silent. Startled, he asked, "What's happening?" Kai ordered, "Bend down. Don't move." He observed carefully and sensed an energy quite similar to that witch's, maybe even stronger. Beneath the street stood a high-ranking demon surrounded by demon soldiers. The one with a large horn in the middle of his forehead, radiating a green aura, was one of the four greats, Celestial King. Mayor was shocked to realize he was the one who had destroyed her village and family. Hearing this, Kai turned to ask her, "What did you just say?" Her expression showed a flicker of agitation as they finally met at this place. As expected, following him was the right choice. He looked at Mayor and asked, "Is he the one you're targeting for revenge?" Mayor replied, "Yes, there's no mistaking it. The Celestial Wind King, one of the Demon Lord's vassals, Windbox." Kai looked down, evaluating with his abilities, revealing the information. Windbox, age 40, demon race, wind attribute magic, 5th rank demon arts, 5th rank Hawkeyes, 5th rank swordsmanship. Recognizing the immense strength, Kai placed a hand on Mayor's shoulder to reassure her, "Stay calm. Fighting him here would be a reckless decision." Mayor relaxed slightly, though her hatred for him ran deep. She understood this was a death wish. Turning around and sliding down, Kai reminded her, "The Celestial Wind King's wind magic excels at reconnaissance and tracking. We have to proceed carefully." Mayor sat dazed, sensing Windbox's presence, mixing with the wind. As he strode down the street, flanked by a large contingent of demon soldiers, Windbox asked, "So there's truly an intruder here?" A nearby soldier responded, "Absolutely, my lord." He grunted, adding, "It's just a hunch, so I can't confirm much." Windbox's face hardened, "But if they are real, we will crush them without mercy." Taking the moment to remind his subordinates, he said, "Humanity's trump cards are the hero candidates appearing at the front lines. In times like this, we must maintain our composure. It's a simple yet critical strategy." A purple demon beside him interrupted, "Apologies for cutting in, but are you comfortable retreating to the rear like this? I believe Windbox could achieve greater honors at the front." Calmly, he replied, "This position suits me better. Let the others handle the grunt work." The air currents he sent out in the wind had already yielded responses. Windbox smiled coldly. "They really are here?" The purple demon quickly inquired. "You've detected them," Windbox answered. "The winds whisper so. The currents swirl around my hands. They move carefully, but none will escape my control." A warrior in awe exclaimed, "Controlling the wind to sense anything is one of the toughest skills of the wind attribute. No matter how many times I see it, I remain impressed." Windbox brushed it off. "Flattery won't get you anywhere. Enough talk, prepare the pursuit units." The demon soldiers immediately followed orders. Windbox stood there with a cold smile, surprised that the witch had allowed humans to pass right under their noses so boldly. Intriguing. This could be quite a show. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley, Kai and Mayor dashed quickly, dodging demon patrols and Windbox's scrutiny. Kai's gaze was sharp, filled with resolve they couldn't afford to be caught here. Suddenly, Kai raised a hand signaling Mayor to stop. Outside the alley, on the main street, demon troops were frantically searching. One shouted, "Find them. They're close." Kai peeked from his hiding spot, assessing the situation, then said, "They've spotted our moves, although they haven't pinpointed our exact location." Mayor looked skyward, noticing something odd, and alerted Kai. The wind currents had been behaving unusually, and restless spirits stirred. Following where Mayor was looking, it seemed to be the wind element's tracking skill, something intensely dangerous. She told Kai, "I could mix this erratic wind flow with magic, but doing so risks revealing our position." Seeing the situation remained manageable, Kai pressed on. "No, don't do that. We're not fully discovered yet. Let's keep moving. If they catch us here, their overwhelming numbers will defeat us easily." Time passed, as Windbox's forces relentlessly searched. The two chose narrow alleys, moving continually to stay hidden. Suddenly, a demon soldier's voice rang out, "Got you now." Kai looked back and saw a sizable group closing in from behind, while Mayor struggled to run, panting heavily. He sighed at her condition, and they both turned to flee. Mayor apologized, "It's my fault. Kai waved it off. It's fine. We can use the waypoints as an advantage. He added, also you should act as bait to lure them out for me. Mayer's eyes widened, shocked at the suggestion of becoming bait. Before she could react, Kai planted his foot firmly on the ground, readying for action. Then he leapt onto the surrounding walls. We have an intruder. We'll crush them for sure. He quickly reminded his subordinates. The human's trump card is the hero candidates detected at the front line. At times like these, maintaining order is crucial. Simple but vital strategy. The purple demon next to him interrupted. Pardon the interruption. Are you sure it's wise to retreat to the rear? I believe Winbox would earn more glory on the front lines. He answered calmly, this position suits me better. Let the other units handle the labor. The energies he released for surveillance mingled with the wind. Apologies for interrupting. But are you really okay retreating to the rear? Like this? I thought Winbox would achieve more victories at the front lines. He calmly replied. This position suits me better. Let the other units handle the frontline labor. The energy he sent out to monitor blended with the wind. A reply came through. Winbox smiled. They really are here. The purple demon quickly asked, have you found them? He answered, the wind whispers it to me. The gusts swirled around his hand, moving carefully, but they won't escape my surveillance. The soldier admired. Being able to control the wind flow lets you sense everything, one of the hardest skills of the wind element. No matter how many times I witness it, I'm still impressed. Winbox waved it off. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Enough. Prepare the pursuit unit. The demon soldiers immediately followed the order. Winbox stood there with a cold smile, surprised that Witch let humans walk right in plain sight. Interesting. Could this be an intriguing play unfolding? In a narrow alley, Kai and Mayer sprinted, dodging demon patrols and evading Winbox's watchful gaze. His eyes sharp and determined. They couldn't afford to be caught now. Suddenly, Kai raised his hand, signaling Mayer to halt. Outside the alley on the main road, demons searched vigorously. One shouted, find them, they must be close. Kai peeked cautiously, saying, they've spotted our move but haven't pinpointed our exact location. Mayer glanced up at the strange sky pattern and informed Kai. Meanwhile, the unusual wind currents had been erratic, making the spirits restless as well. Following Mayer's gaze, Kai realized it was a wind elemental tracking skill, highly dangerous territory. She told Kai, I can blend this odd wind flow with magic, but it would reveal our position. Seeing the situation was still stable, Kai replied, no need for that. We're not fully exposed yet. Let's keep moving. Getting caught here means defeat against their overwhelming numbers. Time slipped by as Winbox's demon forces relentlessly scoured the area. Meanwhile, the two kept darting through back alleys, continuously shifting positions to remain unseen. Suddenly, demon voices called out, found you. Kai turned to see a large group behind them. Mayer, panting from exhaustion, struggled to keep up. Kai sighed. They turned and ran again. Mayer apologized. It's my fault. Kai shrugged. Don't worry, we can use positional markers to our advantage. He added, also, you should act as bait to lure them towards me. Mayer's eyes widened in shock upon hearing bait. Before she could react, Kai pushed off the ground to gain momentum, leaping over walls. It's tricky to mix this unusual wind current with magic without revealing our position. Sensing the situation remained stable, Kai continued moving and said to her, better not do that, yet we haven't been fully discovered. Let's keep going. If we're caught here, their overwhelming numbers will defeat us. Time slipped by quietly, while Winbox's demon soldiers continued searching relentlessly. Meanwhile, the duo chose narrow alleys and kept moving constantly to avoid detection. Suddenly, a demon soldier shouted, found you. Kai looked back and saw a large group behind them, while Mayer struggled to run, breath heavy from exhaustion. Kai sighed, then both turned to flee. Mayer apologized. It's my fault. Kai waved it off. No worries. We can use our location markers to our advantage. He added, besides, you serve as bait to lure them out for me. They kept moving constantly to avoid detection. Suddenly, a demon soldier's voice shouted, found you? Kai looked back and saw a large group approaching from behind, while Mayer gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Kai sighed, and the two turned to run again. Mayer apologized. It's my fault. Kai waved it off. It's fine. We can use those location markers to our advantage. He added, besides, you'll act as bait luring them. No worries. Kai brushed it off. We can use the location markers to our advantage. He added, besides, you should act as bait to lure them in. Hearing the word bait, Mayer's eyes widened in shock. Before she could react, Kai stomped the ground to gain momentum. Then, he leapt onto nearby walls, climbing the wall with a creak to reach the rooftop. Mayo stood there sobbing. Wait, I can't climb like this. Kai looked down and said, you want revenge, don't you? Crying won't solve anything in this situation. Leaving the girl standing there, Kai continued on his path and said, you need to run away. Feeling abandoned, Mayo stared in shock. but kept cautiously moving forward running. The demon soldiers chasing behind them shouted with weapons in hand. They're splitting up. At the fork, the demon soldiers divided into two groups, one following Kai's direction, and the other chasing directly after Mayo. Suddenly, she stopped abruptly, turned around, raised her staff and exclaimed, "Oh my god, I just need to do this right." Then, Mayo faced the demon soldiers, her magic staff ignited with flame lizard magic. The demons halted, eyes wide with astonishment. What is this? Boom. The narrow alley was engulfed in a sea of flames. The massive explosion drew attention from other demon groups nearby. They quickly obeyed their leader's command and rushed toward that location. Over there, hurry. A shadowy figure landed silently behind their ranks. A clean cut sliced through one demon soldier's neck, blood spurting out before he could react. The corpse collapsed, and the shadow swiftly disappeared. Kai's next targets were two demon soldiers ahead. In a blink, the only sounds were slicing noises, nothing else. The leading demon captain was startled, realizing something strange. He turned around and asked, "What's that sound?" But suddenly before him lay the bodies of his comrades strewn everywhere. He stammered in shock. What the hell is this? In just an instant, a dagger was pressed against his throat, catching him off guard. The demon soldier was too scared to speak, only Kai's voice scolded him, calling him a coward. As soon as the words ended, blood erupted from his neck. In another alley nearby, heavy breathing echoed repeatedly. Mayo was struggling to escape while also casting spells to hold back the demon soldiers. She summoned the water spirit, unleashing a massive flood down the alley, making it difficult for the demons to advance. Still, they stubbornly pushed forward against the rushing water. Mayo's face showed some worry, but she reassured herself that at least they were holding them back, though there were just too many demons. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual. At the rear of the soldiers, water occasionally sprayed upwards, and every time it appeared, a demon soldier disappeared. Mayo thought quietly that their numbers seemed to be decreasing. Along with that, the water began to turn blood red. The demons at the front finally noticed, turning to ask, "What the hell are you?" Before the demon could react, a dagger pierced straight through its forehead, bursting blood everywhere. Kai's throwing dagger technique was known as the Death Shigami. Sai's gaze was sharp and cold, demon blood splattering across his face, typical assassin style. He gently withdrew the dagger and said to Mayo, "You made a good bait. Thanks to you, my job got easier." The two continued down the alley. Mayo followed Kai, complaining, "I almost got killed back there." Meanwhile, Winbex's hurried footsteps came with a questioning voice, anxious if they had lost the demons. A demon soldier rushed up. "I apologize. I will send reinforcements immediately." He raised a hand to stop and quickly said, "No need adding more. Just means more deaths." Winbex smiled with great confidence. "I'll take care of them myself." Over with the pair, Kay and Mayo sensed something ahead. A strong wind swept down towards them, blowing back their hair and halting their advance. Mayo thought to herself, "This wind carries a powerful energy." It seemed like they were in the crosshairs. The wind energy gathered into magical currents descending. Sensing danger, Mayo shouted, "Spirit of the wind," and created a magical vortex to repel the sharp gusts. Those energies faded away slowly, and silence returned to the air. Chai looked up and thought, "Finally, they're here." Above them stood Winbex, controlling the flow of the wind. He crossed his arms and smiled lightly. "Looks like you're more than just some rats intruders." Seeing him, Mayo's angry face and vengeful glare appeared. She shouted his name. Winbex Sai encouraged her. "Now is your chance for revenge. Are you ready, Mayo?" She gripped her staff tightly. "The longer we delay, the deadlier it becomes." Winbox smiled confidently. "I'll take them down myself." On the other side, Kai and Mayer sensed something ahead. A strong gust swept toward them, blowing hair aside and blocking their path. Mayer sensed a powerful energy in this wind. They were definitely within a threat zone as magical wind streams gathered. Sensing danger, Mayer shouted, "Spirits of the wind," conjuring a magical vortex to dispel the sharp incoming gusts. The menace slowly dissolved as the air calmed. Kai looked up, realizing this was controlled by Winbox standing above, manipulating the wind currents. He crossed his arms, smirking lightly. "Looks like you aren't just insignificant pests, intruders." Mayer's face flashed with anger and hatred. She screamed his name. Winbox Kai encouraged her. "Finally, your chance for revenge. You ready, Mayer?" Clutching her staff tightly, she steadied herself. Silence returned. Kai glanced upward, realizing at last they had arrived. Above stood Winbox, manipulating the wind currents. He crossed his arms, smiling softly. "Looks like you're not just mere rats intruders indeed." Seeing him, Mayer's angry and vengeful gaze flared as she shouted his name. "Winbox," Chai warned, and provoked her. "Finally, your chance for revenge is here. Ready, Mayer?" She gripped her staff tightly. With determination burning in his voice, he stared at him. "For the past 10 years, I've always been ready. The quiet words reminded Mayer that if this was a prolonged battle, his opponent wasn't one to take lightly. So right from the start, we have to put everything into it and finish him off quickly, right? Mayer nodded firmly, then locked his resolute gaze on WinBX. She planted her staff firmly into the ground and began chanting the spell. O spirits of the wind, she summoned sharp gusts of wind energy that shot forward like razor blades, straight toward the hovering WinBX. He remained utterly calm, his face unreadable. Then WinBX conjured a massive magical circle and shouted, "Attack me with the wind element. One of the 4 great wind guardians, I don't know whether you're brave or just plain foolish." From the magic circle, his wind energy amplified, enveloping his entire body. Mayer's attacks slammed against this swirling shield and were instantly nullified. The whirlpool of wind reversed and scattered the flying blades. Kai swiftly moved across the ground, trying to navigate through the wind barrier, blocking his sight. Suddenly, several spear-like projectiles rained down from above. Thanks to his agility and reflexes, he nimbly dodged to the side. Then Kai looked up in shock. WinBX called out, "You really think you can close the distance when I control what you can see?" Twirling his fingers to command the winds, he smirked. "You get it now, right? My wind elemental magic won't lose your trail." Kai worried silently. "This is bad. Even if I get caught in his blind spots, his magic will detect me. This is the ultimate counter to my stealth skills." Standing confidently with his staff raised, Mayer said, "Don't worry, leave this to me." The tip of his staff burst into a brilliant blue light, and with a powerful gust, he blew away the vortex surrounding WinBX. WinBX's surprise was obvious as he exclaimed what Mayer explained to Kai. His wind magic relies on precise control of airflow. If I can disrupt that, I can stop him. WinBX grew anxious, thinking to himself, that kid broke my magic circle with a chant. She must understand my fighting style. Kai never took his eyes off the opponent, fully focused. As expected through all this time, she's only been fueled by a desire for revenge. Next, Kai leaped off the rooftops to springboard onto another roof where WinBX hovered above. WinBX glanced down with disdain thinking, do they really believe they can beat me just by getting close? Kai rushed forward with a sharp slash, but WinBX easily dodged by floating upward on gusts under his feet. This caught Kai off guard. Hovering above WinBX sneered coldly. Too bad for you, I can fly in this area freely. Kai, that skill is just like Narumiya's. Suddenly, Mayer's voice rang from below. With a gust of light wind beneath Kai's feet, Mayer helped propel him upwards. The magical wind support drew Kai closer to WinBX. WinBX shouted in panic. How is that possible? Kai sized him up with his special eye and sharp dagger ready to finish him while he was still caught off guard. His long-range vision and weak spot detection skills let him anticipate WinBX's dodges and vulnerabilities. All the details were crystal clear in his eyes. But then Kai noticed a weakness gradually appearing. WinBX's hand was gripping the hilt of a weapon, drawing out a long, sharp wind sword. WinBX seriously looked down and said, "Intruder, you dare force me to unsheath my sword." Immediately, he stabbed downward fiercely, right before Kai. The swift, powerful strike pushed Kai back repeatedly as he tried blocking with his twin daggers. Some sword tips slipped past his defense, cutting across his face and drawing blood. Kai was concerned despite his vision skill. The speed was overwhelming. Seizing the moment, WinBX surged forward, pressing the attack to prevent any chance of Kai recovering. He smiled and said, "Let me tell you, I'm the one who taught Hor how to wield a sword." Suddenly, the smile faded as WinBX glanced sideways, just in time to dodge a large boulder hurled at him. The attack spared Kai from danger. He jumped down and stood before Mayer. The massive rock crashed into the nearby building, while WinBX still hovered above, both intensely focused, mystical staff in hand, deadly daggers ready. WinBX looked down with a hint of worry. Kai seemed to anticipate WinBox's dodge direction and weaknesses clearly. However, WinBox's weak spot was slowly revealing itself, surprising Kai slightly. Holding his weapon's hilt, WinBox drew out a sharp long sword. With serious eyes, WinBox declared, "Intruder, you dare force me to wield a sword." Then, he swung fiercely downward before Kai. The swift strike knocked Kai back repeatedly, forcing him to block with twin daggers. Yet some sword tips broke through, cutting across his face, drawing blood. Kai worried that even with clairvoyance, the speed was overwhelming. Seizing the moment, WinBox charged again, leaving Kai no chance to recover. Smiling, WinBox boasted, "Let me tell you, I'm the one who taught Hor how to use a sword." Suddenly, his smile faded as he glanced sideways a large stone. Blood flowed freely. Kai worried even with his far-seeing ability, it was too fast. Seizing the moment, WinBox charged relentlessly, attacking to prevent Kai from recovering. Smirking, he said, "Let me tell you, I'm the one who taught Hor how to wield a sword." Suddenly, his smile faded. He glanced sideways as a rock. I smiled. He grinned and said, Let me tell you, I was the one who taught Hor how to wield a sword. Suddenly, his smile faded as he glanced to the side at a large rock. A massive boulder hurtled toward him, forcing him to leap aside just in time. This quick move also helped Kai evade danger. He landed and stood in front of Mayor. The giant rock crashed into the adjacent building while Winbex hovered above. Both remained intensely focused, one wielding a magic staff and the other gripping assassin's daggers. He glanced down slightly, worried. Silence reigned. And even using wind demon magic to redirect a massive stone like that wasn't an easy feat. WinBX fixed his gaze on Maya, that elite goblin, capable of harnessing earth elemental magic, definitely not to be underestimated. His focus landed on the girl on the ground, wondering why the goblin villages hadn't been destroyed from the start. Suddenly, a realization struck him and he shouted, "So you're the one who killed Hor, huh?" Before Kai could reply, Maya spoke up. "That's right. At least now you know what it feels like to lose someone." WinBX closed his eyes with a cold smile. "So you're the sole survivor of that village." A blazing rage radiated from Maya. "Since that day, I've trained in magic for 10 straight years just to personally take you down." Hearing this, WinBX laughed heartily. "How nostalgic, thanks to you, I remember everything clearly. That day was truly memorable." His expression startled Maya as veins protruded along his horn and his voice dripped with mockery. Listening to the goblin's wails brought him a strange comfort. Because they cared for others, they disregarded themselves. Only one came forward, begging for mercy. He stuck out his tongue and exuded a sinister dark aura, an intense feeling that almost moved me to tears. The scene was striking, watching their hopeless expressions. Maya, fired up by his words, screamed and swung her magic staff toward him. Kai stepped in promptly, cautioning, "Don't lose your cool, Maya." Then he turned sincerely and said, "I'm relying on your magic." Hearing this, Maya calmed down, suppressing her anger to respond, "I understand." Kai refocused, reminding himself to stay calm and assess the battlefield. He was the one who needed to orchestrate their victory. WinBX's attacks spanned a wide range, combining close range and long-distance strikes, making it easy to get hit. WinBX, above himself, reminded not to lose focus. "Those two are really annoying. That kid can still get up even after I landed a hit. And he's just human," he muttered. "Is he some kind of hero candidate?" Kai shot back with piercing eyes. "Seems like you know us more than you think." Raising his sword, WinBX replied, "I always remember the strongest enemies of opposing nations, yet your name isn't on my list. The only explanation is, you're an outsider." He glanced down at the two, thinking, "But the ones currently at a disadvantage are them. No need to rush, my stats surpass theirs in every way." On the other side, Kai was calculating the extended vision buff would weaken after 3 minutes. If they didn't finish this quickly, their chance for victory would vanish. Maya's voice rang out, "Lend me your ear for a moment. I have an idea." The small girl approached Kai and whispered a secret plan into his ear. After hearing it, he said, "Got it. Don't trip me up on this." Maya's eyes widened, hearing this, instantly retorting, "It should be me saying that." Above, WinBX looked down, impatiently. "Are you done with your chit-chat?" Without answering, Kai locked his gaze on the target, like a sharpshooter, and said to Maya, "Let's move." He smirked coldly, eyes blazing with confident defiance toward the two. Now, their strategy was starting to take shape. Maya summoned her magic power to ride the wind upward toward WinBX. Then she planted her staff on the ground and chanted Spirit of the Earth as stones beneath her floated up. This time, instead of a massive boulder like before, it was smaller rocks. She raised her hand and shouted, sending the earth spirits flying straight at him. WinBX remained airborne, using wind magic, with the magic circle glowing behind him. The earth spirits neared his position, until WinBX raised his arm to unleash a powerful gust of wind, blocking Maya's magic. The gale pushed the earth spirits far away from him. Just after resolving that threat, his gaze shifted as he sensed another attack heading his way. Kai, armed with a dagger, was propelled by wind energy right next to him and slashed downward. WinBX quickly lifted his sword to block it. Before he could react further, Maya cried out, "Not done yet." The earth spirits, once controlled by her, suddenly reversed course to strike at his back. WinBX dashed away like a gust of wind, thinking, "Those rocks are controlled, I have to dodge." But he seemed to change his mind, deciding instead, better create a wind wall. Just as he planned, Maya unleashed a combo attack. Now it was the wind spirit's turn. As soon as she finished speaking, a tornado erupted from her staff, spiraling upward. They were the infamous end of provided content clip. At the wind swirling, realizing the stones were being controlled, he had to dodge. But then it seemed he changed his mind, thinking instead that forming a wind barrier would be better. Just then, Mayor unleashed a relentless combo attack. Now calling upon the wind spirit, she spoke as a whirlwind swirled from her staff upward. It was a chaotic storm of WINBX, and shattered the wind barrier he had just summoned. He screamed in panic. What the heck? Thanks to this, the earth spirit broke the magic circle behind him. Seizing the moment, Kai's sharp eyes scanned quickly, finally spotting a gap. Blood trickled from WinBX's hand as his sword slipped from his grasp. His terrified face revealed his thoughts. It didn't hit my heart, but striking my sword instead. That's the opening I needed. Chai leapt up, grabbing his wind sword with his other hand, then flipped backward to stand atop a large rock. The fight was far from over. He'd lost his sword in front and behind. WinBX turned around, his expression shocked. The earth spirit slammed into him, unshielded by any wind wall, and WinBX took the full brunt. Furious, he yelled. You think breaking my defense is something? I'm a high-level demon. Do you really believe you can hurt me? WinBX frowned, glancing down as rage consumed him, driven mad by those he considered weak. Meanwhile, Mayor looked up a bit, stunned that he was unharmed. Kai remained poised, attention sharp, gripping the wind sword silently, thinking everything was going exactly as planned. He recalled Mayor whispering earlier about his powerful wind demon magic, but it had a specific weakness. Her eyes were serious then. This magic struggles against heavy attacks, especially earth elements. After all, moving something heavy solely with wind is tough. Watching him above, Mayor had calculated that although they hadn't shattered WINBX's defenses yet, she could still manipulate her wind magic. If she could disrupt his wind currents, its effect would diminish. Kai remembered that, and realized she had long prepared this, just for revenge. To take down this demon, she needed a flawless strategy and essential skills. Though, apparently, it still wasn't enough. Then he told Mayor, your plan looks solid, but don't forget to leave a way for me to strike. I'll snatch his sword. It was Kai's idea to take the sword all along. Back in reality, everything they discussed was unfolding, disrupting his wind streams, hitting him with earth spirits, and stealing his sword. But he still remained unscathed. Mayor glanced up at Kai with curiosity, asking, what are you planning? His main skill was wind magic, yet he only aimed to take his sword. WINBX stuck out his long tongue to lick the blood from his lips, and mocked. You're not even a swordsman hero candidate, huh? You think stealing my sword will beat me? Kai answered bluntly. Exactly. But something strange is happening. It seems the sword is reacting to something. Suddenly, from above, WINBX launched a wind arrow at sea. Calmly, K sliced through with his dagger and sword combo. Suddenly, something swiftly closed in on him. WinBX tried to block with his bare hands against Kai's wind sword, but grew anxious and shook with fear. His eyes squinted, sweat pouring down as he thought, I can't keep up with his moves now. Holding that long sword made approach attacks much easier. A horizontal slash from K forced WinBX to dodge his defense, mixed with astonishment. What the heck? Am I really getting pushed back? Seizing the moment, Mayor raised her magic staff to aid. At that instant, a wind spirit interfered with WinBX, a strong gust blowing beneath him, making him lose balance. He staggered back, shouting in disbelief, while locking eyes with Sai, thinking this guy is perfectly syncing with my flight paths. Sai appeared before him, swinging his sword high, ready to strike down, and said, this ends here. WinBX braced himself, veins bulging across his brow, and his horn glowing fiercely. He roared, don't think you can mock me, you're just a mere human. As he finished, powerful energy shot from his horn straight at Kai. The impact emitted a dazzling blue flash. From afar, Kai landed gracefully, while WINBX's head dropped to the ground. Kai exhaled, deeply exhausted. That head lay separated from its neck, yet WINBX could still communicate. I never thought I'd lose. He struggled to ask Kai why he suddenly moved differently. Turns out, Kai possessed a divine mimic skill. Kai said, with these eyes I can perfectly replicate an opponent's skills. He continued, during the fight I copied your sword techniques, thanks to this ability. I wasn't skilled with swordplay initially, that's why I avoided using it. Blood spilled heavily around WINBX's head. As WinBX lay gasping, he realized the hero candidate with divine mimic powers truly was humanity's trump card. Kai's cold voice echoed, cementing his status in this manhwa recap of the Magic Academy saga. Standing before him, raised his sword high, ready to strike down, declaring, this ends here. WinBX tensed, veins bulging from his horned forehead and face. He shouted, don't mock me, you're just a human. As he finished, a sharp, powerful aura erupted from the horn, aimed straight at Kai. The impact caused a blinding blue flash. Farther off, Kai landed lightly, while nearby WINBX's head fell from his body. He stood breathing a sigh of relief, exhausted. The detached head could still communicate. I never thought I'd lose, he murmured, struggling to ask Kai why he suddenly moved in a different direction. It turned out Kai possessed the divine copying skill. Kai answered, rippling with strong veins. He yelled, "Don't mock me, you're just a mere human." As he finished, an aura shot from his horn, sharp and powerful, aiming straight at Kai. The clash produced a blinding blue flash. In the distance, Kai landed lightly, while Winbox's head fell off. Standing there, Kai exhaled deeply out of energy. The severed head still managed to communicate. "I never thought I'd lose." He tried to ask Kai why he suddenly moved in a different direction. It turned out Kai possessed a divine skill of mimicry. He said, "With these eyes, I can precisely copy the opponent's skills." Recounting. "During our fight, I copied your sword techniques thanks to this skill. Initially, I wasn't skilled with swords, which is why I avoided using it." Blood spilled around Winbox's head. Lying there fainting, he murmured, "Divine mimicry, the hero candidate. So you really are humanity's trump card." Chai remained cold and composed. "Phew, I'm out of energy." The head detached from the neck, yet he was still able to communicate. "I never imagined I'd lose," he said, struggling to ask Kai. "Why did you suddenly move in a different direction?" It turned out he possessed a divine mimicry skill. Kai explained, "With these eyes, I can perfectly copy the opponent's abilities." He recounted how during the fight he had copied my sword techniques, thanks to that power. "Initially, I wasn't skilled in swordsmanship, which is why I avoided using it." Blood pooled around his head. WinBX lay gasping, the divine guardian and aspiring hero. "So you truly are humanity's trump card," he said coldly. He looked without hiding a bit, and said, "I possess this power. When I kill your subordinate, Hector." The personal stats screen appeared, revealing the name, Xinjuke, age 17. Male gender guardian skill, rated at level 4. Guardian's ability to discover weaknesses at grade Z. Guardian's farsight at level 1. Guardian's capture at level 1. Assassination skill at level 5. Spear combat skill at level 5. Throwing skill at level 5. And stealth at level 5. Realizing the reason for his defeat, Winbox slowly closed his eyes, not forgetting to curse at Hor, calling him a foolish disciple who allowed the enemy to grow stronger. After taking down Winboke, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Cai sat calmly as the severed head rolled away from the body, seizing the chance to rest and assess the situation. Even though he had killed him with the bloody head lying there, he had nearly exhausted all his strength. Cai thought to himself, "So this is the power of one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are still 3 other equally fierce demons, and the demon lord must be far stronger. Moreover, the demon lord has offspring like Isabel, as an example, and just one of his children is already this powerful." Cai sighed deeply, recognizing that his current strength is still insufficient. Lost in these tangled thoughts, he was suddenly startled. Mayor approached quietly, her emotions as chaotic as his. After all, she had been planning revenge for nearly 10 years. She looked at the corpse and asked Cai, "He's dead, right?" He nodded. "Yes, definitely." Cai then asked, "How do you feel now that your revenge is complete?" Unlike her earlier agitation, Mayor responded calmly. "Strangely, I feel nothing. I risked everything for this revenge. Now, it's all over." Bathed in the blazing sun, she continued, "Still, I feel a sense of relief, even if my parents and villagers can never return." Mayor gazed skyward and added, "I guess I've finally let go of my past." Cai looked at her sincerely, saying, "I'm truly glad you're here. Without you interfering with Winbox's wind attack, I would have been lost." Mayor turned to face him. "I have to put it that way." The ruins around them, with a huge boulder lodged in the wall, testified to the brutal battle. She added, "I spent 10 years preparing to kill him, but I couldn't have done it alone." She smiled, relief evident in her expression. "Mayor, thank you for helping me get my revenge." He slightly blushed and brushed it off, saying it was just a coincidence, nothing significant. But it didn't matter now they had shared this journey. She gently said, "It's no problem, I'm glad I chose to follow you." Mayor smiled. "If I stayed there, I wouldn't have kept my composure. I might have run away and died meaningless deaths. I'm sure the master understands that." Cai looked at her and asked, "So what's your plan now?" Mayor turned away, staring into the distance, contemplating for a moment, then replied, "I haven't figured it out yet. Right now, I feel a bit lost." He stood up and walked towards Mayor. "Take your time to find your purpose again. After all, elves live a long time, right?" Hearing that, Mayor flashed a sly smile. "Actually, I'm half human, so I don't think I'll live as long as Master. But we'll see." She stepped alongside Cai and leaned close, whispering, "At this moment, I'll go with you." He looked at her in doubt, asking, "Are you sure?" "My goal is to kill the Demon Lord," Mayor answered. "Once you eliminate the Demon Lord, fewer people will suffer tragedies like mine in the future. So, I think it's worth it." Without giving Cai a chance to reply, she started walking with a smile on her lips. "Even if you say you don't need me, I'll selfishly do it anyway. There's no other way." Cai scratched his head awkwardly. "The more clues, the better. When their reinforcements arrive, there will be more complications. Though CAI didn't answer directly, it was clear he agreed to have her accompany him. This made Mayor overjoyed. She quickly ran after CAI, filled with excitement. After avenging herself, she would help prevent others from suffering the same fate. Two small figures, an assassin from another world, claiming the title of a hero candidate, and a half-elf with formidable magical powers journeyed on together. Suddenly, from above, a shadow with dark energy silently observed them. No one else but Isabel. She stood watching everything unfold, but chose not to intervene in the battle. She whispered to herself, "They are stronger than I expected. It's better to let them escape, but they can defeat Winbach." Isabel smiled chillingly. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, "The more clues the better. Once their reinforcements arrive, things will get complicated." Though Kai didn't answer directly, it was clear he agreed to her accompaniment. Mayor was thrilled, and quickly followed Kai, filled with excitement. Having taken her revenge, she was determined to prevent others from suffering as she did. Two small figures, a killer from another world, with the title of aspiring hero, and a half-elf with formidable magical prowess, journeyed forward together. Unexpectedly, from above, a shadowed figure with a dark aura silently observed them. It was none other than Isabel. She stood watching everything but chose not to interfere in the battle. Implicitly understanding he had agreed to her partnership, Mayor felt elated. She quickly followed Kai, heart uplifted with hope. After exacting her revenge, she vowed to help prevent others from suffering like her. Two small figures, a lethal assassin from another world bearing the title of a hero candidate, and a powerful magic-wielding half-elf, journeyed forward together. Suddenly, from above, a dark figure silently observed them with ominous energy. None other than Isabel, who stood watching everything unfold, but chose not to intervene in the battle. She murmured to herself, "They're better than I expected. It might be useful to let them escape. But they could also defeat Winbach." Isabel smiled knowingly. Fueled by hatred for herself, she vowed to prevent others from suffering as she did. Two small figures, an assassin from another world bearing the title of hero candidate, and a human-elf hybrid wielding strong magical powers journey forward together. Unexpectedly, a dark presence silently watches them from above. It's none other than Isabel. She observes all without intervening. Standing there, she murmurs to herself, "They're more capable than I imagined. Letting them escape might be useful, but they could defeat Winbach." Isabel smirks. Stepping into battle. She stood there, talking to herself. "They're stronger than I expected. It could be useful to let them escape, but they might overpower Winbach." Isabel smiled knowingly. Filled with calculated intentions, "I can easily proceed with the next steps now." After that, they moved together, trekking through rugged mountains and streams, just as they had when entering the demon territory. Shinzu and Mayor returned to visit Elbana. Both master and disciple were filled with joy upon their reunion. With a cup of tea on the table, Elbana's voice resonated. "I'm glad both of you came back safely and quietly." Looking at the two sitting beneath the chair, she continued, "I never expected you'd return this early." Mayor looked a bit confused, unsure if this was a compliment or a gentle tease from her master. This made her stumble over her words. "Master, I immediately." The master patted her head kindly. "I know." Elbana snapped her fingers and winked. "You want to go with that kid, don't you? Just be sure you're aiming for another goal entirely." Chai blushed slightly, quickly lifting his teacup to sip, pretending not to hear. Mayor glanced at him, cheeks tinged with pink, softly replying, "Yes, master." The master then asked Kai, "By the way, kid, have you caught any news from the front line recently?" He immediately turned with curiosity. "Is something wrong, senior?" She recounted that it seems the hero candidates your friends were defeated. Kai thought silently. Midu was beaten, then asked, "Who was the opponent?" Elbana answered, "The supreme commander of the Demon Lord's army, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Earthstone." Mayor quickly responded, "Basically similar to Winbach's, right? Must be incredibly powerful." Chai felt a flicker of worry, hearing that his group's adversary was one of the 4 heavenly kings. Having fought one before, he knew how deadly they could be. He then asked, "Are they dead?" The master replied, "No. They seem to still be alive, but I hear their spirits have been severely broken after the battle." Chai set his teacup down on the table. "Understood." Then he immediately stood and said, "Let's go see the situation for ourselves." He thought to himself, right now his plan was to kill the Demon Lord, weakening them gradually. The best way was to use them to defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Mayor curiously asked, "Are these hero candidates as strong as you?" Kai responded, "I don't know. No matter how strong they are, if they can't harness their power effectively, it's all useless." Night fell at the fortress, a long defensive wall, separating the inner quarters. Inside, many severely wounded were being treated, including several hero candidates. Continuous groans of pain echoed around. An arm badly injured but bandaged, still oozed blood. Siri asked Midu, "Are you okay? Let me heal you." He smiled. "Don't worry about me, Hano-san. You can't keep using your healing skills forever, right?" The innocent-faced girl answered, "I know, but this is the only thing I can do." With her healing powers, Sayori channeled energy to mend Midu. He recalled back then, thanks to Herrick's troops protecting and swiftly coming to help, he was able to retreat safely. Midu looked around at his comrades. Everyone's injuries were severe, not only physically but mentally as well. Rina, usually fiery and lively, now sat with her knees hugged, eyes vacant. Arasi, strong as ever, lay back with her hand on her forehead, utterly drained. Midu, himself being treated, clenched his fists, refusing to accept reality. He blamed himself. If only he had defeated the enemy. Scene shifted to List Fortress, the stronghold of the demon army, led by Stony. He sat alone atop a watchtower, eyes closed as if meditating, the breeze softly whispering in the still air. From a distant forest nearby, the fortress was built upon a steep, rocky mountain. Kai's voice rang out. It was he. Kai could observe him with his special vision. Seeing this, Mayor was astonished and asked, "From this distance, you can still spot the enemy?" Kai replied, "Because my evaluation skill leveled up, I continuously gain additional effects. Long-range scouting is one such bonus." The innocent Mayor said, "Your abilities are always so convenient as usual." Chai didn't respond much. His focus was gathering intel on the opponent. Knowing your enemy means 100 battles won. Basic information appeared. Name: Stony, age 75, demon race, male, attack rating B, defense rating S, agility B, strength S, magic S, condition. Stable skills: earth demon arts, level 5, swordsmanship, level 3, sturdy defense, level 5. His evaluation eye continued upgrading its analysis details. Kai reviewed the specifics of the sturdy defense skill based on the stats. "I was able to retreat safely thanks to the timely arrival of the Divine Guardian." Midu scanned her comrades. Wounds inflicted were severe both physically and mentally. Rina, usually fiery and lively, now sat curled up, her face blank with shock. Arasi, always strong, leaned on her hand, exhausted. Even I, while being healed, clenched my fists in disbelief. Midu blamed herself. If only she had defeated the enemy. The scene shifted to List Fortress base of the demon army led by Stony. Sitting alone atop a watchtower, his eyes closed as if meditating. The wind whispered quietly, surrounding the stillness. From the distant forest nearby, the fortress was perched on a large, steep rock. Spiritually, Rina, once fiery and lively, now sat curled up with a dazed expression. Strong Arasi rested nearby, hand on his forehead, exhausted. Even the one being treated clenched his hands, unable to accept reality. Midu blamed herself entirely. If only she had defeated him. The scene shifted to List Fortress, where the demon army led by Stony was quartered. He sat alone atop the watchtower, eyes tightly shut. He gripped his hand tightly, as he was being healed, unwilling to accept the harsh reality. Midu blamed herself entirely, thinking, if only I had defeated him. Scene shifts to List Fortress headquarters of the demon army led by Stony. He sits alone atop the watchtower, eyes tightly shut. Sitting as if in meditation, the breeze softly rustled, while the surrounding space remained eerily calm. In the distance, within a nearby forest, a fortress was perched atop a large, steep, rocky mountain. Kai's voice echoed. It was him. Using his special eyes, Kai observed Stony. Mayor was amazed and asked, "Can you really see the enemy from this far?" Kai responded, "My evaluation skill has leveled up. I constantly receive bonus effects. Scouting from a distance is one of those effects." Little Neetha chimed in. "Your skill always comes in handy, huh?" Kai remained silent, focusing on gathering intelligence on the foe. "The one who knows me best wins every battle." Basic info popped up. Name: Stony. Age 75. Demon race, male, attack rating B. Defense rating S, agility B, strength S, magic power S, status normal. Level 5, demon arts of earth. Level 3, swordsmanship. Level 5, solid defense. "Can you really see the enemy from here?" Kai responded. "My evaluation skill has leveled up, granting me continuous bonus effects. Surveying from afar is one of these added advantages of this skill." Young Natho added, "Your skill is as handy as ever." Kai stayed silent, fully focused on gathering intel on the opponent. Knowing your enemy inside out is the key to winning every battle. His target's basic information appeared. Name: Stony, age 75, demon race, male. Offensive rating B. Defense rating S. Agility B, strength S, magic S, condition normal. Skills included earth demon technique level 5, swordsmanship level 3, and sturdy defense level 5. Kai's evaluative eye shifted to advanced analysis. He examined the details of the sturdy defense skill. which was based on the Earth Heavens attribute. Earth was naturally weaker than water. Upon hearing this, Kai asked, "Is there any synergy between elemental attributes?" She replied, "No. Level 5 solid defense." His evaluative eye continued with advanced analysis. Sai checked the details of the sturdy defense skill, noting it's based on the land sovereign attribute. Earth attributes are weaker than water. The defensive stats multiply when defended. He seemed to grasp the issue, because his evaluation ability was at level 4. He could now apply advanced assessment techniques. Gaining detailed insight into the enemy's skills provided him a significant edge. Moreover, he possessed a skill to detect weaknesses. Some time passed, yet Stone Guy remained seated in meditation, appearing remarkably calm after dispatching the intruders. When no weakness was detected, Kai thought, "Nothing at all. That means I'm currently too weak to unveil any vulnerabilities in him." Mayor curiously asked, "Did you see anything?" Kai replied, "If he had a weakness, it would be easier to exploit." Kai continued, "What I know is that he's a master of Earth attribute demon arts, and his swordsmanship is decent. He has a unique ability that boosts his defense stats. That's all I can see." Mayor caught on to something as expected from the 4 heavenly kings of Earth. The Earth element is weaker compared to the water attribute. Hearing this, Kai asked, "Are there elements that are compatible with each other?" She answered, "It's not that straightforward. It also depends on the type of skills being used." Mayor added, "Even if he uses a plethora of Earth attribute demon arts, he's likely skilled only in a handful of techniques. If I knew which ones those were, I could predict his weaknesses. He's not bad. He has a special ability that increases his defense stat. That's all I can see for now." Mayor sensed something. As expected from one of the Earth's 4 heavenly kings, Earth element is weaker than water element. Hearing this, Kai asked, "Are there any elemental compatibilities between these attributes?" She replied, "No." Hearing this, Kai asked, "Are there elemental affinities that are compatible with each other?" She replied, "No. It's not that simple. It also depends on the type of skills being used." Mayor turned and added, "Even if he uses a massive array of Earth attribute demonic magic, he probably only masters a handful of them. If I knew which skills those were, I could predict his weaknesses." At that moment, Kai suggested, "I think we should at least drop by their place." "What do you predict?" The scene shifts back to the fortress. Midu stands on the wall, gazing into the distance. His wounds still unhealed and his expression worried. Midu recalls Kai's figure and wishes Shin-Jukun were here but quickly shakes his head in denial. He tells himself not to run away. Before he can fully say it, his friends silently appear behind him. Ren asks, "You're thinking you have to do something right." Then she waves it off. "That's all I know. You always want to do everything solo." Spotting his friends, Midu blinks in surprise and says, "You're all here." Narumi winks and says, "Don't be so down. It's not over yet." Meyer adds, "Exactly, Midu-kun. You're not fighting alone." Hearing this, he asks, "You all still trust me?" Rina steps forward countering, "So you don't trust us?" Then she walks past him, calling him a fool. Narumi steps up, draping an arm over Midu's shoulder and says, "I mean, you've got to lean on us more, right, Rina?" Midu watches Rina's retreating back. She stays silent. Then he smiles. "Rely on you guys, I never thought about that." Narumi continues, "You know, everyone's getting stronger every day. If you carry all this weight alone, your shoulders will hurt big time." As everyone cheerfully encourages each other, a familiar figure approaches and asks, "So Midu, you're here?" It's none other than Arasi with his group also battered and serious looking. He points frowning. "Why the miserable face? Aren't you planning to take down that stone guy?" Midu's eyes widen in surprise. He didn't expect Arasi to show up here. Arasi scoffs, frustrated. "It's just us. That's not enough to beat him." He steps forward offering, "Give us orders, Midu. We'll crush that stone guy." Narumi is delighted. Finally, Arasi's teaming up with Suji. Meyer smiles and jokes. "Must be the heavy rain today." Arasi retorts, "Shut up, or I'll kill you." Midu regains confidence and declares to everyone, "Let's join forces and defeat that demon." Arasi smiles, "Your expression's getting better." Jin watches silently from nearby. She is Kai's insider. She thinks to herself how glad she is everyone in the class is working together, but they still lack a plan to eliminate Stone Guy. Suddenly a voice startles Jin. It's been a while since she last saw Kanzaki. She quickly looks down, but Kai signals don't make a loud noise. "I don't want to attract attention." Jin covers her mouth trying to stay calm. Chai asks, "You lost to the Earth's 4 heavenly kings, right?" Jin replies, "Yes." He immediately probes what kind of demonic magic did he use. Jin looks down and reports all that happened during the raid so Kai can understand the situation. Kai realizes and asks, "So he created and controlled mud monsters?" Jin nods. "Right. His magic must revolve around that." Kai accidentally lets out, just as Mayor predicted. Hearing that, she quickly turns down and pushes Mayor. Who is that? Is he Arashi was also teaming up with Suji? Meyer smiled. Guess it's because it's raining hard today. Arashi blushed and snapped. Shut up. I'll kill you right now. Midu gathered confidence and declared, let's unite and take down that demon. Arashi smiled. Your expression is definitely improving. Jin quietly observed. After all, she was currently Kai's insider. She quietly thought how great it was that everyone in the class was working together, though they still lacked a plan to defeat Stone Guy. Suddenly, a voice startled Jin. She hadn't seen Kanzaki in a while. She quickly looked down, but Kai signaled, keep quiet. I don't want to attract attention. Anyway, she is currently Kai's insider. She secretly felt relieved everyone in the class was working together, but they still lacked a plan to eliminate Stone Guy. Suddenly, a voice startled Jin. It had been a while since meeting Kanzaki. She quickly looked down, but Sai signaled, Don't. She gestured. We need to keep Kai informed about that raid. He understood and asked, so he creates and controls mud monsters. Jin nodded. Exactly. His skills probably revolve around that. Hearing this, Jin quickly covered her mouth and tried to remain composed. Kai asked, did you guys really lose to the Earth Heavens? 4. Jin answered, yes. He immediately probed further. What kind of demon technique did he use? Jin looked down and recounted the details of that raid so Kai could understand. Kai realized and asked, so he summons mud monsters and controls them. Jin nodded. Yes, his technique definitely revolves around that. Kai blurted out exactly as Mayor predicted. Hearing this, she quickly asked Mayor, who is that is? Chai blurted out matching Mayor's prediction. Hearing this, she hurriedly asked Mayor, who is that? Is it? Her eyes flashed a cold glint. I want to see how much you've grown while I've been away. Saying this to Midu was, is that the girl's name? Kai didn't want to delve into that topic, so he chose to shift the conversation. It's nothing. Thanks for the info, Jin asked. Aren't you going to help us? Jun. Seeing the group united, Kai replied, I was planning to, but it looks like everyone has handled things on their own. If I join, it might just cause unnecessary conflicts. Kai looked sincerely at Jane as usual and said, I'll be your shadow just like always. The scene shifts to the monsters standing vigilantly atop the walls. The List Fortress towers against the sky with 2 monsters patrolling strictly below. Inside the dense forest, the group of hero candidates gathered to prepare for a new assault. Ki excitedly said, with Jumi here, we're basically a force equivalent to 100 soldiers. Rena happily chimed in. You're right. I'm glad you're doing well. Jumi looked a bit shy and poked her cheek. Thank you, I'll do my best. She's the 9th candidate, Kinosada Jumi. She recently switched from the non-combat unit to the combat team. Suddenly, Rena asked, is there a reason why you suddenly decided to join us? Jumi paused, then smiled brightly, and gave a reason. I heard you guys were having trouble. Kari burst out laughing and praised. You're truly a hero. But Rena stayed silent. Jumi smiled politely, thinking, it's fine, isn't it, Sinjun? 5 days ago, Jumi, dressed as a maid, leaned against the door, her face showing signs of fatigue, as she sighed. Today was really exhausting. Kai unexpectedly greeted her. Long time no see, Kinosita. Jumi hadn't noticed anything unusual, and replied, yeah, it's been a while. Then suddenly, she was startled, pointing frantically. Wait, what? What are you? How did you get in here? But moments later, Jumi regained composure and cautiously inquired, are you really? Shinjun Kai straightforwardly replied, finally, your brains caught up. She panicked, cheeks burning, asking, why did you suddenly come into my room? Kai cut straight to the point. Right now, Midu and the others are struggling at the front line. To overcome this, we need your abilities, water, manipulation, magic. That's why I've come to you, Kinosita. Jumi froze for a moment and pointed to herself. But I'm in the non-combat unit. Kai calmly brushed it off. Don't worry. You have enough potential to join the combat group. Come fight alongside Midu and help them. But Jumi was filled with doubt. How can you be so sure? Kai asked indifferently. You want to fight too, right? Besides, I told you Leonora, the one who deeply scared you, is dead because of me. Kai added calmly. No one can stop you anymore. After some time, the wounds in your heart must have healed, right? Then, images of Jumi clumsily appearing in Kai's mind flashed. Now's not the time to imitate a maid and accidentally break people's dishes, Kai said. Jumi blushed in embarrassment. You saw that. It was just a coincidence. Kai hit the nail on the head. Actually, you've always wanted to support Nagas and Chinami all this time, haven't you? Zumi silently looked at him for a while. Then she forced a smile and said, so you knew everything. I'm surprised. Didn't expect a classmate to care that much. Kai bluntly revealed his intentions. I'm just looking for a playable piece. Suddenly, Jumi asked, Hey Shinjun, aren't you a wanted criminal? Are you really joining the combat team? He calmly responded. A wanted criminal can't join the Holy Kingdom's military. Jumi nervously answered. Vina will be mad at you too. Before leaving, Kai pulled his hood up, turned his head, and said, I'll be your shadow. I came here to activate a piece like you. Back in the present, Jumi clenched her fists, reminding herself that she would do her best to prove her worth. Jin, hiding behind a tree, overheard everything and silently observed. Minutes ago, near the fortress wall, Kai stood below asking Jin, that's the plan. Any questions? She voiced her concerns. I know we need Kinoshita to create a breach in the enemy's defense, but are you sure that's enough? Calmly. Kai replied, I'm not the only one fighting that demon. I'm sure you all have your plans, so just do your best depending on the situation. Then his eyes flashed coldly. I want to see how much you've all grown while I was gone. Tell Midu that, he said. He calmly replies, a wanted criminal can't join the Holy Kingdom's army. Jumi nervously responds, Vina's going to be mad at you too. Before leaving, Kai pulls her hood up, turns back, and says, I'll act as your shadow. I'm here to activate a pawn like you. Returning to reality, Jumi clenches her fists, reminding herself to do her best and prove her worth. Jin, behind the tree, hears the whole conversation and silently observes. Minutes earlier on the fortress wall, Chai stood below and asked Jin, that's the plan. Any questions? She voiced her concern. I know we need Kinoshita to break the enemy's defense, but are you sure that's enough? Chai calmly replies, I'm not the only one fighting that demon. I'm sure you all have your own plans, so just do your best depending on the situation. Then, his eyes flash with a cold gleam. I want to see how much you've grown while I've been gone. Tell Midu that. They knew we needed Kinoshita to create a gap in the enemy's defense, but are you sure that's enough? Ka answered calmly. I'm not the only one fighting that demon. I'm confident you all have your own plans, so just do your best depending on the current situation. Then, his gaze flickered coldly. I want to see how much you've grown while I've been gone. Just tell Midu that. Deciding important matters of the kingdom. Amelia turned to say, you were just knighted too, so you'll have to take on those kinds of duties. Midu asked curiously, being nobility is exhausting, isn't it? Hark responded warmly, not to brag, but you don't have to worry about me. All right. Jin finally stopped questioning and turned to walk away. Just then, outside the fortress near the forest, a voice called out her name, Kanaki-san. His tone was sharp and commanding. Midu stepped forward and said, let's confirm the plan one last time. Then gathering everyone, he expressed their determination this time defeat is not an option. Jin immediately nodded in agreement. Amid the lush green woods, the group circled together, strategizing and organizing their battle plan carefully. Suddenly, a voice questioned, is this really going to work? From the nearby bushes, Mayor held a piece of bread and asked if there was a more effective and detailed plan. Chai responded decisively, saying if everyone merely followed orders blindly, progress would be impossible. Chai believed they needed to defeat the demon lord now, so he had to train his fellow students himself. His gaze sharpened. These comrades were capable, but lacked direction. Looking at his friends, Kai decided to help them step by step, starting by giving subtle clues. He quickly realized the key was for each to make their own decisions during the fight. Standing before the iron gate leading into the fortress, the demon guards kept watch with many soldiers stationed atop the walls. Outside, a powerful imperial army appeared, preparing to launch a sweeping assault on the stronghold. Elia, mounted on horseback, led the battalion. The moment has come, he declared, drawing his sword and shouting, all right, everyone advance. The troops surged forward at his command. Monsters stationed on the walls sneered mockingly. They're back, they scoffed. Fools repeating the same mistake, attacking instead of retreating. Fueled by fierce determination, Elia shouted, no hesitation, we must clear the path for the aspiring heroes. The monsters retaliated fiercely, eliminating all intruders. A brutal battle erupted instantly. Leading the group of hero candidates, Midu carved a bold path forward inside the fortress. He fixed his gaze on a particular direction, his eyes burning with resolve after the previous failure. Ahead stood a towering structure, and through the window, a familiar shadow loomed. It was none other than the ancient monster Stone Geyer. Grinning with his yellowed teeth, he mocked Midu with an icy smirk. Midu frowned, thinking, is he waiting for us? Sunji, clearly excited, invited challengers. Come forth, hero candidates. Don't disappoint me. Suddenly, a massive golden door appeared, shattered by a tremendous explosion, scattering debris everywhere. Arasi and his comrades surged forward, their fighting spirit entirely different from before. The atmosphere grew tense and suffocating. Ahead, the Earth Warriors controlled by Stonier stood firm. Holding shield and sword, Stonier stood at their center. Midu shouted to kick off the plan. From a crack in the rooftop, a noise stirred. Kai and Mayor hid there, observing calmly. All right, show me what you can do. Kai said with quiet confidence. Below, the fighters took battle stances as Midu's prearranged plan unfolded. The earth monsters began their assault. Brandishing his sword with authority, Midu shouted to launch the attack. As soon as he finished, everyone charged forward simultaneously. Rena asked anxiously, "Are you okay, Jumi?" She sounded tense, but Jumi reassured her. "Don't worry about me. It's my first time fighting." Instantly, Jumi unleashed her magical power to manipulate water, directing flowing currents to strike at the monsters. Sange frowned, witnessing the scene. The earth creatures froze amid the cool, watery currents conjured by Jumi's magic. Arasi raised his fist to strike them down. A massive explosion stunned the monsters, shattering them into pieces. Midu didn't hold back either, slicing one of the beasts in half. Kenta quickly jumped and plunged his dagger into another. Asus unleashed a powerful punch directly to their midsection. Akira used his strength to shield his allies while confidently dueling the monsters. Meanwhile, Satoshi and Heike pushed relentlessly to break the enemy lines. Suddenly, the shattered earth monsters began to glow with a magical aura pieces, knitting back together. But then, strange signs appeared on their bodies. Their forms started melting away. The monsters collapsed, dissolving into muddy sludge. Rena cheered. "We did it." Sayer stroked his chin, pondering, using water magic. Last time no one had that ability. Maybe we need more like her. Facing Stone Geyer. The battlefield was practically a wasteland of dirt and sand, the perfect setting for an intense manhwa recap, focused on the Magic Academy's high-stakes encounters. Rest assured, they stood their ground against the enemies. Meanwhile, Satoshi and Heike put in their best effort to break the siege. Suddenly, a burst of magical energy enveloped the shattered fragments of the earth monsters. In an instant, their bodies were restored perfectly. But then strange signs appeared on them as their forms began to melt away until they collapsed into muddy puddles. Rena exclaimed with excitement. "We did it." Sayer stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Water magic, huh? Last time that girl wasn't around. Should we bring in more people in front of Stone Guy?" The battlefield turned into a vast expanse of soil and sand. Yet he carefully kept a few earth monsters close by for defense. The onlookers from above had to admit, just as Mayer predicted. And this was something even Mayer hadn't expected. My theory was, if the bonds between the rocks got wet, the enemy would struggle to control the mud monsters. And the effect was even stronger than I imagined. Seizing the moment, Midu shouted, "Everyone, you see it now. Mud monsters drenched in water can't regenerate, strike hard and fast." Zumi nodded in agreement, unleashing her water magic to assault. A massive wave surged directly at the mud monsters. The giant wave swept them away effortlessly. United and determined, everyone moved in, each taking down a monster with brute force. Stone Guy remained unfazed, flashing a wicked grin. "Trying to wipe out my minions? Huh, looks like this time they've got a solid strategy." Immediately Stone Guy slammed his fist into the ground, and glowing red magical circles appeared. Mud and earth rumbled up from the soil, but these mud monsters were willing sacrifices. Fragments of monster bodies hovered midair. Stone Guy smiled with smug satisfaction. "From now on, I'll show these hero candidates the true power of earth magic." Instantly, a volley of muddy earth rocketed toward the candidates. Mireille quickly extended her hand to seize control of the earth and stones, blocking the counterattack. Her power is clairvoyance, allowing her to dominate every stone without fail. Zai looked on, stunned. "What? My control over those rocks is slipping." Jin seized the opportunity to unleash his dominion power. Stone Geyer froze solid on the spot. Lightning crackled, binding his limbs and body. His face twisted in agony, and his hand stalled midair. Is this some kind of suppression skill? Arasi leapt forward swiftly to strike. Stonier panicked internally. The earth beneath rose suddenly. A massive explosion rang out across the area. After Arasi's punch, yet Stonier managed to erect a wall, in time to block it. He chuckled, triumphantly. "That's barely enough to breach my defenses." Arasi's fist still stuck to the wall. A new power activated, instantly teleporting him away. Midu appeared right behind Stonier, sword in hand, delivering a sharp slash. Stonier braced himself, gripping his blade's hilt, easily parrying Midu's strike. Stone Geyer sneered. "Even while restrained, this is the best you can do." Mireille continued her clairvoyant assault and retaliated against Stone Geyer. "Here, take back your stones," she said. Narumi then channeled wind magic, launching a sweeping gust. Stone Geyer recoiled, surprised by the incessant barrage. His growl of frustration echoed as he thought, "They're attacking me from every angle," he shouted. "But none of this will bring down my defenses." Suddenly, his stone wall expanded each large drill, forcefully knocking Midu and Arasi aside. Zumi, a bit worried, sprayed a stream of water. "This is all you." A torrent of water surged, striking the earth drills. Stone Guy was startled as he noticed his walls beginning to soak up the water. Anxiety crept in. This is bad. Once wet, it'll lose hardness. At that moment, the stones controlled by Mirai surged forward. Midu shouted with fiery rage. Let's finish this. Meanwhile, Arasi slammed angrily to land the killing blow. Within seconds, the once formidable stone wall was shattered by the warriors' combined assault. Stone Guy finally trembled in fear, uttering a few eerie sounds. He retreated in panic but thought, maybe I can still hold out. Stone Guy stumbled under relentless attacks, pushed back step by step. He mused, but if this continues, my defenses will collapse. Suddenly, Stone Guy's eyes gleamed with vicious resolve. I'll gamble everything on converting all defensive mana into offense. Multiple magical circles appeared, transforming into aggressive mana blasts. Before he could fully unleash this, Kai's eyes caught his weakness, and in a flash, Kai's dagger pierced straight through Stone Guy's forehead. Blood spattered as Stone Guy, one of the 4 heavenly kings, faltered with little chance of survival. After a roar, his whole body trembled. His eyes gradually faded, losing all life force. The massive figure collapsed to the ground in front of everyone. The crowd was stunned, but erupted in cheers of joy and relief. They shouted, "We did it, we actually did it." Standing by the fallen giant, the crowd called out Midu and Arasi's names. Together, they had defeated Stone Guy. However, Midu knew the situation clearly, and that in this manhwa recap of a Magic Academy saga victory was only the start. Losing vitality, gradually, the massive figure finally collapsed to the ground, amidst everyone's stunned, yet joyous reactions. Cheers erupted as they celebrated the victory. "We did it," they shouted. Midu and Arasi stood by the fallen Stone Guy, hailed as heroes. Yet Midu understood the gravity of the situation. Amidst the crowd calling their names, they knew their battle was only a part of a bigger war. He thought silently, they were wrong. Arasi also knew this, his eyes fixed intently on the corpse, not ours, but something happened in those final moments. Then Arasi focused on the weapon that had defeated this high-ranking demon. He held up the dagger, examining it closely, and said, "Don't tell me Midu laid eyes on this dagger." Arasi hesitated, his gaze following the flying dagger. He noticed a crack on the ceiling above. Midu blurted out, "So it was Isenju-kun." Arasi frowned, cursing under his breath. "Damn that bastard." Narumi stretched and stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Our plan worked perfectly." Midu grinned broadly. "Yeah, we did it." He thought to himself, everything went exactly as planned. Midu looked towards the female group, acknowledging that, thanks to Kanasatan, they managed to advance so far. But at the last moment, Stonier unleashed an immense amount of energy from his body. He realized their strategy was child's play compared to that power. That's why Shinju-kun had been shadowing them, ready to intervene when needed. Mirai approached Midu with a smile, saying, "I don't know why you look like that, but shouldn't we celebrate now?" He hesitated, but she cut him off. "If you want to say something, I'll listen later." Looking at the corpse, Mirai continued, "We just defeated one of the 4 heavenly kings. That's enough victory for today." Then she nudged Midu toward the others to celebrate together, leaving him no time to protest. Surrounded by cheers, everyone praised him. "Midu did an excellent job, truly remarkable, we are so united." For a moment, Midu was dazed, but he soon smiled warmly, joining the merry gathering. Arasi noticed this too, and was tangled in mixed thoughts. His teammates then approached him. Asusi complimented, "Great job, Arasi-san." Kenta, excited, said, "That was awesome back there. I'll follow your lead and learn from you for life." Arasi sighed, "Quiet, I'm not the one who defeated him." Both friends immediately lowered their voices, "Sorry about that." Kao folded his arms, looking at him and said, I understand why you're so bitter." Clutching the dagger tightly, Arasi asked Cao, "Did you see it too?" Cao replied, "Yeah, I was very close, but don't worry, he only cared about the end." Arasi gripped the dagger even tighter. Cao's voice continued, "The real ones who cornered the 4 heavenly kings were you and Midu. That alone means a lot." Upon hearing this, Arasi felt some relief and didn't respond further. A little while later, Midu caught his breath standing there. From atop the city wall, he shouted down, "We have slain the 4 heavenly kings of the Stone Gayer world." He held up the fallen head and demanded surrender now. Seeing this, the demon soldiers lost their spirit, dropping their weapons and trembling. Sun-sama lost Amelia, raised her sword yelling, "This is our victory." The troops cheered in response. Harik smiled. They had finally accomplished their mission in the Stone City. Now loud celebrations erupted among the soldiers. From inside looking down through the window, Kai felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Finally, it was over. Mayor was a bit puzzled, but the number of soldiers on both sides remained roughly even. Chai turned to explain the Demon Lord's army was led by a highly respected figure. Once their leader was defeated, resistance faltered. Mayor realized suddenly, "Oh, yeah, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it." The same thing happened when they beat Winbox. No demons chased after them. Kai poured himself a cup of hot tea and added that it's one of the Demon Lord Army's weaknesses. She looked at him curiously and asked, "But is it really all right?" Mayor continued. "You killed Stonier, but I thought your goal was to train your comrades." Kai replied, "I sensed a terrifying killing intent radiating from Stonegayer during the transformation. I didn't want my comrades to die before they matured." He sipped tea and added, "Besides, that's part of an assassin's job. I hope they understand." Mayor smiled. "You're protecting your friends way too much, you know that." Setting down the teacup, Chai gently said, "I've been thinking for days. Aren't you going to call me by my name? It's Shin Kai." Hearing that, Mayor blushed lightly and awkwardly responded, "No, it's just that I didn't know how to address you." 1 week after defeating the Heavenly King of Earth, the atmosphere in the kingdom brightened thanks to recent military victories. People read the news and rejoiced. This triumph boosted the knights' morale. They earned some downtime and celebrated with parties. The ongoing celebrations reflected the renewed spirit following their hard-fought success. "I don't want my friends to die before they mature," he said while sipping tea. "After all, that's the essence of an assassin's role, and I hope they grasp that." Mayor smiled gently. "You're overprotecting your friends, you know that." Putting down his tea, Kai replied softly, "I've been thinking about this for days. Aren't you going to call me by my name? It's Shin Kai." Mayor blushed, slightly embarrassed. "It's just that I didn't know how to address you." 1 week after defeating the Earth's sovereign, the kingdom's atmosphere brightened thanks to recent military victories. News spread, lifting the knights' spirits. They enjoyed some downtime and festive celebrations. "I don't even know what to call you." 1 week after defeating the Earth heavens, the kingdom's atmosphere was brightening thanks to many achievements. Relaxing in the Great Hall after being rewarded, sighs filled the air. Everyone gathered around the tea table. Midyu grimaced, so exhausted. Miri smiled and asked, "You're tired too, Midyu." Joyful celebrations, feasting, singing, and boosting the prestige of the hero candidates. They become humanity's beacon of hope. They are warmly welcomed and praised as they return through the town streets. In the Grand Hall, the king proclaims, "After your success in subduing one of the 4 great generals of the Demon Lord's army, I extend to you my highest respect." Below, Midyu kneels to pay homage. Then the king continues, "Midyu, Suji, you shall be bestowed the title of Lord Knight." He bows once, but seems somewhat uneasy. After completing the royal ceremony and some time of celebration in the Grand Hall, returning to their quarters is now marked only by heavy sighs. Everyone gathers around the tea table. Midyu grimaces, "I'm exhausted." Miri smiles and asks, "You're tired too, Midyu." He replies, "Who do you think I am?" Elia, holding a cup of tea, remarks, "Getting tired this early, is that a sign of growing old? He is, after all, captain of the 4th Knights Legion." Hark defends Midyu. "He wasn't taught the manners of nobility like us." Amelia adds, "We taught him some basic etiquette and simple rituals before his investiture. So despite it being his first time, he did very well all night." Midyu smiles. "The pressure was intense. If I had been rude to the king and later blamed for it, it would have damaged our standing even more, right?" Hark added, "So now you're officially part of the Imperial Knight Corps, leading the 11th Legion known as the Heroic Brigade. You'll command the strongest strike force, including hero candidates." Midyu wondered. Smiling, she asked, "Are you tired too, Midyu?" He replied, "Who do you think I am?" Elia, holding a teacup, said, "Already worn out so soon. Is that old age setting in?" He was the captain of the 4th Knight Legion. Hark, backed Midyu up. "He wasn't taught the manners nobles like us learn." Amelia said, "We taught him some basic etiquette and simple rituals before he was knighted. He did well considering it was his first time last night." Midyu smiled. "It was stressful. What if I was rude to the king and then blamed for it later? That could tarnish our standing." Hark winked. "Better to be blamed than to carry the unnecessary pressure of solving the kingdom's problems." Amelia turned around saying, "You just got knighted too. You'll have to do these kinds of things." Midyu asked, "Being a noble is tiring, huh, Hark?" "Enjoying the heat," replied. "Not to brag, but you don't need to worry about me." Amelia leaned back in her chair and added, "The church holds significant power in the kingdom. We, the Holy Knights, are also under church authority. Your title was assigned by His Majesty on the Pope's order." Hark added, "That means you're now officially part of the Imperial Knight Legion, captain of the 11th Knight Legion, also known as the Heroes Brigade. You'll lead this force." Amelia leaned back in her chair, adding, "The church holds considerable power in the kingdom. We knights serve under its authority." Herrick added, "That title you received was appointed by His Majesty under the Pope's command." Herrick continued, "So now, you officially belong to a significant organization." "Anything else?" Herrick asked. "There are complex issues involving state organizations and government participation. Want to know more?" Upon hearing this, the cathedral. "The title you received this time was also assigned by His Majesty under the Pope's order. Harrick added, that means you're officially part of the circle now. Want to know more? Hark asked. Many complicated issues involve government institutions and authorities. Interested? Hearing this, if knights answer to the church, what meaning does my knighthood really have? Hark gave a knowing look. It's complicated with state and governmental politics. Want me to explain? Midu immediately declined to hear more. He eyed the lightning in his hand and said, lightning magic is a basic spell. During my training I was already able to use it. Why do you think it isn't? Hark reminded him. Regardless, you stand equal with us. Power comes with responsibility, never forget that. The next morning, under blue skies and white clouds near the castle forest, Kai asked Jane, did Midu just get promoted to captain? She nodded. Yes, Midu requested a position with governmental authority. Mayor smiled. I don't quite get it, but that's a good sign. Right, Kai reasoned. The kingdom wants to turn Midu into a symbol of empowerment, showing all hero candidates are under their control. Mayor looked puzzled, but responded, so that's a positive development, he continued. After we defeat the demon lord, we can return to our world. The kingdom uses that hope to manipulate us, but don't get too caught up in it. Kai remembered Leonora, pondering what the future might hold. This marks an intriguing moment in our Magic Academy manhwa recap. We will find a way back to our world. This kingdom is exploiting us under that pretext, but don't get too caught up in it. Kai's thoughts drifted to Leonora as the manhwa recap at the Magic Academy unfolds. The way this kingdom treats us is no different than Leonora's methods. We're just pawns they can sacrifice at any given moment. Diane agreed. That's right. We need to be more cautious. She blushed slightly and asked, one more thing. Who is the person standing next to you? Kai was startled, then introduced. This is Maya, a half-demon and a mage. Maya smiled brightly and waved. Nice to meet you. Jin responded politely. Pleasure to meet you as well. Then Jin pointed curiously. Hey, do you two have some kind of relationship? Maya calmly replied. I'm just his travel companion for this journey. What about you? What's your connection with Kai? Jin was startled when she heard Maya call Kai by his nickname, then sheepishly answered. I'm his friend. Kai interrupted. Your terrible friend of who? Then he introduced Maya. This is Kanzaki Jin, my partner. Jin blushed at the term partner. Maya winked mischievously. Were you this close back in your old world? Kai responded. We've never really talked before. Upon hearing the term partner, Mayor winked mischievously and asked, were the two of you that close in the old world too? The response was straightforward. I never actually even spoke to him. Jin nodded in agreement with her. That's right. Chai dismissed the question, then said, forget it. You once said your mission was to defeat the demon lord, right? Jin quietly nodded. He continued. Like in the battle against Stonier, I'll move like your shadow. Kanzaki be the liaison between me and the others. Jin quickly interrupted. Wait, can I come along? Kai asked again. You want to go with me? He glanced at the two girls in front of him, his lips twitching as if realizing something. Jin was visibly excited, eagerly anticipating what was next, while Mayor remained innocent. Chai shook his head. No, I have to refuse. Without you, I have no way to communicate with the others. Looking Jin straight in the eye, he said seriously, they aren't fond of me. Your role is crucial for me. A rather complicated way to put it. Hearing this, Jin blushed slightly, pretending to cough, then replied, then I guess there's nothing else I can do, right? She recalled Narumi and Midu, and added, but many people still highly regard you, especially Midu. Chai closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly, saying Midu is probably figuring out how to fight without relying on me. That's fine. She needs to grow in thinking to defeat the demon lord. Jin asked Kai, do you really want to make everyone stronger? Jin Jukun answered honestly, I can't defeat the demon lord's army alone. Mayor and I killed one of the 4 heavenly kings, but barely escaped with our lives. It was a tough situation. Jin was shocked. You defeated another heavenly king, just the two of you. Mayor smiled. It was dangerous. We beat Windbex, the Wind Heavenly King. Diane looked thoughtfully at Kai. With everyone present, their power was nearly equal when fighting Stonier. But those two, she turned to Mayor. And this girl is trusted, like no ordinary person. Jin clenched his fists. Compared to her, he felt utterly useless in fighting Stonier. Chai recalled Sina's words within the demon lord's forces, exist beings even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. Then, he told Jin that currently with their power, they can't complete this mission. He stepped past her, lightly reminding Kanzaki carefully observe everyone's moves in class and the kingdom. I'll keep in touch frequently. Jin turned and replied, got it. Kai began to leave, asking her to convey a message, I'm working in my own way to defeat the demon lord. Tell Midu that. Then Kai called out, let's go, Mayor. The girl hurried after him, waving goodbye. After defeating Stonier, one of the demon lord's 4 heavenly kings, the Holy Kingdom's army launched a massive invasion. Thanks to the combined strength of the 11th Heroic Knights Legion, the army's morale soared. They exploited this momentum to push forward on the front lines. As a result, the Holy Kingdom successfully seized many fortresses around the Urugano Mountains, freeing the city of Nras. Midu played the leading role in this campaign. This victory was not only due to the defeat of Stonier, the commander of the Demon Lord's army in the territory. Yet the Holy Kingdom's forces were unaware of the final secret. Kai continued acting silently in the shadows. Afterward, the victory celebrations involved many nobles and high officials. Narumi raised a large glass of beer, drinking heartily. He laughed loudly. Celebrating this way is so much fun. Mayor held her head asking, "Hey, you drink beer like it's water." Narumi winked. In this world, 15 is considered an adult. Basically, I'm allowed to drink beer now. Mayor immediately tapped his head and scolded, "We'll be back in the old world soon." Then, she snatched the beer glass and walked away. Narumi lay there, regretting, "Why'd you do that? That was my beer." Everyone watching the two showed amusement. Rena turned to Midu and said, "You're stressed again. Just for today, let's relax and enjoy ourselves." Mayor spotted her holding a wine glass, pointing sharply. "You too, that's wine, right?" Rena raised the glass and responded, "It's fruit punch, ma'am." Midu, standing nearby, wondered, "Really? But honestly, I never expected everything to turn out this way." A voice behind caught Midu's attention. Two people spoke to Satochi. It seems their command chain is in chaos. Losing just one heavenly king weakened them so much. Hearing this, Midu was startled. They mentioned something Midu had also suspected. Thinking over it, they really were too weak. Satochi turned back and said to the two, "I always thought it was a trap." Amelia, holding a glass of wine, he immediately pointed sharply. "You two, isn't that wine?" Rena raised her glass and replied, "It's fruit punch, lady." Midu stood nearby, wondering, "Really? But I never expected things to get this intense." Then a voice behind caught Midu's attention. Two people spoke to Satochi. It seems their command chain is in chaos. Losing just one heavenly king has weakened them this much. Midu was a bit startled, hearing that. They reminded her, making her realize she had also suspected it. The more she thought about it, the weaker they truly seemed. He turned back and told the two, "I always thought it was a trap." Amelia was chewing on a chicken leg and asked, "What's that about?" Recalling the dagger, he didn't know what else to add, then turned away to continue eating. "I don't care." San and the others thought the same, but, in the end, there was no trap at all. Rina glanced over and asked, "Don't you think you're being a bit too cautious, Suji? The Demon King's troops are just a bunch of idiots, right?" Midu replied. "Maybe Shinzu is moving like our shadow." Rina waved it off, doubting how he could possibly defeat him. Jin overheard their conversation, set down her wine glass, and said seriously, just as Midu Kunun mentioned. She then addressed everyone. "While we were fighting, Shin Kunun took out their defense forces." Everyone was stunned to hear this. "What did you say, really?" Jin smiled. "Yes, he also said he defeated another warlord stationed around here. The weak defense line is due to his efforts." Haki was shocked. Shindu Kunun took down one of the 4 heavenly kings all by himself. Midu also marveled, "Truly Shinju-kun." Narumi, slightly tipsy, chimed in, "Maybe he's moving like our shadow. Or no, he's a monster." Rina immediately objected, "Why believe that? That's definitely a lie." Then she called out to Arashi from afar. "You think the same, right, Arashi?" He was munching on chicken leg and just turned around to ask what. Remembering the dagger earlier, he had nothing to add and went back to eating, replying, "I don't care." Rina grimaced. "What's wrong with you now?" Meyer slammed her beer mug down and yelled, "Even so, I don't want to forgive him." Rina asked her, "Do you understand what I mean?" Meanwhile, Midu whispered to Jin, "Where is Shinjuku now?" She hesitated. "I don't know much, but he said he's moving in his own way to eliminate the Demon Lord. In the western territory of Nras City, in the Demon Kingdom domain. In the forest, Kai was surrounded by blue demon soldiers. With a grimace and a large axe in hand, one screamed and swung down. Kai nimbly jumped aside to dodge. Immediately, another demon soldier leaped to attack, but before it could strike, Kai threw a prepared clump of dirt at it. The dust blasted into its face, blinding the demon soldier. At that moment, Chai raised his hand and chanted, "Strike down my foe." Suddenly, electricity sparked in his palm. Out of nowhere, a demon's hand shot forward. Chai gasped. "What?" Somehow it teleported beside him, preparing to strike. A voice echoed, "Fire Salamander." Instantly, a huge blaze erupted, burning the demon soldiers standing there to charred corpses scattered dead all around him. "Don't do unnecessary things," Mayor said, jumping down. "If your magic was effective, I wouldn't have interfered." Chai looked at his hand and said, "It's tough. I thought I could control my energy, but even basic spells failed." Mayor began to explain his magic element was extremely rare lightning. Fast light, and powerful but wild and unpredictable, making it incredibly hard to control. She added, you can use it for a short time at some level, but that alone is exceptional. Understand, if you had the same divine element as your classmates, casting spells would be easier. Chai examined the lightning in his hand and asked, lightning is just basic magic. I learned to use it during training. Why didn't it activate during the battle earlier? Mayor answered, you were distracted by the enemy in front of you. To cast a spell, you need a clear image. Spells and incantations are similar. You have to visualize the effect you want. She added, that's why magic isn't prioritized in close combat. Chai quickly interrupted, but I need to use it in fights like this. Otherwise, what use is it to me? He listened attentively as Mayor elaborated. I know, but it's difficult. You get that right. So why do you want to learn magic now? Kai replied. I just need a new skill. Right now, I'm not strong enough to defeat the Demon Lord. Honestly, I don't really like this power, but thanks to your magical knowledge, I've gained a new ability like this. Truly a disciple of a wise master. Hearing this compliment, Mayor blushed slightly and shyly gave a bright smile. Well, that's what I'm best at. Something grabbed Kai's attention. The demon soldiers. Rena frowned. What's wrong with you now? Meyer slammed her beer mug on the table and said loudly. Even so, I don't want to forgive him. Rena questioned her. Do you understand what I have to? Meanwhile, Midu whispered to Jen. Where is Shinju-kun right now? She hesitated a bit. I don't know much, but he said he's moving covertly to eliminate the Demon Lord. The western territory of NRAS City lies within the Demon Kingdom's domain. In the forest, Kai was surrounded by several blue-skinned demon soldiers. Their ugly faces and large axes roared as they swung down. Chai gracefully leapt aside to dodge. Instantly, another demon soldier leapt in to attack. But before it could strike, Chai threw a ball of earth from his palm. Dust flew straight into the demon's eyes, blinding it. At that moment, Kai raised his hand, chanting, "Strike down my enemies with lightning." As the words left his mouth, electric energy crackled in his palm. Suddenly, a demon's hand lunged at him. Chai gasped. What somehow the demon had teleported to his side, preparing to strike him. Then a voice called out. A fire salamander appeared, unleashing a huge blaze that incinerated the surrounding demons. The demons were burned black and lay dead all around him. Don't do anything reckless. Mayor jumped down and said, if your magic actually worked, I wouldn't need to step in. Chai looked at his palm and muttered, it's difficult. I thought I had control over my power, but I couldn't even perform basic magic. Mayor began to explain, your magic element is rare lightning, fast, powerful, but wild and unpredictable. She added, you can only use it at a certain level for a short time, which is already unusual. If you had the same divine elemental affinity as your classmates, controlling magic would be much easier. Chai examined the crackling lightning in his hand and asked, lightning is a basic spell. I could use it during training. Why didn't it activate in the fight earlier? Mayor replied, because you were distracted by the enemy right in front of you. You need a clear mental image when casting magic. Spells and incantations are almost like that. She continued, you have to form a precise vision of the effect you want. That's why magic isn't favored in close combat situations. Chai hurried to interrupt, but I have to use it in close quarters like this. Otherwise, what reason do I have? He listened intently as Mayor explained, I know, but it's still very hard. You understand that, right? But why now? It's clear something's off, you know. If you shared the same divine element as your classmates, using magic would be effortless. Kai examined the lightning crackling in his hand and asked, lightning magic is considered basic, right? I mastered it during training. Why didn't it activate in the last battle? Magic and incantations are almost the same. You must create a clear mental image of the phenomenon you desire, she explained. That's why magic doesn't. Mayor explained, you were distracted by your enemy at that moment. To cast spells effectively, you need a clear mental image. Magic and incantations rely heavily on visualizing the intended effect. She added, that's why magic usually takes a backseat in close combat situations. Makes sense to use otherwise. He listened intently as Mayor elaborated. I know it's tough. You understand, right? But why now? Kai interrupted. But I have to use it in close combat like this. Otherwise, what's the point? He listened intently as Mayor continued. I understand. But using it this way is tough. You know that, right? The key is control. Only brings troubles to us. We can't fight on our own. We need help from the Holy Kingdom. Arasi asked. Fighting the Demon Lord's army directly isn't your only plan, right? There's guerrilla tactics too. Everyone else listened carefully. So now you want to learn how to use magic, Kai responded. I just need a new skill. Right now, I'm not strong enough to defeat the Demon Lord. Honestly, I'm not really fond of this type of power. But thanks to your knowledge of magic, I gained this new ability. I really am your disciple, aren't I? Hearing Kai's compliment, Mayor blushed slightly. She smiled shyly. Well, that's definitely my specialty. Something caught Kai's attention. The demon soldiers, suddenly they appeared and surrounded him unexpectedly. Each demon looked fierce, their aggressive gazes fixed on him. The two stood back to back Chai, ready to confront the threat. Chai saw the opportunity and muttered, perfect timing. I need these lab rats for an experiment. Mai smiled and teased. No way you can defeat all of them by yourself, right? The number of demons seemed greater than before, and their height might have increased too. Regardless of their numbers, Chai thought, all of you are trapped by me alone, before charging at them. Holding the electric spear, he targeted the demons and unleashed a thunder strike. Lightning bolts zapped them, causing the demons to scream in pain and twitch helplessly. The remaining demons appeared stunned. A few sustained minor burns, but remained unfazed. Drawing his dagger, Kai thought, finally I get to use this in real combat. Yet, he knew his firepower was still lacking. Taking advantage of the moment, a demon soldier swung a club downward. Chai kicked back to dodge skillfully, then leapt onto a nearby tree branch, attacking swiftly with his signature rapid strikes. The demons below watched in confusion, unable to keep up with his lightning-fast moves. Sharp daggers flew toward them, piercing vital spots. Blood spurted as they collapsed lifelessly. The smaller demons waiting their turn just stood there resigned to their fate. Glancing at them, Kay thought, given the current situation, I should channel mana into the daggers before throwing them. This would enhance both accuracy and firepower. While it took time to perfect the casting and form the spell, once mastered, it would become a formidable skill. The demons showed no sign of retreat. Suddenly another jumped in, slashing with sharp claws. Kai countered by severing its head clean off with a swift cut. He then grabbed a tree branch, hanging there as he looked down. Suddenly Kai noticed another wave of demon soldiers arriving. Gripping his daggers, he dashed through them, swiftly dispatching the foes. Jumping back to the high branch, he kept scanning the area. Suddenly, the tree shook violently. Below, a bright red demon, wielding a huge club, smashed the tree trunk where Kai was perched. Chai sighed inwardly. As I thought, there are too many of them. The big tree snapped from the impact, and Chai jumped down facing the demons in front. Behind them stood a much larger demon, with two long horns appearing calm, compared to the rest. Its body was twice as big. Chai assessed it with a sharp gaze. Seems like the boss is here. Perfect, you're going to be my test subject. With daggers in both hands, Chai radiated intense killing intent. This trial was an excellent challenge. Meanwhile, Mai looked exhausted. There are too many of them. We can't keep this up forever. She continued blasting the demon soldiers with fire magic. After a while, Mai called out, Chai, let's get out of here. This is not going to work. He nodded. Got it, that's enough for today. Leaving piles of demon corpses behind, the two dashed out of the forest. Mai sighed from fatigue. Chai concluded that besides the overwhelming number, the monsters' levels were quite high. This was definitely no place where humans could survive. Mai replied, since the demons control lower intelligence beasts, this must be a piece of cake for them. Chai agreed. That explains why only demons thrive here. They halted at a gloomy mountain cliff, overlooking countless demon soldiers below. This was truly the Demon Kingdom's territory. Trouble was brewing. A week after Shindu's reconnaissance, the Holy Empire was advancing, starting to conquer the Demon Kingdom immediately after liberating certain lands. Armies marched through dense forests, but a group found themselves surrounded. Monsters appeared ready to pounce. The number and strength of monsters here were entirely different from those in the Holy Empire's lands. While they posed no threat to heroic candidates or knights, regular soldiers were becoming prey for these beasts. Elia shouted, don't falter, hold the line and fight them off. Harik, worried, said, there are too many of them. We're totally overwhelmed, attacked from all sides. Midu asked, so this must be a high-level demon. Before them stood a demon holding a blood-filled goblet. She had two horns on her head, savoring each drop of blood. From atop the castle wall overlooking the forest, she announced, I will not allow any mistakes. I am Elsa, a high-ranking demon. Use as many monsters as you need. Weaken their military power at all costs. Once they're completely drained, we'll launch our counterattack. The soldiers grew frantic as they spotted the demon troops, the Devil Lord's army. Midu shouted back, Emiya, we need to retreat now. With this horde, we'll be annihilated. She replied, understood. Everyone fall back to where we started. Countless soldiers lay fallen, defeated, as two massive demon warriors approached. One stomped the corpses and laughed loudly. Is victory really this easy? We overrated them, even resorting to monsters to stall them. Another turned and said, still, this is Elsa-sama's order. She's extremely meticulous. The other agreed. Thanks to her, our triumph was effortless. This way, the enemy can truly see the difference between them and our forces. The Crimson Demon troops cut in. By the way, we've already conquered the Beast Alliance, right? If so, the higher-ups are seriously committed to the war against humans. The Grey Demon replied, that's probably why our victory was inevitable. But I'm still wary of their strength. They've defeated 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, which is undeniable. Hidden in the dust, Kai and Mayer quietly observed the battle. Mayer asked in astonishment, they actually conquered the Beast Alliance. What does that mean? I've never heard about this before. Kai pondered, we've got some valuable intel now. Mayer, help me gather more information. Back in the Kingdom City, the mood was somber after a series of victories. In the infirmary, numerous wounded soldiers lay scattered, their groans filling the air. An emergency meeting was quickly convened. The leaders gathered around a long table. Elia spoke, all human territories have been reclaimed. Unfortunately, as soon as we dared to step into the demon realm, we were defeated. She looked around and asked, that's our current status. Does anyone have suggestions? 2 veteran generals sat. One was at a loss, the other deep in thought. The main concern was how to repel the endless waves of monsters. Without a solution, we can't properly battle the demons. Another general stated, from the start, I didn't anticipate the demons' trickery using monsters like this. It's definitely some form of magic. Hark analyzed. Until recently, the Devil Lord's army fought carelessly without tactics. Only after repeated losses did they begin to take us seriously. Midu speculated, there's definitely a cunning commander directing them. The constant monster onslaught might be orchestrated by a high-ranking demon. The general folded his arms and reported scouts confirm a massive monster presence in that forest. If we can escape it, we can fight properly. Elia added, that forest is huge, but has few paths. It's impossible to march our entire army through undetected. Do you think the enemy commander would let us stroll freely? The gray-haired general proposed, we should gather our troops immediately. Frowning, he continued, though we reclaimed many territories, our losses have been severe, especially in the last battle. Another agreed, we've met our goal of regaining lost lands, and we relied on our soldiers' spirit to push back demons. But now that's no longer sufficient. Midu listened intently. Meyer raised a hand to speak. May I say something? Our mission is to subjugate the Devil Lord, right? The older generals nodded. Exactly. If it were easy, we wouldn't be struggling now. Amelia asked Hashimoto. Any suggestions? She smiled wryly. Maybe we should increase our army size. Amelia responded. That's tough. Increasing numbers won't help. It will only slow us down. Midu contemplated. Everyone here has unique abilities in this world. No matter how many soldiers we amass against the monsters, fighting them head-on just leads to more casualties. Suddenly, he spoke up. To strengthen our forces, we must focus on our elite troops. Elia agreed. Exactly. Even if we search the entire kingdom, you all will. To boost our army's strength, we should focus on strengthening our elite forces. Elia agreed. Exactly. Even if we search the entire kingdom, you should. There's no one quite as powerful as the forces here. Those on the front lines are seasoned warriors with vast experience, she continued. If we want to strengthen our power, we should focus on training our troops. Increasing numbers takes time, but this approach is much more practical. The veteran generals seemed to favor this approach. Midu finally realized why he had felt uneasy all along. Their goals were completely different from his own. My aim is to defeat the Demon Lord and return to the real world. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom is focused on solving their own problems. He noticed the old general's relaxed attitude, completely free of worry. That's why they have no issue with maintaining the status quo. Park seemed to pick up on his anxiety. He turned to Midu and asked, "What do you think?" Midu responded, "Frankly, based on our current discussion, it's going to take years to defeat the Demon Lord, but I want to bring him down as soon as possible." Elia added, "Regardless, we need time to train an elite force. It'll take about 2 years to fully rebuild our strength." Midu was somewhat taken aback. 2 years felt like an eternity for them. One of the generals said, "Defeating the Demon Lord quickly is what's best for us. But realistically, we were defeated on enemy territory. Launching another invasion will be incredibly difficult." Another smiled brightly and said, "Considering the circumstances, this is already a major victory, isn't it? We finally reclaimed lost lands. It's all thanks to you, the hero candidates." Midu thanked him, but felt a heavy heart. So the decision was final. He thought of his friends. "We want to go home as soon as possible. I'm quite sure many others feel the same. I wonder if they'll accept this decision." Harik and Kamiya noticed Midu's unease. After a while, everyone exited the meeting room to head back. Hark said to Midu, "I understand how you feel, but Elia's judgment is based on our kingdom's current state. To overcome this, we need a much stronger force. Unfortunately, that's not something we can decide lightly." Midu agreed. You're right, I get it. Harik continued, but I don't want you to rush your thoughts. Midu turned and asked. You feel the same way I do, Harik replied. You don't want your friends dying, do you? Impatience only leads to disaster. That's why I'm telling you to hold back. Hearing those words truly made Midu think deeper. Harik looked out the window toward the training grounds where everyone was practicing. He added, besides, even though the hero candidate is strong, you still have room to grow. It's best to spend time preparing to defeat the Demon Lord. Midu turned toward him. Now that you mention it. Sure, everyone wants to go home, but right now, this might be the better option compared to death. She recalled earlier. If Har hadn't come to our rescue when Stonier defeated us, we all would have perished by now. Harik added, the nature of this demon world devours the weak. There may be entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. He explained, I'm sorry to put it like this, but we're counting on you all. It'll be very difficult to defeat the Demon Lord with your current power. Midu understood the situation and replied, I know. I'll gather everyone and explain this to them. He thought carefully. Just as Har said they couldn't rush things, he wouldn't let his friends die. After returning, Midu briefed everyone on the meeting's content. He explained, of course I want to defeat the Demon Lord as soon as possible, but our goals in the Holy Kingdoms are not the same. Midu asked him, are you saying we'll attack the Demon Lord's army alone? Arasi stood up and said, of course the people of this kingdom are not our allies. We'll use them when necessary. I have no reason to follow their orders. Midu snapped back. Doing that will only cause trouble for us. We can't fight alone. We need the Holy Kingdom's help. Arasi countered. Direct confrontation with the Demon Lord's army isn't your only plan, right? There's also guerrilla tactics. Everyone listened intently. He continued. Our target isn't just the Demon Lord's army, but the Demon Lord himself. Midu interrupted. I get what you mean, but I still. Harik glanced out the window overlooking the training grounds. Below, everyone was practicing. He added, besides, despite the hero candidate's strength, you still have plenty of room to grow. It's better to spend time preparing to defeat the Demon Lord. Midu turned and said, now that you mention it, everyone wants to go home, but this method is probably better than death, she recalled. If Har hadn't come to save us when we were defeated by Stonier, we'd all be dead by now. Harik added, the nature of the demon world is to devour the weak. There are probably entities even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings, he explained. I'm sorry to put it this way, but we are counting on you. With your current power, it's very difficult to defeat the Demon Lord. Understanding the situation, Midu replied, I know, I'll gather everyone and brief them. He had thought it through carefully. Just like Har said, we can't rush. I won't let our friends die. After returning, Midu summarized the meeting for everyone. He explained, of course I want to defeat the Demon Lord as soon as possible, but our goals and the Holy Kingdoms don't align. Midu asked him, are you saying we should attack the Demon Lord's army alone? Arasi stood up and responded, of course those in this kingdom aren't our allies. We'll use them when needed. I have no reason to obey them. Midu sharply replied, doing that will only cause trouble for us. We can't fight alone. We need help from the Holy Kingdom. Arasi countered, direct battle with the Demon Lord's army isn't your only strategy, right? There's guerrilla tactics too. Others listened intently. He continued, our goal isn't to defeat the Demon Lord's army, but the Demon Lord himself. Midu interjected, I get your point, but this kingdom isn't really our ally. We'll use them only when necessary. I see no reason to obey their orders. Midu snapped, doing that will only bring trouble. We can't fight alone. We need support from the Holy Kingdom. Arasi questioned, directly confronting the Demon Lord's army isn't your only strategy, right? There's guerrilla warfare too. Everyone listened closely. Apologized to Arasi. I'm sorry, Rina. Those who stayed looked on with sympathy. The atmosphere grew somber. Meyer turned and asked, Narumi, aren't you coming with them? He replied, we still need a liaison. Jin pondered on what actions he should take in this situation. He continued, our goal isn't to defeat the Demon Lord's forces, but the Demon Lord himself. Midu cut in, I get your point, but still. It seemed extremely risky. If we proceed, someone could lose their life even if we win. Arasi frowned intensely. I said we only need to kill the Demon Lord. Midu shouted back. I know it's dangerous. If you're scared, you can just sit here and wait for your end. I don't want anyone to die here. That's why I told you this is our best option. Arasi snapped, stomping fiercely as he said, quit being such a coward. Then he raised his fist to strike Midu. Midu immediately summoned the Holy Sword and activated a shield mode, creating a protective barrier in front of him. The punch was blocked, but still caused a massive explosion, dealing heavy damage. Smoke and dust filled the air. The others couldn't react in time. From within the cloud of dust, a voice echoed. Do you really think you can defeat me with just that? Midu continued. We have to defeat the demon lord together. Even facing a single member of the 4 heavenly kings was difficult enough. It's better we spend this time training and improving our abilities. Arasi still raised his fist defiantly. You think you've already won? Chains suddenly appeared, restraining both of them, accompanied by Jin's firm voice. Both were stunned and glanced over. Jin shouted, calm down both of you. Do you want to destroy this castle? That will only bring us more trouble. Midu retracted his hand. My apologies, Kanzaki. Arasi struggled, then yanked hard, breaking the chains. What a nuisance, Dai muttered. I had to expend a lot of energy to cast the control spell, yet he destroyed it so easily. Arasi relaxed his hand and said, we should build strength through battles. The more challenges we overcome, the faster we grow. Then he asked Midu, surely you understand, right? Midu stepped forward. I agree with Midu-kun. Rena added, isn't staying safe better than getting wiped out in a hurry, Haki said. Actually, this world isn't that bad. Satoshi turned and said, I don't want to die because of our impatience. Kari raised her hand softly. I'm on Arasi's side. Rena questioned Kari why the sudden change. Kari replied, I get what Midu-kun means, but I want to return home as soon as possible. Jumi looked at Kari, and the rest seemed to share the sentiment. Young Duangdung teared up sincerely. At home it's just my mom and she's very weak. Kari remembered her mother lying ill in bed. I'm so worried about her. Usually I stay by her side, but now she's alone. Cao also sided with Arasi. I agree. I only live with my little sister. Our parents abandoned us. I have no relatives. I want to get back as soon as possible to help her. Shiori lowered her gaze sadly. My reason isn't as convincing as you two, but my family must be worried sick. I can't keep them waiting for another 5 years. Hearing these words, the other's spirits slightly dropped. Midu noticed his friend's expressions and understood somewhat. Narumi proudly said, I have about 3 girlfriends, so I want to get home quickly too. Midu turned to him. You're really special saying that now. Asusi smiled and said, of course we'll always be allies of Arasi-san. Right, Kento responded. Choosing to follow Arasi is a wise decision. Then it was Akira's turn, looking hesitant. At least yeah. He glanced toward the 2 leaders and said, compared to Midu's constant doubt, I think trusting Arasi's decisiveness is better. Arasi looked back and said, that settles it. Midu lowered his head silently, wondering what he should do next. Arasi strode out confidently. No more debate on this. He waved as he stepped outside. Now I'm taking action. Anyone ready to die can come with me. Those who supported Arasi immediately followed. Their numbers were quite large as they turned to leave. Ren and Jumi tried to hold Cry back, calling out, but she shut her eyes speechless, torn between choices. Kiri joined Arasi's group with an apologetic sorry Rena. Those remaining watched her go with sorrowful eyes. The atmosphere grew heavy. Meyer turned to ask Narumi, aren't you going with them? He replied, well, someone needs to stay as the liaison. Jin pondered, wondering what he should do now. I still have my grandfather. I also want to be home as soon as possible. She wrestled internally, her feelings tugging her toward Arasi, but following the guidance, helping my sister. Shiori lowered her head, slightly saddened. My reason may not be as convincing as yours, but my family is probably very worried about me. I can't keep them waiting for another 5 years. Hearing this made the others feel a bit down. Midu noticed his friends' expressions and understood their feelings somewhat. Narumi grinned. As for me, I have around 3 girlfriends, so I want to go back soon too. Meyer turned and said, you're really something. Saying that in this situation, Asusi smiled. For us, of course, we'll always be allies of Arasi-san, right? Kenta replied. Choosing to follow Arasi is the right decision. Then came Akira, who seemed a bit hesitant. At least, then he glanced at the 2 leaders. Compared to Midu's doubts, I think trusting Arasi, who is decisive, is better. Arasi turned back. They've already said that. Midu lowered his gaze, speechless, wondering what he should do. Arasi confidently stepped forward. No more discussion needed. He exited, waving, now I will act on my own. Whoever's ready to die can come with me. The supporters who followed Arasi earlier immediately joined him. The number was fairly large, already preparing to leave. Ren and Jumi tried to hold back, calling for Cry. She shut her eyes, unable to respond. She had to choose whom to follow. Kuri joined Arasi's group, apologizing, sorry Rena. Those left behind watched with regretful eyes. The atmosphere sank slightly. Meyer turned to ask Narumi, aren't you going with them? He answered, well, we need someone to be the liaison. Jin pondered what to do in this situation. I still have my grandfather. I want to go home as soon as possible too. She was wrestling with her feelings. Part of her wanted to follow Arasi, but based on her judgment, she, turning to leave, Ren and Jumi, tried to hold Cry back. The girl closed her eyes, speechless and conflicted. She faced a tough choice: follow her heart or her instincts. Kiri trailed with Arasi's group apologizing. Sorry, Rina. Those remaining watched with sympathetic eyes. The atmosphere grew heavy. Meyer asked Narumi, aren't you going with them? Person named Arasi, accompanied by an apology. I'm sorry, Rina. Those who stayed looked on with sympathetic eyes. The mood slightly dampened. Meyer turned toward Narumi with a question. Aren't you going with them? He replied. Well, we still need someone as a liaison. Jin pondered deeply about what his move should be in this manhwa recap from the Magic Academy. He replied, we need someone to stay as a liaison. Jin pondered what to do next. I still have my grandfather. I want to get home as soon as possible. Her emotions urged her to follow Aras-kun, but reason guided her differently. Receiving the message from Zinju-kun, it seems wiser for me to stay here, right? Outside, Kai and Meyer return and stand before the crowd. A barrage of curses erupts. What do you want, you bastard? The crowd begins to disperse, but at the sight of Kai, whispers spread instantly. Shinu, how dare you show up here? Akira cuts in sharply. Don't cause a scene here. This will draw unwanted attention. Gao looks over sternly, warning as fists start to clench. Arasi, you too. He glances down and says firmly, we don't have time for you. If you're here without solid reason, you'll pay the price. Kai replies seriously, you're right. I think I need to be upfront. I want to borrow your strength. Hearing that, Arasi is surprised and asks, what? Before Kai's arrival, turmoil brews inside the room. Your friends are divided into factions. Outside, you and Meyer have been quietly observing the situation. She turns and asks, your classmates are arguing, are they really okay? Kai answers, I'm not sure. But their thoughts seem logical. Like Midu mentioned, they can't handle this alone. On the other hand, the Holy Nation's approach is way too passive. Also, what Arasi said about waiting 5 years is true, but that might be even more dangerous. Meyer asks Kai, what would you do if you were in their shoes? He raises his hand and responds, there are 3 ways to break this stalemate. First, change the mindset of the Holy Nation's leaders. They have to be forced to change. Once that's done, they'll influence their army, even if the Holy Nation condemns or exiles them. As long as I can return to my own world, nothing else matters. But I doubt Midu would agree with this method. Meyer quickly inquires. What's the second option? Kai replies. We follow Arasi's advice, using guerrilla tactics instead of facing them head-on. Based on what we've learned, and what Isabel told us, the Demon Kingdom is far from united. If we can sabotage their back end, we might trigger a civil war. Though I'm not sure Arasi can pull this off, Meyer agrees, having witnessed his fiery temper, this really seems impossible for him. What about the third option? Meyer presses. Kai smiles. We act based on the intelligence gathered earlier. Remember in the forest you told Meyer we'd collect more intel. He continues, if all goes well, we might gain support from other factions. Ultimately, this will force the kingdom's army into action. Around a large fire in the shadows, Kai and Arasi's group sit warming themselves. Arasi frowns, confused. What the heck is this cat tribe princess about? Kai explains. She's the daughter of the cat tribe leader. Apparently, she's been captured by the demon lord's forces. She's one of the most important figures among the beast tribes, definitely. He adds, that's what I learned after my father crushed several demons, so this intel is likely accurate. The girls, upon hearing father crushed, feel a bit intimidated, thinking silently, he's truly terrifying. Akira wonders aloud, who is he really, and why does he carry a pistol? Meanwhile, Ino eyes Meyer and comments, that girl is adorable. Who is she? Arasi chomps on a piece of meat, asking again, that's why I'm asking, what the heck is this princess? Are we even involved with the beast folk? Oz pipes up. They're animals with ears or tails, right? Kenta excitedly says, I really want to see them myself. They must be cute. Arasi sits in the middle, annoyed, snapping, shut up, you guys. Kai continues. Now, let's discuss our plan. First, you know there's a beast folk nation down south, right? Akira asks the Grandanas. Beast folk federation, correct? Kai affirms. Exactly, a neutral nation, with no stance in the conflict between humans and demons. Arasi doubts. You're suggesting we seek help from them. They're just a scared bunch afraid of demons. Meyer interrupts. Their soldiers are far stronger than you think. She adds, their physical abilities and senses have been honed to the highest level. They've repeatedly repelled the demon lord's invasions. Arasi questions. Then why are they so passive? They could just invade the demon kingdom and destroy it. Meyer smiles. They're really strong, but not strong enough to wipe out the demon lord's army. Besides, the demon army's focus has always been on humans. Kai finally points out the key fact. But what if the Holy Nation and the beast folk join forces? That would change everything. Added. That's the information I obtained after my father fought many demons. so this info could be accurate. When the girls heard the words father fought, they were feeling a bit scared. He thought to himself, this guy is truly terrifying. Akira wondered, who exactly is he, and why on earth does he have a pistol? Meanwhile, Ino was focused on Mei, thinking, that girl is so adorable. Who could she be? Arasi took a bite of meat and pressed on. Is that why I asked what kind of princess she is? Are we somehow connected to beast people? Oz chimed in. They must be animals with ears or tails, right? Kenta was excited. I really want to see them with my own eyes. They must be so cute. Sitting in the middle, Arasi frowned and snapped. You guys shut up. Kai continued. Now let's talk about our plan. First, you know the Beast People's Nation in the Southern Territory, right? Akira asked. You mean the Grandana's Beast Federation? Kai nodded. Exactly, a neutral country that doesn't take any side in the conflict between humans and demons. Arasi looked suspicious. You're telling us to seek their help. They're just a group afraid of demons. Mei interrupted. Their soldiers are stronger than you think. She added. Their physical abilities and senses have been honed to the peak. They've repelled demon lord armies multiple times. He questioned. Then why are they passive in this situation? They should invade the demon kingdom and destroy it. Mei smiled. They are strong but not strong enough to wipe out the demon lord's forces. Besides, the demon lord's army has only focused on humans from the start. Kai then revealed the core point. But if the Holy Kingdom and Beast People unite, that changes everything. Invade the demon kingdom and destroy it. Mayor smiled. They're incredibly strong but not strong enough to wipe out the demon lord's army. Plus, the demon lord's forces mainly target humans from the start. Kai then pointed out the critical piece. But if the Holy Kingdom and the Beastmen unite, then the demon lord's army mainly focuses on humans. Kai finally addressed the core issue. But if the Holy Kingdom and the Beast Folk join forces, that changes everything. That's entirely possible. Akira spoke up. I get it. So that's why we need the princess? He asked. We just have to rescue the princess and use her as a bargaining chip against the Beastmen alliance, right? Sai responded. Basically, yes. I already have intel on their supply routes. I want you guys to act as bait. His gaze was deadly serious. Just obliterate that place with your blast while I stay hidden. Akira interrupted. I see your point, but I still have one question. Why hasn't the Holy Kingdom tried to forge a pact with the Federation? Chai sighed. Good question, Ninomiya. They have their reasons. Mayor explained. The Federation despises demons due to the invasions. From the start, demons look down on other races, but humans oppress the Beastmen, calling them inferior. That's why the Beastmen formed the Grandana's Federation. Naturally, they hate humans. Carrie worried. So convincing them to cooperate will be extremely difficult, won't it? Amidst the flames, the reason became clear. That's why we need a bargaining chip against them. Chai added. The Cat People Princess was captured by the Demon Lord's army, so the situation is perfect for us. Mayor smiled. Beastmen are known for keeping their promises. Once we rescue her, negotiation is on the table. After the plan was laid out, everyone fell silent to mull it over. Chai asked, it's worth a try, right? I'm pretty sure you don't have any other plans at the moment. Arasi stood and stepped forward. You suddenly showed up and made that request. You always act like you know everything. A loud voice called Arasi's name, making him stop. He was reminded. Don't forget your decision now affects everyone's lives. Arasi gritted his teeth, still annoyed with Kai. The group waited silently for his verdict. He sat there, a troubled expression battling between personal and public interests. Finally, he decided, fine, let's do it your way. As dawn broke, Kai and Arasi's team began moving out. Ken asked, we've been heading south this whole time. Are we sure this is the right move? Kai replied, yeah, the Grandana's Federation of Beastmen is down south. The demons are transporting prisoners north. Our target route lies in the forest corridor on the southern edge of the demon kingdom. Neither nation has trade agreements, and since there are only a few paths, we'll know exactly where they're heading. Akira chimed in. So are we actually invading the demon kingdom? Could we have been discovered before our trigger? Chai glanced over lightly before reassuring everyone. Don't worry. I've scouted routes suitable for our group size. The path might be rough and filled with monsters. Akira wondered, can our wagon get through? Kai added, this is important. If things go south, we can rely on Sorero's abilities, right? Tomoko eagerly answered, definitely. Her guardian deity controls dimensional space, allowing her to create a pocket dimension for storing gear and items. The number of spaces depends on mastery and requires a certain amount of mana to maintain. She turned to Kai. It's been a while, but you still remember my guardian deity. He replied, because your power is unique and useful in situations like this. Tomoko beamed, happy to be praised. Turning to Kai, Gao asked, you've been hiding in the demon kingdom since that incident? Kai answered, not exactly. I've been searching for clues to find our way home. Sai followed up. And the results? Kai's answer was clear. Our only choice is to defeat the demon lord. So I gathered all necessary info to take him down. Akira reasoned. Your scouting revealed the Beastman princess was captured. So it's true. Shin was impatient. Are we seriously just strolling? Shouldn't we plan a raid? Kai agreed. You're right. We need to hurry up. Let Sorero take the luggage and wagon. His companion's enthusiasm was infectious. That night the group switched to trekking a forest trail. Arasi suddenly noticed danger and shouted, "Monsters incoming, everyone ready." They found themselves surrounded by a pack of night wolves. Tomoko said, because your abilities are quite unique, which is very advantageous in this scenario. She seemed delighted to be complimented. Cao turned to ask Kai Shinu, "You've been undercover, inside the Demon Kingdom, ever since the incident happened?" He replied, "Not exactly. I've been continuously searching for clues, so we can return home." Sai asked, "So what was the outcome?" Kai answered, "Our only option is to defeat the Demon Lord. That's why I gathered all the information needed to take him down." Akira wondered, "Your reconnaissance showed that the Beast People Princess was kidnapped. Is that true?" Shin Arasi impatiently said. "And by the way, can we keep strolling leisurely like this? We should be planning a surprise attack instead." Kai agreed. "You're right. We need to speed things up. Let Sorero store the luggage and the horse carriages." The girl was very excited. That night the group switched to walking on a forest trail. Arasi noticed and quickly alerted everyone. "Monsters are coming, get ready." At that moment, they were surrounded by a pack of night wolves, walking along a forest trail. Arasi spotted danger and immediately warned everyone, "Monsters incoming, get ready." They were surrounded by a pack of night wolves, extremely fierce. Behind Shiori, a sharp-toothed wolf lunged forward. Tao immediately stood up to shield and protect her. The wolf bit his hand, but in return, it lost a chunk of flesh. Cao smiled and said, "Sorry, but your attack can't break through my steel." Then he delivered a powerful punch that lifted the wolf off the ground. Akari reminded everyone, "We're surrounded. Support team gather at the center. The front line will push them back." He then used the BF support command on his teammates. The fighters quickly obeyed and stepped forward. Boosted by the power-up, they swiftly took down the pack of wolves. Ki, specializing in control skills, threw out vines and shouted to halt. The wolf was blinded and unable to attack, eventually stumbling to the ground. Ino rushed over and struck it down with a sword. "Take this." Nearby, another wolf jumped toward Arasi. He calmly grabbed its neck, scolding, "Trash, you're nothing in front of me." Then he unleashed a powerful explosion that blew the wolf to ashes. Arasi tossed it aside and turned to ask everyone, "No injuries, right?" Kai observed silently thinking, "Everyone's doing great. No need to worry." It's good that Arasi recognized his leadership skills. He kept reminding the team if anyone got hurt, ask Hano for healing. Unfortunately, Kai sensed something approaching and called out to Mayo. A sharp-toothed wolf remained, appearing right behind Arasi at a close distance, catching him off guard. "What? There's still one more," Mayo shouted, summoning a fire dragon. The great flames swept through, incinerating the wolf instantly. The wolf was neutralized in a flash. "Sushi's firepower is insane," Ken exclaimed. "Look, it's roasted to a crisp." "Isn't she way stronger than Nagaso?" Arasi sighed. "Really unnecessary." Shinu's girlfriend was startled and blushed. She snapped furiously, pointing at Kai. "Who's this guy's girlfriend?" He remained calm. "Show some gratitude, she just took a hit for you." Arasi looked at them suspiciously. Mayo stared at Kai, waiting for him to say something, but he simply walked away, saying, "I don't care about trivial stuff like that." The girl was annoyed. "That's not trivial." Asusi sounded jealous. "So frustrating. I wish I had such a cute girlfriend." Ken admired, "I want to find a beautiful girl here and take her back to my world." After the fight, some girls approached to get to know them. Kari waved, saying, "Hey, your name is Mayo, right? Want to chat with us? Are you an elf?" Mayo nervously looked at Kai for help, but he stayed cold. "Stop staring at me. Do whatever you want." She smiled brightly. "Okay." So the four girls chatted happily. Kai felt relieved seeing Mayo blend in well. Sometime later, near a mountain cliff, before dawn, Kai stood and observed the surroundings, noting that this spot seemed safe. Arasi sat down and asked, "Are they definitely going to pass here? I don't want to wait for days." Using his keen eyes, Kai looked down and saw small figures approaching from afar. Spotting the demon army below, Kai turned to Arasi. "Don't worry, I see them." Kai used his divine perception to scan the entire demon force. He identified 3 low-level demons, 15 mid-level demons, and sure enough, inside the wagons were more enemies. Among them was a unique level 36 demon named Jagenda, aged 57, a high-class demon. His stats were all rated A and B, with level 4 spear magic, level 2 demon fire magic, and level 2 demon domination skills. Arasi asked, "Is a high-level demon their leader?" Kai nodded. "Probably. Don't underestimate him. Although not as strong as Stone Geyer, a high-level demon is still formidable." Hearing this, Arasi frowned, determination clear on his face. "Leave it to me. If you get in my way, I'll kill you." Kai glanced at him and said, "I intended to leave him for you from the start. Our plan is simple. First, Arasi will distract them, using his explosive skill. Once their formation breaks, we will encircle them. The others will move as a team of 3. Kai continued giving orders. Ino and Janagi, "You must protect Hono." Both immediately acknowledged. Next, Ozaki's job was to find and escort the injured. Sao folded his arms confidently. "Leave it to me." The girl spoke sharply. "This is not just some trivial thing." Asusi looked envious. "So annoying. Shin has such a cute girlfriend." Ken admired. "I want to find a beautiful girlfriend here and bring her back to my world." After the battle, several girls approached to introduce themselves. Kari waved. "Hey, your name is May, right? Want to chat with us? Are you an elf?" May nervously glanced at Kai for help, but he remained cold. "Why are you staring? Do whatever you want." That was all she needed. She smiled brightly in reply. "All right then." Thus, the 4 girls enjoyed a friendly conversation. Kai felt relieved seeing May blend in well with the group. Sometime later, near a cliff before dawn, Kai stood observing the surroundings and felt this spot was safe. Arasi sat down asking, "Are you sure they'll pass here? I don't want to wait around for days." Using his keen eyesight, Kai looked down and spotted small shadows approaching from afar. Seeing the demon soldiers below, he told Arasi, "Don't worry, I see them now." Kai tapped into his divine vigilance to survey the entire demon army. He identified 3 low-level demons, 15 mid-level demons, and surely a few more hidden in those horse carriages. Among them was a single 36th rank high-level demon named Jaganda, aged 57, a high-tier demon race. His stats were all at A and B levels, with skills in 4th-tier spear magic, 2nd-tier fire demon magic, and 2nd-tier demon subjugation magic. Arasi asked, "Is that high-level demon their leader?" Kai replied back and forth, "Probably. Don't underestimate him. Although not as strong as Stone Geyer, a high-level demon is still formidable." Hearing that, Arasi furrowed his brow, filled with determination. "Leave that guy to me. If you get in my way, I'll kill you." Kai glanced at him and said, "I plan to assign him to you from the start. Our strategy is simple. First, Arasi will distract them using his explosive strike skill. Once their formation breaks, all of his abilities rank at A and B levels, 4th level spear magic, 2nd level demon fire, and 2nd level demon subjugation spells." Arasi asked, "Is a high-ranking demon their leader?" Kai replied, "Probably. Don't underestimate him. Although he's not as strong as Stone Geyer, a high-ranking demon is still formidable." "They're general right," Kai responded casually. "Maybe so. Don't underestimate him. Though not as strong as Stone Geyer, a high-ranking demon is still a formidable threat." Hearing this, he furrowed his brow, determination etched on his face. "Leave it to me. If you get in my way, I won't hesitate to kill you." Kai glanced at him and said, "I intended for him to handle this from the start. Our strategy is simple. Arasi distracts them using his explosion skill. Once their formation breaks, decided to assign him to you. Our tactic is straightforward. First, Arasi will distract them with his explosive strike skills. Once their formation is broken, once we break through, we'll encircle them. The others will move as a 3-person unit." Kai continued orchestrating the plan. "Ino and Janagi, your priority is to protect Hano." Both immediately acknowledged their orders. Next, Ozaki was assigned the task of locating and escorting the injured. Standing tall with arms crossed, he said, "Leave that to me." Mayo provided support from behind the lines. Arasi's mission was to confront the high-level demon and avoid distraction from other opponents. While he engaged in battle, I would sneak inside and rescuing the princess. Once she's safe, I'll signal you. Finally, Kai instructed. Everyone else act according to the situation. If things turn unfavorable, feel free to fall back. Arasi appeared quite confident. "Don't worry, once we take down their leader's head, the rest will scatter like cockroaches." Kai glanced over and responded, "All right, I'm entrusting you to lead the battle." Someone in the crowd spoke up. "From the start, you should know we're here because you need our help." Kenta shouted in agreement. "Exactly why act all high and mighty." Asusi pointed sharply. "Don't even think about giving orders to Arasi." From behind, Arasi furiously yelled, "Silence, you idiots," and then gave both a hard headbutt. He stepped forward and commanded everyone, "Hurry up and get ready, we're following his plan." Meanwhile, among the demon forces, the high-ranking demon Gaganda was glaring around, observing intently. One demon complained, "I'm exhausted, boss. We've been walking since we left the beast people's territory." He turned to shout, "We're almost there, don't get careless." Then thinking to himself, he mentally braced, truly tired, but anticipating what was ahead. Giganda squeezed his eyes shut. He'd been riding for hours, and his back ached, but he couldn't afford to show weakness to his soldiers. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Maybe he should check on the captive girl's condition. He then told his troop, "I'm going to see what that girl's up to. Keep a tight watch, don't lose your post." The demons outside responded obediently, but inside they silently suspected. Old man wants a break, huh? Inside one of the carriages, a beast woman princess sat, restrained, her hands tightly bound. She was the princess of the Beast People's Alliance. Giganda entered and sat by the door, face tired, saying, "Finally I have arrived." Then he stroked his chin, looking at her. "Princess, how do you feel? We're nearing the city where you're imprisoned. We've sneaked into Demon Kingdom territory. Your Alliance soldiers can't get this far." She immediately grumbled, "This wagon is shaking way too much, it's unbearable." He was stunned by such an unexpected reply. Then Giganda spoke, "It's rough, but don't worry. If your Alliance obeys us, you can be freed any time." She shook her head firmly. "It's useless. Now that you caught me, my Alliance won't bow down." He smiled. "Seems you still don't understand your position. You're the daughter of the Beast People's leader." She remained defiant, scolding him. "If you think kidnapping me will convince them, you're a fool." Giganda's eyes flashed angrily as he frowned at her. "Watch that mouth, you brat." Then, grabbing the princess's garment at the chest, he yanked hard, revealing some skin beneath shocking Sina. He flicked out a twisted tongue and said, "Let me taste your flavor a bit, that'll teach you your place." The princess's gaze remained steady, unblinking. Giganda raised a hand to commit a vile act. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted outside, illuminating the night sky. He panicked, pausing his move, pulled back the curtain and asked, "What's happening?" A demon guard announced. "We're under attack by humans." Giganda worried. "Humans? I might believe you if you said beast people, but humans." Explosions kept shaking the area, with immense force throwing demon soldiers into the air. Giganda leapt onto his horse, gripping the reins tightly, then urged his mount forward, shouting, "Counterattack isn't an option. Fear those humans." Thus the two sides clashed fiercely. The remaining heroes candidates joined the battle. Asusi and Kenta launched continuous strikes, taking down many demon soldiers. On this side, Sao and his team supported each other and followed the original battle plan faithfully. Giganda stared anxiously at the battlefield. "Am I losing?" Even though his forces were considered elite, Arasi cracked his shoulders and stepped forward. "You're a high-ranking demon, right?" Giganda summoned his weapon and retorted. "And who the hell are you?" Arasi clenched both fists, smiling coldly. "I don't need to tell some trash like you my name. I'll let you know it if you put on a little show for me." Being insulted this way, the high-ranking demon's anger boiled over. Giganda roared, attacking fiercely. "Shut your mouth, you're nothing to me." He then unleashed a powerful strike at Arasi. Arasi jumped and punched Giganda. Giganda blocked it using his spear. Then he shouted, "Do you really think you can beat me? A high-class demon with this kind of power?" Arasi's face showed a hint of worry. This segment perfectly captures the intense manhwa recap from this Magic Academy storyline. He frowned at her, warning, "Watch your mouth, you brat." Then, unexpectedly grabbing the princess's chest, he yanked her forward, leaving Sina stunned. Revealing bare skin, he protruded his unsettling long tongue and sneered, "Let me taste you and show you where you truly belong." The princess's gaze remained unyielding as she stared him down. Giganda reached out, about to commit a vile act, when suddenly a massive explosion erupted outside, illuminating the night sky. Alarmed, he paused, pulled back the curtain, and asked, "What's going on?" A demon soldier reported, "We're being attacked by humans." Giganda scoffed nervously. "Humans? I'd believe you if you said beastmen." Explosions of enormous force continuously rocked the battlefield, flinging demon troops skyward. Giganda mounted his horse, gripping reins tightly, then spurred it forward, shouting, "No counterattack, fear the humans." With that, both sides collided in fierce combat. The remaining members of the aspiring hero squad officially joined the battle. Asusi and Kenta relentlessly assaulted and defeated hordes of demon soldiers. On this side, Kao and others supported each other, strictly following the original plan. Giganda gazed anxiously across the battlefield. "Are we losing?" Despite boasting the elite forces, doubt gnawed at him. Arasi rolled his shoulder and stepped forward, asking, "Are you the high-level demon?" Giganda summoned his weapon and retorted, "And who the hell are you?" Arasi clenched his fists and smiled coldly. "I don't owe trash, like you my name, but if you put on a show, I might tell." Insulted as a high-ranking demon, Giganda's anger turned purple. He roared, "Silence, scum, like you are nothing to me." Then he unleashed a devastating strike toward Arasi. Arasi dodged and countered with a powerful punch. Giganda blocked with his spear and shouted, "You think you can beat me? A high-level demon with firepower like this? Arasi's expression tightened with concern. He doesn't mean anything to me. Then he launched a powerful attack at Arasi, who ducked and threw a punch at Giganda. Giganda blocked with his spear and shouted, "You think you can beat me? I'm a high-ranking demon with this kind of firepower." Arasi's face showed concern. "In your hands to hold them back." Then he shouted loudly, "You think you can defeat me? A high-ranking demon with firepower like this?" Arasi's face showed a hint of worry. Silently, he thrust his spear toward him. Immediately, the man had to leap up to dodge and jump backward, keeping a safe distance. Arasi frowned, thinking silently that this guy was strong, but still no match for the other warrior. He clenched his fist tightly, knowing he just needed to add a bit more energy to his firepower to handle a few wounds. His explosive attack required a massive amount of energy to activate. With his current capability, he could only shoot 7 more times. Arasi crouched slightly and pressed his palm to the ground to set a trap. Once he ran out of energy, his physical ability would decline. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to keep up with his enemy. He just needed to create a gap and aim for the head or heart of this opponent. Then he would have to use his full power. On the other side, they thought these warriors were human. Moreover, they had divine protection abilities. They had never encountered these faces before, but their strength was astonishing. Could they be those legendary heroic candidates? He twirled his spear in hand. If these were the ones who defeated Winbok and Stony, then he had to be more cautious. Then he urged his horse forward, wondering how they managed to pinpoint his exact location. He suspected they planned to rescue the princess of the two clan. Luckily, I assigned some soldiers to guard the princess. They should be able to hold out for a while. The army here is concentrating on defense. Giganda's eyes showed determination. If that's the case, I need to make a decisive move. I must defeat their current leader. After some thought, he decided to charge, targeting Arasi standing there. He thrust his spear downward and grinned, "I'll settle this battle with a single strike, the lightning thrust." It was a surprise attack, but luckily Arasi dodged just in time. Seeing his coat shred was a slight shock. He flipped to the left to evade the strike, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Giganda's speed. Arasi focused his gaze on the high-ranking demon in front of him. He urged his horse forward and stood exactly where needed. He smiled right within the minefield he had created. Arasi used his divine protection skill to detonate the mines, causing a powerful blast that made Giganda panic and cry out. "What is this?" The explosion startled the horse, who stumbled. Giganda was singed by flames, looking quite disheveled. He thought to himself, "Is this a trap skill?" He anxiously cursed. "Damn, my vision's blocked." Arasi charged forward, thinking the minefield was just a trap skill, lacking the firepower of an explosion, but at least created a gap in Giganda's defenses. He couldn't determine my position in the dust. He appeared behind Giganda, with his hand engulfed in red flames, ready to strike down. Now, all that was left was to ambush him with an explosion. Yet before he could attack, Giganda's eyes flashed as he noticed him and released a strong gust of wind, pushing Arasi back. Arasi frowned, clicked his tongue, acknowledging he couldn't dodge at all. That wind blast sent him sprawling onto the ground. On the other side, his teammate called out worriedly to Arasi. He got up, clutching his stomach. "It hurts, but focus on the situation, don't worry about me." Giganda sneered. "You can't even use your energy to protect yourself anymore." Yet he couldn't believe this guy could defend so well. His instincts were as sharp as a beast's. He recalled how Arasi had set traps. "But I've figured out his fighting style. He can set explosive traps by placing his hand there. Moreover, he can detonate anything he touches." Giganda dismounted confidently, thinking, as long as he held his spear firmly, he could win by maintaining his distance. If he concentrated, he could avoid Arasi's traps. Arasi looked at him determinedly, thinking, "I bet you're thinking that, huh?" Giganda extended his hand and unleashed gusts of sharp yet thin wind blades, forcing Arasi to dodge sharply. He smiled. "This distance is perfect. From here, he won't be able to reach me." The spear kept thrusting repeatedly at Arasi, who asked, "So you've figured out my fighting style, haven't you?" Giganda grinned and said, "Of course, you always switch positions." Arasi raised his hand, preparing to attack. "That's right, you're the one who's losing ground." He used his cannon skill, firing a spark straight at Giganda. Giganda's eyes widened as the light flashed. Arasi added more energy to his attack, unleashing maximum power. A massive explosion erupted with devastating force. It left a large crater on the spot, proving Arasi's strike carried immense energy. Giganda lay motionless, mouth agape, and, though thin, those blades were razor-sharp, forcing Arasi to sharply maneuver to evade each attack. Giganda smiled. "This distance is perfect. From here you can't touch me." Each spear relentlessly thrust toward Arasi. He inquired, "So you've unraveled my fighting style. Giganda grinned knowingly. You constantly shift your position. Arasi raised his hand, preparing an assault. Exactly, you're the one on the defensive now. He unleashed a cannon skill, shooting a blazing spark at Giganda. The demon's eyes widened as light flickered. Arasi poured all his energy into the burst with absolute force. A massive explosion erupted, leaving a huge crater, showing the immense power behind Arasi's attack. Giganda lay motionless, mouth agape. Continued. Blood flowed as Arasi flicked his coat, standing there with undeniable swagger. A status window appeared showing name, Arasi Sunsuke, age, 17, gender, male. Attack rank B, defense rank B, agility rank B, strength rank A, magic rank C. Current status, normal. Skills, Owl God Blast, level 3. Owl God Mine, level 2. Owl God Cannon, level 2. Physical strength, level 4. Mayor watched in awe, impressed by Arasi's feat of single-handedly taking down a high-level demon. The demon soldiers panicked, terrified that Lord Araganda was dead. Could it be that they had lost? Akira shouted encouragement while unleashing his attack. Arasi's victory over the high-level demon had shattered their defenses. We need to maintain this momentum and then use muscle support to amplify the damage. With the muscle-enhanced weapons, everyone surged forward into a full-scale assault. Shortly after, the demon troops, leaderless and broken, scattered and were easily defeated. Chai stood holding 2 daggers as he approached a horse carriage, wondering to himself, could this be it? He stepped forward and gently drew back the curtain. There before him was Sina, her blouse torn by Araganda. The princess spoke up. Did a human come to rescue me? Kai glanced at her and replied, I was wondering about that myself. He drew a dagger hidden in his shirt and stepped closer. Then he cut her ropes, which fell away. Sina wiped her face and asked Kai, what is it that you're after? With a cold tone, Kai answered, something the demons want too. I intend to use you to achieve my goals. Sina rubbed her wrist calmly, looking at him levelly. That's pretty honest. Chai replied nonchalantly, why bother lying? You'd rather hear that we're here with no bad intentions. She let her hand fall, sensing life. I can't believe that. But if that's the case, wouldn't you agree that it makes sense for me to oppose you? Instantly, her hand transformed with a demi-beast's fur and sharp claws, her eyes turning fierce, like a demon ready to strike its eye. A white mist escaped her mouth as Kai reflexively dodged. Sina ferociously bared her fangs and swiped claws at him. Kai parried the sharp slashes, skillfully acknowledging her speed with the weapon in hand. Then they launched into a brutal fight. This must be the power of a beastman. All of Sina's consecutive claw attacks were easily blocked by Kai. After a while, he grew tired and shouted with a forceful command. No sooner had he spoken than bolts of lightning struck Sina directly. Her eyes widened in shock. Sina clenched her lips in frustration, realizing it was magic. Kai calmly sidestepped the strike. Sina crashed painfully to the ground. While she was dazed, Kai pinned her beneath him. He silently mused that basic thunder magic was weak on its own, but extremely useful for disabling an enemy, perfect for close combat advantage. Sina clenched her teeth and glared at him with fury. Damn, how can a human be this strong? Chai narrowed his eyes. Finally, you see the difference in our strength. You have 2 options, either restrain yourself and come with me, or obey me. Realizing she couldn't match Kai's power, Sina reluctantly accepted her fate. Fine, being with humans is better than demons anyway. Meanwhile, Arasi's group clearly held the upper hand, surrounded by fallen monsters with just one left standing. The last beast roared savagely, but trembled with fear. Sweating profusely, it struggled to comprehend who was in front of it. Defeat was inevitable. They were monsters, but who could have defeated them? Arasi coldly called out for Tsunami. Kai immediately understood and traced a magic circle. Suddenly, vines glowing with light shot out from the trees, extending rapidly. They obeyed his command as Kai wrapped them around the beast's legs, preparing for an ambush. With a firm tug, the beast crashed to the ground, emitting strangled sounds. Arasi slowly approached, instilling sheer terror. He grabbed its chin and lifted it for a conversation. With a gruff voice, Arasi told the demon lord, "We bear no grudge against him. I will behead him myself." Soon after, the group gathered around a small campfire. Asusi held a piece of meat, delightedly commenting, their carriage had so much food left over. Ken took a tasty bite and happily chimed in, "Tonight we have ourselves a feast." Meanwhile, Kai's eyes welled up with tears of guilt, feeling as if they were simply robbing a meal, rather than fighting for survival. This thrilling manhwa recap from the Magic Academy world perfectly captures the intense clashes and shifting alliances that define the genre. This would be incredible if it boosted the chances of victory in close combat. Sina grit her teeth, glaring fiercely at him. Damn, how can humans be this strong? Chai narrowed his eyes and said, "Finally, you see the difference in our powers, right? You have two choices: restrain yourself and follow me, or obey me. Knowing she was no match for Chai, Sina accepted her fate. Fine, going with humans is still better than joining demons. Under Arasi's lead, their group was gaining the upper hand. Monsters lay scattered with only one left. It roared savagely but with traces of fear. Sweating wildly, the monster hardly believed what it was seeing. No way it could win. They were indeed monsters, but defeated here. Arasi coldly called out to Chainami. Kai immediately understood, drawing a magic circle. All right. Suddenly the vines on the trees glowed and rapidly lengthened, responding to the spell's command. Chai wrapped the vines around the monster's legs, readying for an ambush. Just a pull, and the monster collapsed heavily to the ground, emitting pitiful groans. Arasi approached slowly, terrifying it even more. He gripped its chin to lift its head for a conversation. Using force, Arasi declared to the demon lord, his voice a low growl. We don't harbor any grudge against him. I'll be the one to cut off his head. Soon after, everyone gathered. Gripping tightly, he spoke to the demon lord, his voice low and fierce. We hold no grudge against him, but I'll cut his head off myself. Soon after, everyone gathered around. They formed a circle around a small campfire. Susie held a piece of meat happily and said, their carriage is loaded with so much food. Ken bit into a delicious chunk and cheerfully chimed in. Looks like we're throwing a grand feast tonight. Chai, however, was teary-eyed with guilt, feeling as if they were robbers. Hey, the friend beside her, laughed with delight. Haha, isn't that just like us? Meanwhile, Sina hesitated, sitting quietly and just watching, too shy to move. She broke the silence, asking, Hey, why aren't you eating? Though Za was drooling with hunger, she tried to hold back her appetite. Is it really okay for you to serve me food like this? Arasi tore off a hearty chunk of meat, with satisfaction, mentioning how rare it was to have a proper meal here. Yet such food couldn't compare to the dishes in their world. Taking a sip of soup, he glanced at Sina. We still need something from you. If you die, it'll cause us major trouble, so just eat. Hearing that, Sina dropped her reserve and gulped down the soup, not forgetting to say, thank you. Just a sip of broth, but Sina's expression radiated pure bliss. This is delicious. Witnessing her adorable reaction made the friend feel proud. Arasi, losing patience, turned away. I have no time to waste on someone like you. Amelia stepped forward. The officer ignored Arasi, giving orders for soldiers to rush forward. Is your name Exa? How did those demons manage to capture you? Exa remained silent for a moment. Then, after staring at the flickering fire, began recounting the whole incident. I accidentally ran into the demon lord's army while hunting in the forest. Za recalled the terrifying monsters she faced. I was wandering deep into the Federation's territory. Usually demons don't come there. Sina hesitated. So that means they already knew where I was. Calmly, Kai reasoned that this must be part of a larger invasion plan against the Federation. Capturing her was clearly one of their objectives. Kari wondered why demons wanted control over the beast tribe. The nearby friend answered, because they invaded the Holy Kingdom. Probably their goal is world domination, right? Sina immediately agreed. That was exactly the demon's plan. But what do you humans want from me? Kai spoke candidly. We need you as our bargaining chip. We want the Federation's cooperation to defeat the Demon Lord. Sina asked, puzzled. Defeat the Demon Lord? Are you serious? RC chimed in. We have our reasons, he explained, chewing his meat. We can't return to the real world until the Demon Lord is defeated. Finally, Exa grasped the situation. So you guys are these hero candidates. I heard humans summoned you as their ace cards. Chai suddenly asked. So what do you think? If you genuinely assist us, it would really help. Sina nodded, signaling her willingness. I get it. I owe you all for rescuing me. Kai casually tossed in some cold water, but we never planned to save you. Sina was a bit taken aback, but accepted it as her benefactors nonetheless. After all, they saved me and even gave me warm food. Sina made her stance clear. Plus, to purge the demons within the Federation, I need support from an outside party. This is just a gut feeling, but I think there's a spy among the Federation's high-ranking members, Sina stated bluntly. The next morning, everyone quickly descended the mountain, exiting the forest. Princess Sina, the beast cat, was rescued and had escaped Demon Kingdom's territory with Shinu. They retraced their steps, heading back to the city of Nrat. The group approached the city gate. Inside a room, faint sounds echoed swift sword strikes, slicing through the air. Midu was practicing swordplay alone. Suddenly, a voice called Suji, making him stop and look toward the source. Seeing the figure, Midu hurried over, curious. Rina, what's going on? Rina shouted. Arasi's group has returned, and they're boldly stepping through the main gate. Midu's eyes widened in surprise. What? At the city gate, Arasi's group surged inside, but was blocked by soldiers ahead. A strong soldier shouted loudly. Deserters. How dare you enter here with such calm faces? You're breaking military law. The shout enraged Arasi deeply. I don't care. Does the law protect you? The soldiers being scolded looked confused, muttering deserters. Arasi impatiently turned away, declaring, I have no reason to waste time with someone like you. Amelia, the general ignored him and issued a command for the soldiers to charge simultaneously. You think she'd meet a jerk like you? Restrain them and lock these deserters up. The situation spiraled out of control. Arasi scratched his head, overwhelmed. Even if you guys band together, you won't beat me, Gao said from the side. As the soldiers charged, they were told not to expect cooperation from her. Contain them and imprison these deserters. The chaos escalated. Arasi was visibly frustrated, rubbing his aching head. No matter how many of you unite, you can't defeat me. Gao followed closely. Meanwhile, Kai inside the room examined a sharp dagger thoughtfully, calmly explaining they said it was all because of his attitude. If we were in Midu's group, even if they were labeled traitors, they'd still be welcomed warmly. Suddenly chains appeared, binding all the soldiers tightly, accompanied by a cold voice commanding, no one move. Jin stepped forward and asked, You're back early, huh? Witnessing this strange behavior from her, the officer shouted loudly. Kanza, Kizan, are you planning to betray us? Release this skill seal immediately. Narumi placed a hand on the soldier's shoulder, giving him a loving wink. Hey, calm down. Arasai's group isn't here to fight. Let's talk first. Moments later, the seal and chains were removed. The soldier reluctantly gave in. If Narumi said so, Arasai's eyes flared with impatience, staring down his opponent, thinking, why listen to him and not me? Akira chuckled awkwardly, saying, That's just how it usually goes. Narumi calmly approached him and probed, So what now? Have you returned with any important information? Arasai, still sulking, demanded. Let's talk about that later. For now, please take us somewhere suitable for a proper conversation. Soon after, in a grand room, everyone sat properly, except Arasi, who had his feet up on the table, still maintaining his stubborn, unruly attitude. Herrick and Elia exchanged helpless, disappointed looks. The officers were bitter, but dared not complain. Arasi's odd behavior was too much for Mirai, who finally spoke up. Cut it out. Arasi, you're making the atmosphere way too tense. Arasi, quick-tempered, retorted sharply. What you saying? This is how things are. In another world. You're always like this. Meyer's voice hardened as she questioned, Is it really necessary to make everything so tense? Besides, we've gathered everyone you wanted to speak with. Despite his irritation, he reluctantly put his feet down. Fine, Arasi replied, regaining composure. Shinami, come in. Soon after, Ki entered, holding Shina's hand, apologizing as they stepped inside. Shina's arrival stunned Herrick completely. Amelia exclaimed in surprise, a feline beaskin. Akira clearly introduced her as Shina, the daughter of Gandanis, the Beaskin Federation leader. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this, the Federation leader's daughter. Why is she here with you guys? Shina calmly admitted. Yes, I'm the biological daughter of the Beaskin Federation leader. They rescued me from the demons. Midu, unable to believe it, asked again. You were kidnapped by demons. Shina shot him a glance and honestly replied, Exactly. The demons are hiding within the Federation's territory. I was rescued while they were taking me to the Demon Kingdom's domain. Arasi chimed in. We can use her as a bargaining chip to secure an alliance with the Federation. We can't afford to wait another 2 years. Elia, now enlightened, said, I understand the situation. Elia spoke seriously with a solution. We're also considering forming an alliance with the Federation. I'll report back to the council. Now that we have a princess, they won't want to miss this opportunity. Arasi bluntly stated, You're being honest. Elia didn't hide her intentions, responding frankly. We don't want half of our hero candidates to leave us. We're planning to accept some of your demands if you come back. Herrick calmly added, You are the army's trump card. This affects troop morale. I take responsibility for your actions. Thanks to this, I can avoid being fired. Hearing this, Elia's tone deepened. I understand your request. Done with that, Emilia looked up firmly, her voice serious. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. This is what you want, right? Arasai's mood finally relaxed a bit. Now you get what I mean. Elia looked seriously across the room, saying, This isn't a disadvantageous deal for us. Killing the Demon King is the people's wish. Of course, we'll do everything to make it happen. Shina was determined to repay her debt. They saved my life and even fed me. In return, I want them to help me eliminate the demons within the Federation. Midu immediately agreed. Of course, I'll do my best. Suddenly, Herrick cut in quietly. Can I ask something? How did you get the information? The army's trump card, of course. This also would impact the morale of the troops. I take full responsibility for your actions. Because of this, I can avoid the risk of being dismissed. Hearing this, Elia's tone deepened. I understand your demands. Done. Amelia looked up firmly, her voice carrying a serious weight. If we can cooperate with the Federation, we can continue the campaign to defeat the Demon Kingdom. That's what you all want, right? At this moment, Arasi finally relaxed a little. Now you understand what I meant. Elia stared seriously at the opposite side and said, anyway, this isn't a bad deal for us. Killing the Demon Lord is also the people's wish. Naturally, we will do everything possible to make it happen. Sina, filled with determination to repay a debt, said they saved my life and fed me. In return for their help, I want you to assist me in eradicating the demons within the Federation. Midu immediately embraced this resolve. Of course, I will do my very best. Herrick suddenly lowered his voice and interrupted, may I ask something? How did you get this information? Responding immediately with determination, of course, I'll do my best. Suddenly, Herrick spoke, softly interrupting, can I ask something? How did you get that info? A princess kidnapped. When asked, Arasi glanced casually aside and replied, regarding what happened next, we interrogated the demons we captured. Hark observed him intently and answered just like that. 1 week later, everyone waited anxiously in suspense. Holding a paper, Hark and Elia entered the room to deliver news. The Holy Kingdom had sent envoys to the Federation to negotiate their alliance. The tense atmosphere suddenly broke, and cheers erupted everywhere. In a small house by the city wall, Chai Directi asked who was going. Akira sat across and gave an honest reply. Midu, Naga's Kanj, and Narumi made up the four. With the intelligence in hand, Kai sipped his tea. I also figure they'll pick Kanjaki, because of her commanding power. Akira immediately agreed with this assumption. That's because Midu and Narumi have sharp eyes for judging people. Naga's is somewhat stern, but he has his own unique way of speaking. In another room, Herrick worked tirelessly, unaware that Akira was referring to him. Herrick was likely the leader of the envoys. Naturally, some soldiers and several administrators would also attend. In total, there were 30 people. Mei quietly stood in a corner, listening to their discussion. Suddenly, Kai asked how's Ashi doing. At that moment, Arasi was enjoying the warm sun on the rooftop. Without hesitation, Akira replied, he wants to stay at the front lines, because negotiation isn't really his strength. That's right. On the training ground, Meyer was instructing Asus and Kenta on something, unaware that Akira was talking about her. As Midu left, Hashimoto would replace him as the team captain. Akira boldly guessed it might be tough because they would need to constantly monitor Arasi and his friends. Then, Akira suddenly asked Kai, so what's your plan? Shin candidly replied, I'll go to the Federation, even though I have no intention of joining the envoy team. Outside the city walls, Herrick turned back and ordered everyone, let's move out. The troops and aspiring heroes marched toward the Federation. On the road, Ren kept running his fingers through his hair, complaining about being tired. Midu smiled and said, this journey will be quite long. Narumi chimed in with enthusiasm. Surprising, I never thought Rina would join us. She scowled and retorted, what you mean? I'm not allowed to come along. He quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. I'm really glad you're here. Rina pointed at Midu. If I leave you guys alone, you're all going to act recklessly, especially this fool. He looked stunned and asked me. Seeing their lively banter, Narumi laughed heartily. Rina seemed a bit displeased and said, I mean, if you were his companion, you'd be totally unreliable. Even going together wouldn't make a difference. Narumi whined. Hey Rina, why are you so mean to me? Behind them, silence fell heavily. Jin thought to herself, they're really noisy. Maybe some quiet is better, huh? She wondered if Shin Chu was also on his way to the Federation. Could he be nearby? Hark glanced at Jin's expression as the group quietly traversed vast fields and grasslands, watching them from behind bushes. Chai said to Mei, all right, let's go. The two walked off and Mei asked, are we just tailing them? He replied, following them seems easier. Sheena is there too. By the way, can I ask you something? Back with the group moving through forests, Jin stayed silent, taking in the fresh air and enjoying the trip. Hark noticed and asked, why are you always looking around? Kanzuki startled, feeling a bit embarrassed, and answered, I'm just staying alert for monsters. Narumi winked, no need. Suji and Hark are here. Jin lowered her head slightly and replied, you're right. Hark turned and said, Midu just took you a few days and Arasi was back with us, right? He nodded. Yes, exactly. Hark wondered aloud. I can't help but question how they learned about XA being kidnapped in the first place. Jin interjected. Didn't he say they captured and interrogated some demons? But he still seemed unsatisfied. It just happened pretty fast. Getting the info, processing it, and coming back doing it all solo seems unlikely. Usually, Arasi discusses these matters with us first. Midu turned asking, What exactly do you mean? Hark's voice softened amidst the forest. I'm just speculating. He continued. Someone might be moving through the shadows, gathering information on their own. Seriously, you're so confusing sometimes. Midu, your expressions. Arasi discussed such matters with us beforehand? Midu then asked back, so what exactly are you implying? Hark's voice echoed through the forest. I'm just speculating. He continued. Someone is moving in the shadows, gathering information on their own. As usual, your speech is confusing, Midu. He continued. Someone is moving stealthily, gathering intelligence on their own. As usual, you're pretty confusing, Midu. Your expressions say it all. You already spilled everything to me. Sure enough, his expression shifted slightly when Harik mentioned it. Narumi thought to himself, this is bad. Indeed. Jinzu has supported us a lot behind the scenes, but in the eyes of the Holy Kingdom, he remains a criminal. Even Jin seemed a bit worried if Harik finds out about our alliance with him, who knows what punishment we might face. Just then, Rena stepped forward and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? Harik quickly raised his hand and replied, looks like some of you know, while others don't. Your circles in this world are still tiny since you're foreigners. Besides, you'll need people like us to build connections. The answer was clear. Shin Kai is still in your shadow, the one who killed the saintess. Midu frowned, slightly worried, and asked, and if that's true then what? Suddenly Harik laughed loudly. Just as expected, I was joking. Narumi told Len, your reasoning's pretty sharp, but even if we're in touch, he helps us regardless of our disagreement. Harik smiled. Don't worry, I won't punish you. I'm just curious. Honestly, I think I owe him thanks for killing that woman. Hearing this, the soldiers were a bit shocked. Narumi reacted. You say that like it's okay. Harik brushed it off. Of course not. If they find out, I'd be hanged. He added. Besides, judging by Kanzaki's behavior over the past few hours, I'm guessing he's nearby watching us closely, right? At this, Midu quickly turned to ask, really? Kanzaki's sudden question made her uneasy, wondering what to do next. Jin worried if he was dragging Shindu down with him, since he was the messenger. Kai's voice rang out as he stepped forward. Since you've found out there's nothing left to hide. The soldiers gasped. The one who killed the saintess. Sina spoke up. He's the one who saved me. Harik wheeled his horse around, as soldiers pointed their spears toward Kai. He said, I'm just basing this on my conclusions. Kai looked back at him, replying, you formed that conclusion with minimal info, huh? Harik continued asking, not as sharp as you, but we have some intelligence networks. You killed WinBX, one of the 4 great kings, the Black Death God, right? Kai answered, I've never heard that nickname, and I wasn't the only one who killed him. His gaze shifted toward Mayor, a spell-casting elite. Looks like he has a powerful companion. From the crowd, a woman's voice called out Kai's name, making Mayor take notice. Rena urged her horse forward and shouted, after everything that happened, how dare you show your face here? Midu hurried to calm her down. Calm down, Rena. But she pushed his hand away and continued, I can't calm down. Rena pointed at Kai, still fierce. You're only spared because you're kind, Suji. But he's a traitor, she asked. Anything else to say? Kai remained calm, no intention to deny that. Narumi winked, smiling. Calm down, Rena. Sin always helps us. Rena shouted furiously, shut up, I'll end this here. Praying God please bless the flame in my palm. A fireball manifested in her hand. Mayor admired, that's some serious firepower. Not sure if we can withstand it. Kai glanced at Mayor, signaling silently. Kanzaki raised his hand to intervene, but Kai called out, asking her not to act. The massive fireball shot toward Kai, causing a tremendous explosion. Narumi worriedly said, hey, are you gonna turn him to ashes? Rena replied, what? If that little blast killed him, I'd be disappointed. Exactly. Kai's voice rang out, his arm appearing as he grabbed Rena's shirt, pulling her down, abruptly startling her. What? Realizing too late, Rena fell flat on the ground. She quickly jumped back to keep her distance, and continued summoning another fireball aimed to incinerate him. Kai countered, thunder pierce my enemy. Instantly, lightning struck Rena, paralyzing her and making her scream in pain. In a blink, Rena fainted. Kai stopped, while Rena lay motionless. Weakly, she muttered, what's that? Even though you don't possess that much power. Kai looked at the lightning in his hand, responding, true. I'm not gifted with divine magic, but even without talent, as long as I keep training, I can still use it. Then he sneered at Rena. And you look what your so-called divine powers done to you. Directed toward Mayor, an elite skilled in casting spells. Seems like you have a very powerful companion. Among the crowd, a female voice, calling out Kai's name, caught Mayor's attention. Rena spurred her horse forward and shouted loudly, after everything that happened, you still dare to show your face. Midu hurriedly tried to intervene. Calm down, Rena. But she brushed his hand aside and said fiercely, I can't stay calm. Rena pointed at Kai and continued aggressively, you only spared him because you're kind-hearted, Suji. But he is a traitor, she asked. Anything more to say? Kai appeared composed. I don't intend to deny it. Narumi winked with a smile. Calm down, Rina. Shin has always helped us. Rina angrily yelled silence. I will end this right here. She prayed, Lord, please bless the flame in my hand. A fireball emerged in her palm. Mayor was amazed. That's some serious firepower. I don't know if we can stand against it. Kai glanced at Mayor, signaling silently. Kanzaki raised a hand to stop, but was cut off by Kai's call. He asked her to do nothing. A massive fireball shot toward him. A massive explosion followed. Narumi worriedly exclaimed, Hey, you're trying to turn him to dust. Rina snapped back. What if he died that easily? I'd be disappointed. Exactly. Kai's voice accompanied his arm as he grabbed Rina by the collar and yanked her down, causing her to gasp. What? Before she could react, Rina collapsed to the ground. She quickly jumped back to maintain distance, then summoned another fireball to incinerate him. Kai retaliated. Thunder pierced my enemy. Immediately, a lightning bolt struck Rina, numbing her as she screamed in pain. Instantly, Rina fainted. Kai stopped while Rena lay motionless. She barely opened her eyes, whispering weakly, What just happened? You don't have that kind of power. Kai gazed at the lightning in his hand and replied, True, I don't have a natural talent for divine magic, but even without it, if I keep practicing, I can still wield it. Then he mockingly looked at Rina. And you look, who's getting crushed by the power you call divine magic? Rina quickly asked. What if he died just from that? I'd be really disappointed. Exactly. Kai's voice, accompanied by his extended arm, appeared. Suddenly, he grabbed Rina's shirt, pulling her down sharply, startling her. What? By the time she realized it, Rina had already fallen to the ground. She quickly jumped back to keep her distance. Then, he summoned a fireball to incinerate his opponent. Kai countered sharply. Lightning pierced through my enemy. Instantly, a bolt struck directly at Rina, causing her to scream in agony. In the blink of an eye, Rena collapsed unconscious. Kai stopped, while Rena lay motionless. She opened her eyes weakly, and asked, What was that? Even though you don't possess that level of power, Kai said, gazing at the lightning in his hand. It's true, I'm not naturally gifted in divine magic, but even without such talent, as long as I keep practicing, I can still harness it. Then he sneered at Rina. Look, you're being overwhelmed by a power you call divine magic. That's just spoiling things. Are you sure you've been training properly? Narumi stepped forward, amazed. Wow, you disabled Rina, instantly impressive. Thanks, Jukun. Midu thought silently that he wasn't just fast. He also caught his opponent off guard. He had gained several new powers compared to before. Now he stood, and Rina still remained defiantly stubborn. I still refuse to acknowledge you, Kai said calmly. From the start, I never needed your approval. And one more thing, no matter how many times we fight, the outcome will always be the same. Rina, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted sharply. Shut up, Jin's voice echoed. Enough, Nagasan. Calm down first. Magical chains appeared restraining Rina. That evening, everyone gathered around the campfire. After hearing the recount of events, Herrick said, I get it. Basically, you were backed into a corner. Then he pondered. Now I understand why you chose to kill Leonora in that situation. From your perspective, you were being forced into impossible missions more and more frequently. Midu spoke up. We were pretty confused back then. That's why Shin-kun took all the blame himself, Narumi added, and some classmates still misunderstood Shinji-kun's real intentions. Rina, still bitter, said, I think the reason he did that is more complicated than just because we're his classmates. Kai, chewing on dried meat, said Nagas is right. To put it simply, it was just easier to kill her than deal with the trouble. Narumi smiled. You're stubborn. Seriously. Rina turned her face away a bit sharp. No matter how he explains, I'm the one who decides whether to believe him or not. Rina kept questioning. First, is it true that you're trying to find a way for us to go home? She glanced at Mayor. Also, who is that sweet girl behind you? Kai nodded upright and replied, I haven't found anything yet, but she voluntarily decided to follow me. Mayor panicked. You're cruel. Midu spoke up. Anyway, for us to catch spies inside the Federation, we need your cooperation, Shinjukan. That's why I suggest you join us on this journey. Harik seemed quite happy and agreed. I don't mind. Even though I can't report this to the Empire, I'll just forge some documents. Then everyone turned their eyes to Rina, who still seemed very annoyed with Kai. She shut her eyes tightly. Whatever, it won't change the fact that I hate him. Kai looked around at everyone. Anyway, our destination's the same. If you don't have any objections, I'm happy to go along. The campfire still blazed warmly, people sitting quietly with a hint of silence. Suddenly, a voice called Midu from behind, catching his attention. Kai asked, Is it okay to tell him? That Midu replied, You mean about Leonora's death? No worries, Herrick's a trustworthy guy. Kai warned, no matter how much you trust someone, there are things you shouldn't blindly believe, but the words were out now. Midu understood Kai's point. I know I'll take responsibility. Besides, Herrick has known what's going on from the start, Kai asked. So hiding it any longer won't help, right? Midu thought sharing information and showing trust like this was typical Midu style. The delegation continued walking for several more days. Herrick told everyone, "We have now reached the border of the Federation." Sina poked her head out from the carriage. "Let's stop at the town closest to the border." Chai sensed something unusual. Apparently, some people were here to greet them. An arrow flew out and landed right in front of Midu, startling his horse. He gripped the reins tightly and looked over to see their group surrounded by beastmen. They pointed bows and weapons at them. Herrick looked worried as the soldiers hurriedly formed a defensive ring. Then a beastman girl stepped forward authoritatively. "You outsiders, what are you doing in our territory?" The power imbalance between the sides was overwhelming. Midu stepped forward with hands raised. "We do not come here to fight. We want to form an alliance with the Federation." The beastman girl looked skeptical. "An alliance?" The beastman snapped harshly. "After all you've done, you still dare to say that? You humans and wolf beasts are the reason we're treated like this." Rina frowned. "We don't know, and we don't care," seemed to be their sentiment. Narumi forced a smile. "Please don't say things like that in this manhwa recap of the Magic Academy. Then, I will just forge a few documents." Everyone looked at Rina, who still looked very displeased with Kai. She squeezed her eyes shut. "Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that I hate him." Chai addressed the group. "Anyway, our destination is the same. If none of you have objections, I'm happy to travel with you." The campfire continued blazing strongly as everyone sat in slightly uneasy silence. Someone called Midu from behind, catching his attention. Chai asked, "Is it all right to tell him like that?" Midu replied, "You mean about the situation surrounding Leonora's death? It's fine. Haruka is. I'd be glad to accompany you all." The fire they built still blazed high, everyone sitting quietly around it. Suddenly, a voice calling Midu from behind caught his attention. Chai asked, "Is it all right to tell him that?" Midu responded, "You mean about Leonora's death incident? It's fine, Haruka is a trustworthy individual." Kai issued a warning saying that no matter how much trust he placed in someone, there are certain things he simply shouldn't trust others with, though it wouldn't change anything since he had already told him. Midu understood Kai's point. "I know I'll take responsibility, and Haruka has been aware of what's going on from the very beginning," Kai asked. "So hiding it any further wouldn't do any good, right?" He quietly appreciated how sharing details and showing such trust was truly typical of Midu's character. After that, the delegation continued their journey on foot for several more days. Herrick informed everyone, "We have now reached the border of the Federation." Sina peeked out from the carriage and said, "Let's head to the nearest border town." Chai noticed something unusual. It seemed some people had come to greet them here. Suddenly, an arrow shot out and landed right in front of Midu, startling his horse terribly. He held the reins tightly and looked ahead. The group had been surrounded by beastmen. They aimed bows and weapons at them. Haruka showed signs of concern, and the soldiers quickly formed a defensive perimeter. A beastman woman stepped forward with an authoritative tone. "Outsiders, what are you doing in our territory? The power imbalance between us is overwhelming right now." Midu stepped down ahead, spreading her arms and explaining, "We are not here to fight. We want to form an alliance with the Federation." The beastwoman looked skeptical. "An alliance, huh?" The beastman sneered fiercely. "After all you've done, you dare talk like that? You humans are the very reason why our gray beastmen are mistreated." Rina frowned. "We neither knew nor cared," seemed to be their attitude. Narumi smiled wryly, silently begging them not to say such things. "I'm treated badly because of you all," Rina grimaced. "We neither knew nor cared," they seemed to imply. Narumi smiled wryly, hoping they wouldn't speak words like that again. "Is that okay?" Sina suddenly popped her head out and spoke up. "It's me, run." The beast princess jumped off the carriage. From the crowd, a voice called out, "Princess Sinasama." The princess said, "These people rescued me." Vun seemed deaf to this, signaling to everyone, then shouted loudly, "Give us back, Sinasama." Hirk, confused, said, "We want the same thing, please just hear us out." She waved him off. "I don't need that," and charged straight into attack. Sensing trouble, Herrick ordered, "It's no good. Counterattack, but don't kill them." Both groups collided violently with the clashing of swords. Kai turned and asked, "Can we clear up this misunderstanding, Zen?" The princess replied, "Once runs like this, she doesn't listen to anyone." She added, "Just take away her powers, but don't kill her. Her army is full of inexperienced youths. If anyone can do it, it's you." Given the green light, Kai spoke up. "You said it yourself, Midu. It's your time to shine." Though holding back the fight, hearing his teammate's voice, he responded, "Got it." Then with a single swing, he struck and knocked down the gray beast. Surrounded, Midu dodged the attacks from the beasts nimbly, then tapped the neck of the pink beast. Seeing his comrades fall and faint one after another, the red beast could only exclaim, What the hell? Midu's eyes sparked with electric energy, and in a blink, he teleported behind and struck the red beast down. He collapsed like a log. Saliva hung in the air before his head hit the ground. The remaining beasts panicked and shouted, "That bastard!" Kai turned to call Kanzaki. She quickly spun around. "Huh, what's up? Your target is the archers in the back, leave the front line to Midu." Jin responded, "Understood," then launched a chain magic attack toward the archers who were all subdued. They wondered, "What's going on? I can't move." The other beasts charged from both sides, shouting, "Senna-sama, we're here to rescue you." Kai called to Mayo, who raised her staff, and responded, "Okay, okay." Then she began casting, "Silent spirits, hold them back without hurting a hair on them." As soon as the words left her mouth, the beasts were blown back by wind. Nagami remarked, "Wow, turns out she commands elemental magic like me." Kai turned to call Nagus. Holding a fireball ready in her hand, she was ordered not to intervene. Hearing this, she frowned and shouted fiercely, "What? Everyone's fighting, so why am I the only one standing down?" Kai explained, "While fighting, if you attack with your fire magic, they'll die for sure. Unless you're confident you can control your magic to not kill anyone." Hearing the logic, Rina withdrew her hands. "Fine, fine." Run watched the battle with amazement. "No way humans are this powerful." Herrick kept trying to explain. "We only came here to talk." Midu stepped forward. "We haven't killed any of your soldiers, so can you put away your sword?" Without a word, she charged again, attacking. Midu put out his hand, stopping her blade. The beast girl's eyes widened in shock, the sword held tight between two of his fingers. Her arm trembled as a voice called from afar. Lunex approached, asking, "Are you calm now?" The princess tried to calm things down. "Please listen to these people." Moments later in the forest, the beasts' voices said, "We truly apologize." The king and his beasts all knelt before the group. Midu, embarrassed, quickly said, "No, please raise your head." Du kept bowing repeatedly. "I didn't know everyone was the savior who rescued her. I sincerely apologize and offer my life to make amends." Harik smiled, understanding the complex relationship between the two peoples. "I understand your gesture." Run bowed so hard she bled. Her eyes showed confusion. Kai, standing by the carriage, spoke. "If you want change, can you become our guide?" Looking at her, he continued, "I mean founding a federation between both peoples, so I want to meet the leaders from both sides. This is something XA also desires." The princess nodded, "Yes, I owe them. Please treat them kindly." Run agreed, "I understand. I promise to lead them to the capital." Tears fell as she said to Asama, "I'm glad you're safe." The princess smiled, "Yes, I'm home now." Then Midu and the other delegates were treated with respect. To establish the alliance, negotiations with the Federation's Congress were required. The Congress included leaders from every beast faction, a unifying body. Du kept bowing repeatedly. "I wasn't aware that everyone was the savior who rescued her. I sincerely apologize. I offer my life to make amends for this mistake." Herrick smiled, reflecting on the bond between the two races. "I understand your actions." Run bowed so deeply that she started bleeding from her head. Her eyes expressed some confusion. CA, standing beside the carriage, spoke up. "If you want to make a change, could you become our guide?" He looked at her and continued, "I'm talking about forming a federation between the two peoples, so I want to meet the high-ranking leaders of the federation. This is also what XA desires." The princess nodded, "Yes, I owe them. Please treat them with respect." Run agreed, "Understood. I will definitely lead them to the capital." She shed tears and said to Asama, "I'm glad you're still safe." The princess smiled. "Yes, I'm finally home." Afterward, Midu and the other representatives were treated with increased courtesy. To establish the alliance, negotiations with the Federation's Congress were necessary, and asked Asama, "I'm relieved you are safe." The princess smiled gently. "Yes, I'm finally home." Later, Midu and the other contacts were treated with honor and respect. The Congress consisted of all the chiefs of various beastmen clans, an organized assembly representing them all. The leader of this nation, with the parliament, located in the capital of the Mensley Federation. Midu marveled, "So this is the capital of the Federation?" Narumi's eyes widened, saying, "It's so vast." Run turned around and said, "I'm sorry, but this is as far as I can escort you. Of course, I want to express my deepest gratitude for saving Shina-sama. However, the real decision-makers of this country's policies are the members of the Parliamentary Council." Midu replied, "That's all right. From now on, this will be our responsibility." The capital city of the Grandana's Beastmen tribe, part of the Mensley Beastmen Alliance. Inside the city, beastmen bustled everywhere. Upon seeing the group, they continuously whispered about their arrival. "Look, what are those humans plotting?" Despite this, guided by June and the princess, the group quietly moved forward. The crowd of beastmen kept gossiping. They stood by the roadside, silently watching with wary eyes. Midu briefly felt the atmosphere grow slightly heavy, with no words spoken. Chai spoke up. Seems they don't hate us as much as we think. It's more like they fear us. Narumi laughed heartily. Exactly. No matter the race, any average person would feel fear when seeing the army of another nation. Right? I believe that's a natural reaction. Harik whispered. After all, the people around here are just ordinary citizens. I think the true hatred will come from the tribe's leaders, the ones we are about to meet. While everyone was talking, a loud call for the princess rang out. Gina, a beastman wearing a red cloak, rushed forward. His face showed concern as he asked, "Are you all right, Gina?" The princess responded, "I'm fine, father. Not a scratch on me." The father looked relieved. Run immediately, kneeled nearby to pay respects. He embraced his daughter tightly, exhaling with emotion. "Thank goodness you're unharmed." Sheena smiled. "Dad, you hurt me. You're squeezing too hard." Hastily releasing her, he waved his hand apologetically. "Oh, sorry. I got carried away with my feelings." Then he glanced carefully at the group of humans, asking, "So are those humans the ones who saved you?" Sheena turned her face and replied, "Yes, father. So please treat them well." He chuckled deeply. "Understood. Today, I will permit these people to stay in my mansion." Then, he happily introduced himself. "I am Anto, leader of the Cat Beastman tribe and Xena's father." He continued, "Thank you all for rescuing my daughter. I vow to repay this life-saving favor." Harik stepped forward to introduce himself as well. "I'm the captain of the 8th Night Legion from the Holy Kingdom of Daijuret. Harik Anto-sama, may I make a proposal?" Anto raised his hand in approval. "Certainly, please proceed." Later, everyone sat around a long table. Humans on one side, cats on the other. Sina stood beside her father. After outlining the basic details, Harik stated, "This is our proposal, as envoys of the Holy Kingdom of Daijuret, regarding an alliance between our two nations. May you consider our offer." Anto responded firmly, "I owe you all a debt of gratitude. Since you saved my daughter, of course I agree." Indeed, the threat from the Demon Kingdom is escalating. The wolf tribe leader Iga spoke. "We've fought demons in minor skirmishes before, but lately, their attacks have become more frequent." The bird tribe elder Camila interrupted. "Are you suggesting we ally with humans just because of that? That's unreasonable. Have you forgotten what humans have done to us?" The fish tribe chief slammed his hand on the table. "Camila is right. My father was enslaved and perished at human hands. It's not something easily forgotten. We remain grateful for your rescue and escort, and will grant you a fitting reward." The dog tribe leader Niels added, "But we won't forget what happened in the past." His gaze showed obvious displeasure. Anto turned to Niels and said, "Humans discriminated against and exiled us, didn't they? That's not something we can simply overlook, right? And now you expect us to aid them." Mach and Camila echoed Niels, agreeing to reject offering help. Amid the rising unrest among the beastmen, Harik's voice cut through, "We shouldn't forget the past. But aren't we all united by the common goal of defeating the demons?" Hearing this, Mach yelled fiercely, "How dare you? Even when it comes to fighting demons, I won't ally with you." Ega looked at the humans and intervened. "Wait, Mach." He raised his hand and continued, "Indeed, we have received. Is this something we can just overlook? Now you want us to help them?" Mac and Camila echoed Niels, agreeing to refuse any assistance. As the beastman grew restless, Harik's voice broke the tension. "We must not forget the past," he added. "But don't we share the same goal to defeat the demons?" Mac shouted angrily. "How dare you? If we're talking about fighting demons, I won't shake hands with you." Iga looked toward the humans and tried to intervene. "Wait, Mac." He raised his hand and continued, "Indeed we received. We've heard that you managed to turn the tides in the battle against the demons. Could you share what kind of alliance you're seeking from us?" Upon hearing the question, Harik paused thoughtfully, but Midu quickly responded, "Our goal is to completely eradicate the demon kingdom, and to behead the demon lord himself." That answer seemed to stun the beastfolk faction. They were momentarily speechless. Iga broke the silence with a hearty laugh. He appraised Midu carefully, eyes piercing. "Your gaze doesn't hide lies." "Huh, that's intriguing," Camila asked. "What do you mean?" Ega continued. "At first, it struck me as odd. But if my intel is correct, humanity holds a significant upper hand right now." Iga smiled. "They don't appear forced or cornered into forming an alliance with us." Midu's face grew serious. "We want to defeat the demon lord, and to achieve that, we need your support." Anto cut in his tone sharp but attentive, echoing what Iga said earlier. "I also wish to help completely wipe out the demons." I was skeptical at first, but this young man's honesty is undeniable. Another member raised his hand, as Iga added, "I agree, as well. If these demons are making serious moves, the Federation can't handle them alone." His gaze sharpened. "If the Holy Kingdom falls to the demons someday, we'll be next in line. We have to seize this chance to fight alongside humans. Everyone here felt hopeful hearing this. However, Camila reacted cautiously. I understand your point, but I still refuse to accept this. She shot them a wary look. You never know when humans might stab you in the back. Max spoke up. No matter the situation, I won't ally with those I can't trust. Niels shared a similar view. Me neither. This alliance smells like a trap to make us sacrificial lambs, doesn't it? At this, Sina, standing next to her father, said, Niels-sama, you've changed somehow. She continued, you used to support humans wholeheartedly. Niels replied, my perspective evolved after living this long, and raised a hand thoughtfully. So we have more opposition to this proposal now, Iga chimed in. It wouldn't be wise to decide right away. We should take time to think. I also want to hear more about their terms. Let's let them stay in our territory for a while. And To laughed heartily and agreed, let us take care of their lodging. After all, they saved my daughter's life. Camila haughtily said, whatever. I'm not changing my mind. Mac added, she's right. I won't agree either. Kai sat silently, his fiery red eyes staring intently, trying to pierce through Niels, who once supported humans. His eyes glowed ominously. That day at the Federation's capital, Grandanas, where the Beastfolk's Mensley tribe leader's mansion stood a lavish banquet awaited the human guests. Anno joyfully raised his cup. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please eat your fill. Midu also expressed gratitude warmly. Rina eyed the food with distaste. What kind of dishes are these? She crinkled her nose. Jin chuckled awkwardly. I'm not sure either. Chai broke a beetle in half, revealing its fatty meat inside, and ate it with relish. Nearby Mayor happily feasted on fruits, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Narumi raised a toast with some beast folk, causing them to stand and praise. Drink more, brother, your tolerance is impressive, he replied me, then let's keep drinking. Shin was also eating but didn't forget his duty and reminded his father, Dad, please get to the point. Anno raised his hand for attention and said, we have to decide on future policies. Everyone please listen closely. The crowd fell silent. And To continued, according to my daughter, demons have infiltrated the Federation and are even inside the capital, which means they possess critical insider information. Shin-A added, otherwise how could they have known my location at the time I was completely ambushed? The scarred Catman said, if it was the border I'd understand, but the capital's security is tight. A green-robed member agreed, he's right. If demons have infiltrated the capital, we should have detected them already. Drink up, brother, your constitution is impressive, he replied me. In that case, let's drink some more. Shin was eating but never lost focus, quickly turning to remind his father, Dad, get to the main point please. Anno raised a hand to take the floor and said, we must make decisions about future policies. Everyone else quieted down to listen attentively. Anno continued, according to what my daughter said, demons have infiltrated the Federation, and they're now inside the capital, meaning they have access to significant internal intelligence. Jin-A added, otherwise there's no way they could have known my exact location at that moment. I was completely ambushed. The scar-faced Catman said, if it were at the border, I'd understand, but the capital's security is pretty tight. A man in blue agreed. He's right. If demons have penetrated the capital, we must detect their presence. The security forces in the capital are quite strict. The man in green agreed. He's right. If demons have infiltrated the capital, we must detect their presence. All right then. Hearing those words, Sina felt a bit unsettled, her brow furrowing slightly. Noticing this scared face, quickly clarified, I didn't mean it like that, Princess, I'm not doubting your words. To added in silence to ease the tension. Just like you said, we beast folk have an incredibly sharp sense of smell. It would be impossible for demons to infiltrate the city without us detecting their unique scent. That means. A voice echoed, carrying a firm statement from the Cat Clan's leader, silencing the dining hall instantly. Everyone's gaze shifted to one side. Cai sipped his drink and spoke. There's someone protecting the demons. If that person is feeding them crucial information and covering their tracks, that's the only explanation for our current situation. The catfolk responded sharply. That's a ridiculous theory. One of them stood up angrily. Don't say nonsense. Are you implying you suspect us? To immediately raised his voice to calm things. Hold on, we're only exploring possibilities here. Then, he apologized with a solemn expression. To continued, I don't want to suspect my own people, but despite my efforts to locate XA, there isn't a single trace of her. At that time, he and his team had been searching through the night. He admitted he had a very bad feeling. Someone must be controlling the flow of information. Herrick warned. If our intelligence network is being manipulated, that's dangerous. It's likely the spy is someone from the upper ranks. Jin anxiously added. Could it be that what we discuss in these meetings is being leaked? Narumi chimed in. So is it possible that one of the clan chiefs is the traitor? To firmly denied this. I don't believe that. The clan chiefs deliberate and advise for the Federation's future. I don't want to sow distrust with so little evidence. The pink-haired catfolk agreed. Yes, you're right. It worries me too. To turned to remind his daughter, please stay inside the mansion for now. She looked displeased and saddened. I just got back. He replied anxiously, if you get kidnapped again, we'll lose everything. Midu interjected. By the way, how's the alliance negotiation progressing? The dining table fell silent briefly. To scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry about that. I thought they'd accept our proposal willingly. Shin informed EGA and PAPA agreed. But if we can't change the minds of the other three, we'll lose our advantage in the vote. The outlook wasn't promising. Midu worried. No way. To decided, we must keep persuading them. I'll ask you all to join us next meeting to help convince them. Herrick happily agreed, of course. That night, at the Cat Clan chief's mansion, CAI stood looking down below deep in thought. Ixina approached and asked, what's wrong? Can't sleep. CAI turned around and replied, I have some concerns. I want to gather more intel, but I can't move freely in a foreign land. Xena understood. Yes, with your beast scent, you'd be discovered instantly. CAI nodded, just as expected. Beast folk's sense of smell is extremely sensitive. KAI added Sina, there's something I want to ask you. Recalling the meeting, KAI used his eyes to probe details about Neil's 55 years old, a dog-human hybrid male brainwash state, second-level martial skills, first-level beast transformation. He especially focused on the brainwashed status. Sina gasped. Brainwashed. KAI nodded. Yes, my eyes can detect anyone's state if they possess some power. Only that man named Niles shows this brainwashed condition. He further explained. Usually, beast folk surpass humans in physical strength and heightened senses. They can't use magic like humans or demon arts like demons, or even spells like elves. KAI's gaze was resolute. This has to be the work of demons, Shin recalled. Now that you mention it, what he said today seemed strange. My perspective has shifted since then. Niels always wanted to maintain good relations with humans. She frowned and asked, should I inform Papa? KAI responded right away. With just my ability, we lack solid evidence. I know he suspects a spy, but do you trust that man? Sina stepped toward the balcony. If that's true, then so be it. She sat down and continued speaking. Father always prioritizes humans first. Since you saved me, my father will surely trust you. Feeling somewhat relieved, I nodded. Understood. Then we'll speak with him shortly. Suddenly, something behind caught your attention, the voice of Silent Anto. You seriously underestimated the keen hearing of the beast people. Kai turned around to ask. The next morning, in the mansion of the fish tribe leader, a large pool reflected the water-themed decor of their estate. Anto added firmly. Besides, I've sensed Els has been acting strangely. Clenching his fist, he said, I put my faith in you and will support you wholeheartedly to establish an alliance between our two empires. In return, I want your help eradicating the demons lurking within the Federation. Kai nodded in agreement. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll begin gathering intel on the Dogman tribe. Please persuade the other tribal leaders along with Midu to assist me. Anto smiled at him kindly. Understood. The quiet night settled over the beast people's capital, the stillness only punctuated by faint lights glowing in the grand estates. At a lavish mansion guarded by strict sentries, Niels knelt respectfully. Before him sat Bright, a high-ranking demon leisurely enjoying his golden wine. The demon's cold eyes looked down. Things are getting complicated. His gaze lingered on Camila. I thought over half the tribal chiefs were subdued and control over the Federation was firmly in our hands. My plan should have been flawless kidnapping the princess to blackmail the cat tribe leader. Bright slammed his fist in anger. But I never expected humans to rescue Anto's daughter. He snarled at Niels Gaganda, you idiot, such a simple mission failed in embarrassment to the high demon lineage. Niels, still kneeling, replied, humans sure are shameless. The demon frowned. They proposed an alliance that's unacceptable to me. Bright smiled slightly. You're right, Niels. They seem desperate. We must stop them before they influence others in the Federation. Niels stood up resolutely. But, you know very well, demons are sworn enemies to us. The next morning, inside the leader's mansion of the Merfolk tribe, a large swimming pool was built for their people. The entire mansion was adorned in shades of blue, symbolizing water. A tense meeting unfolded between Alliance advocates and Mac the fish tribe chief. Mac was firm. No matter what you say, my answer won't change. Midu insisted. Still, can't you hear us out? His determined gaze showed hope for the alliance. Seeing this, Mac agreed to listen. Fine, I don't mind. Speak. Relieved, everyone expressed thanks. Herrick took the floor. Let me explain the current situation of the Holy Kingdom. Meanwhile, another group arrived at the Bird Tribe Chief's mansion, but were blocked by guards at the gate. The guard was stern. Don't you understand? Let me relay the chief's orders again. She said there's no need to listen to you. Narumi tried to reason. But we're already here. The accompanying cat tribe member was puzzled. What? There must be an order from Anosama about today's audience. The guard remained displeased. Even with a request from the cat tribe, the answer stayed firm. The chief doesn't want to meet you humans. Diane stood beside him, contemplating using domination magic to control the guard, though aware that when the effect ended he might realize he'd been manipulated. Eventually, they wouldn't believe us anymore. Narumi turned away. Fine, let's head back. Jin was startled but added, in the worst case, we could be fighting the whole Federation. We don't want that, it's not like when we faced Leonora. Hearing this, Jin followed along. I understood. In his room, Kai was admiring a sharp dagger. A knock sounded. He opened the door for Sina to enter. Chai asked as expected what she had learned. She replied, today I visited the dog tribe's border, but the atmosphere was strange. Chai listened intently. They clearly have a hostile attitude toward humans, like someone's pouring oil on the fire. She paused, thoughtfully. Also, their soldiers seem unsettled. Maybe they're planning to kill you and the others. Hearing this, Kai's expression shifted. If so, we can't stay idle. Another knock at the door. Chai opened it for Sheena again. As before, he asked what news she had. She repeated, I went to the dog tribe's border today, and it felt very uneasy. Chai focused deeply. It's obvious they harbor hostility against humans, as if someone fueled the tensions. Pensive, she added that the soldiers are restless. They might be strategizing to assassinate Chai and his group. Chai's gaze grew serious. If that's true, we can't just sit back. The dog paused, eyes filled with worry. Sheena pointed, saying, it looks like you know something. We must gather all crucial evidence to turn the tide. Another night falls over the Beast Tribe's capital, where Kai and Sina are silently watching from a rooftop. Kai turns and says, let's investigate thoroughly. The princess warns. Be careful. Never underestimate the Beast Tribe's keen senses. Kai leaps down softly, replying, got it. Below under strict guard, Kai moves like a skilled assassin, stepping silently without a sound. Soon enough, the two find themselves inside the mansion. Moving swiftly, Kai whispers, the chief's chambers must be nearby. A door creaks open slightly. Peeking inside, she announces the room is empty. Neil-sama is probably in the bedroom. She steps inside cautiously, knowing that finding solid proof here would be invaluable. Her keen nose sniffs the air and picks up the scent of those who kidnapped her. Suddenly, a voice calls from outside. Who's there? Sina startles a big question mark appearing over her head. It's Niles, he shouts loudly. Sina, you little girl, even if you're Anto's daughter, do you really think you won't be punished for sneaking in here? The princess steps back anxiously, urging Niles-sama, please think clearly. He questions sharply. Think clearly. Sina stares at him earnestly, trying to reason. You've been brainwashed by demons. Don't you realize something's wrong? Niles snaps harshly. What nonsense are you spouting? We'll talk later. For now, I'll have to restrain you. He yells, intruder, capture the girl. The guards outside rush in, asking what's going on. Niles-sama and Sina quickly retreat, stepping onto the window ledge and smashing the glass to escape, appearing dangerously swift. The soldiers watch her flee. Niles orders, don't let her get away, chase after her immediately. Moments later, a familiar hand clutches a golden wine glass. Bright contemplates the intruder's presence. Why now? He muses, swirling the drink. Have they found me out? He takes a sip. I've been careful all along. That's why I'm the only one who managed to penetrate the capital, he thinks. Downing his glass, he wonders silently. Others will suspect the demons after Sina's incident, but will they suspect the dog tribe? Unlikely. But if someone detects the brainwashing magic, that's a different story. Bright smiles, confidently believing this impossible. His triumph is short-lived, as Kai suddenly appears behind him, a dagger pressed at his throat. Before Bright can react, the blade slices in a clean, precise line. Blood flows, though his head remains intact. Under the moonlit night outside the dog tribe's mansion, Niles sternly commands, arrest those trespassers. Meanwhile, Sina has escaped through the window, dashing swiftly across rooftops. She glances worriedly back, seeing guards searching below. Wondering where's Kai? Have they found the demon already? Nearby, Run calls out Sina-sama. Standing with soldiers holding lanterns, his eyes show surprise. Sina jumps down, asking why Run is here. Run replies, I'm stationed nearby by Antio-sama's order. He told me to stop anything bad from happening to you. As they talk, dog tribe warriors arrive aggressive. Cat tribe, she's an invader. We're detaining her by Neil-sama's command. Sina agrees. They're right. Vun asks, what should we do now? The feline princess raises her hand calmly. If they come, don't kill, just fight back. Maybe they're confused too. They don't really want to battle us. Meanwhile, blood trickles from Bright's neck, but he swiftly jumps back, avoiding further harm. Eyeing Kai, he wonders, who is this kid? Kai immediately hurls the dagger again, giving Bright no time to react. With no way to dodge, Bright raises his hand, taking a hit on his palm. He slides across the floor, trying to regain balance, grabbing a nearby potted plant. No time to hesitate. Must stay calm, he thinks, throwing the plant forcefully at Kai. Kai slices through the pot, scattering soil everywhere. With a swift move, Bright leaps out the window to escape. Kai pursues instantly, shouting, "You're not getting away." Both leap onto the rooftops, gearing up for an intense chase. Bright looks back cautiously, thinking, I can't afford to be discovered. This place would draw too much attention. Squinting, he tries to connect mentally with his puppet. He strengthens their mental link, focusing intently as the thrilling Manhwa recap at this magic academy unfolds around them. Quickly chasing after, he shouted, "I won't let you get away." The two jumped onto the rooftop, gearing up for an intense chase scene. Bright looked back, deep in thought. I don't want to get noticed. This place is packed with eyes. He squinted, trying to mentally link with his puppet. He connected his mind, focusing his energy too, trying to get in touch with NILs. Respond to me. NILs, the humans are attacking us, help me out. The response was hesitation from the canine leader. I'm sorry, Master BR. I really want to assist you. But despite his plea, hurry over here. Niels is facing something that's turning him pale. He replied, it will be very difficult for me to come to you. The one blocking him was ANO. He cracked his knuckles. It's been a while since we fought, hasn't it? Niels pointed at ANO. Do you understand the power behind your words? I cannot forgive your daughter. This will be a battle between two tribes. ANO smirked. I won't let that happen. I'll open your eyes. NILs. He continued to focus his attacks on the princess. You don't even know what Sina has done. NO twisted his ear and replied, oh, I sense a disturbing aura coming from you. Niels threw a punch forward, reckless. Sadly, I have other matters to settle. I will crush you if you keep interfering in my business. ANO didn't hesitate to clash back, immediately charging. The punches from the two tribal leaders were incredibly fierce. Meanwhile, the hero candidates were quietly observing. From a distance, a column of light appeared. That was the battleground between the two tribe leaders. Narumi's eyes widened. It's starting. Ren asked, is it okay if we don't intervene? Narumi dismissed it. It's better not to get involved. The more we step in, the more complications arise during negotiations. I don't want the Federation folks to see us causing chaos. Jin hesitantly asked. Is there a chance to ask? Narumi answered, probably hiding around, searching for demons. That's why they seem so hurried to create all this commotion. Rena was still innocent, thinking wouldn't it be better to lend them a hand, but he shook his head. If we interfere, we'll only drag them down. Besides, we're unfamiliar with this place. So the three decided to keep a low profile and silently observe. Narumi looked down and realized there was a chance someone would rush in. Though unaware of what was happening, that figure was Midu. Kai's footsteps still hadn't stopped. The chase of that demon continued. He observed and realized the demon was escaping towards a more secret location. That's good. Bright was bleeding from here, the wound too deep, unable to freely move his arm, unsure if he could beat this kid in this condition. Two female beastfolk were strolling and suddenly spotted Bright. Shocked, they exclaimed, "What is that?" he shouted. Those who saw me are headed for the next world, then swiftly moved to kill them. Cai was relentlessly tailing him. He didn't stop. I need to speed up. Using magic to enhance his physical strength, he concentrated only on his legs. White mana began to surge beneath his feet. In an instant, his speed surged, dashing past Bright. Locking eyes with a deadly glare, Bright was startled and turned around. What's that? Trying to stab with the dagger in his left hand, Bright smiled, but what he got in return was an intense kick to his chest, throwing him hard against the wall. Blood poured from his mouth in pain as he thought, is this all just an act? That blow forced him to collide and slump onto the ground. Thoughts raced in his mind. I lost. Even though I'm not a combat-oriented demon, I'm still the strongest among the high-level demons. Bright admired Kai's current stance. So this is the hero candidate. He coughed up blood and asked desperately, how did you find my location? Cai didn't hide it, replying, my eyes have the ability to analyze the state of any target. Bright laughed heartily. What bad luck, I've met the strongest opponent right now. He thought to himself, I can still salvage my plan as long as I wipe out this kid. Even in defeat, I have some cards left to play. Cai detected a scheme behind his smile. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the two tribes were fiercely clashing. The canine soldier asked Captain, "Why are we fighting each other?" The response was, "That's the chieftain's order. No room for unnecessary thoughts." Run shouted, "If you're all wondering, stop it. We have no intention of fighting either," he inquired. "You guys are Nile-sama's soldiers, right? Being so close to Nile-sama, don't you find it strange how he's been acting lately?" Hearing this, the canine soldiers hesitated. The captain of the dogs enhances physical strength through magic concentrating solely on his legs. White mana began to swirl beneath his feet. In an instant, his speed surged dramatically, and he dashed past Bright's face. Bright stared with lethal intent, prompting him to suddenly turn around. "What's that?" He brandished the blade in his left hand, trying to stab at him. Bright smirked, but what he got instead was a powerful kick to the chest, sending him crashing against the wall. He glanced down at the boy's legs. Blood spurted from his mouth in pain, suspecting it was all just a bluff. That strike had slammed him into the ground. His mind raced with thoughts. "I'm losing. Even if I'm not a combat-oriented devil, I'm still top-ranked among the high-tier devils." Bright assessed Kai's current state with astonishment. "So, this is the hero candidate." Coughing up blood, he struggled to ask, "How did you find out my location?" Kai didn't hide it, replying, "My eyes have the ability to analyze the condition of any target." Bright laughed loudly. What a curse, facing the toughest opponent right now. He kept scheming, "I can still salvage my plan as long as I wipe out this kid. Even if I lose, I've got a few more tricks up my sleeve." Kai caught the cunning in his grin. Meanwhile, the soldiers from the two tribes clashed fiercely. The dogman soldier asked Captain, "Why are we fighting among ourselves?" The answer was clear. It was a direct order from the clan leader, no room for unnecessary doubts. Run shouted, "If you're wondering too, just stop. We have no intention to fight." The canine soldier asked, "You're soldiers of Nile-sama, right? You're so close to him. Don't you notice his behavior has gotten strange recently?" This made the dog soldiers hesitate. The captain was quick to respond. "Spoke up. If you have questions, stop right there. We have no intention of fighting." Jin asked, "You're soldiers under Nile-sama, right? You're so close with Nile-sama. Don't you notice how strange he's been acting lately?" Hearing this, the canine soldiers hesitated. Their captain was clearly conflicted. The captain replied, "Lately, I haven't been able to figure out what Nile-sama is thinking, but our duty remains unchanged." The princess questioned, "Even if Nile-sama has been brainwashed by demons?" The dogman responded sharply, "No way that happened." The captain turned back to remind, "Don't get caught in the flames. We still follow the chieftain's orders." Sina realized, "I see now, convincing them is impossible. They truly are remarkable warriors." Run stepped forward, raising his hand to block the princess. "Stay back. Gina-sama. I'll handle them." A blue mana streak slashed through the air, cutting powerfully between the two forces. A sword strike cleaved the ground with overwhelming force. The dog captain asked in confusion, "What's going on here?" Then he glanced around, looking up to recognize none other than Midu, a human. Midu and another person jumped down from above. Ega stepped forward, shouting, "Enough, both sides, sheath your swords." It was Ega, the werewolf leader, who halted the soldiers from continuing their fight. Meanwhile, Kai was analyzing Bright, a high-level demon aged 48, skilled in level 4 brainwashing, demon arts, and level 4 water elemental magic. Using his keen eye power, Kai assessed him in detail, revealing the intricacies of the brainwashing spell. Brainwashing targets a living being by wrapping both hands around the victim's head to activate. Knowing this, Kai took extra caution. As long as he avoided the brainwashing skill, Bright wasn't a threat and could be taken down with ease. While focusing something, suddenly appeared a spear of energy shot straight at Kai's position, forcing him to dodge quickly. A group of demons appeared before him. Bright got up and laughed loudly. "Thanks for showing up. Now my disciples can join the battle." Kai replied, "So that's why you ran to a less crowded area to gather your reinforcements." The demons were boasting arrogantly. "Looks like you can't run away anymore. The Demon Kingdom's special forces won't be just me." Kai sighed. "Are you stupid, or what?" Angrily Bright asked, "What did you just say?" Kai glanced at them and said, "Of course I know you're waiting for backup, and trusting all of you would be a hassle. So it's better if I clear you out once and for all." Hearing that, the demons froze, confused. Bright shouted, "You bastard, what can you do alone?" Then they activated their skills and drew weapons. "Soon enough, you won't be so confident. We'll beat you senseless for daring to hurt Bright-sama." Bright stared at Kai, thinking, "What a fool. Even though my subordinates are just common demons, they're elite warriors, whose fighting skills only fall slightly short of mine." They charged at each other, shouting, "Kill that human." Kai muttered, "Oh, angels above, blow them all away." A swirl of blue wind magic appeared, lifting and tossing the demons into the air. The remaining demons on the ground looked up in panic. The reinforcements arrived, accompanied by Kai's voice, "I never said I was alone." Above, Mayor was casting spells. Kai calmly continued, "Since I don't fully understand your brainwashing activation conditions, I've prepared a strong squad just in case." Bright remained confident, saying, "It's just the two of you. It won't change anything." Mayor instructed, "Create a large number of small stones." As soon as she finished speaking, tiny stones hovered and then rained down on the demons below. "Create a large number of small stones." As she spoke, stones appeared and swiftly descended onto the demon's position. Some lead demons were caught off guard, bleeding. One screamed, "You idiots, we can just use demon arts for defense, right?" But Kai swiftly closed in, stabbing straight into its heart, leaving it shocked. "While you gather mana in your hands to defend, you're vulnerable to attacks from other directions." Chai pulled out his blade as fresh blood sprayed. Bright urgently commanded the troops, "Morons, don't let your guard down. Consider both of them as powerful as high-tier devils." The others responded by raising their weapons seriously. The opponent used devil magic to create clones, and then asked, "Can you tell which one is real?" Before he could finish, he had a blade lodged firmly in his forehead. The devil collapsed, stunned, muttering, "What? How did you know?" Chai remained calm. "It seems you can't even share accurate info between different devil factions, despite being elite forces." Nearby, another devil, already prepared to act. He unleashed a magic circle, shout, "You bastard." Then he launched a wind blade while yelling, "Die." But that gust of wind was deflected back by a counterwind. Above, Mayor was always intervening at critical moments. She quickly summoned her weapon. "Angel, end him now." Even the demon opened its mouth in fear, unable to react. Sharp arrows formed from the wind pierced straight into him. Mayor turned away, yawning in disdain, avoiding eye contact. At this moment, facing the demon troops with Mayor's support from above, Bryn stepped back, pushing his disciples forward to form a shield before him. Scruffy and teeth clenched, he thought they dared push me to this point. Simultaneously, distant voices echoed. "What's going on? Looks like you folks are in trouble." Mayor startled and turned to ask, "Huh, someone there?" Kai also directed his gaze upward to identify the newcomer. It was Camilla, arriving alongside her tribe members. Chai looked at her curiously. "Leader of the bird tribe, I didn't expect you to ally with demons." She shouted back, "Exactly, because I utterly despise you humans." Mayor lowered her head, asking Kai, "Is she brainwashed too?" He replied, "Judging by my abilities, no. She willingly collaborated with the demons." After connecting the dots, Kai realized several issues. So they had brainwashed the dog tribe's leader, and now the bird tribe was cooperating with them. Quite problematic. The dog tribe leader is brainwashed. The bird tribe leader is cooperating. The cat tribe leader was kidnapped, but rescued. The wolf tribe leader, uninvolved. And the fish tribe leader is just an idiot. They could control the cat tribe by holding Xena as a hostage. Eventually, they would gain majority votes in the council. Recalling earlier, he had overheard demons saying that the Federation would soon fall under their control, with superiors focusing more on human combat. That was their plan. Bright spat out some blood, speaking with blame. "You're a bit late, aren't you?" Camilla stood firm. "Even demons can't defeat humans without us." Hearing this, he gave a cold laugh, realizing his predicament. "I'm not complaining now. Help me finish them off." Camilla smiled as her sharp claws pointed downward. "You really had to ask Rare to hear that. So they must be strong." "Fine, I'll help." Chai clicked his tongue, thinking with about 30 elite bird tribe members. Is the entire tribe collaborating with demons? Mayor jumped down, standing beside him, and asked, "What now?" Kai answered, "We have to defeat them." Camilla ordered her tribe to capture them swiftly, without alerting other tribes, wasting no more time. No sooner had she finished than the bird tribe rushed forward to attack the two. Meanwhile, in another location, the feline tribe leader's furry fist appeared. He attacked the dog tribe leader, who blocked with his hand. They exchanged relentless moves, the surrounding earth and stone shattering. The battle between the two chiefs was indeed formidable, their aura breaking nearby window panes. The spiritual energy created light winds that bent trees. Anno laughed loudly mid-attack. "Well done, Niels." The dog tribe chief, while defending, shouted, "What are you saying?" Niels landed a solid punch on Anno but felt no pain instead. Anno smiled serenely. This shocked Niels. Anno laughed again, and delivered a hook punch to Niels, who faltered, wondering about the strange sensation. He wiped his mouth, doubting his own mind. Anno clenched his hands, the sound crisp, apparently questioning himself. Had he misunderstood something? He wondered if this was the end. As expected, buying them time only meant the solution was defeating the brainwashing spellcaster. Under the crescent moon, it would be troublesome leaving Niels alone, letting demons unleash the dog tribe's power. Elsewhere, Midu stood behind Iga, the wolf tribe leader. Is Niels being brainwashed by demons? Yes, was the answer. That's why they infiltrated Niels's mansion, seeking the demon responsible. Midu quickly asked, have we found him yet? The reply was a shake of the head. They can control the cat tribe by holding Xena hostage. Eventually they'll secure majority votes in the council. Recalling earlier, Kai overheard devils saying the Federation would soon fall under their control, and their superiors would prioritize the war against humans. That's what their plan was all along. Bright spat, blood, and said with a tone of reproach, you're a bit late, aren't you? Camila stood firm. Even as devils, you can't defeat these humans without us. Hearing that, he smiled coldly, realizing the struggle he was in. Now I'm not complaining. Help me finish them off. Camila smiled slyly, claws aimed downwards. You really had to say that. Rare coming from you. So they're really powerful. Fine. I'll help. Chai mused, noting about 30 elite bird warriors. Does that mean the whole tribe is collaborating with the devils? Mayor leapt down beside him asking, what's next? Kai answered, we have to defeat them. Camila ordered her tribe members to capture them quietly, without alerting other tribes. No time to waste. As she finished, the bird tribe charged to attack the two. Scene shifts to another location where the feline clan leader's furry fist appeared. He struck the dog clan leader, who blocked with his hand. The two exchanged fierce blows continuously, shaking the ground and shattering surrounding rocks. The battle between the clan leaders was extraordinary. Their emanating aura shattered even street windows. The ripple of spiritual force created a breeze that bent nearby trees. Silent Anno laughed heartily amidst the fight. Well done, Niels. The dog clan leader kept defending, shouting, are you talking? Attacked the canine tribe leader, but he raised his hand to block. The two exchanged moves quickly, attacker versus defender, shattering stones and earth all around. The battle between these two tribe chiefs was no small matter. Their spiritual energy shattered even the glass panels lining the street. The vibration of their mana caused gentle winds that bent trees. Silent Anno laughed loudly while attacking. Well done, Niels. The canine leader kept defending and shouted, what are you saying? What's going on? Niels punched Anro with all his might, but surprisingly, Anro didn't flinch or show any pain. Instead, he smiled serenely. This left Niels utterly shocked. Anro continued to laugh and swiftly delivered an uppercut, mocking Niels by saying he was weak. The painful blow knocked Niels backward, making him wonder what this strange feeling was about. Wiping his mouth, he thought his mind was spiraling out of control. Anro cracked his knuckles, seemingly doubting himself. Had he misunderstood something? Anro asked if this was the end. As predicted, while stalling for time, the only way to settle the issue was to defeat the one wielding mind control magic. Under the crescent moon, it would be disastrous to leave Niels alone and allow the demon clan of dogs to unleash their power. Meanwhile, Midu stood behind Iga, the werewolf chief. He asked, is Niels under demonic mind control? The answer was yes, which explained why they infiltrated Niels's mansion to find that demon. Midu quickly followed up. So have we located him yet? The response came as a shake of the head from a ferocious bird warrior. The cat princess chimed in, I have no idea, but suddenly, he vanished. Midu pondered, so he's not here, meaning he must still be fighting somewhere else. Ega rubbed his temple, saying, I can't keep up with all this. Things are moving way too fast, but we need to support your friend who's battling those demons. A voice called down from above. Despite that, Sina quickly interrupted Brune. What's up? She raised her hand to her chin, gazing toward the distant message. I see a flock of bird people flying north, she reported. Iga looked surprised. Bird folk flying this late at night. Recognizing something was off, Midu immediately dashed toward that direction, shouting, let's go check it out, maybe we can find some clues. The scene switched to a house where three people silently observed from above. Jin wondered, is it okay for us just to stand here and watch? Narumi thought, that was reasonable. We might risk conflict with the locals if we took action now. Then she spoke up. Hey Narumi-kun, can I ask you something? Jin continued. Your theory is based on Shin-kun defeating the demons, right? He nodded. You're right, he said. Jin asked with concern. But what if he loses? Narumi hesitated. I haven't thought that far, but if that happens, we'll surely be condemned. Jin proposed. Wouldn't it be better if we did something? No matter how reliable Shin-kun is, he's not invincible. Rena, looking confused, replied. I get your point, but we don't even know exactly where he is. Jin agreed, her eyes dimming. You're right. Then, she clasped her hands in front of her chest like praying and thought she knew what to do, but selfishly, she wanted to be Shin-kun's strength. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside her head. Kanzaki, isn't that you? Jin startled, scanning her surroundings nervously. Narumi noticed and asked, what's wrong? Kanzaki-san, Jin called out. Where are you, Shin-kun? Kai's voice echoed back. I should be the one asking you. Now I get it, this must be your new power. Hearing Kai's words made Jin reflect. She wondered, is this her spirit guardian's power? It felt like hearing Shin Kun's voice in her mind, almost like it was a part of her soul. Using her thoughts, she asked Kai, "Where are you?" "Here," Kai replied. He looked rough, covered in blood. "I'm at the far northern edge of the city, fighting demons and the bird tribe." Kai then asked, "You want to become my strength, right?" Jin blushed shyly, responding, "Did you actually hear that I didn't say it out loud?" Meanwhile, Kai fiercely fought the bird tribe and said, "Come here, Kanzaki. I need your power." Hearing that, Jin's eyes brightened with renewed energy. Narumi asked worriedly, "Who are you talking to?" Rena frowned. "Are you losing it?" Jin replied, "I'm communicating with Shin Kun through my new ability." The two friends looked surprised. Jin immediately stood up, declaring, "Anyway, I now know his location. Let's hurry and help Shin Kun." Switching back to the battle scene, Mayor confronted a huge, aggressive flock of bird people. They immediately received the attack, order diving down swiftly. At the same time, Mayor raised her magic staff, shouting anxiously, "Spirits, you can't let them get close." As she finished, a whirlwind blew upward, blocking their advance. Then Mayor stabbed her staff into the ground. Light erupted, sending chunks of earth floating. She summoned earth spirits and commanded loudly to attack. Countless earth elementals surged towards the bird tribe, striking them hard and eliciting loud cries. Some in the back cursed, "Damn it, we can't get close with this swarm around." Another yelled, "What are the archers doing?" The bird archers flying above received orders. "Understood. Shoot them down again." Just as they released their arrows, a barrage of sharp tips headed straight for Mayor. She raised her staff high this time, glowing with green mana. Mayor summoned wind spirits, creating a vortex that blew the arrows away. The bird tribe grew frustrated. "Damn it. What do we do now? We can't do anything against this swarm." One member dismissed concerns, saying, "This is fine." He added, "The elite's magic draws power from souls. Eventually, they'll lose this ability to use such powers." They immediately received orders to attack, diving down swiftly. At the same time, Mayor raised her magic staff, her worry evident, as she shouted, "Spirits, don't let them get close to us." Just as she finished, a fierce tornado blew upwards, blocking their advance. Not stopping there, Mayor planted her staff into the ground, releasing radiant light as chunks of earth and stone rose into the air. Summoning earth spirits, she then commanded loudly to strike down their foes. A wave of earth elementals surged toward the flock of bird tribesmen, hitting them squarely and causing loud squawks. Some of the attackers in the back cursed in frustration. "Damn it, we can't get close with this swarm." Another yelled, "What are the archers doing?" The bird archers flying above took orders. "Got it. Shoot them down again." As they released their bows, a volley of sharp arrows aimed straight at Mayor. She raised her staff skyward, mana glowing vivid green. Mayor summoned wind elementals, conjuring a whirlwind that blew the incoming arrows away. The bird warriors scowled. "Damn, now what? This swarm has us backed up." Another muttered dismissively. "That's fine. The Prime Elf's magic harnesses the power of souls. Soon it won't be able to use those abilities anymore." Arrows. The bird people grew frustrated. "Damn it, what do we do now? With this herd, we're helpless." Another shrugged. "It's fine like this," he added. "The magic elite use soul power, but in the future they won't be able to wield these abilities anymore." Mayor felt a flicker of worry, thinking to himself that the enemy must have uncovered his weakness. His spirit was nearing its limit, so he needed to take them down using a different element, not wind. The Birdman frowned deeply, observing that this girl was only stalling for time. He knew he had to end everything before other tribes took notice. Switching to the ground-level close combat, a demon soldier was fatally struck in the heart, unable to utter a sound before collapsing. The soldier below saw this and shouted to Gustav. Gustav saw Kai there, swiftly pulling a dagger from the fallen ally's chest. In a blink, Kai was already below, delivering another strike with assassin-like precision. Suddenly, two more demon soldiers leapt up from behind, preparing to attack, shouting, "You dog, this is your end." At the same moment, one formed a magic circle to block an incoming strike from somewhere. Kai did the same, but quickly jumped up to evade the blow. The demon soldiers below looked baffled by the move. The tribe leader of the bird clan, Camila, shouted a warning for them not to move any further. She then launched sharp feather quills from her wings. Chai calmly held up his dagger to block and deflect the sharp feathers, but their sheer number caused one to slice his wrist, bleeding onto his sleeve. Kai quickly leapt to another side, as distant battle cries echoed from afar. He worried silently about Mayor. Now that they were separated, things could go badly. While distracted, Bright appeared behind him, raising a dark hand toward Kai's head. Sensing the danger, Kai instantly unleashed a thunder shock. Before Bright could react, Kai's lightning struck, paralyzing him and leaving him confused. Elemental lightning magic. Bright grimaced, questioning. A demon soldier advanced toward Chai, swinging a sword downward and shouting. Chai dodged swiftly to the side, then slashed horizontally across the attacker's abdomen. The demon sword continued its arc, aiming for Bai's paralyzed body behind Sai. Sai narrowly avoided the lethal strike, killing one demon, while forcing another to accidentally wound their own leader. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. Chai cast a deadly glance backward, contemplating. Is he trying to brainwash me with magic? I have no counter for this, so I must be extra cautious. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from afar. It was Jin, running and gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Kai turned and called out to her, Kanzaki, you're just in time. Rena stood there stunned, realizing she was a demon. Narumi gasped, this situation's turning grim. Then both shouted, we'll back you up, and immediately unleashed their skills. The demon soldiers raised magic circles in defense, warning each other, reinforcements, be careful, these are hero candidates. Kai turned to the group, stating, I'll handle the Bird Clan leader and the high-level demons. I trust you all to deal with the lower-ranked ones. Narumi clenched her fists, in agreement. Rena queried, so we are to consider those birdmen our enemies? Kai nodded, adding that Rena could use fire magic to burn them. Jin anxiously asked Chukan, are you still fighting solo? With determination in his eyes, Kai recalled past battles, reminding Jin this was similar to their fight against Leonora back then. If so, use your domination magic on me. They're brainwashing our enemies with spells. Jin immediately raised her hand, responding, understood. Her entire form radiated pink mana as she activated her domination skill. The energy flowed into Kai, gently enveloping him in a pinkish glow. Confident, Sai said, with this I've eliminated my deadly weakness. Camila, surprised, challenged. Are you underestimating us, Bree? Standing below, called out a sharp warning. Camila, don't let your guard down or you'll lose your life right now. Kai's deadly gaze pierced them as he admitted. My fault, but I'll finish this quickly. His whole body radiated a heavy murderous aura, dagger hands tightly clenched. Both Camila and Bree were taken aback, visibly shaken by Kai's intensity and sheer willpower. The scene shifted to Mayer, standing firm, facing the cluster of birdmen above. Several birdmen had already fallen. They froze momentarily at a voice echoing nearby. Birdmen, what are you doing? Mayer also heard it and quickly turned to look behind. It was Midu, accompanied by Iga, the wolf leader, alongside Sina and Run. Iga raised a hand in reprimand. You are guests of the cat tribe, right? I demand an explanation. Looking on. Midu was leading Iga, the werewolf leader, accompanied by Sina and Run. Iga raised a hand, questioning. You guys are guests from the cat tribe, right? I demand an explanation. Explanation kicks off. The flock of birdfolk grows restless with worry. Werewolves leading the pack. They arrived fast. Now what's the move? The leader glances over, reminding everyone, stay calm. The bird soldiers quiet down, immediately nodding in agreement. Their bows aim straight at the new arrivals. They shout with fierce determination, eliminate all witnesses, including the werewolf leader. Iga's eyes widen in disbelief. What on earth are they talking about? Midu chimes in, realizing no talk is welcome here. Mayer calls out, listen up. Birdfolk are allied with those demons. Everyone's stunned by this revelation. She points toward the alley right ahead. The demons are fighting Kai over there. Sina leans forward thoughtfully, so even the birds are involved in this mess. Iga turns somber. If that's how it is, this just got a lot worse. Midu, you need to head over there. But Midu refuses outright. Instead, he tells the werewolf chief, my friends are on their way to find Kunun. I'll stay to help Mayor-san. Iga grips the sword hanging from his side, readying to draw. Got it. Didn't expect the demons to hold this much sway. He eyes the bird soldiers. These fighters are only following orders from their chief. He hesitates to harm them, if he can avoid it. Suddenly Midu's voice breaks through, smiling slyly. I get it, that's my specialty. Meanwhile, over at Kai's brawl, Kai's frost-sharp tone rings out. My fault. Meant to wrap this up fast. No sooner said than he's stepping out from the wreckage, eyes burning a fierce red. Seeing Kai, Camilla's eyes go wide with terror. Bright feels it too. He never imagined Kai was still alive, but the scene only gets more chilling. Camilla's face tightens in panic, utterly speechless. Kai's form is grotesquely distorted now. Before Bright can react, a razor-sharp knife presses against his neck, blood spraying everywhere instantly. Even though Bright manages to pull back, his arm gets slashed deeply. He growls in frustration. I can't keep up with its moves. Damn it, what's wrong with my eyes? At that moment, Camilla shouts urgently. Don't look into its eyes, GR. It must be using illusion magic. Kai is caught off guard. She's quick to notice. He just unlocked a new skill after defeating Winbox, the illusionary divine guard. This ability projects illusions onto living targets if eye contact is made. Kai practiced this Manhwa recap magic academy technique as a powerful close-range defense against monsters. Recognizing Kai's skill, Camila quickly averts her gaze, muttering in annoyance, "What a troublesome power." Meanwhile, Bright sits silently strategizing he must face Kai, but can't look anywhere above his neck. Following that plan, GR fixes his eyes solely on Kai's lower body. Just as predicted, the illusions vanish. Kai seizes the chance charging forward without making eye contact. This is by far the simplest tactic. In moments, Kai becomes invisible, then reappears right beside Bright. He sneers coldly, "Think you can do that?" Hearing that Bright's eyes involuntarily shrink with alarm. Before he can respond, blood gushes from his forehead like a waterfall. Trembling, he mutters, "No way." Kai narrows his eyes, voice icy, "Idiot. Your enemy's eyes feed you critical battle intel. Lose that and you can't fight at all." Bright collapses in a puddle of blood, while Kai mocks somberly, "Looks like you don't have ears to listen anymore." Camila watches from afar, fuming. He's utterly useless. But at the same moment, Kay fixes his gaze on her voice, "Frosty, your turn now." Camila shows no fear, yelling fiercely, "I've survived all your species' dirty tricks. Don't underestimate me." With that, she lunges at Kai. But Kai vanishes swiftly. Her claw swipes the empty air. Her eyes widen in shock. Quickly recovering, Camila attacks Kai with sharp feathers. Chai remains unshaken, calm, and collected. His speed is extraordinary, quickly putting distance between them. Narrowing his eyes, he contemplates his next move. Fighting without eye contact, hovering in midair, is tough. But Camila adapts in a way that's truly. Rain came pouring down. Bright couldn't believe it, mumbling shakily, "No way." Kai narrowed his eyes coldly, retorting, "Fool, the enemy's eyes give you loads of info during battle. Losing that stream of intel means you can't even fight." Yet Bright felt blood pooling beneath him. Seeing this, Kai sneered mockingly, "Looks like you can't hear me anymore." Camila, watching from afar, frowned angrily, "Such a useless guy." Meanwhile, Kai's gaze shifted toward her voice, cold as he said, "Now, it's your turn." Camila showed no fear, fiercely shouting, "I've endured countless human tricks, don't underestimate me." Without hesitation, she lunged at Kai. But Kai vanished quickly, causing her claws to swipe through thin air. Shocked, she widened her eyes. Quickly recovering, Camila retaliated with feathered strikes aiming at Kai. Calm and composed, Kai skillfully countered. His speed was impressive, quickly creating distance. Squinting, Kai assessed Camila's tactics. Fighting without direct eye contact and hovering midair was challenging, yet she adapted cleverly. Attacked Kai with his feathers. Kai, however, remained composed and countered calmly. His speed was impressive, quickly widening the gap between them. Kai narrowed his eyes at Camila, plotting. Fighting without making eye contact and hovering like that is difficult, but she adapted with true precision. Clearly, at that moment, Camila sneered and said, "Unlike you, I can fight without relying on sight. After all, we beast folk possess 5 incredibly sharp senses." Kai calmly fixed his gaze on her and asked nonchalantly, "So what's your plan now? You're not just going to keep flying around, trying to land hits on me, are you?" Meanwhile, the longer this battle dragged on, the worse Camila's situation became. Just as Kai predicted, many demons around had been subdued by others. Narumi's team worked together quite skillfully and were currently holding the upper hand. Frustrated by this, Camila shouted angrily, "Humans, you have interfered with my affairs more times than I can count." Kai narrowed his eyes at her, but didn't react strongly. At that moment, Camila roared fiercely, "I will kill all of you." The moment she finished speaking, her body began to transform. Kai furrowed his brow in thought. Beast transformation, that's a unique skill only the beast folk can wield. It lets them unleash the beast within, granting explosive power, at the cost of losing their consciousness. Kai pondered quietly, as Camila suddenly let out a terrifying roar, then darted around him like streaks of lightning, leaving no afterimage to follow. Kai furrowed his brow deeply. Her speed was impressive. Quickly, he dispelled the illusions and activated his long-range vision. Camila's rapid figure soon appeared in his sight, and she moved straight towards him. Kai stayed composed as she advanced. Camila might be fast, but he was no pushover. Now driven mad, Camila attacked with sharp feathers. Holding 2 daggers, Kai skillfully dodged the flying feathers. The window for full beast transformation was brief. If Camila extended the battle in this form, her instincts might overpower her, causing her to lose control. However, if she was ready to risk everything, Kai could end up drained and unable to use his long-range sight. In that case, he had to end things swiftly. Thinking this through, Kai activated his skill to detect weak points. At that moment, Camila charged rapidly toward Kai, but the situation was still well within his control. The risk was that the skill might not trigger correctly. Without it activating at the crucial moment, all efforts would be in vain. Suddenly Kai shouted out, "Oh, lightning pierce through my enemy." The instant he finished, bolts of lightning wildly struck Camila. Her eyes involuntarily contracted, overwhelmed by panic. Kai narrowed his eyes, sensing an opening. Using speed invisible to the naked eye, he unleashed a swift, lethal strike. Blood splattered through the air as Camila's body took heavy wounds from Kai's attack. Like an axe, with its handle broken, she fell hard to the ground, writhing in pain and groaning. Then she spat fresh blood before collapsing, completely signaling the end of the fight. Kai, squinting at the two fallen bodies, muttered somberly, "So now the rest of the work falls to our regular soldiers, right?" After Kai and his team defeated the demon army led by the high-ranking demon Bright, along with Camila, the battle between Midu's group and the bird folk soldiers finally ended. This was the outcome after receiving news of their tribe leader's death. With Bright's demise, the brainwashing effect on Niels, the dogfolk tribe leader, vanished. The events at the Grandanas Federation's capital had reached a conclusion with the Dawn's arrival. A few days later, at the wolffolk leader's mansion, everyone gathered there. Hart glanced at Iga and asked, "How is the bird tribe holding up?" Iga answered slowly, "Only those close to Camila knew of her alliance with demons. The rest of the bird tribe remain unaware, so there's no reason to punish them." Midu frowned and asked further, "What about the troops that fought against us?" Iga replied calmly, "They merely followed their chief's orders and should face strict discipline. That should suffice." Simultaneously, at the catfolk leader's mansion, Kai coldly inquired, "What about the dog tribe?" "In front of you are Anto and his son, along with Mayor and Jin," came a slow response. Upon hearing Kai's question, Anto replied thoughtfully, "Of course their leader would be punished. Though he didn't intend it, his betrayal of the nation was undeniable." Sina, standing beside him, added, "From the start it was Niels who succumbed to demon brainwashing. If he must bear severe punishment, there's nothing we can do." Mayor gave a quiet nod of agreement. Was answered straightforwardly. Naturally, their tribe leader would be punished. Though it wasn't his intention, betraying the nation was a fact. Sina beside him added, "Right from the start, Niels's mind control by demons was his own fault. If he faces harsh punishment, there's nothing we can do." Mayor nodded subtly in agreement. Laughing, he said, "Anyway, that's still better than letting the princess get kidnapped by those demons, right?" Hearing that, Za laughed along. Meanwhile, at the merfolk chieftain's mansion, Mac received news from yesterday's battle and couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "The dog tribe's chief was brainwashed while I was asleep, and on top of that, the bird tribe colluded with demons and humans to defeat them." Standing nervously before the NPC, he nodded slightly and said, "Forgive me if you doubt, but this is the truth." Mac fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a long moment, he looked toward Narumi and spoke, "Hey, human." Narumi immediately froze, panicked, and shouted, "What? We're not lying." But as Narumi stared in disbelief, Mac suddenly lunged forward, then clasped Narumi's shoulders and smiled broadly, "You truly are a good person," leaving Narumi stunned, completely caught off guard. Before he could process what happened, Mac burst into tears. "Thank you for protecting the Federation. I promise this debt won't be forgotten. The merfolk tribe will stand with humanity." Narumi was uneasy hearing this, confusedly asking, "I appreciate your words, but is this really okay? You decided way too easily." Mac shook his head fiercely, then gritted his teeth and said, "We won't forgive those demons. We will eliminate every last one of them." Narumi muttered more confusedly, "Looks like he's just repeating what others told him." A few days later, at the Grandanas Federation's Parliamentary Hall, the animal tribe leaders and Hark's human group were all present. Representing everyone, Anno slowly spoke, "Thank you all for defending the Federation recently. This is a favor we hardly can repay." Iga and Mac nodded in agreement after hearing this. Then Niels calmly opened his mouth. "Furthermore, we have now personally faced the demon threat. I believe we should cooperate with humanity to compensate for each other's weaknesses." Midu's group brightened at this. Ano couldn't hold back and raised his hand to rally. "We agree to form an alliance. The Grandana's Beast Alliance hereby declares full cooperation with the Holy Kingdom of Daiger." At once, many arms lifted in unison. The negotiation concluded smoothly, and everyone got what they wanted. Rina jumped with joy, hugging Midu tightly. Meanwhile, Herrick shot a glance at Kai. This negotiation's success was largely due to him. A few days later, outside the Beast Tribe's city gates, Herrick's people packed up to set off for home. Midu glanced around and asked, "Is everyone sure nothing was left behind?" Rina shook her head softly. "Not me." Narmi couldn't help joking. "Leaving is kinda sad though. The Beast Chieftains also came out to see them off." Ano smiled happily. "You're welcome here anytime. From now on, we'll keep regular contact." Nearby Mayor watched everyone, and Hailong nodded. Everything settled. Then she cast a glance at Kai and asked, "So, what do we do now?" It seemed everyone was heading back to the Holy Kingdom. Kai calmly replied, "We have achieved our goal. Now we just wait and see. While they talked, Sheena approached hesitantly. Hey Kai, are you staying in the Federation? Dom Mac nodded, and Kai answered coolly. I plan to stay a bit longer. Even if I return to the Holy Kingdom now, I would be branded a criminal. It's easier here. Hearing this, Sheena smiled warmly. I'm glad to hear that. Mare was puzzled. Why would she be happy if Kai stays? Sheena didn't explain but kept asking. Are you planning to continue your journey? Kai didn't hesitate, replying. My goal is to kill the Demon Lord and return to my world. When the time is right, I will go to the demon's domain. Sheena hesitated a moment, then resolutely said, Then I will join you on that journey. Mayor's eyes widened in surprise. Kai squinted at her, suspiciously asking, What's your purpose? Exa's voice grew serious. I am the only daughter of the Cat Tribe's chieftain. One day, I will take his place. I want to hone myself and achieve much more before inheriting that role. Kai thought her reasons made sense, but he didn't agree immediately, replying coldly, Battles will only get harsher. Surely you will gain some achievements, but the public won't recognize you. Sheena didn't mind calmly saying, But you said, you will defeat the Demon Lord. If I am one who helps in conquering the Demon Lord, then I am. What about you? Exa answered quietly. I'm the sole daughter of the Cat Tribe chief. Eventually, I will take over as leader, but first, I want to sharpen myself and achieve more. Chai thought her reasoning made sense, but coldly replied, Starting now, the war will get brutal. I'm sure you'll make some achievements, but public recognition won't come easy. Xena ignored him undeterred. Calmly, he said, But you claimed you would defeat the Demon Lord. If I were one of those aiding the Demon Lord's conquest, that would also be? That's the achievement. Before Chai could respond, a voice suddenly called from behind. Please take the girl with you. It was Shindu. The three of them startled and turned around, only to see To Long silently approaching. He smiled kindly as he ruffled Za's hair and said, Are you afraid she might slow you down because she's my daughter? Chai hesitated briefly, then finally spoke. This journey will be dangerous. What if she gets kidnapped again? Xena paid no mind and firmly replied, If the war escalates, anywhere I go will be perilous. Besides, I won't grow if I stay safe all the time. And To nodded in agreement. If Xena is determined, then I support her choice. Put simply, even if she's treated like a hostage again, as happened recently, it doesn't bother me. Xena looked intently at Sai, her eyes gleaming with hope as she said, I want to come with you too, Kai. Kai furrowed his brow thoughtfully, then slowly replied, So you've made up your mind. I'll train you before we embark on the journey. If you prove useful, I'll take you with me all right. Xena nodded without hesitation in agreement. Meanwhile, in the ominously dark kingdom of demons Varora, an outsider demon knelt respectfully and asked, What do you require? Princess, she said calmly, the one before you is Isabel. She slowly commanded, Relay this message to our brethren. The time for our revolution is near. Many factions are gearing up as Midu and other envoys have convinced the Federation to accept an alliance and return to the fortress to operate at the front line. They come accompanied by the Federation representative, Iga. Standing at the city gate, Iga introduced himself. My name is Iga, captain of the Beastmen Federation warriors. Pleasure to meet everyone. Amelia nodded respectfully. I'm Amelia, captain of the 4th Holy Empire Knight Corps in charge at the front line. Nice to meet you. Although these hero candidates play a crucial role in the Manhwa recap of the Magic Academy saga, they are still unaware just how impactful is the alliance between the Holy Kingdom Digir and the Beastmen Federation Grandanas. After a long, exhausting day, night finally falls. Midu awakens slowly in his room after a deep sleep. Sitting up, he rubbed his throbbing head and sighed. Why on earth do I wake up at such a strange hour? Mireille, who was quietly in his room, smirked and said, Well, you've been asleep since afternoon, probably just tired from a long journey. The sudden voice startled Midu, who hastily pulled the blanket over himself and asked suspiciously, Why are you in my room? Mireille calmly explained. You fell asleep in the resting room. I used my power to bring you back here. Midu nodded knowingly and apologized guiltily. Sorry for the trouble. No worries, Mireille replied coolly. As long as you got back safely, that means everything went smoothly, right? Midu nodded lightly, then asked, How's the situation at the front line? Mireille answered nonchalantly. The Demon Lord's army has launched multiple attacks, but they haven't caused much damage. You really don't want to admit it, but it's all thanks to Arasi. He's very strong. Midu's relief showed as he inhaled and said, I'm glad we can rely on him. And what about Iga Mireille? Answered casually. He's resting today after a long journey. Tomorrow, they'll hold a meeting to discuss strategy. When asked how strong the Federation warriors are, Midu furrowed his brow thoughtfully and said quietly, They're strong, especially their captain, Iga. He's stronger than me and even stronger than you. Mirai's eyes lit up in excitement. Midu nodded in confirmation. Yes, the rest are elite soldiers. We can trust them completely. With this force, we can cross the forest, infiltrate the Demon Kingdom's territory, and kill the Demon Lord in no time. Mirai frowned and asked skeptically, I know it's late to ask, but aren't you scared? Her hand clenched tightly on her thigh as she continued. From now on, there'll be many battles more dangerous than before. One of us might die. A flicker of hesitation crossed Midu's eyes. He bit his lip and admitted, of course I'm scared. But Midu knows if he stops here, their class will be torn apart again. Once that happens, casualties will be inevitable. And Miri was startled by the sudden sound. Panicked, he yanked the blanket over himself and suspiciously asked, Why are you in my room? Miri slowly explained. You fell asleep in the lounge, so I used my power to bring you back to your room. Hearing this, Midu nodded understandingly and apologetically said, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's fine, Mirai replied nonchalantly with a smile. As long as you returned safely, that means everything went smoothly right. Midu softly nodded and then asked, How are things on the front lines? Mirai calmly answered the Demon Lord's army launched several attacks, but they didn't inflict much damage. You might not want to admit it, but it's all thanks to Arasi. He's really strong. Midu immediately grasped the situation and sighed in relief, saying, I see, I'm glad we can rely on him. What about Iga? Mirai casually responded. He took a rest today after a long journey, and tomorrow they will hold a meeting to discuss strategy. Mirai then asked about the strength of the Federation's warriors. Midu furrowed his brows and replied thoughtfully, They're strong, especially their captain Iga. He's even stronger than me and you. Mirai exclaimed, with surprise upon hearing that. Midu nodded slightly and said, Yes, all the other soldiers are elite troops. We can trust them. With forces like that, we can cross the forest, infiltrate the Demon Kingdom's territory, and kill the Demon Lord in no time. Mirai frowned and questioned, I know this might be a bit late to ask, but aren't you scared? As she said this, her hand on her thigh tightened unconsciously. She bit her lip and continued, From now on, many battles will come and it'll be much more dangerous than it is now. One of us might even die. In Midu's eyes, a moment of hesitation appeared as he pressed his lips together and said, I'm afraid. Still, Midu knew that if he hesitated now, their group would fall apart again. Once that happens, casualties are inevitable. And, after countless battles, it will become far more dangerous than now. One of us might even die. A hint of hesitation flickered in Midu's eyes. He pressed his lips and said, I am afraid. Yet Midu knew that stopping now would fracture their class all over again. If that happened, casualties were inevitable. And Kai has always been the one encouraging him. Hearing this, Meyer was taken aback, amazed, and asked, Is Shinu really like that? Midu nodded gently, replying Shinu sees us as allies. Although he doesn't act emotionally, that doesn't change the fact that he's always helping us. Mir frowned slightly, then stubbornly turned away, grumbling coldly. No matter the outcome, I hate selfish actions. Seeing this, Midu couldn't help but smile. That's just you. I envy people like them a lot. Referring to Jinu and Aras, Mir was momentarily stunned and asked in doubt, You envy them? You're way ahead of them. Midu slowly explained. They're not easily swayed by their surroundings and always push forward without hesitation. That's a quality I've always envied. Meanwhile, Midu just wants to keep everything as it is. Mirai immediately caught on and walked over, leaning her hands on the bed, furrowing her brows as she asked, Can I ask you something? Why don't you want to go home? The sudden change in topic caught Midu off guard, and the atmosphere instantly fell into silence. After a long pause, Midu chuckled awkwardly, because everyone wants to go back. Meyer did not believe it, and was annoyed wanting to scold him. Hey Midu, you're not even finishing your sentence. Rena suddenly burst in, pushing open the door. Seeing the ambiguous posture of the two, her eyes narrowed unconsciously. Then she questioned, What are you two doing? What? Nothing, we were just talking, Mir hurriedly explained. Right Midu? Midu nodded, responding, Yeah, that's right. But they were lying. Rena still didn't buy it. She furiously scolded. Sneaking into a guy's room at night? How can you say that Meyer was interrogated repeatedly and suddenly felt like he had done something wrong? Quickly clarifying. But I brought Midu back to his room when he was asleep. Rena refused to listen and shouted aggressively. You always talk about rules and ethics, yet you break them yourself. Mir finally couldn't hold back and retorted, fed up with the baseless accusations. The two ended up arguing like that, leaving Midu stuck in the middle, not knowing what to say. Eventually, for some unknown reason, he just burst out laughing, his mood actually lightening a bit. The next morning in the training yard, two figures were sparring, Ega and Arasi. Arasi looked very serious as he charged forward with determination. He was fiercely attacking Ega, clearly wanting to settle the score today. Suddenly, Arasi lifted his leg to kick at Iga, but the speed was quite slow and was easily dodged. Taking advantage, Iga lunged forward with his sword. The tip pointed straight at Arasi's forehead in an instant, startling him. Arasi quickly stepped back. Squinting, he watched Iga. He was too fast. While Arasi was still thinking, Iga's sword swung again, causing Arasi to flinch and retreat. Iga smirked, saying, "This is the finishing move." Hearing this, Arasi exploded with a loud yell. "You seriously underestimate me, you dog." He then raised his hand to block Iga's sword. This surprised Iga. Arasi was using magic to strengthen his arm, but Iga thought no matter how much power was added, he couldn't block a sword barehanded. As Iga pondered this, Arasi shoved the sword away and pushed Iga backward. Arasi twirled his wrist, curled his lip, and said, "That hurts." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey you two, stop training now." Arasi and Iga both turned around startled. The visitor smiled softly, saying, "It's time to start the strategy meeting." Arasi exclaimed in surprise, "What, we're just getting into the groove?" Iga holstered his sword calmly. "I agree, but we can duel another time." "I'm glad you're my ally." Arasi sneered. "Hey, so my attack was totally justified, right?" Meanwhile, in the capital of the Grandana's Menslia Beastmen Federation, Kai also had some business to attend to, just as he mentioned before training was underway. Outside, Miss X-Mayor watched the two. After a while, she said, "Let's get started." As soon as Sina appeared, she activated her beast transformation, her sharp claws extending instantly. Without hesitation, she charged at Kai. But Kai didn't flinch at all and stood calmly. When her claws were about to strike, he dodged and vanished. Her first attack failed. Sina wasn't discouraged and raised her claws again, only to be evaded once more by Kai. They quickly exchanged several moves, but Kai remained unharmed. Squinting at Sina, Kai said coldly, "Is that all you've got?" This manhwa recap of their Magic Academy training showdown really highlights their skills, strengthening his arm, but Iga believed that no matter how much he pumped up his arm, it wouldn't be enough to block a sword barehanded. While he was thinking, Arasi flicked his sword away. Iga was pushed back. Arasi twisted his wrist and sneered. "That hurt." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Hey you two, stop training now." Arasi and Iga were startled and turned their heads. The speaker was a girl who chuckled softly and said, "It's time to start the strategy meeting." Arasi exclaimed in surprise. "What? But we were just getting somewhere," while Iga sheathed his sword calmly. Smiling, "I agree, but we can duel some other time." "I'm glad you're on my side," Arasi scoffed. Then, it was justified when I struck right." Meanwhile, at the capital of the Grandana's Menslia Beast Federation, Kai was also occupied with a matter, just as he said earlier that he would train. Maya stood outside watching the two, and after a moment, she spoke. "You may begin." Sina immediately activated her beast transformation. Sharp claws appeared. Without hesitation, she lunged at Kai, but Kai remained calm and stood his ground. As her claws came down, Kai swiftly vanished. Sina's first strike failed, but she wasn't fazed. She raised her claws again, yet Kai dodged once more. They exchanged several blows quickly, but Kai remained unharmed. He squinted at Sina and coldly said, "Is that all you've got, training?" Maya stood outside watching the two for a moment before saying, "You may begin." As soon as Sina appeared, she activated her beast transformation. Her sharp claws revealed instantly. Without hesitation, she lunged at Kai, but Kai stayed calm and unmoved, standing his ground. When her claws were about to strike, he swiftly dodged and vanished. After one failed strike, Sina calmly raised her claws again, but once more, Kai evaded easily. They exchanged moves quickly, but Kai remained unscathed. He narrowed his eyes at Sina and coldly remarked, "Is that all you've got, quickly?" The two exchanged blows for a bit, but Kai remained unscathed. Narrowing his eyes at Sina, he said coldly, "Is that all you've got?" "What? I've told you countless times, you need to attack me with the intent to destroy." "Got it," Sina replied calmly, then suddenly dashed off like the wind. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Kai. Confident of her victory, Sina swiped down with her claws. However, the scene before her eyes shocked her. Wide awake, her claws only struck the ground, leaving 5 deep marks, but Kai was nowhere to be seen. Before she could grasp what was happening, the dust cloud irritated her eyes and Kai's foot slammed into her stomach, sending Sina flying out. Mayor rushed over, concerned, asking if she was all right. Sheena sat up from the ground, clutching her stomach and pouting. "My stomach hurts so much. You're as ruthless as ever." Kai replied, coolly, "You're still easily fooled as usual. You better prepare to counterattack every strike the enemy throws at you." Hearing this, Sheena frowned and hesitated. "So, I still haven't succeeded," Kai bluntly said. "Let's see. Right now, you're pretty useless." His words truly disappointed Sheena deeply. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside. Sheena, do you always have to train this harshly? Hearing this, Sheena turned her head to see Run approaching. She sighed, saying, this is what I want. Don't stop me. Run squinted slightly, then smiled and said, I was going to tell that guy to be gentler with you, but since you said that, I guess I'll have to hold back. Kai seemed to catch the hint behind Run's words and frowned, asking, what do you want? Run calmly explained. The main forces of the Federation are preparing to depart to join the Holy Kingdom's army. I came to inform you. Kai nodded, smiling. Finally, it's about to begin, although it's later than expected. Run nonchalantly shrugged, pouting as she said, we can't do anything else. Both nations want to negotiate the alliance first. Apparently, the treaty was signed without any strange disputes. Sheena asked skeptically, are you going too? Run replied coolly, I'm the leader of the Cat Warrior Squad, so I'll be joining them. Mayor didn't say much, glancing at Kai and asking, what should we do? Kai furrowed his brow in thought, then gradually said, let's wait and see how things unfold. Besides, Sheena hasn't reached a level where I can take her along. 1 month later, still on Grandana's vast plains, Kai was facing off against a demon tribe member. But this time, instead of his usual knife, he used a gun. He concentrated creating bullets with energy powered by his imagination. As energy began to envelop the gun, Kai swiftly reloaded. Meanwhile, the monster charged toward him. Kai stood firm, aiming the gun at it. Suddenly, a series of loud gunshots rang out, bullets ripping through the beast's body, blood flowing. Mayor, perched on a nearby tree, applauded approvingly. The monster, however, was not dead, only slightly wounded. Seeing this, Kai resumed firing. Another volley of energy bullets tore into the creature. This time, the monster had no chance to survive, and promptly died. Kai narrowed his eyes at the gun, mumbling dissatisfaction. His firepower was still insufficient against these monsters. Mayor laughed with admiration. You took down a monster with just 6 shots. Isn't that good enough? Kai replied seriously, actually, my plan is to use it as magical bullets. Mayor looked puzzled. I never thought your strange device could make bullets so fast. Kai patiently explained. The foundation of magic is imagination. If I can't envision it accurately, it's useless. In my world, there's electricity, so I can imagine lightning magic. But even for someone from another world like you, imagining bullets is quite hard. In that case, I rely on the technical knowledge I have. This method seems quite effective. Mayor nodded and smiled. So that's how your world works. But just as she finished, her body suddenly tensed. She looked off and muttered, Kai, I think you see what's scaring me. Calmly, Kai said, don't be afraid. I see it, but bullets don't work on it. Behind Mayor was a giant mutated lake beast. At that moment, Kai charged forward, shouting loudly, jump down now. Mayor heard, and quickly. Bullets won't work on it. Behind Mayor was a gigantic mutated lake creature. At that moment, Kai dashed forward, shouting, jump in. Mayor obeyed immediately. Chai leapt off the tree branch. In a flash. Simultaneously, a crackling bolt of lightning surged into his palm. In an instant, the fierce lightning struck the beast, scorching it black. Swiftly, Chai caught Mayor as she was falling. He shot a glance at the beast and spoke calmly. I have no trouble controlling intermediate-level elemental magic, but mastering high-level spells still eludes me. Cradled in Kai's arms, Mayor lifted her head and asked, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? No one has advanced to this stage so quickly before. Kai didn't respond immediately. Instead, he scanned the area and queried, by the way, where is Sheena? Mayor suddenly recalled Sheena and hurriedly said, oh, Sheena hasn't finished speaking yet. Her gaze shifted toward the distance where Sheena was standing atop the corpse of a monstrous creature. Noticing the two looking at her, Sheena quickly turned around and dashed over to Kai, exclaiming joyfully, I finally killed the monster you mentioned. Did I meet the target? Kai glanced at the beast, slashed to death by Sheena's claws, then at the hesitant girl standing before him. After a moment, he nodded and said, you did great, Sheena. Upon hearing this, Sheena's eyes lit up brightly like stars. Ignoring the moment, Chai earnestly declared, now we should proceed towards the Demon Kingdom's territory. The allied forces comprising soldiers from the Holy Kingdom and the Federation commenced their invasion of the demon realm. The sheer number and ferocity of the monsters within caused severe casualties among the Holy Kingdom's troops, especially around the first gate of the Demon Kingdom known as the Demon Forest. Passing through it sent chills down their spines. Leading the way, Ega used his keen sense of smell to scout ahead. His expression quickly grew serious. He whispered, that's the scent of monsters. Plenty of them on the right flank. His words startled everyone. Narumi looked uneasy and frowned. Really, I don't sense anything. As Narumi said, only the dark, gloomy demon forest stretched before them. Yet Midu seemed to feel it too. He spoke quietly, no, they're coming. Hark was no exception. His brows knitted into a stern line. Before long, a horde of monsters charged at them. Without hesitation, Iga ordered attack. The beast warriors instantly obeyed, charging forward. Their power was formidable. Every strike could eliminate a monster. Within moments, the air thickened with the scent of fresh blood. Monsters fell in waves. Witnessing this, the Holy Kingdom soldiers couldn't help but admire the might of the Federation's warriors. It was truly remarkable. Swiftly, all attacking monsters were wiped out. Midu couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "The monsters fell so easily, it's beyond my expectations." Hark furrowed his brow and murmured after a pause, "We humans have all 5 senses, yet we failed to detect the monsters. Having beast warriors in our ranks is a huge advantage." At that moment, Iga sheathed his sword, flashing a confident smile. "Leave monster detection to us. As long as we're here, they won't dare ambush us." Just as Iga said, the beast's heightened senses could detect monster attacks early. The allied army was well equipped to repel every monster encounter. This drastically weakened the effectiveness of the high-ranking demon Elsa's guerrilla warfare and ambush tactics within the forest. Previously, the British Kingdom suffered heavy losses in this campaign because they couldn't predict the monsters' ambush points. But with the support of Federation fighters and their excellent monster detection and extermination skills, the monster ambushes were eliminated swiftly. Meanwhile, far away, someone was watching this scene furiously, punching a tree trunk. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Damn it! Our plan to overwhelm the enemy with a massive monster army and crush them in chaos has failed." Another voice questioned dubiously, "How long do we keep monitoring?" The first man shook his head softly. "No orders from Elsa yet. We have no choice but to withdraw." But before they could retreat, a low, ominous voice echoed from behind. Iga's voice thundered, "Looks like I won't let you get away that easily." "Not a scratch." Another soldier asked, suspiciously, "How long do we have to keep watching?" The other shook his head and said, "We've received no orders from Elsa. There's no choice but to retreat." But before they could withdraw, Iga's grim voice echoed from behind. "Maybe I'll let you do that for now." The 2 men recoiled in shock, disbelief etched on their faces, shouting, "You bastard!" But before they could finish, EA slashed them down on the spot. Meanwhile, at the Demon Forest Castle where Elsa Saw resides, Elsa Saw stood atop the castle overlooking the scene, sighing with frustration, muttering, "This is bad." Just then, a monstrous figure rushed up from below, frantically reporting that the soldiers sent into the forest had been ambushed and wiped out. It seemed the beast warriors were causing much more trouble than expected. Upon hearing this, Elsa's brow furrowed deeply. Tiny droplets of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, but she quickly bit them away. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I knew it. I have to clean up the mess Bright made." The monster grumbled somberly, "I understand how you feel, but with the current situation, what should we do? The Holy Kingdom's forces have no choice but to assault this castle. They definitely don't want to be ambushed from behind." He wondered aloud if they even stood a chance to win. Elsa casually swirled the wine in her glass and replied coldly, "Yes, we're backed into a corner now, but don't misunderstand me. I'm not weak, nor am I purely relying on tactics." From her glass, a bit of wine sloshed out as she shifted it. She smirked and said, "That said, defeating enemies becomes much easier if you use your brain." Finally, she concluded, "All we need to do is annihilate them, right?" The creature nodded hastily. "Yes, Elsa." A few days later, Midu's forces arrived at Elsa's castle. Iga spoke sternly, "I've personally eliminated their ancestors. Numerous monsters remain here." Elia quietly nodded in agreement, adding, "We cannot overlook this castle. Capturing it is vital to avoid being attacked from behind as we advance further." Just as he finished, a rider approached. It was Arasi who complained, "This is such a pain. Why don't we just attack and be done with it?" Herrick nodded in support. "I approve. We can't give the enemy any time to think. Let's begin our assault immediately." Arasi smirked with a sigh. "Now you're starting to understand." So the army marched to the city gate, and the battle began. The monsters on the walls fought fiercely, resisting with all their might. But before long, the gate was breached, and soldiers flooded inside. RC led the charge, setting monsters ablaze with fire as usual, his temper flaring, as he shouted, "Come on, you trash." Behind them, Iga patted Midu's shoulder, smiling as he suggested, "Let's go, Midu. Together we'll wipe out those high-level demons." "Got it," Midu replied, stunned momentarily, before nodding and following Iga. Meanwhile, atop the castle, Elsa leisurely sipped her wine, indifferent to the battle below. Suddenly her eyes widened, as the door was forcefully thrown open. Iga and Midu stepped inside slowly. Upon seeing them, Elsa smirked mockingly. "Finally, you lot have arrived." With that, she stepped forward to confront Iga and Midu. Seeing the aura radiating from her, Midu couldn't help but be terrified. This energy, it's terrifying. Iga kept watchfully silent. Indeed, no doubt, she's a top-tier monster. unbothered by their reactions. Elsa summoned a whip, resembling a tentacle from her hand. She smiled coldly. The beast warrior leader? And a hero candidate, huh? Seems like you're being too cautious. But I don't intend to lose. No sooner had she spoken than Elsa lashed the whip toward them. Midu dodged quickly while the ground beneath them was shredded by the whip strike. Yet what shocked him most was what happened next. Spikes suddenly emerged violently from the ground. Elsa grinned. I never underestimate you. I always prepare traps that pierce and kill any enemy who dares come close. Midu couldn't stay suspended midair forever, as he slowly fell toward those spikes. Not daring to let his guard down, he quickly activated the initial phase of the Holy Sword. Could a sword that could freely change form be real? The Holy Sword swiftly transformed into a vine-like rope and clung tightly to the chandelier above. Watching this, Elsa's eyes narrowed slightly. Using the momentum from the chandelier, Midu safely landed on the floor. Elsa squinted and muttered coldly, "A sword that can freely change shapes, huh?" Midu ignored her words, thinking his companion had fallen onto the spikes. Panic rising, Midu rushed to the edge of the pit, shouting loudly, "Iga!" Just as he called out, Iga suddenly appeared from nearby, pierced through, and died. Midu couldn't just hang in midair. He was slowly falling toward those sharp spikes below. Being cautious, Midu quickly activated the first stage of the Holy Sword. A sword that could change shapes at will. The Holy Sword quickly transformed into a vine clinging tightly to the chandelier above. Seeing this, Elsa's eyes narrowed subtly. Using the high chandelier for leverage, Midu safely landed. Elsa squinted, clinging tightly to the chandelier above. Watching this scene caused Elsa's eyes to involuntarily narrow. Using the chandelier's momentum, Midu landed safely. Elsa squinted. His gaze fixed on him, she muttered coldly, "A sword that can freely change its shape." Midu didn't respond to her words, because he thought the person accompanying him had fallen onto those spikes. With that thought, Midu hurried over to the pit and shouted loudly, "Ega!" As soon as he finished, Ega appeared from the side. He leapt down silently beside Midu, exhaling in relief. "That was close. I nearly got pierced through." Noticing Ega standing calmly, Elsa's surprise deepened as she furrowed her brows. "She can't believe it, he's unharmed. How is that possible?" Elsa replied indifferently with a shrug. "Simple, it's just a double jump." Hearing this only fueled Elsa's anger. She gritted her teeth and snapped. "Is this pathetic physical ability all you beastmen have?" Iga clicked his tongue and smirked. "Well, I guess I'm a bit special. Now, it's our turn." With that, he dashed off like the wind. "Don't underestimate me," Elsa bellowed fiercely and lashed her whip again. Meanwhile, Midu teleported instantly behind Elsa. He smirked. "Got you now." Raising his sword to strike, Elsa suddenly revealed something from the ceiling, a sharp object. Midu instantly raised his sword wary. Taking advantage, Elsa kicked Midu's side, sending him flying back. Seeing this, Iga panicked, shouting Midu. Elsa sneered coldly. "Almost got me, kid. Seems that power's still too much for you." Midu sat up, clutching his stomach from the pain. Elsa squinted at him with cold eyes. "Hero candidate? You're from another world, right? What kind of fight is this?" Midu was stunned, unsure how to respond. Iga yelled urgently, "Don't listen to that monster." But before he could finish, Midu and Elsa lashed their whip in his direction. Iga stayed calm, countering and shouting, "This is our chance to strike." "Roger that." Midu answered quickly, charging at Elsa. She kept whipping, blocking their attacks. As Midu closed in, Elsa suddenly whimpered, "Stop, please save me." Midu was shocked. His sword-wielding hand trembled. Seizing the moment, Elsa swung her whip, growling, "You've lost it." Midu didn't have time to react before the whip tightly wrapped around his ankle. Elsa smirked, "Never let your guard down in battle." Midu was lifted into the air, then relentlessly slammed into the wall. Iga panicked upon witnessing this. Elsa, amused by his reaction, mocked, "Worried about a human? Your alliance is deeper than I thought." Iga looked confused, unsure of her meaning. While he hesitated, Elsa smiled. "Well then, I'll give it back to you." With that, she hurled Midu toward Ega, the impact creating a huge hole in the wall. Elsa frowned slightly, thinking their morale was breaking. She could handle the beastmen alone. Just then, a black wolf slowly appeared in front of her. She furrowed her brow suspiciously. Where did it come from? Quickly, she realized it was a shape-shifted beastman. Elsa aggressively whipped her whip at the ground. At the same time, Ega, now in wolf form, growled fiercely, startling Elsa and sparking worry in her eyes. Iga lunged forward, slashing with his claws. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Third Prince Western region of the Demon Kingdom, Vidora Aquilia's war god, Natasha's face showed displeasure. She had used her powers to survey part of the Demon Kingdom. Very quickly, a live-action-like vision appeared before Natasha Ega's killing of Elsa. As expected, the Alliance's warriors were really troublesome, which is why she intended to control them. Jaganda, Bright, Elsa, the key subordinates of Natasha, had all been eliminated. She seemed cornered for now. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in the air. "Are you okay, Aqualia?" Immediately, a figure appeared before Natasha. Recognizing him, she exclaimed, "Leon H., you're worried about me." Leon H. nodded gently with a smile. "Of course, you are my fiancé." Hearing those words, Natasha blushed slightly. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Thank you, I'm fine." Leon H. looked doubtful and asked, "I heard Elsa's dead and the Alliance will reach Fist City in a few days." The original content cuts off here, so the rewrite ends accordingly. She showed a worried look in her eyes. At that moment, Ega lunged at the woman, slashing with her claws. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in an instant. Meanwhile, in the domain of the Third Prince, located in the western region of the Demon Kingdom, Vidora Natasha, the celestial ruler of Aqualia, wore a troubled expression. This was because she had used her powers to assess a part of the Demon Kingdom's situation. Quickly, a scene like a recorded video appeared before Natasha's eyes. Ega had killed Elsa. Just as expected, the warriors of the Alliance were truly a nuisance. That was why she wanted to control them. Jaganda, Bright, Elsa. Natasha's top subordinates had been eliminated. It seemed she was being cornered. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the air. "Are you all right, Aqualia?" Immediately after, a figure appeared before Natasha. Upon seeing him, Natasha exclaimed, "Leon H., you're worried about me." Leon H. nodded gently with a smile. "Of course you are my fiancé." The word fiancé made Natasha a bit shy. After a while, she nodded and replied, "Thank you, I'm fine." Seeing this, Leon H. questioned suspiciously, "I heard Elsa is dead, and the Alliance will arrive at Fist City in a few days." She then nodded and replied, "Thank you, I'm fine." Leon H. looked suspicious and asked, "I heard Elsa died. Will the Alliance be arriving in Fist City in a few days?" Natasha pondered for a moment before replying, "Honestly, I mostly work in the shadows and my combat skills aren't the best. It's going to be a tough fight facing those who defeated Windbox and Stone Guy." Leon Hat fully understood the situation and nodded slightly. Indeed, the assassins from the Demon Kingdom are currently en route. Hearing this, Natasha frowned with suspicion and muttered, "Assassins, huh?" Leon Hat calmly explained, "They are elite operatives working in secrecy, performing the dirtiest jobs. As you know, the assassins of the Demon Kingdom are among our trump cards. I will assign you to lead these elite killers." Natasha instantly lit up with excitement and exclaimed, "Really?" Leon Hat smiled casually and replied, "Of course. I want you to hold your position until I return my beloved Aqualia." Natasha was deeply moved by his words, joyfully responding, "Yes, Leon Hat. Leave everything to me, your fiancé. I trust you." Leon Hat only left behind that phrase before disappearing from Natasha's sight. Squinting as she watched his figure fade from the glass orb, Natasha muttered, "I have failed to control the Alliance, and yet even when I'm cornered like this, he still shows his love." Soon after, she ran off to tightly embrace that orb, crying out, "I will definitely repay his love." Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom's capital Aeon, the demons were largely unaware of the ongoing war outside. They continued their daily lives as usual. Inside the palace, a figure quietly walked down the corridor. It was Isabel. One subordinate, seeing her, asked with suspicion, "Isabel, where are you headed?" Isabel answered nonchalantly, "I'm going to visit Alice." A short time later, in a dungeon beneath the palace, a heavy stone door was pushed open. Isabel entered, accompanied by a young girl with white hair, Alice, the fifth princess of the Demon Kingdom. Upon seeing Isabel, Alice happily called out to her elder sister, but Isabel showed no reaction. Ignoring this, Alice ran over to hug her excitedly, saying, "You're here." Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Isabel blushed slightly and shyly turned her head softly, saying, "I didn't come to visit you. I just had some free time and stopped by." Hearing this, a nearby subordinate couldn't help teasing, "You do know you're terrible at lying, right?" Isabel frowned, annoyed, and snapped, "Quiet." Alice paid no mind and continued to smile warmly. "I'm really happy." Isabel looked at the girl intently and asked with curiosity, "What are you doing?" Alice picked up a flower crown and cheerfully said, "I'm making a wreath. Look, it's beautiful." As she spoke, she placed the crown on her head and excitedly asked, "How do I look? Does it suit me?" Isabel nodded slightly, smiling. "It suits you very well." Seeing Isabel's half-hearted response, Alice frowned, disappointed. "You're just saying that, aren't you?" Before Isabel could reply, Alice turned and ran off, then picked up another flower crown and laughed. "I'm going to make one for you too." Isabel reached out to take it suspiciously, asking, "For me? Do you have a feeling I'll come visit you?" Alice smiled brightly. "Either way, you don't do much. I want to go out into the world, but I'm told I can't." Hearing this, Isabel muttered awkwardly, Alex. Alice looked up at her with eyes full of curiosity. What's wrong? Isabel glanced at the flower crown in her hand, then back at Alice before shaking her head. Nothing. Then she placed the crown on her head and raised an eyebrow with a smile. How do I look? Alice couldn't help but giggle. You're so funny, Isabel muttered in confusion. Well, you gave it to me, so I'm wearing it. Alice chuckled softly, suddenly recalling something and asked curiously, oh right, when are we starting the demon summoning ritual? Isabel's expression briefly darkened, unsure how to answer. Alice didn't notice her discomfort and kept smiling. I heard I'll be offered to the god. I'm really looking forward to it. Isabel hesitated, looking at the innocence in Alice's eyes, then softly said, yeah, me too. I don't know the details, but it won't be long. Alice beamed with a bright smile. I understand. On that day, I'll finally get to go outside, right? Isabel remained silent, standing quietly. Noticing this, the subordinate called out Isabel. Isabel pursed her lips and muttered, I know. Then she turned and left. Alice looked a bit sad and asked, are you leaving? Isabel didn't turn back, but responded casually, I'll visit again later. Be good. And with that, she walked away, straight ahead, without looking back. Yet, as Isabel stepped outside, a hint of pensiveness shadowed her expression. Suddenly, from behind a voice, pierced the quiet with a gloomy tone. Hey, Isabel. Startled, Isabel quickly turned around. It was none other than Leon Hatt, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. She responded coolly, calling him by name. Seeing this, Leon Hatt waved dismissively with a smile. You're distant again. Can't you just call me brother? Like before, Isabel shook her head coldly and replied. No, I have no right to do that. Leon Hatt smirked. You're too rigid. Have you met Alice yet? Democ nodded slightly, and Isabel responded calmly. Leon Hatt glanced toward the room, mumbling after a moment. That girl stays in there all day, it's not good. Sooner or later, she'll become a sacrifice to the evil god. Then his eyes shifted to Isabel, mocking. At this rate, maybe she's already lost her mind. Becoming a sacrifice to the evil god is an honor, you know. I'm really jealous. Don't you think so, Isabel? Isabel bit her lip fiercely and murmured, yes, sorry, I need to go now. Without another word, she hastened away, as if determined not to breathe the same air as Leon Hatt even a second longer. Meanwhile, in the demon kingdom of Vidora, the territory of the third prince, the bustling heart of the city thrived even under the nightfall. Demonic clans roamed the streets actively, and amongst them strode a figure cloaked in black. Quietly, the figure slipped deeper into the shadows. Soon after, at an inn still open and brightly lit, the owner stood behind the counter reading the paper. Spotting the cloaked visitor, he greeted warmly, welcome back. The mysterious figure was Kai, disguised as a demon to infiltrate this area. The owner casually asked, so what do you think of Fit City? Kai nodded slightly, replying, not bad, though the atmosphere feels a bit stifling. The owner sighed deeply. Yes, we can't stop the human invasions. This place has become the front line, and many feel uneasy. Kai calmly said, I think you don't have to worry. Aqualia's 4 heavenly kings are here in this city. The owner agreed. True, but Stone Gaia and Winbach have been killed. Kai frowned quietly, lowering his voice. Those terrifying hero candidates have slain 2 of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon Lord's army. Disturbed, the owner commented. It's unbelievable. After all that, we've suddenly been invaded, and slaves have been dwindling even though labor is desperately needed. He pointed at a slave bound nearby, harshly. Hey, work properly. Kai glanced at the slave and muttered hesitantly. Losing slaves would be troublesome. The owner nodded and said, since you have slaves too, you understand. We force slaves to do laborious tasks. Once the slave supply dries up, business stops. He handed Kai a key without ceasing his chatter. Honestly, I'm a bit jealous. Has your slave come of marriageable age? Yet Kai accepted the key with a cold reply. I don't know. The owner chuckled lightly. Ah, well, I shouldn't pry into a patron's private matters. Rest well. Thanks. Kai replied casually and left the counter. Later in Kai's resting chamber, Mayor and Sina waited, both disguised as slaves. Seeing Kai's appearance, Mayor mused. Just as expected, you look unusual. Kai reached up and removed 2 horns from his head, smirking. Yeah, if I didn't look strange, I wouldn't get anywhere. I need this disguise to move freely in the Demon Kingdom. Sina pondered aloud. Your scent is different though. Kai explained matter-of-factly. Beasts notice the difference, but demons don't. Once disguised, there's no difference between us and demons. At that, Mayor interjected, fine, but I still can't accept being treated like a slave by you. Kai sighed in resignation. Both of you stand out too much, so I had to disguise you as demon slaves. It's the easiest way. It's common for demons to keep slaves from other species. Hearing this, Mayor suddenly questioned, are we really that obvious? Can you make the disguise better for us? Is being cut down though manpower there is seriously lacking. After saying that, he pointed at a slave chained nearby and scolded, "Hey, work properly." Kai glanced over hesitantly and muttered, "It would be quite troublesome if the slaves run away." The shop owner nodded slightly, saying, "Since you have slaves working for you, I'm glad you understand. We use slaves for physical labor. Once the slave supply is cut off, their business would collapse." He handed Kai a key, continuing to talk. "I'm a little envious. Has your slave reached marriageable age yet?" Kai took the key with a cold tone, replying, "I don't even know." The owner laughed twice and said, "All right, I shouldn't pry into the privacy of my customers. Have a rest. Thanks." Kai nodded briefly and left the counter. A little later in Kai's resting room, Mayor and Sina, both dressed as slaves, were already waiting. Seeing Kai's appearance, Mayor couldn't help but sigh just as expected. Kai looked quite unusual. Kai removed the 2 horns from his head and smirked. "Yeah, if not for this, I couldn't move freely around the demon kingdom." Sina frowned slightly and muttered, "Your scent is different." Kai calmly explained that beastmen could notice such differences, but demons could not. Once disguised, there was no difference between us and demons. Mayor interrupted. "All right, but I still can't accept that you treat us like slaves." Kai sighed helplessly. "You two stand out way too much. I have to disguise you as demon slaves. That's the easiest way. It's not uncommon for demons to have slaves from other races." Hearing this, Mayor suddenly asked suspiciously, "Are we really that conspicuous? Can you disguise us?" "Us and demons." Mayor interrupted. "Fine, but I still can't accept the way you treat us like slaves." Kai sighed. "Because you two stand out so much, I disguised you as demon slaves. It was the easiest way. It's not unusual for demons to have slaves from other tribes." Hearing this, Mayor suddenly doubted. "Are we really that noticeable? Can you disguise us better? It's not uncommon to have members from other tribes." Hearing this, Mayor suddenly grew suspicious, asking, "Do we really stand out that much? Can you disguise us for the mission? Is that your disguise skill?" Because she's so beautiful, before she could even finish speaking, Chai abruptly cut her off coldly. The moment she draws the demon's attention, they will easily see through her makeup. This statement left Maya stunned. After a long pause, she exclaimed in surprise. Beautiful. Kai raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "You don't realize it," Maya nervously stammered. "Well, maybe so." Observing her reaction, Kai vaguely asked, "Why are you scared?" Maya waved her hand dismissively, explaining, "I didn't expect you to say that." Chai shrugged indifferently. "I'm just stating the truth." Maya was speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Sheena popped her head in and asked, "Hey Kai, what about me?" Kai pointed at Sheena's head, saying, "You share some features with Maya, but those cat ears are hard to hide." Hearing this, Sheena couldn't help but pout. She covered her cat ears with her hands and sighed. "Yeah, that's true." Maya's worry resurfaced as she said, "If they find out we're captured slaves, the Alliance would be furious." Kai paid little attention and calmly replied, "We're only disguised to infiltrate the demons' territory. We're pretending to be a group consisting of demons and their slaves." "Makes sense." Maya nodded slightly but quickly shyly muttered, "But since we're your slaves, we don't have private rooms." Chai explained nonchalantly, "That's why I rented this big room. What's the issue?" Seeing his reaction, Maya instantly protested loudly, "But there's only one bed." Kai shrugged, casually, lips pursed. "You two can share the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. I've trained for this kind of thing anyway." Maya couldn't help but mumble softly. "Kind of embarrassing, isn't it?" When Kai's head showed a series of question marks, she nervously asked back, "What did you say?" Maya didn't answer, but Isabel spoke up first. "Kai, please understand what Maya means." Before Isabel could finish, Maya quickly covered her mouth and hurriedly said, "It's nothing." Chai just didn't get it. Meanwhile, in another scenario within the Varora Demon Kingdom, the territory of the 5th princess in the city of Steb, Brook, inside the castle, a magical space opened. Isabel stepped out, and the subordinate nearby immediately greeted her. "Welcome back, Isabel." Isabel nodded calmly. "Thank you." The subordinate continued. "How is Alasima's condition?" Isabel sighed softly. "She's doing well. She even gifted me a flower hair accessory." Hearing this, the subordinate breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad to hear that." Isabel shook her head lightly and spoke gravely, "But the reason she's treated well is because she will be the vessel of the evil god. Locked inside that room, Alice must be very lonely." At that moment, the nearby subordinate lowered their voice to remind Isabel, "Our comrades have gathered underground." Hearing this, Isabel immediately froze. After a while, she descended into a cellar filled with numerous demons waiting. She squinted at them, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, her thin lips parted, her voice echoing throughout the cellar. "Thanks to WinBX's death, my watchers have decreased. Now I can move more freely. The rest are busy fighting humans, so they have no time for internal conflicts." Hearing this, one demon hesitantly asked. Isabel nonchalantly responded, "The revolution is near. I will defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown. As soon as she said this, the demons below raised their hands in unison. The crowd shouted, "We've been eagerly awaiting this revolution. Our preparations have been meticulous and long-term, so we won't be discovered." Some even said that once Isabel becomes demon lord, everything will improve. Observing this scene, Isabel remained silent. She wanted to end the war with a revolution. That was no lie, but above all, she wanted to protect Alice. To do so, Isabel would betray this kingdom. Meanwhile, in the Varroa Kingdom's territory governed by the third prince in the city of Fis, the demons operated as usual. However, suddenly they noticed something and exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, look, it's Count." They pointed far away toward a demon escorting slaves with Count Ko leading the group. The demons immediately parted, kneeling respectfully as he passed. Yet Kay seemed unhappy as he walked, complaining, "I'm really fed up. Aquia dared to command the army without my permission." Chai openly expressed his displeasure while walking. "I'm truly sick of this. Aquia dared to deploy troops without my authorization. Thanks to Winbex's death, fewer are watching me, so I can move more freely now. Right now, the others are busy battling humans. That's why they don't have time to think about internal issues." Upon hearing this, a demon hesitated to ask. Isabel answered calmly, "The time for revolution is near. I will defeat the demon lord and reclaim the crown." As soon as she spoke, the demon crowd below raised their hands together. They shouted in unison, "We've eagerly awaited this revolution. Preparations have been meticulous and long-term, so we won't be detected." Someone added that once Isabel becomes demon lord, everything will improve. Seeing this scene, Isabel remained silent. She wanted to end this war through revolution. That was no lie, but above all, she wished to protect Alice. To do that, Isabel was willing to betray her kingdom. Elsewhere, in the territory of the Varroa Kingdom, ruled by the third prince in the city of Fis, demons were operating as usual, but suddenly they spotted something and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey look, it's Count." They pointed far away where a demon was escorting slaves, with the one in the center being Count Ko. The demons present immediately parted to both sides and kneeled respectfully. However, at that moment, they seemed to spot something and exclaimed in shock, "Hey, look, it's the Count." Then they pointed far away where a demon tribe member stood, escorting a group of slaves. The man walking in the center was Count Cole. When the demon clan members saw him, they immediately parted, kneeling down with deep respect and bowing. However, at that moment, he seemed quite displeased, pacing angrily as he muttered, "I'm truly fed up now, Aquia. She had the audacity to mobilize the army without my consent." His mood was clearly sour as he strode along, voicing his frustration. "Honestly, I'm getting sick of this Aquia. She dared to command troops without my permission. Even though her rank surpasses mine, I remain the governor of this city." At that moment, Kai's tone softened slightly as if a thought had struck him. Perhaps she was genuinely worried about the looming threat posed by humanity. Among the 4 great generals who had died, she must be deeply unsettled. Hearing this, the subordinate at his side nodded in agreement. Indeed, Aqualia's reputation as a cautious figure preceded her, and her combat skills paled next to the other generals. Kachu furrowed his brow lightly, glancing at the crowd along the streets, before lowering his voice. "Look, even the townsfolk are anxious about her unpredictable actions." Within the crowd, Kai was quietly observing Co. It turned out he was the noble ruling Fis. It seemed he governed the city with strict discipline under the orders of the third prince. I had heard that the demon world was a place where the strong devour the weak. The demon nobles were all-powerful fiends, though apparently they had overestimated the strength of high-ranking demons, which led to inadequate training results. Those slaves must be soldiers of the Holy Kingdom. By nightfall, in a lavish castle chamber, Co was stabbed to death with a dagger, blood staining the bedclothes crimson. Unsurprisingly, the assailant was Kai himself. He wiped the blood from the blade with a cloth, smirking as he said, "You were careless." Then he opened the door and stepped outside. Outside, Sina was already present. She declared she had exterminated all the demons in the mansion. Then, cautiously glancing at Kai, she asked, "Nobody noticed us. Did I do well?" Chai stroked Exa's head approvingly. "Yes, you did well, though there were some strange noises. It would be troublesome if we woke the Count." China laughed and retorted, "Even if he wakes, I could kill him immediately." Kai sighed, resignedly. "That's not the issue. Anyway, we have other targets to focus on." Soon after, the two ventured into the slave-holding cells. Spotting Chai, the captives immediately tensed up, asking, "Who's there?" A human Chai calmly replied, "Yes, let's have a talk. Once this is over, I'll return you two to the Holy Kingdom's army." A short while later, in CO's office, Kai and Sina had slipped inside. Kai learned everything that had transpired recently from the captives' accounts and nodded, confirming that rescuing them was a wise decision. Chai had assumed that the Count's slaves might hold valuable intel about the Demon Kingdom. He hadn't anticipated just how crucial it would be. One captive immediately spoke up. "We don't want to be mere laborers like other slaves. I'm here to gather as much intelligence as possible, so if rescue ever comes, it'll be worthwhile." Exa, puzzled, inquired, "You two don't intend to run away?" The slave shook his head gently. "This collar holds a special enchantment. I heard it would incinerate me if I attempt to escape or rebel against the master." Such enchanted collars were widespread throughout the Demon Kingdom territories, used to compel slaves to obey. Hearing this, Sheena grew alarmed and glanced at Sai. "Then why did you put this on us?" Chai replied nonchalantly. "It's just a non-magical replica." The slave continued. "Regardless, living as slaves for 5 years felt like a living hell, far worse than death by fire." When Kachu's temper soured, he didn't hesitate to torment his slaves. Chai furrowed his brow and asked suspiciously, "Who captured you two?" Judging by their condition, both appeared to be capable operatives. The female slave quickly explained, "A special unit under the third Prince Leon Hat, also called the Demon Kingdom's Assassins." The male slave chimed in. "It's an elite unit comprised of the Demon Kingdom's finest. Apparently, they operate separately from the main army." The pair had been intercepted while escorting supply convoys. Despite their confidence, they were completely overwhelmed. Chai frowned deeper, asking, "Do you know why this unit is not officially recognized?" The male slave replied slowly, "I've heard the army harbors many notorious individuals." Kai seemed to piece something together and quietly asked, "So they group all the troublesome ones into a single unit?" The male slave nodded softly, "Probably because of the third prince's influence. I've seen a meeting between Crow and Leon Hat before. When they saw the prince, they realized they lacked the strength to defeat him. I know the Natasa general is impressive, but she's nothing against him," the female slave added, nodding in agreement. Clearly, he had uncovered some hard truths during this manhwa recap of the Magic Academy storyline. He had been enslaved by him for 5 long years, a time that felt like pure torment. When Calcho's mood soured, he didn't hesitate to torment his slaves. Chai furrowed his brow, skeptically asking, "Who captured you two?" Judging by their condition, both were clearly skilled operatives. The female slave quickly explained. "It was a special unit under third Prince Leon Hat, also known as the Kingdom's Assassin." The male slave chimed in, adding that this was an elite squad composed of the Demon Kingdom's top talents. Apparently, this unit operated independently from the main army. They were ambushed while escorting supply shipments. Despite their confidence, they were completely overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Chai frowned and suspiciously asked, "Do you know why that unit isn't officially recognized?" The male slave explained slowly, "I've heard many notorious individuals are in the army." Chai seemed to realize something, quietly asking, "So they grouped all these controversial figures into one unit, right?" The male slave nodded slightly. "Apparently thanks to the influence of the third prince. I've even seen meetings between Crow and Leon Hat. Whenever they encounter the prince, they realize they don't have the strength to defeat him. I know the Natasa warlord is impressive, but she doesn't compare to him at all." The female slave nearby nodded in agreement. Perhaps Kai had just uncovered the "here we go." But this area is directly governed by the third prince. Kai, hearing this, asked with suspicion, "Is the third prince currently inside this city?" The male slave gently shook his head and replied, "No, from what I've heard, he seems to be at the palace. The city's army is currently commanded by Aqualia, the heavenly king of water." Kai listened and continued asking, "What kind of relationship does the third prince have with the heavenly king of water?" The female slave slowly answered, "She is his fiancée and the central figure of the faction supporting the third prince." "A supporting faction?" Kai furrowed his brow, muttering. After a while, he said, "I heard the Demon Kingdom isn't exactly united." The male slave nodded slightly. "The prince's and the princess's factions are fighting each other for the throne." He added, "It seems even the Demon Lord accepts this as a way to forge the strongest Demon Lord." Kai kept probing, "How are the factions within the Demon Kingdom structured?" The two slaves promptly answered, "The strongest faction used to be that of the princes, but since WinBX, their leader, died, their influence waned. The same happened to the second princess's faction. After Stone Gaia's death, Aqualia took the chance to increase her sway." After hearing this, Kai understood the situation and cautiously remarked, "The 4 heavenly kings wield a lot of power, huh?" The male slave nodded once more. "That's because they are the highest-ranking officials within the Demon Lord's army." Kai's understanding deepened. He nodded and said, "I get it. Seems like the Demon Kingdom could fall apart from internal conflicts. What about the last heavenly king?" The male slave hesitated before replying, "The Fire Heavenly King phrase has declared neutrality and pledged to obey whoever becomes the next Demon Lord." Partly due to his close ties with the current Demon Lord, the female slave beside him added, "But recently, There's a growing belief that now is not the time for an internal war. Kai caught on quickly and nodded, expressing, they want to unite to face a common enemy, right? It seems the demons have finally realized how dire the situation is. With that said, he stood up, ready to leave. Thanks for the info. Please escort them to the Alliance forces. But just then, the female slave suddenly spoke up. I've heard Aqualia is notorious for cunning tactics. She specializes in guerrilla warfare and dirty tricks. Perhaps that's why the Third Prince's faction has a bad reputation. However, Kai didn't pay much attention. Passing by the two, he said coldly, you two better deliver this info to the Alliance troops. I have no intention to fight against the Heavenly King of Water. The male slave, surprised, questioned, then what's your plan? You think killing the demons is that easy? Are you one of those hero candidates, or something? Kai replied nonchalantly, I will continue infiltrating deeper into the demon kingdom. Looks like I need to stir up some internal conflict. I'll find a way to destroy them from within. A few days later, in a forest outside Fit City, the Holy Kingdom's army advanced slowly alongside beastman troops towards the city. Midu, riding her horse, looked ahead and said, there it is. That's our target, Fit City. Elia spoke with seriousness. It guards the trade route between the east and west regions of the Demon Kingdom. Taking this city will lighten our burden significantly. Iga nearby lowered his voice. I'm sure the enemy is defending fiercely. It wouldn't be surprising if the 4 Heavenly Kings show up in this crisis. Exactly. Midu nodded slightly, her eyes flashing with vigilance and determination. The Vidora Demon Kingdom domain of the Third Prince. The battle erupted around Fit City. Initially, the allied forces led by Midu held the advantage. However, since Fit City is a strategic army base for the demons, victory wasn't that simple. The demons mobilized an army of 80,000 soldiers with high morale. Meanwhile, the Holy Kingdom's army numbered 40,000, combined with 20,000 Federation warriors, making 6/10,000s in total. Moreover, aside from the hero candidates and knights, the other warriors were much weaker in comparison to the demons. Meanwhile, the allied army was cornered. Midu, slashing through demons, spoke. If they split, they'll be easier to beat. If only we had a strong leader to command. Iga understood Midu's thoughts and quickly reassured her. Don't worry, Midu, just leave it to us. He finished speaking, focused his spirit, then threw his head back and let out a mighty roar. The sound quickly spread across the other beastmen. At the same moment, if only he had the leadership skills to command a mighty army. Iga read Midu's thoughts and quickly reassured him. Don't worry, Midu, leave it to us. As he finished speaking, he focused his energy, then tilted his head back and roared. The sound swiftly reached the ears of the other beastmen. At that same moment, the beastmen began roaring fiercely as well. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into their beast forms. The demons, witnessing this, were instantly thrown into confusion. What's going on? Before the demons could fully grasp the situation, the beastmen launched a wild and frenzied assault. Midu, watching this chaos, felt a bit unsettled and muttered absent-mindedly. This is, Iga calmly explained. My roar is meant to intimidate the enemy's mind, while boosting the morale and combat capabilities of our allies. This boost isn't complicated at all. Immediately, the Holy Kingdom soldiers grew more aggressive, launching a furious attack against the demons. Seeing this, Iga paused briefly, then glanced at Midu and spoke up. Midu, you must not show fear. It would affect those around you. Thank you, Iga. Midu replied with a nod. He understands exactly what needs to be done in this situation. Iga's eyes hardened with determination. He let out a powerful lion's roar. We just need to raise our fighting spirits. If we face them head-on, we won't lose. Just as Iga said, the tide of the battle shifted once again in favor of the allied forces. Initially, they had been losing due to the overwhelming numbers of the Demon Lord's army. But the hero candidates began to unleash their powers, especially a fierce warrior named Arasi. He clenched his fists tightly, unleashing relentless punches. Arasi scoffed with disdain. These demons are all weaklings. Where are the high-level demons? The demons faltered at his taunt, unsure how to respond. Seizing the moment, Elia commanded, finish them off. The outcome of the battle has already been decided. Or so they thought. Because just as Midu's group was trying to eliminate the remaining demons, a surge of strong energy suddenly appeared from behind, startling Midu, enough to turn and look back. He hastily raised his sword in defense. As his vision cleared, a figure stood before him, clad in a dark cloak and wearing a mask that obscured their face. Midu frowned slightly, scrutinizing the stranger silently, thinking, he must be strong. Could he be a high-ranking demon? At the same time, Arasi noticed the newcomer too. Without hesitation, he charged at the figure. Yet the man in the dark cloak effortlessly blocked the attack. Undeterred, Arasi calmly smirked and said, finally, someone who can match me. Meanwhile, another fierce clash was unfolding. Iga found himself blocked by a figure clad in black as well. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" The stranger gave no answer, only curling his lips into a cold, mocking smile. This standoff caused the troops behind to hesitate and slow down. Amelia murmured anxiously, "What's happening? It feels like our progress is stalling." But before she could fully gather herself, a shadow appeared behind her. The soldiers realized this immediately and panicked. One shouted, "Who are you?" But before he could finish, blood splattered like rain. The soldier was instantly slain. The dark-cloaked figure struck swiftly like lightning, catching everyone off guard, even Elia. By the time Elia registered what had happened, her soldiers were dead. Frowning furiously and gritting her teeth, she demanded, "You bastard! How did you get here?" Her troops scrambled to shield her, but the black-cloaked assassin pressed on with reckless speed. In moments he was right before Elia, the dagger aimed at her neck. The cold blade slid across Elia's chest, blood spraying everywhere. She collapsed weakly from her horse under the horrified gazes of the soldiers. Midu, fighting up front, witnessed this, and his eyes filled with concern as he yelled, "Elia!" Hark became extremely anxious and barked orders. "I'm taking command now. Get Amelia to the medical area. Do not let that killer escape." But before the Holy Kingdom soldiers could act, the dark figure dashed through them like a gust of wind, slashing throats before vanishing. Ciri quickly rushed over to aid Amelia's treatment, while the Holy Kingdom's army was left in shock, reeling from the loss of their commander. Eventually, they were forced to retreat, as the Demon Lord's forces, drained of strength, chose not to pursue the allied army, and swiftly withdrew to their hideout. That night at the demon's stronghold inside a heavily guarded tent, Natasha squinted at the figure, before her suspiciously asking, "Didn't you manage to kill their commander?" The man in black nodded slightly and replied, "No, but we severely wounded her." Hearing this, Natasha nodded in satisfaction. That was good enough, considering one undeniable truth. This pivotal moment shaped the course of the Magic Academy manhwa recap perfectly. The one who saved us, the man addressed as KHANH, remained calm, continuing, "It'll take some time for their commander to recover, which will slow down the Alliance's operations. So what's our next move?" The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Aqualia paused thoughtfully, then slowly spoke up. "Now is the perfect moment for us to strike. Both sides are at a stalemate, so we need to cut off their supply lines under the cover of darkness." The man in black immediately nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the Vidora Demon Kingdom's territory at Isange, the city was under strict lockdown. Outside the gates, guards were on high alert. Every carriage passing through underwent rigorous inspections, and the soldiers on the city walls were reinforced. In a distant forest, Kai, alongside Mayor and Sina, silently observed the city from afar. Unable to hold back, Kai remarked, "As expected, their security is extremely tight." Sina, hearing this, grew worried, unsure how Kai could see so far. Mayor, on the other hand, hesitated and asked, "What should we do now?" Kai pondered briefly before replying, "Mingling in with a simple disguise won't be enough. Furthermore, just like in NRAS, a magical barrier was set up to detect intruders." Mayor remembered earlier events, and her face darkened as she whispered, "That's the work of Princess Isabel." Confused, Sina asked, "Who is she?" Kai explained slowly, "She is the descendant of the Demon Lord. She established an impenetrable shield around the city so we'd be detected immediately if we tried to sneak in." Mayor pursed her lips, adding, "If it were ordinary demon magic, I could sense some residual energy, but back then, I detected nothing at all." Kai nodded softly and said, "Not only did she help us escape, but she also provided some intel. She's surely plotting something. Even if Isabel weren't involved, this city is still a Demon Kingdom base. Shields like this are expected." Determined, Mayor quickly suggested, "Give me some time to request the spirits to investigate the shield further." Kai nodded in agreement. "At sunset, we'll approach the capital. I'm counting on you." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the city was shrouded in darkness. Though the guards remained vigilant, fatigue soon forced many to retreat. Seizing the moment, the three figures slipped quietly into the city. After moving a short distance, Mayor's ears twitched suddenly, and she whispered sharply to halt. Kai and the others froze. After a moment, Mayor spoke softly, barely audible. "I sense some lingering miasma in my mind." Kai furrowed his brow and murmured, "I don't sense anything." As expected, you can't assess something not physically present. Mayor explained in a low tone that the residue was extremely faint, so she couldn't tell whose miasma it was. However, it seemed to envelop the entire city. It's a type of demonic barrier. This is just a hypothesis, but it might detect intruders by the absence of miasma, since only demons possess it. Kai pondered and murmured, "That's quite effective. They probably set up such barriers in every city to block spies or invaders." Mayor reached out to touch the shield before her, then thoughtfully said, "Let me see if we can bypass it. Only a handful of demons can manipulate space magic like this." Kai glanced at her curious and asked, "Is there any way to trick this barrier?" Mayor hesitated before replying, "I think we can deceive it if we have miasma within our bodies." Upon hearing this, Kai understood immediately and pulled out a few items from his belongings. Calmly, he said, "I grabbed some gear from CEO's mansion just in case I needed emergency funds." Seeing the items, Mayor perked up, exclaiming, "If that's a miasma device." Curious, Sina questioned, "What's a miasma device?" Kai patiently explained, "Simply put, it's a device powered by mana. It operates similarly to magical tools used by humans. The difference is its source is miasma rather than human mana. Occasionally, they need to recharge it with certain spells. They stole it for a bit of cash, but I haven't used it yet, so the miasma inside should still be intact." Excited, Mayor grabbed the flute from Kai's hand eagerly, saying, "This device is promising. Let me try transmitting." Mayo placed her hand on the barrier before them, and after a moment suggested, "Let me see if we can break through it. Only a few demons can use spatial demon magic like this." Kai glanced at her skeptically. "Is there any way to trick this barrier?" Mayo thought for a moment before answering, "I believe we could fool it if we had miasma inside our bodies." Upon hearing that, Kai understood immediately and took out several items. Calmly, he said, "I took some valuables from CEO's mansion just in case I needed quick cash." Seeing those, Mayo's excitement sparked, "If these are miasma devices." Sina, hearing this, grew confused and asked what a miasma device was. Kai patiently explained that, simply put, it's a mana-holding device. It functions like magical tools used by humans. The main difference is that the energy source is miasma instead of human mana. Sometimes they need to recharge it with specific spells. They stole it to get some money, but I haven't used it yet, so there should still be miasma inside. Mayo grabbed the flute from Kai's hand, thrilled. "This device is great. Just wait, I'll activate it." A bit of mana was infused. Kai glanced at her, hesitating as he asked, "You can do that too?" Mayo smiled softly, confidence shining in her voice. "I've never just sat idle while others practiced. From the start, my master passed down this knowledge. You just need to envision the rest." Then Mayo focused her mind, quietly muttering spells under her breath. In an instant, energy began to manifest in her hands. Right then, she managed to cross the barrier. Kai watched this unfold, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Mayo silently awaited what would come next. Soon enough, she fully entered inside the city. She happily exclaimed, "We did it. Everyone can go in now." Kai and Sina immediately moved forward. Chai approved, saying, "Good, from here on out, everything will be like usual. We'll scale the city walls and sneak past the guards." Inside the city, a new day dawned. Demons gathered to trade along the streets. Everyone was busy with their business, as on any regular day. The three, Kai and his group, had successfully slipped inside. Somehow, they had managed to blend in. Even when demons strolled past, nobody suspected they were outsiders. The trio had passed undetected, free to move about inside the city. Chai glanced at the other two and asked, "This place is huge, plus there are so many demons here." Mayo sighed reluctantly. "It's annoying always having to pretend we're slaves." Kai warned once more, "The closer we get to the city center, the more guards there are. It's better if we don't come too close to the center." Mayo looked at him in surprise. Sina also asked anxiously, "Isn't our goal to infiltrate the fortress and assassinate the demon lord?" Kai calmly explained, "That's definitely our goal. But first, we need to gather intel inside the capital. It's very dangerous if our identities get exposed. We have to collect information carefully." 1 week later, inside the castle in Isabel's office, she was busy attending to official matters. Suddenly, she sensed something. Isabel didn't even look up, but pursed her lips and said, "Surprising. I didn't expect you to breach my barrier." The visitor was Kai, who had somehow appeared in Isabel's room unnoticed. Squinting at her, he calmly corrected, "It's not me, it's all thanks to Mayo." Kai nodded in agreement. Isabel casually responded, "I see. Compared to before, you've become much stronger." Kai paid little attention to the trivial talk. He went straight to the point. "We need to talk." "Isabel, may I?" She nodded without hesitation. "That's fine." Chai was a bit surprised and joked, "You're quite straightforward." Isabel shrugged indifferently and muttered, "Anyway, I'm grateful you defeated Win BX. His death freed me from surveillance, making it easier to move around." Hearing this, Kai understood and asked seriously, "So this was part of your plan?" Isabel sneered. "Seems like I underestimated you. I didn't think you could beat him. I just thought I could use Kai as a pawn. If you escaped, fine, but you've turned out to be far more than expected." You're no longer a pawn, but a valuable partner. Kai squinted at Isabel, hesitating as he said, Your revolution. You hesitate when you reach this part. Isabel smiled, unconsciously curling her lips. You passed my test. Should we move somewhere else to continue talking? Immediately after Isabel used teleportation magic, the scene shifted in an instant. From high above, Chai gazed down at the city. After a long pause, he said, We can teleport instantly between the ANNIHILATE capital and your city. Your magic really is impressive as usual. Isabel nonchalantly replied, It consumes a lot of energy. I can't use it often during the day. Follow me. With that, Isabel led Kai to her reception room. She leisurely sipped tea, then placed the cup on the table. After a moment, Isabel slowly spoke. By the way, how did you get information about the revolution? I need to act immediately on this matter. Chai was candid and calmly answered. We infiltrated the capital. A week ago, I collected intel from the slums. If you want information that could ignite the downfall of the Demon Kingdom, you'd expect the assassination targets to be the Crown Prince, the second and third princes, the core contenders for the throne. Yet what really troubled Kai was the lack of information about Isabel, the fifth princess of the Magic Academy's royal lineage. Chai squinted at Isabel, hesitated, and muttered, Your revolution. You stopped mid-sentence. Isabel smiled faintly, curling her lips as she said lightly, You've passed my test. Shall we move somewhere more private to talk? Immediately after Isabel teleported away. In the blink of an eye, the scene changed. From above, Chai looked down at the city, and after a long pause, said, We can teleport instantly between ANNIHILATE's capital and your city. As always, your demon magic is incredibly powerful. Isabel replied nonchalantly. It consumes a lot of energy. I can't use it multiple times a day. Follow me. With that, Isabel led Kai to her reception room. She leisurely sipped tea, before setting the cup down. After a pause, Isabel spoke softly. By the way, how did you get information about the revolution? I need to act quickly on this. Chai didn't hide anything and answered calmly. We infiltrated the capital. A week ago, I gathered intel from the slums. Even if you want to know information that could ignite the downfall of the Demon Kingdom, you might think the assassination targets are the Crown Prince, the second, and the third prince central figures in the throne conflict. But what truly concerns Kai is the lack of intelligence about Isabel, the fifth princess of the kingdom. You seek information that could ignite the fire leading to the downfall of the Demon Kingdom. You might think your assassination target would be the Crown Prince, the second or third son's key players in the throne struggle. But what truly worries Kai is the lack of intel on Isabel, the fifth princess of the Demon Realm, the Demon Kingdom. When they met for the first time, Isabel said she had a different agenda, suspecting she might be scheming something. So Kai decided to follow her 3 soldiers to investigate further. As it turned out, one of the soldiers helped him uncover the information he needed. He was led to a warehouse where Isabel was storing weapons for the revolution. I see now. After hearing the issue explained in detail, Isabel nodded in understanding, then glanced at the person beside her to give an order. Smith caught on immediately and said, I'll warn our comrades to be more careful. Kai paid little attention to this and seriously proposed. Let's get to the main point. Let me be straightforward with you. Are you asking if Isabel wants to collaborate with hero candidates like you? Isabel frowned in suspicion. Not with the Holy Kingdom's army, but with the hero candidates. Kai explained slowly. I can't sway or control the entire Holy Kingdom army, but I can influence the hero candidates. Like I said before, we want to return home. To do that, they must kill the Demon Lord, and you don't seem to care what happens to this world once we're gone. Upon hearing this, Isabel frowned and countered. You mean I can do whatever I want? After we defeat the Demon Lord? Kai shrugged indifferently, smirking. It's not certain if we'll make it back home. We won't know until we try. Isabel narrowed her eyes, looking at him, lingering for a moment before speaking. Summoning heroes is the ritual pact with the god Digeret. Once the pact is fulfilled by killing the Demon Lord, you'll be sent back to your own world. Kai furrowed his brow, suspicious. How do you know about that? You said you didn't have much knowledge about this. Isabel explained slowly. I discovered it after reading an ancient text. By the way, it caught my interest after talking with you. Kai raised his eyebrows, questioning. Is that text reliable? Isabel shook her head, lightly uncertain. It's just an old document. Kai immediately fell into deep thought. Well, it matches what Leonora said. When they first arrived in this world, their group had heard similar stories. Comparing Leonora's words with Isabel's now, Kai realized the accuracy of the information he had so far had definitely improved. With that in mind, he spoke solemnly. In that case, the fate of this world doesn't concern us. I don't care if the Holy Kingdom is destroyed or peace is found after this ends. Hearing this, Isabel couldn't help but scoff. She replied coldly. Our interests are aligned. The revolution's goal is to elevate me as the Demon Lord. Then I intend to create a world where humans, beastmen, and demons can live in harmony. Kai frowned, slightly skeptical. Sounds like a fairy tale. Do you really think the war will just stop instantly? Isabel calmly responded. As long as I can defeat the current demon lord and maintain this kingdom's power, it's possible. She smiled faintly and Kai continued. Don't you think it would be better to compete for the throne rather than rebel against the kingdom with your revolutionary movement? Isabel shook her head and answered casually. The current demon lord, my father, is known as the strongest demon lord in history. Even if he steps down to the next demon lord, his influence will remain massive. You said the demon lord hates humans? He would never accept me because I want peace with humans. Besides, the other princes and princesses aren't seeking peace. I'm the only one. At this point, Isabel became more confident. It's true, I don't have enough power with just the revolutionary army, but as long as we seize this opportunity while the kingdom is under attack by allied forces, I believe we have a chance to win. Even if the current demon lord is defeated with allied help, they will be in a weak position once the war ends. That's why Isabel isn't seeking outside help. Then suddenly, she pointed toward Kai, saying, if the hero candidates assist me, things would be different. Hearing this, Kai frowned and remained silent. Isabel nodded and continued. I accept that our revolutionary army wants to form an alliance with the hero candidates. The negotiation successful Kai promptly took Isabel's hand. He smiled and said, furrowing his brow, he waited for her to continue. Isabel stared at the teacup on the table, solemnly reminding, the plan to assassinate the demon lord must happen this year. If we miss this window, our chance of victory drops to 0. Meanwhile, at the Devil's Forest, a Holy Kingdom army was slowly advancing. Leading the way was Henry, captain of the 7th Night Legion. He commanded the logistical support team dispatched from NRAS City to the battlefield. Although reinforcements couldn't reach the front line directly, the Holy Kingdom needed troops capable of supplying resources and battling monsters. Therefore, the 7th Night Legion comprised elite soldiers carefully selected for this mission. The monsters lurking in the Devil's Forest were formidable, but with the disappearance of the high-ranking demon Elsa, the supply unit's task became somewhat easier, or so they thought, because the demon lord's army assassins suddenly appeared again, just as the battle seemed to tilt in favor of the Holy Kingdom. Upon seeing them, the soldiers exclaimed in shock, "Who are you?" Yet the group remained silent, steadily advancing. The soldiers grew increasingly wary, quickly stepping in front of Henry. The captain stepped back, saying, "Leave this to us." Suddenly, bright flashes filled the scene, and before anyone could react, 2 men had their heads severed. As assassins, these foes struck with lightning speed, killing instantly. Witnessing this, the soldiers panicked even more. Ben and Jack fell instantly. Caution was necessary, they were high-ranking demons. Right at that moment, Henry dashed forward, clutching his sword, shouting, "The demon lord's army assassins!" His blade clashed with the black-clad killer's daggers, but was soon pushed back. Henry refused to relent, roaring fiercely, "Do not underestimate us. I am a captain of the Night Legion." But no sooner had he spoken than he was pierced through. The metallic scent of fresh blood filled the air, and an arrow sliced through the wind, killing Henry on the spot. From there, the Devil's Forest became soaked in blood. This was Demon Kingdom territory, deep inside the Devil's Forest, around Elsa's old castle. After losing at Follett, the Allied army decided to retreat and regroup at this rarely occupied fortress. Many soldiers lay heavily wounded, including the Alliance's commanders. Amelia was still weak, lying with her chest wrapped in bandages. Shiori was tirelessly tending to her injuries. Midu stood nearby, anxiously asking about her condition. Shiori nodded faintly, answering her life isn't in danger. As long as I keep consistently using my healing skills, she should be able to walk again in about 2 weeks. Hearing this, Midu finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. "I understand now." Hark smiled joyfully. "You really are a lifesaver." The other healers had already given up. Shiori smiled sincerely without paying much attention, stating, "This is all I can do." Just as they were talking, Elia groggily woke up, mumbling repeatedly, "It's my fault." Seeing this, Hark reassured her, "You should rest. Don't worry about us. I'll take temporary command." Though they had pulled back for the moment, the enemy had suffered heavy losses as well. They hadn't made any moves yet. It seemed they were trying to reorganize their forces. Elia, still weak, replied, "I understand. It should be fine just away from your sight." Hark and Midu exchanged meaningful glances. After a while, Hark spoke. "All right, I'm counting on you, Ano." Shiori nodded softly, replying, "Yes, I'll take care of her." Soon after, Hark and Midu stepped outside. Not long after, Midu spotted Ega approaching them. Ega spoke seriously. "I overheard your conversation earlier. I'm glad she's alive, but it looks like she'll need at least 2 weeks to rest. Midu frowned, hesitating before asking Har, "Is the reason you said it's alright because?" Hark explained slowly, "I didn't want to cause more worry. She needs to focus on recovery. We'll handle the blockade on supplies ourselves." Iga also frowned, speaking quietly. "If we limit rations daily, we might hold out for another week, but after that, who knows? We have to resolve this quickly." Hark glanced at the two, exhaling. The 7th Cavalry Squad was wiped out, along with the supply unit. According to survivors, the attackers were the same group who killed Elia. Henry, the 7th Unit's captain, and a respected man known for his integrity, was slain. Midu grumbled in frustration upon hearing this. Those masked assassins, unable to see. Hark and Midu exchanged meaningful glances, their eyes filled with unspoken understanding. After a moment of silence, Hark finally spoke. "All right, I'm counting on you, Hano." Shiori nodded gently in response. "Yes, I will take care of her." Soon after, Hark and Midu stepped outside. Not long into their walk, Midu spotted someone approaching. It was EGA. With a serious tone, EGA said, "I overheard your conversation earlier. I'm glad she's still alive, but it looks like she'll need at least 2 weeks of rest." Midu knit her brows and hesitated before speaking. "Har, why did you say it's not a big deal?" Hark slowly explained. "I didn't want to cause more worry. She should focus on recovering. We'll handle the supply blockade ourselves." EGA frowned, lowering his voice. "If we ration daily, we can hold out for another week, but beyond that, it's uncertain. We need to resolve this soon." Hark glanced at the two and sighed. The 7th Night Squad was wiped out along with the supply unit. Survivors reported that the attackers who struck down Elia were the same group. Henry, leader of Squad 7, was killed in action. He was a respected and upright man. Hearing this, Midu muttered in frustration, "Masked assassins again." He sighed deeply, saying, "The 7th Night Squad was wiped out, along with the supply unit." According to survivors, the attackers were the same group that took down Elia. Henry, captain of the 7th Squad, has fallen in battle. He was a just man, highly respected by all. Upon hearing this, Midu grumbled in frustration. Those masked assassins, that must be a high-ranking demon with at least 5 or 6 appearing simultaneously. They seem even more troublesome than the 4 heavenly kings. Ega nodded in agreement with the statement. "Yes, I've fought one of them before. Not even a moment of carelessness is allowed." The elite Birdman squad he sent out as envoys had just returned. "It seems Notrat is preparing a new logistics unit." Upon hearing this, Midu exclaimed joyfully. "Really?" Ega replied calmly. "Yes, but the problem is, those assassins are still lurking in the forest, and might attack to cut off the supply route." Hark glanced at the two, and seriously suggested, "I want both of you to escort the logistics unit through that demon-infested forest. Honestly, this issue can only be resolved if we eliminate those masked assassins. If they try to escape, I want you to pursue and wipe them out completely." Hearing this, Iga and Midu immediately nodded, accepting the order. A few days later, inside the demon forest under Harik's command, Midu escorted the supply troops into the area. Of course, Ega and the Beastman squad accompanied them as well. At that moment, a soldier spoke up. "The horses are exhausted. We should stop and rest for the night." No sooner had he finished than Iga suddenly drew his sword. Alerting everyone loudly, he shouted, "They're here." But it was already too late. Casualties had occurred under the black-clad group's weapons. Their strike speed was lightning fast. By the time everyone reacted, several had already been taken down. Seeing this, Ega yelled urgently, "Stay away from them, I'll face them myself." Meanwhile, another fierce battle was unfolding nearby, so intense that dust and smoke filled the sky. Arasi was locked in combat with a black-clad figure. He shouted aggressively, "You bastard, the one who showed up last time. Come and settle this now." With that, Arasi launched a powerful punch. A tremendous explosion shook the ground. Flames and smoke spread wildly all around. Nearby, another fight raged, blades flashing constantly in the air. Midu was battling a demon, wielding a sword. The two exchanged a few quick blows. Midu thought to himself that now was not the time to hesitate. He had to eliminate them swiftly to protect everyone. But amidst the fight, a blazing fire suddenly erupted. Their supply cache was engulfed in flames, throwing the soldiers into panic. The culprit was a fire magic user, hiding in the distance, relentlessly manipulating flames to consume the supplies. At that critical moment, a loud shout rang out. "I won't let you cause chaos." The speaker was a girl who summoned water magic to extinguish the fire. With a loud bang, the entire blaze was doused. Jumi cheered, "Great job, but we won't get to enjoy this for long." Suddenly, an alarmed voice called, "Watch out, Rumi." Unfortunately, it was too late. An arrow struck her, and she collapsed in pain. Seeing this, Cory hurried over anxiously to check on her. But before he could reach Jumi, 2 arrows surged forward. Cory became even more frantic, uncertain of what to do. Just as an arrow was about to strike Corey, a burst of fiery light appeared and deflected the projectile. The timely savior was Rena. She narrowed her eyes, gazing into the distance, and spotted a figure standing on an ancient tree nearby a black-clad archer. In an instant, the forest echoed with the clashing of swords. The hero's forces were soon overwhelmed. The wounded kept piling up, yet the black-clad attackers pressed on brazenly. At that moment, a resounding shout echoed. "How about this?" It startled one of the black-clad foes. Meyer was conjuring earth magic, launching a barrage of soiled darts wildly at the enemy, though the foe easily deflected them. This turn of events alarmed Murray. At the same moment, a flurry of wind blades surged forward to attack. However, as before, the nearby black-clad enemy blocked them and even hovered to confront Narumi directly. Witnessing this, Narumi panicked and shouted, "Another wind element mage. This is bad. We can't let him block the path any longer." Suddenly, Narumi noticed something. Her eyes narrowed instinctively. Below the black-clad figure steadily approached Murray. She sat trembling on the ground, whispering in fear, "I'm sorry, everyone." At the same moment, the black-clad enemy raised their weapon, ready to strike down. Murray closed her eyes helplessly, bracing for the inevitable death. In that life-or-death moment, a loud command rang out. "I order you all to stop." Accompanying the shout, iron chains snapped tightly around the black-clad attacker. The one who acted was Jin, skillfully controlling the chains to restrain him. The black-clad figure was startled by her words. Meyer was summoning earth magic to attack. A flurry of earth darts rushed fiercely toward him, but he easily deflected them. Murray's heart raced at the sight. At the same time, multiple wind blades surged forward. Yet, just like before, the nearby black-clad enemy blocked them expertly, even hovering midair as he confronted Narumi. Seeing this, Narumi panicked and shouted, "Another wind mage! This is bad. We can't let him block our path any longer." Suddenly, Narumi noticed something. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. Below, the black-clad figure slowly approached Murray. Panicked, Murray sat on the ground trembling as she whispered, "I'm sorry, everyone." At that moment, the black-clad warrior raised his weapon, preparing to strike down. Murray shut her eyes tightly, bracing for the imminent strike. Just as the tension peaked, a loud shout rang out. "I command you all to stop." Iron chains shot out, binding the black-clad attacker tightly. The one who intervened was Jin. She was skillfully controlling the chains. With Narumi's guidance, their team quickly regained their balance. Akira also coordinated perfectly with everyone. Fueled by fierce momentum, the black-clad foes began to suffer injuries. He was bound tightly in chains. At the same time, she subtly sent a telepathic message to Mairi. "What are you doing? Hurry up and run." Mairi's legs were utterly weak now. She tremblingly whispered, "I can't lift my legs anymore." Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the wind. Narumi, without realizing when, had darted forward to grab Mairi and run away. Seeing her safe, inside his arms, Narumi finally exhaled in relief. "I'm glad you're alive." But he clearly knew that if Jin hadn't used her dominating skill, Mairi would have died already. He had to hold on just a little longer. While Narumi was lost in thought, a sudden violent gust struck. At that moment, Narumi summoned his own magic, conjuring a whirlwind that wrapped around both of them. This scene unsettled the black-clad assailant below. Narumi snapped angrily, "Damn bastards, they're not after me, it's you they want." Amid the chaos, a voice echoed inside their heads. "Stay calm, everyone. The enemy is trying to distract us." Narumi was immediately stunned. Arasi nearby also paused briefly. Midu furrowed his brow thoughtfully, considering Jin's words. Regardless of what others thought, Jin continued advising them. "If we stay composed and coordinate well, we won't lose." Hearing this, Narumi felt encouraged. He needed to keep his cool. Soon Narumi closed his eyes, focusing his mind to sense the wind. He could detect every attack by feeling the wind's movement. Sure enough, as an arrow zipped toward him, Narumi deftly dodged it. This flustered the distant archer immensely. Why was Narumi suddenly so calm? At that very moment, Narumi awakened a new latent power within himself. Through telepathy, he spoke with Jin Kanzaki. "Do you hear me? This skill resembles the Wind King's ability." Windbox sensed the wind. Hearing the response, Jin was astonished. She asked with suspicion, "Why is that?" Narumi calmly replied, "Can you relay what I'm saying to everyone?" Jin nodded softly and said, "Sure, I can spread your words to the team, as if we're talking live." Meanwhile, a blazing flame burst forth. It chased the distant archer, forcing him to flee hurriedly. He had clearly used forbidden magic to erase his trail. How did they detect his location? Jin kept transmitting Narumi's intentions to the group. "The enemy is moving through the tree canopy heading south." Rena scoffed coldly. "Then I'll burn down the forest with him." Others also surged forward to attack. Under Narumi's leadership, they quickly regained balance. Akira coordinated with the group too. The aggressive momentum caused the black-clad foes to start getting wounded. The enemy hadn't expected such a sudden turn. Midu's team found their rhythm again, pushing their adversaries into a corner. At that moment, Mairi spoke up. "Don't get careless. Their strikes are strong, but there are big gaps between their blows." Hearing her voice, the black-clad assailant narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Just as he thought their first target was Mirai the leader, he quickly focused his attention on her. A sharp clang echoed as Cal raised his two iron-covered arms to block the black-clad attacker's dagger. With a smirk, he said, "Cheap weapons like that won't pierce my iron armor." The attacker was pushed back in confusion. He couldn't understand how Kao anticipated his sneak strike since they never communicated. On the other side, Midu defeated his opponent, and Arasi was no less competent. Arasi's explosions scorched his foe. Without worrying about others, Iga swiftly beheaded another black-clad soldier. After awakening his new power, Narumi was now engaged in a one-on-one fight with another enemy. His wind blade dominated, leaving several slashes on the attacker's body. The enemy was stunned, overwhelmed by Narumi's assault. While the opponent hesitated, Narumi silently analyzed the flow of the wind. He saw it guiding his next move. Instantly, Narumi seized the moment to strike. His wind blade shot out again, moving like a gust of wind. In a blink, it transformed into a piercing spear that stabbed through the attacker's forehead, killing him outright. The group of black-clad enemies was now down to only a few. Seeing the situation worsening, their leader quickly ordered a retreat, sending the withdrawal signal immediately. Despite suffering heavy losses, they had accomplished their primary objective. The manhwa recap from this Magic Academy battle reveals how crucial tactics and calm coordination turn the tide in even the direst circumstances. They hadn't expected the sudden shift in battle. Midu's team re-established their teamwork, cornering their adversaries. Meyer raised a crucial warning. "Stay alert, their strikes are powerful, but their attacks have large intervals." Hearing her, the black-clad foe squinted, focusing on Mirai. Exactly as he suspected. His priority was to eliminate their leader first, so he quickly targeted Mirai. Ken's sharp cry pierced the air. Kao blocked the black-clad attacker's blade with his iron arms, smirking. "Cheap weapons like that won't penetrate my iron armor." The attacker staggered back in confusion. He couldn't understand how Kao anticipated his sneak attack, as they hadn't communicated. Meanwhile, Midu defeated her opponent. Arasi was equally formidable. His explosion incinerated his foe. With no worries about the others, Ega swiftly beheaded a black-clad enemy. Narumi, having awakened his new abilities, fought one-on-one with another black-clad foe. His wind blades dominated, slashing multiple wounds across the enemy's body. The enemy was stunned to be overpowered. While the black-clad warrior hesitated, Narumi silently calculated his next move. He realized the wind currents were guiding him. Seizing the opportunity, Narumi launched another wind blade attack, moving at gale-like speed. In a flash, the blade pierced through the enemy's forehead, killing him instantly. The remaining black-clad fighters numbered only a few, and seeing the dire situation, their leader quickly ordered a retreat, signaling their withdrawal. Though they sustained heavy losses, they completed their primary mission, securing the cart. Watching the enemy's next move, Narumi seized the opportunity to counterattack immediately. The wind blade shot out once again, racing with the speed of a gale, and in a blink of an eye, it transformed into a sharp spear that pierced through the forehead of the black-clad figure. He was instantly killed. With their numbers dwindling, the remaining black-clad men saw the situation was dire, so their leader quickly ordered a withdrawal, sending the retreat signal. Despite heavy losses, they had successfully accomplished their primary objective, the vehicle. The army's supplies were consumed by flames. After the fierce battle, the Holy Kingdom's group gathered around a campfire in the forest to rest. They all sat, encircling the fire, their expressions grim. EGA spoke in a low tone. "About 80% of our food supplies were burned. What remains will barely sustain our logistics troops on the way back." Midu muttered in disappointment. "Does that mean we failed?" EGA frowned and replied, "Not necessarily. We did manage to kill 4 of those demons. According to reports, there were about masked enemies." Midu frowned deeper and asked, "So that leaves 6 more?" EGA responded calmly, "Exactly. Plus 2 of them, the archer and the mace wielder, were severely injured." Then he patted Midu on the shoulder to reassure her. "It's okay. Next time, we'll definitely succeed." Despite EGA's optimism, Jin was deeply worried. The morale of the Holy Kingdom soldiers was really heavy due to lack of supplies. What little they had was far from enough to hold out. The more she thought about it, the grimmer Jin's face became. If they failed again next time, they would lose the ability to continue fighting. Even a single demon could cause such devastating damage. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Kanzuki, are you listening to me? Jin gasped in surprise. Previously, ARAJ had returned when Isabel told KAI that the plan to kill the demon lord must be executed soon, or there would be no chance of victory. KAI asked suspiciously, why is that? Isabel replied slowly, the deity Alvaresta will be resurrected. That being said, I doubt outsiders will grasp the magnitude of the danger. KAI furrowed his brows and said, seriously, I have heard that name before. If I remember correctly, Alvaresta is one of the two pillar deities in the Genesis scriptures. Those scriptures record the battles between gods passed down from ancient times. They say this world was created and protected by the god of creation Dijeret. In ancient times, humans, elves, and beastmen coexisted peacefully. But the dark god Alvaresta sought to dominate the world. Demons kept by the dark god were used as pawns to invade this realm. This ignited a world war. To combat the dark god wielding demons for domination, the creator god granted mighty divine guardians to select individuals to fight back against the evil forces. Eventually, they defeated the demon lord of that era and were honored as heroes. In that primordial war, the creator god triumphed and the dark god was sealed. That is the Genesis story I know. Isabel nodded softly, saying, since you already know the background, my explanation will be easier. Most of that Genesis tale is true. With the sealing of my deity, demons became weaker. However, their strength has gradually grown over time. KAI frowned again and asked skeptically, so the seal is weakening? Isabel nodded quietly. Yes, we risk freeing that dark god. My demon lord father is preparing a grand ritual. It takes quite some time, but it should be ready within this year. KAI sensed the gravity of the situation and continued questioning, what happens if they break the seal? She replied solemnly, the demons will become immensely more powerful. Once that happens, humanity will have no chance to win. I understand the situation now. KAI nodded knowingly. From his ability to assess truth, he found no reason to doubt Isabel's words, but the intuition of an assassin told him she was hiding something. Nonetheless, KAI didn't care much, since they were just using each other for convenience. Then he calmly asked, so what's the next move of the revolutionary forces? Isabel casually responded, we plan to secretly aid our allied forces. We need them greatly to weaken the demon lord's army. This is not a mission we can accomplish on our own. Hearing this, KAI proposed, that's convenient. Then lend me your power. Let's cross Fit City first. 3 days later, in the demon forest, Isabel used spatial demon magic to teleport here. Alongside were 3 people, KAI and her team. Because so many traveled at once, Isabel was exhausted and complained. Just like I thought, using teleportation multiple times tires me out. Mayor looked at her unfavorably but praised her skills. Her teleportation ability was incredible. It covered distances normally taking half a year in the blink of an eye. KAI felt the same. The tactical value of her skill was that it defied the basic concept of distance. Just as expected when teleporting. Some KAI wasn't too concerned, believing they were only using each other temporarily. Reflecting, he slowly asked, so what's the Revolutionary Army's next plan? Isabel responded calmly, we plan to secretly aid allied forces. They are crucial in weakening the Demon Lord's army. This strategic detail highlights the intricate politics within the Magic Academy Manhwa recap content. We can't handle that alone. Hearing this, Kai proposed, perfect timing. Let me borrow your strength. Let's cross the Fit City gates together. 3 days later, in the Demon Forest, Isabel employed spatial demon magic to teleport here, accompanied by Kai and her squad. Because transporting so many people was exhausting, Isabel lamented. Just as I thought, using teleportation too often really wears me out. Mayor watching praised. Her teleportation skills are incredible. She can cover a journey that usually takes half a year in an instant. Kai agreed. The tactical advantage of her ability lies in bypassing the very concept of distance. As expected from teleportation, some elements defy all basic physical limits. The amount of dark energy she wielded was immense. Along with Mayor and Sina, they commanded a total of 7 high-ranking demons from the revolutionary forces. From this moment on, Isabel might no longer be as useful, but with such a number of members, it should be enough. While he was pondering, Sina quietly asked Kai, can we really trust them? Kai casually replied, no need to rush. We can still take advantage of them. Hearing this, Sina nodded in agreement, fully trusting his judgment. Immediately after, Kai used telepathic communication to connect with Jin. While Jin was resting, she suddenly heard Kai's voice in her ear and was utterly shocked. Kai explained slowly, I was just experimenting, but it seems we can communicate this way. Jin exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean you're close by? Her loud outburst left Kai feeling exasperated. She was always so noisy. Kai sighed helplessly, and after a moment said, yes, I wanted to meet you. Jin agreed without hesitation, understanding perfectly. Within minutes, Jin had snuck into the forest to meet Kai. But upon spotting someone behind Kai, her face turned pale. The person Jin saw was none other than Isabel. Trembling, she muttered, "A demon." Seeing her reaction, Kai quickly introduced. "Let me introduce her. She's Isabel, the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom." Isabel, aware she was among allies, greeted politely. "Hello." Jin still couldn't believe what she was hearing, and whispered tremblingly, "A princess, huh?" Mayor standing nearby nodded with a smile. "That's right." Jin awkwardly looked at Kai, and suspiciously asked, "What's going on? Are you betraying us?" Kai, indifferent, shrugged and said, "I'm not betraying anyone. I never really took sides from the start." This statement made Jin glare at him in displeasure. Seeing this, Mayor couldn't help but interrupt. "You're teasing her too much." Kai stopped joking and spoke seriously. "We need to discuss something with you tonight. Gather Midu, Arasi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Ninomiya. But don't tell anyone from the Holy Kingdom." That evening, as Kai instructed, Jin gathered a group in the forest. After recounting everything, Kai coldly stated, "That's the situation. We all share a common goal. This is a collaboration to defeat the Demon King. There's no reason to refuse, right?" Arasi frowned slightly, questioning, "Why do you want to cooperate with such suspicious people?" He implied distrust of Isabel, a princess of the Demon Clan. However, Kai explained seriously, "At this rate, we can't defeat the Demon King. I've heard about your situation." He was well aware that Midu's group was struggling against the Demon Kingdom's assassins. Hearing this, Akira gasped. "Assassins? If you mean those high-ranking mass demons, then yes," Narumi added. "We're currently struggling to hold the front lines." Arasi voiced his frustration. "They're even willing to sacrifice themselves to complete their missions. They risk their lives holding back me and Midu to destroy our food supplies. We killed 4 of them, but I heard there are 6 more." At this moment, Isabel offered, "Then I will take action to eliminate these assassins. We revolutionaries are better at guerrilla warfare." Hearing this, Narumi shouted in surprise, "You can handle it. All of them are high-level demons." Isabel replied nonchalantly, "I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom." Through this, she wanted Kai to recognize the value of the revolutionary forces. In return, Midu's group must prove they're strong enough to be her partners. This statement left Midu's group deep in thought. Not a single person spoke up. After a moment, Midu hesitantly asked, "May I ask what it is that you want?" Isabel wasn't secretive and calmly responded, "After receiving the supplies, I want you to eliminate Natasha. If we delay further, the 3rd Prince's army in the capital will join the battle. If that happens, you'll face real trouble. We need to take them out one by one. The reason those assassins are stalling is to allow their main forces to regroup with the 3rd Prince." Arasi frowned and asked, "Is that prince strong?" Isabel nodded slightly. "Very strong. Right now, you don't have the power to defeat him." Yet, Arasi felt no fear and excitedly shouted, "Then let's go all out." Not everyone agreed immediately. Mirai glanced at Midu and asked Midu, "What do you think?" Midu pondered briefly before speaking, "I'm glad to have such strong allies by our side. Let's follow Arasi's decision. After that, we've taken down 4 of them, but I hear there are still 6 left." At that moment, Isabel spoke up with a plan. "Then I'll handle those assassins. We the revolutionaries excel at guerrilla warfare." Hearing this, Narumi was stunned and asked, "You're sure? They're all high-level demons." Isabel replied calmly, "I am the 5th princess of the Demon Kingdom." Through this, she wanted Kai to recognize the value of the revolutionary forces. In return, Midu's group must prove they're strong enough to be her partners. This statement left Midu's team silent and deep in thought. After a moment, Midu hesitantly asked, "May I ask what exactly you want?" Isabel was transparent and answered calmly, "Once we receive supplies, I want you to eliminate Natasha. If we delay any further, the 3rd Prince's forces in the capital will join the battle. If that happens, it will be tough for us. We must take them out one by one. The assassin's stalling tactic is to allow their main force to regroup with the 3rd Prince's army." Arasi frowned and asked, "Is that prince strong?" Isabel nodded lightly. "Very strong. Currently, you're not strong enough to defeat him." Yet Arasi showed no fear, rather pumped up, shouting, "Then let's fight to the end." Not everyone agreed immediately. Mirai glanced at Midu, asking, "What do you think?" Midu hesitated a moment before saying, "I'm glad we have such powerful allies by our side. Let's follow Arasi's decision." After that, they agreed to the plan. "We'll coordinate with you later." On the other side of the forest, a group had gathered around a fire resting. Masked assassins of the Demon Kingdom were setting aside their masks. Having reached an agreement, they ended their conversation there. But just before leaving, Kai spoke up, reminding, "I'll be working with the Revolutionary Army. I'll get in touch with you later." Through Kanjiki understood. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a group was gathered around a campfire resting. Masks lay beside them. They were assassins from the Demon Kingdom. The leader's name was Fire Demon. He was currently gnawing on meat, his face twisted with displeasure. He gritted his teeth, saying, "I can't believe they killed 4 of us, including the commander." Another blue-faced demon assented. "Those kids are quite strong. Sorry, but I can't move my right arm right now." The leader of this group was Blaze Demon. He was eating meat with a grim, menacing expression, grinding his teeth as he spoke. "I can't believe they killed 4 of us, including our leader." Another blue-faced demon chimed in. "Those kids are tough. Sorry, but I can't move my right arm right now." Another assassin, Franco, narrowed his eyes and asked, "So who's in charge now?" Blaze Demon quickly declared, "Exactly, we can't let outsiders command us, so I'll be your leader. Without my firepower, our mission fails." Anyone opposed? His eyes scanned each of them, clearly carrying a warning. Rocky beside him nodded in approval, saying, "No, I trust you." Another assassin, Fred, voiced his agreement. "I'm with you." Seeing this, Blaze Demon, "Take over." The Fire Demon quickly proposed, "Exactly, we can't let them take command, so I'll be your leader. Without my firepower, our mission will fail." Anyone disagree? Then he eyed everyone sharply, implying a warning. The Fire Demon's intense gaze swept through the group, signaling that dissent would not be tolerated in this manhwa recap at the Magic Academy. Seeing this, Rocky immediately nodded in agreement. "No, I trust you." Another assassin, Fred, chimed in, "I'm on board." Encouraged, the Fire Demon smiled slyly. He immediately spoke seriously. "Good, all we need to do is cut off the next supply line, and they'll starve out." The plan remains unchanged. They not only disrupt the hero candidates, but also block the supply routes. Fire Demon ordered them to be extremely cautious around Midu, and the operation will kick off in 1 hour. The remaining team members promptly put on masks and responded in unison. An hour later, the demon forest was engulfed in a gloomy atmosphere. Hidden atop a towering ancient tree was the archer Marius. However, at this moment, he felt a tinge of doubt. He stayed alert, anticipating trouble. But this was a small outpost. With only a handful of people deep in the woods, the others would be clueless. Or so he thought, because in the blink of an eye, Marius's eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed someone approaching, not alone, and their stealth was impressively professional. Marius figured these weren't hero candidates. They were strong, but lacked finesse. Raising his bow, ready to shoot, Marius smirked, and sly grin forming, as he seemed to guess who was rushing this way. Yet all he saw was a patch of dense, dark forest. Then seconds later, a shadows flickered behind the massive tree trunks. Marius wasted no time and fired an arrow. His goal was to eliminate everyone swiftly and restore order. Each shot was launched with razor-sharp precision, only to vanish seamlessly into the endless night. Marius furrowed his brow deep in thought. Had he taken down his target? His arrow, however, was intercepted by someone, or rather, Sina herself. She moved gracefully while holding the arrow firmly between her teeth. Marius panicked, exclaiming, "No way, how did she catch that without getting hurt?" But the surprises didn't end there. Without warning, Kai appeared silently behind Marius. Smirking, he taunted, "You're way too slow." Shocked, Marius turned around, only to see a gleaming blade swing, blood splattered everywhere. He never expected to be taken down so easily from behind by a kid like Kai. Watching Marius collapse helplessly, Kai sneered, "Always make sure to move after you shoot." That was the golden rule of any skilled sniper. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Demonfire led a group through the forest. Suddenly, he halted, sensing an intruder nearby. Marius was supposed to be on guard. Urgently, Demonfire commanded, "Everyone get ready." The assassins responded in unison, then advanced cautiously, right before Smith suddenly blocked their path, shouting, "Wait!" Demonfire frowned. "Suspicious. Are you a demon? What's your business? Are you a messenger for Natasha?" Smith shook his head calmly. "No, I'm from the Revolutionary Army." That revelation stunned Demonfire into silence for a moment. Smith continued deliberately, "Our mission is to eliminate the Demon Lord and establish a peaceful empire." The words confused Demonfire even more. He snapped, "What kind of nonsense is this? If you're not Natasha's envoy, how do you know this place?" Smith replied unfazed, "Allies are everywhere. Seems your task is to block our supply lines." Demonfire narrowed his eyes and pondered silently. "So our intel has leaked." Ignoring the reaction, Smith pressed on. "Isabel told me to tell you this. Abandon your mission and join us." Remained unresponsive. Smith calmly explained, "Our goal is to slay the Demon Lord and turn this place into a peaceful empire." Fire Demon grew increasingly confused, shouting, "What are you talking about? If you're not Natasha's messenger, how do you even know about this place?" Smith responded, unfazed, "Our allies are everywhere. It seems your mission is to block supply routes to the Allied forces. Fire Demon frowned silently. Has our intel been compromised? Smith ignored his reaction, pressing on. Isabel said to abandon your mission and follow me. The figure Fire Demon was utterly shaken upon hearing that. Isabel was actually the fifth princess, and their target was him, meaning the princess was collaborating with the Allied forces. He never imagined they'd strategize something so serious. A suspicious assassin asked hesitantly, Boss, what's our next move now? After a brief pause, Fire Demon replied, If we oppose the Demon King, we'll be sentenced to death. Plus, the fifth princess can't possibly assemble a revolutionary army. Overhearing their discussion, Smith sighed reluctantly. I'm truly sorry to hear that. Then he snapped his fingers, summoning a legion of demons immediately. With a smirk, Smith declared, I have no choice but to eliminate everyone here. In moments, Smith's forces surrounded all the assassins, causing them to panic and shout, We're surrounded. Brother, these are high-level demons. Fire Demon stayed calm immediately, casting spells and ordering a counterattack while planning a retreat. We must get this intel back. Smith's troops sneered coldly. Like we'd let you. You criminals don't deserve mercy. I never liked you from the beginning. Without hesitation, they plunged into fierce combat. At the same time, Kai observed from a distance. Before long, Isabel's revolutionary forces pushed back the assassins, troubling Midu's group. Their training was impressive. This was the true strength of the revolutionaries. Meanwhile, Isabel appeared near the battlefield, but instead of fighting, she approached an assassin and spoke, You're the mastermind behind the Autumn Civil War, aren't you? Vanko recognized Isabel's arrival. Vanko looked surprised and asked, Are you really planning a coup? Isabel didn't answer directly but coldly said, You're the only one here I want to recruit. Are you still willing to fight for peace? Vanko hesitated, then dropped his weapon immediately, kneeling before Isabel and respectfully replying, Yes, ma'am. Witnessing this, Fire Demon shouted angrily, What are you doing, Vanko? Unfortunately, he had no chance to interfere, as the revolutionaries launched a relentless assault. The assassins quickly found themselves overwhelmed. With numbers like this, we're doomed. Meanwhile, from afar, Kai suggested it looked like Isabel was done. It was time to wrap this up. Sina Mayer and the Sina group promptly echoed the sentiment. Thanks to Kai's covert operations with the revolutionary troops, the Demon Lord's assassin squad that had been terrorizing the Beast Alliance was completely wiped out by Kai's team. With his assassin skills, Kai made killing them seem effortless. As a result, the supply routes from NRAS City to the frontline base began to secure safely. The morale of the well-fed soldiers bounced back strongly. Everything seemed to flow smoothly, but Iga felt something was amiss. He furrowed his brows and muttered, Still, this feels strange. The troublesome masked demons suddenly stopped appearing. Midu knew exactly what was going on, but had to lie. Could it be they retreated because we took down 4 of them? Iga frowned lightly, pondering before saying, That's also a possibility. On the other hand, Herrick seemed to have caught Midu in his lie, as Midu's bluffing was quite poor. He also knew Kai had taken action. Meanwhile, Midu remained unaware he was exposed and continued suggesting, but more importantly, shouldn't we attack soon? Everyone's spirits have returned. Herrick shook his head in refusal. What's the rush? Midu was at a loss for words, stammering without forming a full sentence. Just then, someone entered the young man Akira. Raising his eyebrows seriously, Akira asked, Excuse me, may I make a proposal? Herrick nodded quietly. Permission granted. Akira started cautiously setting the stage. The commander of Fist City's army appeared to be Natasha, the Water Heavenly King, a high-ranking officer in the Demon Lord's forces. Herrick acknowledged with a nod. That seems right. The demons captured also mentioned that. Iga chimed in. So it turns out a Heavenly King guards this place. They didn't act prominently during the previous battle. But before he could finish, Akira interrupted Natasha. Seems more focused on covert operations than direct combat. The masked demon sabotage of the supplies was likely her tactic. Akira said he didn't want her to have the time to devise another plan. Furthermore, rumors were spreading that Leon H. of Forest was making a comeback. Upon hearing this name, Herrick and Iga's faces immediately reflected serious concern as they nodded. That's likely true. Those captured demons said the same. Iga added, So a Heavenly King is defending this place, not standing out in the previous fight. However, Akira cut him off before he finished. Natasha clearly specialized in secret operations rather than open battle. The incident with the masked demons sabotaging supplies was probably Natasha's scheme. Akira emphasized he couldn't allow her the opportunity to plot the next move. Added to this was the rumor of Leon H's return from Forest. Hearing that name caused Herrick and Iga's expressions to turn grave immediately. This is tough. Iga muttered in a low voice, explaining that the third prince of the Demon Kingdom who shares blood ties with the demon lord is involved. Akira nodded quietly in response, saying yes, that's exactly why I want to strike as early as possible. If Leon had arrives, our occupation will be much more difficult. This statement left both Ega and Hick deep in thought. After a long pause, Ega finally spoke up, noting that this entire area originally belonged to Leon Hat's domain, and it would be strange if he didn't return during such a crisis. Seeing everyone begin to agree, Midu sighed in relief. Akira really is trustworthy. Watching him like this, Akira couldn't help but chuckle. Midu gets flustered the moment he starts lying, it's easy to spot. At that moment, Iga became serious again, saying, all the demon lord's relatives wield infinite power. I have faced the great Prince Fakko, and I knew I couldn't win. Midu was shocked, thinking even Iga admits defeat. Akira nodded softly and said, eventually, we have to fight them, but I want to defeat them one by one if possible. Hark wanted to ask if Akira got that info from Kai, but he couldn't bring himself to say it, so he just agreed. Understood, we will summon our soldiers immediately. Meanwhile, at Natasha's palace, she was in full panic mode. Natasha clutched her head, screaming, no way. All 10 members of the Dark Squad wiped out completely. Her subordinate immediately nodded, confirming, yes. When he couldn't contact anyone, he suspiciously checked the base and found only bodies. Natasha grew angrier by the second, gritting her teeth, muttering who dares to annihilate an elite unit like that. At that moment, the door slammed open with a loud shout. Aqualia jumped in surprise and asked, what's going on? The demon quickly explained, the enemy has launched another attack. Natasha frowned, anxiously replying, if they get reinforcements, it's inevitable. Leon Hat won't arrive for at least 3 more days. Hearing this, Natasha buried her face in her hands and wept. If I say the Dark Squad is gone, I'll definitely be scolded. Seeing her like this, 2 subordinates looked uneasy. One hesitated and asked, what should we do now? The other mumbled reluctantly, what can we do? Comfort her quietly. They hadn't even started when Natasha's mood shifted, her face twisted in fury. She ground her teeth and hissed, unforgivable. How dare humans and beastmen interfere in my love with Leon Hat? I will kill them all. The 2 subordinates panicked even more and tried to calm her down. Please stay calm. But Natasha had gone insane, not listening at all. Suddenly, a massive wave appeared, flooding everything around her. The tidal wave engulfed the entire castle and soon overflowed beyond its walls. After her madness, Natasha finally returned to normal, but seemed to have no memory of what happened, murmuring confusedly, where am I? Everything's flooded, what happened? It was as if the raging Natasha from before wasn't even the same person. Elsewhere outside the castle, the allied beastmen forces launched a full-scale assault in perfect formation. The Demon Lord's army shifted into a defensive stance, fortifying themselves within Fit Fortress. This was a more passive strategy than the previous battle on the plains. Believing it to be a stalling tactic, the allied beastmen forces initiated a full-force offensive. Arasi, as always, charged ahead at the forefront in every battle. His fists exploded with power, sending earthstone, smoke, and flames flying. Arasi roared fiercely. Try to catch me if you can. Narumi and Rina also joined the fight. Their abilities were strong, handling one-on-one fights without issues. Midu fought similarly, his sword swinging non-stop, striking down countless demons. However, Midu felt a little suspicious. There were no high-ranking demons in sight. If that were true, they could simply advance and defeat Natasha. But just then, his complexion suddenly turned pale because a huge wave was surging right at them. Those behind him also panicked, shouting in shock. Is that a tsunami? This is solid ground. The demons recognized it as magic from Natasha, though they couldn't understand why even their allies were being swept away. Thus, the tsunami created by Natasha began to engulf everything around them. The crowd behind panicked, shouting in disbelief. Is that a tsunami? We're on land. The demons, however, recognized this as Natasha's magic, though they couldn't understand why even an ally would be swept away. Just like that, Natasha's massive wave began to engulf everyone. Midu's magic is just as overwhelming, with spells so vast they sweep away both allies and enemies alike. Midu bit her lip fiercely, her face carved with serious determination. Meanwhile, from the distant castle wall, Kai's group silently observed the battle unfolding below. Squinting at the massive tidal wave, Kai spoke coldly, let's see what they're truly capable of now. Arasi glanced over hesitantly, asking, Kai, you don't need my help, right? Kai nodded subtly. No, this time, they have to face it on their own. Natasha's water magic, from the 4 great elemental lords, is just too strong. The tidal wave had already engulfed all enemies along with allied forces outside the fortress, and even the warriors surviving inside the castle got caught up in chaotic whirlpools. Once they rose from the water's grip, the clash turned into fierce close combat. In the distance, Kai couldn't hide his awe. That scale of magic is truly terrifying. Isabel responded coolly. Natasa's skill at wide area suppression is brutal. Despite her usual dislike for fighting, the massive floodwaters had already breached their castle walls. Sina furrowed her brow, questioning, but why did she include her own allied troops from the very start? Isabel answered with calm indifference. Maybe she's raging blindly, stirring chaos without reason. But perhaps, she believes close quarters combat offers an advantage, since coordinating people is difficult. Kai whispered thoughtfully. Military strength disparities can't be solved by simple tactics. No high-level demon can stop these hero candidates through such means. Isabel replied casually. Natasa's top lieutenants included Bright and Elsa, already slain by these guys. They also wiped out the dark unit from the Demon Lord's army tasked to Natasa. So their combat power should be gone now. Hearing this, Kai frowned seriously. Then it's just a matter of time. The great elemental lords are a nuisance, but my comrades are steadily improving their skills. Isabel glanced at him and gravely requested, explain your pieces on the board. Kai lowered his voice, observing that she already had some idea, but he continued anyway. Pointing at Arasi, he started the introductions. The loud one furiously raging in the north is Arasi. He stands out in offensive power among the hero candidates and is notably brave. Then Kai pointed to Rina. The one wielding the fire of wicked eyes is Naga's Rina. She's more of a fighter with strength that fluctuates based on her mood. Mayor, uninterested, scoffed. She hates Kai. Kai ignored her and went on to introduce another. A girl commanding the heroes from behind is Hashimoto Meyer, who possesses powerful telekinetic abilities with many applications, though her mind is quite rigid. Next is Narumi, who fights with wind magic while flying. He has excellent vision on the battlefield and excels at supporting, skilled in many things but lacking firepower. The one enhancing magic for support from the back is Akira. He's smart, calm, understands Kai well, but is also easily manipulated. And tending to the injured at the rear is the towering healer, Ozaki Kao, who wields divine protection, allowing parts of his body to turn into iron and steel alongside remarkable defense abilities. After a quick scan of the roster, Kai gestured towards Jin. The woman subduing many demons in the west is Kanja Kizan. Her domination ability is unbeatable against lower-tier opponents. Then Kai shifted his gaze to the distant figure, none other than Midu. He slowly stated, as you can see, she's the key combat asset among the hero candidates. I believe Midu may have reached the level of a great elemental lord. Kai praised Midu's natural swordsmanship talent and dedication to rigorous training. Despite some issues, Kai held Midu in very high regard. Those are the pieces I wanted to tell you about, Kai concluded. Isabel frowned and asked sharply, how many are there in total? Kai calmly explained, 26. There are 40 hero candidates overall, but 14 were unsuitable for combat and withdrew. Isabel nodded in full understanding. Even if granted immense power by the divine, it means nothing without the right mindset for battle. She pursed her lips thoughtfully before saying after a moment, not bad. With cooperation like yours, our chances of victory keep growing. Just then, Isabel's gaze caught the distant castle. She quietly, her dominance is unbeatable against opponents of lower rank. Then he glanced at the last figure in the distance. It was none other than Midu. Speaking slowly, he explained, as you all can see, Midu is the key powerhouse among the hero candidates. Chai believes he might achieve the Heavenly King level. Born with innate swordsmanship talent, Midu never shies away from training. Chai highly praises Midu's potential despite a few issues. Those are the pieces Chai wanted to highlight. Hearing this, Isabel frowned and asked, so how many are there in total? Sai answered steadily, 26 in all. From 40 hero candidates, 14 withdrew because they weren't fit for combat. Isabel understood well and nodded. Even granted immense power from God, without the right attitude for battle, it's meaningless. Pausing thoughtfully, she finally said, not bad. Your cooperation significantly increases our chances of victory. Just then, Isabel's gaze fixed on a distant castle. She fell silent. Lord, but it's meaningless without the right attitude toward battle. After saying that, she furrowed her brows in thought, then finally added, not bad. With your cooperation, our chances of victory are increasing. Just then, Isabel's gaze settled on the distant castle. She paused thoughtfully. A voice broke the silence. Looks like Natasha is about to make her move again. Kai noticed this too, giving a subtle nod in agreement. Exactly, if this keeps up, our soldiers will be significantly weakened and lose ground. We need to strike back before that happens. At the same moment, waves surged once more, causing the battle to pause momentarily. Before long, a figure emerged outside the castle, and it was none other than Natasha herself. The Alliance forces were caught off guard, while the demons grew visibly excited. Midu sensed the presence of a powerful magic. Instinctively, he turned around. Spotting Natasha, Midu raised his sword and shouted, "Water Sovereign." With a cold glare, Natasha sneered, "The swordsman of Heroes' Vanguard. So you are the core of this army." Without hesitation, she summoned her magic. An array of water serpents materialized in furious motion, charging toward Midu. Staying alert, Midu focused his energy and conjured a shield to defend against the assault. The water serpents violently struck the barrier, causing Midu's expression to darken with strain. But that was only the beginning. Natasha launched another attack. Sharp water blades shot out with relentless aggression. Midu's shield couldn't withstand the onslaught. Both he and his shield were pushed back, grinding the earth beneath. As Midu frowned fiercely, the ground crumbling, making it impossible for him to maintain his footing. Thinking quickly, Midu transformed his sword into a rope, grabbing onto a castle pillar to hoist himself upwards, widening the gap between him and Natasha. Natasha frowned with displeasure on seeing where Midu landed, muttering, "That's my garden." She immediately summoned another wave attack. Enclosing Midu's feet tightly in water, the liquid soon froze, trapping him on the spot. Thrilled, Natasha laughed triumphantly, prepared to perish. She then unleashed a torrent of water jets, wild and furious, forcing Midu to raise his shield once again. However, the barrage was overwhelming. Before long, a wound appeared at Midu's feet, blood beginning to trickle out. Reacting swiftly, he sliced through the ice, holding his feet captive. Retreating for a moment's breath, Midu squinted at Natasha, who smiled slyly. "You might withstand that attack, but can you really move freely with those wounded feet?" From a distance, Meyer watched with concern, yet was powerless to intervene. Natasha's wild laughter echoed, "If I crush you here, victory will be mine." She conjured more water serpents and launched them fiercely. Far away, Isekai, observing the battle, couldn't help but mock. "Looks like your main resources are running low." Calmly shrugging, Chai smirked. "Don't worry, he has a plan." Amid the chaos, Midu stayed composed, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. In an instant, Midu appeared behind Natasha, catching her off guard and leaving her no time to react. Raising his sword high, Midu shouted, "Holy light, purge the demons, gather within my blade and shine with glory." Lightning crackled around his sword in a dazzling flash. Without hesitation, Midu swung downwards. Natasha Aqualia, the Water Sovereign, was her true name. Born as the eldest daughter of the prestigious Aqualia clan, renowned for their mastery of water magic, the four sovereigns were the highest commanders in the Demon Lord's army, roles passed down through generations. Currently, the Stone Gaia and Windbox clans were in turmoil after losing their leaders, unable to find suitable successors. At times, they had to pick someone arbitrarily, even if their abilities fell short. Natasha was a prime example, reluctantly chosen to replace the previous head, who had died from illness. In other words, Natasha held the sovereign title, without possessing the full capacity it demanded. As head of the Aqualia family, she couldn't bear being underestimated. Specializing in enemy intelligence and covert operations, she sought power beyond raw strength. Her engagement to Third Prince Leon H. was part of her efforts to solidify her status. Previously, Natasha asked Leon H., "Why are you so kind to me? I'm just a powerless woman." Yet you was chosen to replace the previous leader who died of a terminal illness. In other words, Natasha assumed the Heavenly King role, despite lacking the credentials fitting such a position. As head of the Aqualia clan, she couldn't tolerate being underestimated. Natasha specialized in enemy intelligence and covert operations, always hunting for weapons beyond raw power. Her engagement to the Third Prince Leon H. was part of her strategy to solidify her status. Previously, Natasha had asked Leon, "Why are you so kind to me, a powerless woman like me, when you're just a nominal Heavenly King herself?" Earlier, Natasha had asked Leon H., "Why are you so kind to me, a powerless woman like me, and you're only a legendary hero by name?" Leon sang softly while reaching out to touch her cheek. He smiled sincerely and said, "Isn't it obvious? It's because I love you, Qual." Upon hearing these words, Natasha was deeply moved, but at this point she was powerless to help Leon and ended up falling under Midu's sword. Seeing Natasha collapse, the demons panicked instantly. Aqualia's defeat seemed impossible. Conversely, the Holy Kingdom's forces rejoiced. Mir exclaimed excitedly, "Midu has won." Ega nodded with satisfaction, just as predicted, while Arasi muttered bitterly in frustration, feeling he could have easily executed that feeble woman. Akira chuckled at his remark, but Arasi stayed calm. Refusing to intervene, he snorted lightly and finally spoke. "I had no choice. The name Arasi demanded that I act this way." Flashing back to the earlier time in the demon forest, as their conversation was coming to an end, Kai left some parting advice before preparing to depart. Everyone looked a bit uneasy, but eventually nodded in agreement. On his way back, a voice suddenly called out behind Arasi. "Arasi, Arasi," he asked with displeasure. "What is it now?" The caller was Kai. Lowering his voice, Kai said, "Regarding the next battle with the Celestial Kings, I want Midu to handle it." Arasi frowned in suspicion, asking, "Are you saying I'm not allowed to fight?" Kai did not respond immediately but glanced toward the distance, prompting Arasi to look where he was staring. Quietly, Kai explained, "I want Midu to grow here, and to do that, he needs confidence." Arasi listened, confused. Kai elaborated slowly. Midu always hesitated because he didn't trust his own decisions. "You get my point, right?" After pondering, Arasi admitted, "Yeah, it's troublesome, but I understand." Kai continued in a low tone, suggesting Midu's repeated reliance on allies had held him back. If he manages to defeat a celestial king alone, it would boost his confidence. Arasi frowned and skeptically asked, "And what if he loses? Won't it damage his confidence even more?" Laughing, Kai teased, "You worry about Midu, huh?" Arasi snapped back, annoyed. "That's not what I mean. I'm just pointing out flaws in your training plan." Kai got serious, saying if Midu fails, he faces the consequences. If he dies here, it marks his true worth. Taken aback by this, Arasi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Still, I have no reason to follow your orders." Kai ignored this and turned away, leaving a suggestion he's already aware of his teammates' lives resting on him and understands that Midu's growth is key to defeating the Demon Lord right. Squinting, Arasi watched Kai's retreating figure and muttered, "So everything will go according to his plans sooner or later." Back in the present, Midu still couldn't believe his victory. Just now was truly perilous, yet he managed to defeat a celestial king on his own, undeniably stronger now. Midu knew this was thanks to Arasi's advice. Rewinding to that night in the demon forest, Kai also approached Midu with a proposal. "Midu, can I talk with you for a moment?" Midu rushed to Kai's side, curious. "What's up? I saw you talking with Arasi earlier, but you didn't finish." "What's on your mind?" Kai bluntly interrupted. "Here's some advice. Don't hesitate anymore. Trust your decisions," Kai said coldly. The words stunned Midu briefly. After a pause, Midu sighed. "I know I'm indecisive, but how can I gain confidence?" Kai's tone was firm. "With your nature, only results will earn confidence. Defeat the Celestial Kings alone." This challenge froze Midu in place. Yet today, he truly accomplished it. Midu deliberately struck his own leg to bait Natasa's arrogance. Normally, he wouldn't think of doing that. However, Midu acted on Kai's command to trust his judgment. It was risky but effective. Midu's instinct proved right. Reflecting on this, he glanced at everyone, then raised his sword high, shouting, "The Celestial King of Aquileia is defeated. Demon army, surrender now. If you resist, we won't hesitate to take your lives." The demons were stunned. After a while, they lowered their weapons and yielded. Thus, the battle officially ended with the Holy Kingdom's decisive victory. Not far from the fortress walls, Kai's group witnessed the scene, and Kai nodded with satisfaction. Midu deliberately struck his own leg to provoke Natasha's overconfidence. Usually he wouldn't consider such a move, but Kai urged him to trust his instincts. Risky as it was, it paid off. Midu's judgment was spot on. Reflecting on this, he cast a glance at everyone around. Immediately after, Midu raised his sword high and shouted, "The Heavenly King of Aquileia has fallen. Demon Lord's army, surrender now." Glanced at everyone. Then Midu raised her sword high, yelling, "The Aquileia's hero has fallen. Demon Lord's forces, surrender now. If you don't resist, we won't take your lives." The demons were stunned by the words. After a moment of silence, they lowered their weapons and surrendered. And with that, the battle officially ended. Victory belonged to the Holy Kingdom. Not far from the castle walls, Kai and his group witnessed the scene. Kai nodded with satisfaction. He gave a slow, approving nod. Nodding with a cautious expression, Midu seemed reluctant to trust his instincts. Kai, curious, asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that?" Kai calmly explained. "He gets caught up in conventional moves instead of relying on his gut feeling. These typical maneuvers or textbook strategies tend to be safer, but are also predictable. Because of that, Midu often falls behind in high-level psychological battles." His match against the Saintess Leonora was clearly an intuition-driven duel. Kai had only guessed based on Midu's strength at the time, yet he was correct. At that moment, Isabel interrupted, saying, "I believe he's taking too many risks. If she dodges that attack, it might spell doom." Kai, unfazed, replied calmly, "Even such balance indicates promise for the future, but for now, he's doing quite well." Everyone was elated when Midu defeated Natasa. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, the demon clan was slowly on the move. Leon Hat sat atop a carriage, his sharp voice grating on everyone's nerves. Frustrated, he grumbled, "Is Aquileia dead?" His subordinate outside quickly responded, "Yes, my condolences to you." Leon snorted, annoyed, "I see. I never thought that woman would be so useless, even after I assigned her the dark unit of the Demon Lord's army." His remark stunned his aide, but Leon didn't elaborate further. With a cold tone, he continued, Enough about the dead. What's more important is Isabel's suspicious movements. We need to take action. The Beast League had defeated the Heavenly King Kingdom of Aqualia and seized the city of Fit. They secured the supply line from NRAS City through the Demon Forest to Fit City, finally capturing part of the large city. Citizens of the Demon Kingdom began sensing the impending crisis. Simultaneously, in Forest City, the allied beast troops were tending to their wounds. Sayori was busy treating the injured when someone called out to her. Turning around, she saw Midu approaching with a smile, complimenting, "You're doing great." "What's the situation?" Sayori replied softly. "Those with minor injuries have been discharged and are very happy. The severely wounded remain here but are recovering." Just as she was about to continue, Elia stepped out smiling and said, "I'm fine now." Seeing her, Midu exclaimed joyfully, "Amelia, thank God." Amelia sincerely apologized, "I've made you worry." Midu then patted Sayori's head with a smile, saying, "Thanks to Hano constantly casting healing spells." When praised, Sayori immediately waved her hand modestly, saying, "No, this is all I can do." Ignoring that, Amelia spoke earnestly, "Tomorrow I will return to duty. I want to plan future strategies with Harik and Ega." Midu nodded lightly, agreeing, "Yes, of course." Just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Midu, are you listening to me?" It was Jin using telepathic communication, saying, "Araji is calling. He said we should gather at the dorm." Midu nodded slightly, replying, "Understood, I'm coming." He sighed resignedly. Then suddenly another voice appeared in his head, startling him slightly. Noticing Midu's expression, Elia looked surprised and asked, "Is something wrong, Midu?" Not daring to reveal the truth, scratched his head and shyly said, "Nothing. I'm just a bit distracted." Thinking he was tired, Elia patted his shoulder and suggested, "I understand. You've fought continuously. Rest today." Midu quickly nodded. "I will rest at the dormitory today." Sometime later, at the dorm, everyone had gathered, including the three Kai included. Jin glanced at Kai before speaking. "Like Araji said, I've gathered all the combat team members." Kai nodded lightly. "Good." He set down his teacup, then glanced at Midu and said, "By the way, Midu, has our alliance with the Revolutionary Army been shared with everyone?" Midu calmly admitted, "Yes, I've already informed everyone about that." Harry Long nodded, while Kai scanned the group, warning, "I'll be brief, but if anyone here leaks information outside, they will be killed. Don't think I'll show mercy just because we're classmates." With those words, he drew a gun from his person as a clear warning. Seeing this, everyone's expression instantly turned uneasy. Satoshi and Heike saw Kai wielding a gun for the first time, their faces paling. They found him terrifying. Moreover, suddenly, a voice echoed inside the mind, causing a slight startle. Seeing Midu's expression, Elia grew curious and asked, "Is something wrong?" Naturally, Midu didn't dare admit the truth, scratching his head awkwardly. "Nothing much, just a little distracted." Elia assumed he was exhausted and patted his shoulder kindly, saying, "I get it. You've been fighting nonstop. Take a break today." Midu quickly nodded. "I'll rest in the dormitory today." A short while later, everyone gathered in the dorms, including the three Kai members. Jin glanced at Kai before speaking. "As Araji mentioned, I've assembled all the fighters." Kai nodded softly in approval. "Good job." He then placed down his teacup and glanced toward Midu. "By the way, Midu, have you briefed everyone about the alliance with the Revolutionary Army?" Midu calmly confirmed. "Yes, I've already told everyone about it." Hailong nodded in agreement, while Kai's eyes swept over the group with a warning. "All right, I'll keep it brief. But know this, anyone here who leaks information will be killed. Don't assume I'll go easy on you just because we're classmates." With that, he pulled a gun from his side, a stark warning. At the sight, everyone's expressions instantly turned grim. For Satoshi and Heike, this was the first time seeing Kai with a gun, and their faces paled at how intimidating he looked. "Leaking information will get you killed. Don't think you'll get a pass, just because we're classmates." After saying this, he drew his gun, serving as a stark warning. Seeing it, everyone's expression turned anxious. It was the first time Satoshi and Heike saw Kai wield a gun, and their faces paled. He seemed terrifying. Moreover, "You've got a gun, so guns exist in this world too." Asusi and Kenta glanced at Arasi pleadingly, only to be met with Arasi's icy stare. On the other hand, some ignored Kai's gun, and instead focused on Sina and Mayer in the background, finding the two quite adorable. Feeling the tension in the air, Narumi quickly jumped in to defuse the situation. "Come on, who here would accidentally spill such crucial information, so why did you gather everyone here?" Kai drew a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "About our next target with the Revolutionary Army's help and their strategy, I want to focus on the third Prince Leon H. He mentioned that Leon is moving with reinforcements, but since the city of Fis has fallen, he's currently staying in the nearby small town of Vani. The guess is that Leon H is discussing future tactics. So Kai plans to move with a small elite unit as long as possible to strike him down with a surprise attack. Hearing this, Midu frowned, hesitating. There's a strategy meeting with Elia and others tomorrow. Seems like we need to coordinate military directions. Yet Kai shook his head in refusal. No, we don't need allied forces for this campaign, we'll just let their break continue. Akira quickly proposed. Then, I'll handle that part. Midu's lies never end well. Everyone nodded in agreement. Exactly. Akira glanced at Kai and asked. But I want to confirm something, why are we targeting Leon H? Kai explained calmly. The Heavenly King of Aquileia supports the Third Prince, leading the dark units of the Demon Lord's army. Capturing most of Fit City will definitely hurt his influence. You and Sina must thoroughly study Leon H before he rebuilds his forces. Isabel worries about Leon's extensive information network and wants him dealt with soon. Akira nodded knowingly. So it's about a clash of interests. Arasi, silent until now, suddenly spoke. What will the revolutionaries do for us? Seems like they're just using us. Kai frowned slightly and spoke in a low tone. The revolutionaries plan to spread false intel internally to trap Leon H. Our plan is to finish him off once he's ensnared. Hearing this, Arasi was a bit displeased and asked, You're being overly cautious. Afraid we can just crush him straightforwardly. Kai narrowed his eyes, replying coldly. Those born with Demon Lord blood are on a different level than the Heavenly Kings. I believe with the current hero candidate's power we can win, but I'm placing a very cautious bet. You'll reveal campaign details to them later. Then he began pointing to individuals one by one. The people Kai chose for the team against Leon included Midu, naturally Arasi, wind deity Narumi, the hot-tempered fire goddess Rina, and the strong warrior beside her. Besides that, Kai needed a healer Sayori, and lastly Akira, who is eloquent and a capable fighter. After naming the lineup, Kai looked at Mirai and spoke. 7 people. Hashimoto, you stay here to deceive the others. Mirai, hearing this, frowned and pouted. Humph, looks like I have no other choice. Kai hadn't called on Jin yet, and Jin grew impatient. Meanwhile, Akira and Narumi understood this was max effort. The others couldn't keep up with this battle plan. After a while, the meeting ended. The 3 Kai's group left the dorm, but barely had they moved when someone called out behind them. They stopped immediately and turned around. It was Jin. Kai frowned slightly, asking, What's up, Kanzaki? Jin hesitated before cautiously asking, Why didn't you bring me along? Kai didn't hesitate to bluntly criticize. To be honest, you're a liability. I can't trust your combat strength in your current state. Those words instantly drained the color from Jin's face. Mayor was also startled and worried. Wait, Kai, why are you so harsh? Also, X defended Jin, saying she played actively in the previous fight. Kai glanced at the 3 women before him and sighed after a moment. Let me clarify, Kanzaki's dominance is unbeatable against low-level foes. He's reliable in group battles, but higher-level enemies overpower him with their magic powers, based on his ability. Suddenly, someone called out from behind. The 3 from Kai halted and turned around. Was it Jin? Kai furrowed his brows and asked, What's up with Kanzaki? Jin hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Why didn't you take me with you? Kai showed no mercy in his blunt critique. Honestly, you're dead weight. I can't rely on your combat skills in your current state. This hit Jin hard. His face immediately drained of color. Mayo was equally shocked and worried, chiming in. Wait, Kai, aren't you being too harsh? X also defended Jin, recalling how proactive she was in the previous battle. Kai narrowed his eyes, surveying the 3 girls before him. After a long sigh, he explained, Let me clarify, Kanzaki's dominance is unbeatable against low-level foes. She's reliable in team battles, but higher-level enemies, their magic overwhelms her. Staring at the 3 girls before him. After a moment, he sighed and said, Let me clarify. Kanzaki's dominion is unbeatable against those who. He continued. With those powers, she's outmatched by more advanced adversaries. Holding back like this won't help Jin in the fight against Leon H. Jin's desperation grew as he screamed out loud. No way could it be that my abilities are only good for hunting down weaklings. Chai nodded softly and spoke up. You should already know this, right? But Jin refused to accept it quickly, replying, But I want to help you. Chai sighed in frustration. Just being a voice of encouragement among our classmates already counts as helping. Got it. Jay remembered the incident from before, then hesitantly mumbled, I want you to trust me like last time. Hearing that, Kai fell silent while Mayo cheered. If she's no longer a burden, tagging along wouldn't be bad. X nodded in agreement, adding, Or maybe you should train her like you did with me. As these 3 kept chatting continuously by her ear, Kai grew slightly impatient and snapped. Listen, Kanzaki, if you want to be useful, here's my advice. You need to interact more with your classmates. Jay froze at that, eyes filled with confusion. She vaguely asked, What do you mean by that? calmly Kai explained. With your telepathic powers from the Divine Guardian, you can be a tactical commander. If you can pull that off, I'm willing to lead you. Jin looked up at him and hesitated. I can command tactics. You mean I would become the leader of our class? Kai replied nonchalantly. Normally it's unnecessary, but during battles, yes. Only your telepathic ability can mobilize the class without delay. While Midu lacks decisiveness, Mirai is too rigid. Arasi only fights with brute strength, so if you can lead the class calmly, Kai will feel more at ease. Hearing he was counting on her, Jin brightened up and nodded eagerly. I get it. I'll definitely live up to your expectations. Chai was puzzled by her reaction. Why does she always want to be your pawn? Well, it's good, so I don't mind. Meanwhile, in Veer City, a demon knelt carefully inside a castle and spoke up. My lord, may I speak? Leon stood before a crystal orb and ordered in a deep voice. What is it? The subordinate hesitated. It's been 3 days. Why are you still here in this city? Fit has fallen. We should retreat quickly. Veer City isn't suitable for battle. Leon H. nodded quietly. I know. Then why stay? The subordinate anxiously asked. He understood Leon H. didn't want humans to take his territory. But they're no longer in a position to make light of things like that. They need to collaborate with the other princes. At that moment, Leon H. spoke coldly. The dark unit of the demon army that was destroyed bore a special magical signature. I can identify the cause of death from the residual magical energy. The subordinate looked confused. You mean? Leon laughed softly, then smirked. I'm gathering intel, but being too far from the dark unit's corpses limits my magic use. Isabel is betraying us. This statement stunned the subordinate, making him unable to believe what he heard. Leon ignored it and continued with a chuckle. Once I confirm this, let them take Forlit City. At the same time, inside the crystal orb, an image appeared showing Isabel talking to someone. Elsewhere, at the meeting place of the trio, Kai and Isabel. Isabel brought a pale blue potion. Holding it, Kai asked confusedly, is this the key to defeating Leon H? An antidote. Isabel nodded softly. Yes, it will definitely help. Leon H uses rare, toxic magic. Even a scratch can spread poison throughout the body and kill instantly. Kai seemed doubtful. Even with the antidote would they survive, so he activated his evaluation ability, scanning the potion. It could only neutralize or reduce poison caused by magic, about 50% effective. At this point, Isabel explained. Once taken, the antidote lasts 10 minutes. We have to finish Leon H within that window. Kai nodded, showing understanding. Isabel remained cautious, warning. But be extremely careful. We don't have much of this antidote. It's meant to be distributed only if allied soldiers get poisoned. She spoke of a plan involving revolutionary allies within Leon H's unit. They, laughing without care, he said. As long as we're certain, it's fine to let them take Forlit City. Meanwhile, inside the crystal ball, a scene appeared, showing Isabel conversing with someone else. At another location where Kai's trio met with Isabel, she presented them with a light blue potion. Holding it, Kai looked puzzled. Is this the key to defeating Leon? Isabel nodded quietly. An antidote, yes. Leon H uses deadly magic based on rare poisons. Even a scratch spreads venom rapidly, killing swiftly. Kai seemed skeptical. Even with the antidote, could they really withstand the toxins? So he activated his assessment ability and inspected the potion. It could only neutralize or lessen poison from magic by 50%. At that moment, Isabel elaborated. Once ingested, the antidote lasts for 10 minutes. We must finish off Leon H within that window. Kai nodded slightly, signaling he understood. But Isabel remained cautious, warning, we don't have much of the antidote. It's reserved for allied soldiers who get poisoned. She referenced a plan involving comrades in Leon H's unit within the Revolutionary Army. Isabel chimed in to explain. After ingesting the potion, it takes effect within 10 minutes. We have to finish off Leon H within that time frame. Chai nodded slightly, signaling understanding. Isabel, still uneasy, reminded them, we must be extremely careful since antidotes are scarce. They're only distributed if allied troops get poisoned. She then explained the action plan involving revolutionaries embedded in Leon H's unit. They will lead and use misleading information spread by his teammates to trap Leon H in a spatial magic trap. Then wait at the transition point to finish him off, along with Kai's group. After setting the plan in motion, she asks if he has any issues. Kai nods quietly and replies, yeah, I'm also picking out fighters with potential. I will gather them at the designated location. A close blood relative of the demon lord like Isabel, and a poison user, Leon H. He doesn't yet know how powerful Leon H will be here. Soon after, everyone hurriedly prepared the plan, including Midu, who was training with Iga. Iga's combat skills are impressive, and his speed is fast. Midu is learning a lot from him. Iga quickly identified Midu's weak points after some sparring, and soon his sword pointed right at Midu's face. Not daring to slack off, Midu teleported to behind Iga, but Iga had already noticed. He smirked and said, "I've seen that move quite a few times." Then he swung his leg in a sweeping attack. Startled Midu stepped back a few paces but didn't lose ground swiftly, transforming his sword into a rope to wrap around Iga's ankle. Iga was lifted off the ground as the two tumbled and clashed loudly midair. After a while, they separated, and the rope coiled back from Iga's ankle. Iga grinned. That's a troublesome technique, but when curved like a whip, its power seems reduced. Yet Midu didn't stop. A gleam sparked in his eyes. Suddenly, energy burst forth from the sword, charging straight at Iga. For a moment, Iga was startled, but quickly raised his sword to block. Meanwhile, Herrick silently observed their duel, his eyes filled with confusion. In this battle, Midu's fighting style showed no hesitation anymore. He'd gained confidence after defeating a celestial king. As he was lost in thought, a voice called Herrick from behind, suddenly making him turn around. It was Jin. Seeing her, Herrick asked suspiciously, "Kanzaki, what do you want?" Jin hesitated briefly before boldly asking, "Please teach me tactical command magic." Herrick was puzzled. Why the sudden request? He squinted at her questioning. "Why do you suddenly want to learn tactical command magic?" Jin replied firmly. "I want to become stronger, so I want advice on how to optimize my guardian spirit." Herrick frowned thoughtfully. Jin's guardian ability made him think more of sharing capability than dominion. It's a power, allowing silent communication limited to hero candidates. Surely, if Jin commanded, team coordination would improve tremendously. Running a hero squad, the army's trump card strategically would be ideal. But Herrick didn't agree immediately. Instead he asked, "By the way, whose advice was that?" Jin momentarily faltered, avoiding his gaze, and stammered, It was Midu." Herrick, with his sharp perception, sensed Jin was lying. If it were truly Midu, he'd want to learn together. This must be Kai's idea. Herrick suspected Kai's recent strange behavior involved the hero squad too. Seeing no response, Jin grew anxious. Herrick knew a bit about Kai's current predicament. Mentioning Kai's name wasn't a problem, but she was told to keep their alliance with the revolutionaries a secret at all costs. While Jin worried, Herrick smiled and agreed. "Of course, I don't mind. We want you to get stronger too." Jin's previously unsettled mood lifted instantly as she gratefully said, "Thank you so much." Actually, Herrick had another goal. He wanted to gain Jin's trust by cooperating sincerely. If he could control her, the class commander, that would be ideal. What troubled Herrick more was Kai's presence secretly manipulating the hero squad behind the scenes. Could Kai's reluctance to show up since visiting the Beastmen Alliance be from distrust? Herrick clearly wasn't the forgiving type regarding Kai. The assassin who killed the Saintess was unforgivable. His judgment was spot on. To win Kai's trust, he might need to hold command of the allied forces. Across from him, Jin noticed Herrick's shifting expression, prompting her to nervously ask Herrick, "Is something wrong?" Herrick blinked and quickly masked his feelings with a smile, saying, "Oh no, sorry, today I..." As Jin's mood lifted from wandering thoughts, she smiled warmly. "Thank you so much." Actually, Herrick had another motive, cooperating sincerely to earn Jin's trust. If he could influence her, the class leader, that would be advantageous. But what troubled Herrick was Kai manipulating the hero squad from the shadows. The reason Kai remained hidden after his trip to the Beastmen Alliance was still unclear, adding another layer of concern to Herrick's mind. In this manhwa recap, focused on the Magic Academy's intense intrigues. Could it be because you don't trust him? Herrick clearly isn't the type to forgive Kai. After all, Kai killed the Saintess. That assessment is spot on. To earn Kai's trust, Herrick might have to take command over the allied army. Jin, watching from the opposite side, noticed Herrick's shifting expression and felt uneasy. Asking Herrick, "Is something wrong?" Herrick blinked his face, settling back to calm. He shook his head with a small smile and said, "No, sorry, it's just that today, let's take a break. Or better yet, why don't we dive into tactical command training right now?" "Sounds good." John agreed eagerly, and immediately followed Herrick to start the lesson. Later that evening, in a small house on the outskirts, the night had fallen deep, but Kai was still tinkering with something. In a low tone, Kai said, "I've tried researching various poisons to find antidotes by analyzing them in detail. But the poisons here are completely different from those in our world. You can resist over 10 types of poisons, but here all that resistance is useless." Sai hesitated and then said, "My guardian spirit can heal illnesses, but for extremely dangerous poisons, it takes time. I'm sorry, I might not be able to heal everyone in time." Kai gently shook his head to reassure him. "Don't worry, you are the healer for our entire class, an extremely important role. You've helped a lot." Meanwhile, Mare was cooking nearby and suddenly looked up, asking, "By the way, X still hasn't returned." I wonder what's going on. Hearing this, Kai muttered with some concern. Yeah, she's definitely late and you're having a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, miles away, outside a dense forest, Leon Hot, who should have been in another city, suddenly appeared. He smirked and said, "Why so surprised?" Isabel, and Smith, who were preparing to head back, were startled when he blocked their path. In Isabel's eyes, a flicker of panic appeared. She furrowed her brow and murmured skeptically, "Why are you here? It's impossible for me to run into Leon Hot by chance in such a remote area. Could he have learned about the Revolutionary Army's secrets?" Seeing her guarded attitude, Leon Hot couldn't help but laugh. Actually, something strange happened. One of my most trusted subordinates suddenly lied for some unknown reason. Upon hearing that, Isabel immediately realized she had walked into a trap. Ignoring her reaction, Leon Hot summoned a poisonous aura in his hand and coldly declared, "Out of curiosity, I gave him poison. The poison caused intense pain without killing." Strangely, the man confessed Isabel's info to him. Realizing she was exposed, Isabel knew if she fled, the Revolutionary Army's secrets would be leaked throughout the Demon Kingdom. She had no choice but to kill Leon Hot right then and there. Without a word, she summoned her magic staff and swung it fiercely. A spatial rupture appeared before Leon Hot, but he only sneered disdainfully. "Your spatial magic is terrifying, slicing through space without defense. That's why I've spent years devising counters to you." As Leon Hot spoke, the spatial cut was swallowed by dark energy. Isabel's eyes narrowed involuntarily. It had vanished. This was Leon Hot's poison. It could corrupt space itself. When space is destroyed by poison, it cannot maintain shape without tearing. She immediately realized this was an advanced magic. Leon Hot was manipulating the poison to interfere with space. She couldn't use her spatial magic against such power. Then Leon Hot smirked and said, "Isabel, you're strong. Your spatial magic is formidable. That's why I've always been wary of you since childhood." He hoped his constant vigilance would not be in vain after years of trying to counter her. Seeing Leon Hot's smug expression, Isabel shouted fiercely, "Even if spatial magic is sealed, I can still fight." She immediately summoned a flurry of spells to attack, but each was quickly dispelled by his poison. Leon Hot maintained his arrogant demeanor and said, "Unfortunately, my pessimistic suspicions always come true." As soon as he spoke, poisonous clouds appeared around him. He raised his hand, directing the toxins to spread swiftly through the air, enveloping Isabel and Smith. The two hastily covered their noses, holding their breath to avoid inhaling the deadly poison, which would otherwise kill them. Isabel frowned fiercely. "This isn't good. I have to retreat from here." At the same time, Leon Hot continued controlling the poison, shaping it into a sphere, then hurled it. In an instant, poisonous spikes erupted from the orb. Isabel didn't dare slack off. She quickly conjured a stone barrier to block them, but the spikes relentlessly smashed against the stones. Shortly, cracks began to form, with the continuous ominous cracks echoing. Isabel's anxiety grew. As expected, the stone wall was soon entirely overwhelmed by poison gas and shattered into pieces. Were quickly overwhelmed by his poison. Leon Hart maintained his superior, arrogant demeanor and said, "Unfortunately, my bad feelings always come true." No sooner had he spoken, toxic fumes began to materialize around him. Leon Hart raised his hand, directing the poisonous gases to surge forward. Swiftly, the toxins spread through the air, engulfing both Isabel and Smith. They hurriedly covered their noses, holding their breath, to avoid inhaling the poison. Otherwise, it would mean death. Isabel furrowed her brows fiercely and said, "This isn't looking good. You need to retreat now." At that moment, Leon Hart continued to manipulate the poison, forming it into a sphere. Then he threw it. Instantly, deadly spikes erupted from the orb. Isabel didn't hesitate and activated a stone barrier to block the spikes. The toxic thorns struck the stone wall repeatedly. After some time, cracks began to appear on the stone surface. The continuous cracking sound made Isabel uneasy. Sure enough, soon the barrier was engulfed by the poison and shattered into fragments. A shard. Smith quickly covered his nose, feeling a bit uneasy, but at that moment, Isabel grabbed his hand and used teleportation magic to pull both of them into another space. Simultaneously, poisonous thorns shattered the wall, flying backward, but no person was visible, only a lingering poisonous mist remained. Leon clicked his tongue thoughtfully, realizing so you can still teleport from a space corrupted by poison. "I underestimated you, Isabel. You truly are not someone to take lightly." However, he was fully aware that Isabel couldn't escape too far. To prevent information about the revolutionary forces from leaking, she would definitely return here to eliminate him. Therefore, Leon H's plan was simply to wait. Meanwhile, not far away, Sina witnessed the entire duel, her expression tinged with alarm. Moments later, beside a cliffside dwelling, a spatial crack appeared. Isabel emerged from within, still suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, sweat glistening on her face. Smith quickly followed close behind, concern evident as he asked Isabel, "Are you all right?" She nodded faintly, replying, "Yes." The spatial teleportation from the poisoned area drained a significant amount of her magic energy due to the strain. Smith moved forward to support her, worriedly saying, "It seems they've detected the presence of the revolutionary forces." Before he could finish, Isabel coldly interrupted. "Lately, our movements have been too obvious. It's no surprise." But Leon H. didn't trust others. The chance that he shared this intelligence with other factions was minimal. Hearing this, Isabel's eyes burned with cold determination. She bit her lip and muttered, "We must eliminate Leon H. as soon as possible, along with his subordinates." Meanwhile, at the place where the Kai group rested, Kai stood by the window waiting for Sina's return. Soon, the window slid open, and Sina swiftly climbed inside. Seeing her, Chai urgently asked, "What happened?" Sheena responded soberly, "I followed Isabel, as you instructed. She was attacked by the third prince, but escaped using teleportation magic. After that, I lost track of what happened next." Mayor, who was cooking nearby, gasped in surprise at the news. That meant their revolutionary movement's presence had been discovered. Surprisingly, Kai remained calm, speaking with a composed tone. "Even though we've been careful to hide smartly, we can't discount that possibility. That's why I sent you to tail her." "Sheena, did you remember Leon H's scent?" Sheena nodded quietly, saying yes. It was a disgusting smell that I could detect, even from a distance. Hearing this, Chai realized she was referring to poison. After some thought, he used spiritual communication to contact Jin. "Kanzaki, do you hear me?" At the Sacred Nations camp, Jin, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind and sat straight up in bed. "What Eraj, this is terrifying. You'd think I would be used to it by now, but sometimes it still startles me." While Jin was confused, Kai requested that he assemble the Special Task Force H within 30 minutes. This demand left Jin puzzled. Seeing no reply, Kai pressed on. "It's urgent. Hurry up." Finally, Jin responded suspiciously, asking, "What's going on? This doesn't feel like the time for favors." Nevertheless, Jin proceeded to use spiritual communication to contact the team assigned to eliminate Leon H. "Can everyone hear me?" Midu, who was admiring the night scenery, was startled. Others were engaged in various tasks, but Jin's voice involuntarily unsettled them. Arasi frowned, visibly impatient. 30 minutes later, in a forest clearing, Isabel gathered her revolutionary forces in one place. Smith glanced at Isabel and asked, "Is everyone assembled? What about contacting the hero candidates?" Isabel shook her head softly, replying, "It's unnecessary." Her cat ears must have already reported the situation to Kai. During the previous fight, he had seen Isabel not far away, so she trusted Kai would find out soon. Moreover, they knew this place existed. Their first thought would be to regroup here. After that, Isabel looked toward Fanko, inquiring, "What do you think Leon H will do now that I escaped?" Fanko answered calmly, "Leon H is cautious by nature, so his reckless actions mean he likely recognizes you as a serious threat. He may have even discovered this hideout's location." "Exactly that traitor." Before he finished, a loud shout cut through the air. From the forest, a silent figure approached. It was Leon H himself. Seeing him, the expressions on Isabel's group's faces instantly darkened. Seeing this, Leon H smirked. "I've been waiting for you to return, but you're later than I expected, waiting for someone with..." As he finished speaking, a poisonous aura began to spread around him. The revolutionary soldiers immediately formed a shield to protect Isabel. Quickly, they brought out prepared antidotes. In just a moment, they all drained the antidote. Isabel, of course, took hers as well. She had thoroughly prepared for this moment. Witnessing the scene, Leon H couldn't help but laugh. "Antidotes, huh? So you've prepped for a fight with me?" He threw his head back, laughing arrogantly. Isabel furrowed her brows and went silent. With this, she could withstand the deadly poison for up to 10 minutes. There were no hero candidates here. They had to handle things on their own. But just as she finished thinking, everyone around her suddenly collapsed. Her eyes narrowed involuntarily, face full of disbelief. Leon H smirked again. "As expected, it doesn't work on you. Isabel, the guardian of the Dark Lord. Among the Demon Lord's bloodline, you and Alice are exceptionally powerful." Upon hearing this, Isabel's expression darkened immediately. She pressed her lips and murmured, "Why did everyone else take the antidote then?" Yet all had fallen from the poison. Leon H kindly explained, "That antidote only works against high-level toxic magic venom. Did you think I'd hand out something that neutralizes my own poison? The one I just used was medium-level toxic magic paralytic venom. It only causes paralysis, so no one will die. I never intended to kill Isabel. Hearing this, Isabel questioned doubtfully. You didn't intend to kill us. After attacking earlier, you intended to. Before she could finish, Leon H. coldly cut her off. I wanted to subdue you and make a similar proposal. Since you might try to escape again, here's the offer. Do you want to join my revolutionary army? Saying this, he extended his hand towards Isabel as an offer. Isabel was stunned by the proposal. Seeing her reaction, Leon H. chuckled. Surprised, my faction's power is rapidly dwindling. The dark units have been completely wiped out. To become the next demon lord, I need new pawns. Isabel raised an eyebrow, skeptically. Shouldn't you be negotiating with your allies first? Your territory is under invasion. Leon H. shrugged indifferently, lips curling in disdain. You understand, don't you? Frankly speaking, humanity is a nuisance right now. The hero candidates are quite formidable, but I don't think they stand a chance against the demon lord's bloodline. If we fight seriously, the country won't be destroyed. Isabel frowned, deeply speaking thoughtfully. You're underestimating the hero candidates. They're stronger than you now, and growing stronger every day. Leon H. ignored her comment with a dismissive laugh. You talk as if you understand them well. Isabel responded silently, deep in thought. If the antidote doesn't work, their chances of winning this battle are 0. Even if the hero candidates arrive on time, the outcome won't change. Suddenly, the ground shook, startling Isabel. Even Leon H. was confused. They looked up and saw a group approaching, led by Midu with others behind. They had come after hearing Kai's call. Everyone's firepower was concentrated. The battle was about to begin. Arasi squinted at Leon H. from afar, determination shining on her face. Leon H. seemed to realize something. He sneered, hero candidates, huh? So you all plan to defeat me together. At this moment, Isabel shouted a warning. Don't come close. This area has paralytic poison. However, Sayori and Akira activated enhancement magic alongside guardian healers. Summoning their guardians, they created divine shields that enveloped the advancing hero candidates. Seeing this, Akira and Sayori shared satisfied smiles. By combining their powers, they could negate medium-level toxic magic and counter high-level poison with antidotes. Meanwhile, Jine activated her guardian and swiftly commanded everyone. Now we're ready to fight Leon H. Let's move forward. The guardian spirits generated divine shields that enveloped all hero candidates advancing forward. Seeing this, both Akira and Sayori felt very satisfied. Their combined strength can nullify mid-level poison magic, and high-level toxin spells can be countered using appropriate antidotes. At that moment, Jine activated the guardian spirits and swiftly commanded the group. Now we can face Leon Hart. Move forward as I lead. Araji's plan was in full effect. The entire Midu group was enveloped in a protective barrier, shielding them completely from any poison. Additionally, Isabin remained unaffected by the toxin. These were the remaining fighters coordinated to defeat Leon Hat. Isabel's subordinates had been paralyzed by the poisonous toxin. Isabel pondered whether she could unravel it using the divine blessing of the gods. If that was possible, it would nearly match the scenario she had hoped for. Leon H., not wanting his allies poisoned, attacked Isabel alone. The power gap between them made the attack seem easy. But the problem was, Leon H. was stronger than Isabel had anticipated. Meanwhile, Leon H. himself was stunned the paralysis toxin was having no effect. He sneered, "You're relying on some anti-poison trick. Cute, but do you really think that's enough to beat me?" As soon as he finished, Leon conjured a sphere filled with poisonous gas that sprouted sharp thorns all around. The venomous spikes surged forward, slicing through the air with fierce momentum. Midu's eyes sharpened with alertness, as he immediately raised a shield to block the barrage of deadly spines. However, it wasn't long before the spikes began to creep through gaps in his shield. Realizing this, Midu's expression turned grim and fierce as he bit his lip trying to hold on. But his efforts were in vain. The shield soon bore cracks and fractures. On the other hand, Leon H. smirked triumphantly and called out, "Over here," right after a massive poisonous spike shot directly at the Midu group. Within moments, Midu's shield shattered entirely. Witnessing this, Jin Sayori and Akira, who were supporting from behind, became frantic and unsettled. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. "Fall back behind me." Kao stepped in front of them just in time, but a venomous thorn pierced his arm. Although his iron-like arm shattered the spike instantly, the poison spread, causing his wound to bleed. Gritting his teeth, Sao muttered, "He's really strong, I get it now." At this juncture, Midu urgently turned to Jin, shouting Kanjaki. Jin nodded in understanding and swiftly activated her divine guard link to coordinate the battle. Arasi and Narumi launched their attack from above. Hearing the call, Narumi summoned the full force of the wind element to lift himself and Arasi higher. Arasi roared fiercely, "No need to tell us twice." Without hesitation, Narumi activated his skill. Immediately, Arasi was propelled by the roaring wind, and in an instant, appeared before Leon Hat. The speed startled Leon H momentarily. This was too fast. Arasi charged forward furiously, yelling, "Die!" A thunderous explosion erupted, smoke and flames raging high. Midu was pushed back by the blast, murmuring, "Did they manage to catch him?" From above, Narumi had a clear view of everything happening. He gasped in surprise. He's still standing. Without wasting time, Narumi launched a wind projectile attack. Yet Leon H remained unshaken, the gust attack unable to harm him at all. Leon H sneered. "Not bad, a decent strike. I'll admit it stings a little." Arasi, furious seeing the unscathed, Leon shouted, "It's useless, he doesn't even have a scratch." Smirking arrogantly, Leon H declared, "I carry the blood of the demon lord himself. Don't lump me in with those common demons." Isabel narrowed her eyes and realized that power was blessed by a dark god, connected to the Vandra family, the demon lord's bloodline. In the demon society where strength reigns supreme, this lineage stands at the top, amplifying all abilities including durability, which explains why Leon H wasn't affected at all. Seizing the moment while Leon H was under attack, Sayori rushed over to heal Sao. Meanwhile, Akira kept his gaze locked on Leon H, his face clouded with displeasure. Amid the tension, Jin's voice suddenly rang out, startling Midu. Jin reassured everyone, "It's having some effect now. Keep pressing the attack." Arasi, irritated by this, huffed, "Don't boss me around." Then he resumed his assault. Simultaneously, Midu also joined the fight. Rina was far from idle either. She summoned a cascade of flames to launch an attack. Narumi Airborne added wind element strikes. In seconds, Rina's fires grew ever larger, as if ready to engulf everything. The fiery onslaught of Kim Kwang surged straight toward Leon H, surrounding him completely. But quickly Leon H's poisonous gas shield dissolved the flames into nothing. He sneered contemptuously. "Pathetic. Your final attack did no damage? So this time, I'm definitely taking a defensive stance." The Midu faction turned out to be stronger than he had anticipated. After all, they were the ones who defeated the three heavenly kings. In a blink, the battle swung into a tense standoff. Jin furrowed her brow thoughtfully. Leon Hart was overwhelmingly powerful, but that wasn't a reason to back down. So she began directing the team. The plan wouldn't change. Midu and I were assigned to lead the frontal assault. The middle line would be held by Narumi and Rina, with Jin, Akira, and Sayori in the rear. Kao was tasked with protecting their backs. If the celestial shield broke, everything would be lost. Jin knew she couldn't hesitate any longer. She had her orders. Then she reassured everyone, saying everything would be fine, as long as Araji was on their side. Flashback to 5 hours earlier, before the fight started at Kai's insistence. Everyone gathered together. Though being summoned late at night was frustrating, they stayed focused, knowing their shared goal, listening carefully to Kai's briefing. After finishing, Kai glanced around and asked, "So you all understand the situation now?" Asasi immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. "Hey, isn't it your fault? Leon H ambushed you?" Kai paid no mind, coolly replying, "Regardless of reasons, Leon Hart is acting solo. This is our perfect chance to finish him off. Plus, if you back Isabel now, you'll earn some serious points with her. One stone, two birds." Hearing this, Akira exclaimed in shock, "Araji, don't tell me you're using the Revolutionary Army as bait." Kai shrugged casually and smirked. "I never intended that. You all have weighed every possible outcome." The team grew even more uneasy, exchanging uneasy glances in silence. Finally, Narumi broke the tension. "I get what you're saying, Araji, but can we actually win? Fighting someone strong enough to crush the revolutionaries alone?" Kai answered plainly, "Your voice echoes across the night sky. That's a real fear, Narumi. Leon Hart's power far exceeds ours." Then, narrowing his eyes at the group, he spoke seriously. "Let me explain the plan." Kai has formulated their battle strategy. After issuing orders, he raised an eyebrow and said, "That sums up the mission briefing." Rina looked skeptical and shot back. "Is the plan really that simple?" Kai nodded with a nonchalant air. "Overly complicated plans tend to fail even with the slightest mistake. The rest is on you guys. Improvise as the situation demands. You said Midu is responsible on the ground, and Sina will lead them to the location." Kai continued, then glanced at Jin and suggested, "You head back to the dorm." Jin gasped. "Wait, Araji, you're not letting me lead." Kai raised his brow skeptically. "Oh, you seem confident, huh?" "Yeah." Jin nodded instinctively, then instantly regretted it. She wasn't sure why she agreed, but Kai actually accepted. Good, then try it, Kai said coolly, making Jin caught off guard. Narrowing his eyes, he instructed her, but you can only ask for my help when it's absolutely necessary. Then Kai looked at Araji and Midu, proposing let Kanzaki take command this time. I want him to unleash his leadership skills and make the best use of the shared guardian spirits. Midu nodded without hesitation. Understood if Araji says so. Before anyone could say more, Araji interrupted angrily. I don't care who's in charge as long as the orders make sense, I'll follow. Kai didn't even flinch, responding coldly. Fine, leave the persuasion to Kanzaki. Of course, Jin answered confidently, but was extremely nervous inside. Can she really pull this off? Kai, oblivious to Jin's inner turmoil, continued. By the way, I've prepared anti-poison tactics for both Hano and Ninomiya, just in case. Akira and Shiori looked unsettled. Akira panicked and shouted, Anti-poison, you've got the antidote from the revolutionaries already right. Kai calmly explained. From my evaluation, that antidote only works partially. It counters deadly toxins, but might not protect against all poisons. Shiori muttered with growing anxiety. But as I said before, my healing takes time to purge toxins. You do know that, right? Kai nodded indifferently. If Ninomiya and Motono combine their skills, you can handle any situation as long as the poison remains at a moderate level. Hearing that, Akira and Shiori exchanged wide-eyed glances and shouted together, combination tactics, huh? To learn the anti-poison tactics. Akira and Shiori were confused by this. Akira gasped, anti-poison. You already received the antidote from the revolutionary forces, right? Kai calmly explained. Based on my evaluation, that antidote only works partially. It neutralizes fatal toxins, but might not protect against other poisons. Shiori's worry increased as she muttered. As I mentioned before, my healing power needs time to expel toxins from the body. You understand that, right? Dammak nodded, and Kai replied casually. If Ninomiya and Motono work together, they can handle any situation as long as the toxin level is moderate. Hearing this, Akira and Shiori exchanged wide-eyed looks and exclaimed in unison, a combination, huh? None of us ever considered that possibility. At the same time, Midu was continuously impressed by his own powers. His skill and assessment had significantly evolved. He understood the abilities of his classmates better than Kai did, even though Kai was always by their side. Unaware of this thought, Kai continued speaking. This is just a guess, but if others fall, don't hesitate, use the combo technique with the divine barrier. Returning to the present, Jin recalled what Kai had said, and realized that Kai definitely anticipated this scenario. So her only task was to command everyone to focus all their energy on the attack. However, the issue troubling Jin was that the antidote only lasted for 10 minutes. And if Akira and Shiori cast spells on so many, they would expend an enormous amount of energy. Jin believed their only choice was to attack swiftly and decisively. Still, Midu and the others were already giving their all in battle. While Jane pondered, Midu suddenly connected to her through telepathy. Kanzaki, I think I figured it out. He explained that Leon Hathien's fighting style leaned heavily towards defense. He employed 2 types: magical armor and poisonous corrosion. Those were his only 2 options. Midu noticed Leon H rapidly switched between them because the magical shield consumed less energy. As for attacks up to now, he only used continuous thorny poison shots. Yet Midu sensed their strength made them tough to approach. After hearing that, Jin frowned and observed closely, finally saying, that seems right. If this keeps up, they won't get anywhere. Leon H was clearly holding them back. At this rate, once the antidote wore off, they would lose. Akira had about 70% of his spell reserves left. At this pace, they might run out of magic in less than 15 minutes. Jin's expression darkened further. She could overhear the conversations from this distance, but with so many speaking at once, she wasn't able to track or grasp anything. If only they could share information directly without relying on her as the intermediary, everything would flow more smoothly. Thinking this, Jin's hand instinctively clenched tightly. In this world, the key to forging cooperation among individuals was just that. Immediately, she expanded her blessing. Midu quickly sensed something. He exclaimed with surprise, wait, does that mean Kanzaki can now connect minds with others besides me? Jin nodded softly. Apparently yes, but only among classmates. If I point out someone, they can communicate telepathically. Akira laughed upon hearing this and said, oh, so it's like chatting through apps, huh? Narumi chimed in. Feels like we're creating an internet out of pure energy. Hearing the constant noise, Arasi shouted irritably. Enough chatter, be quiet, it's too noisy. Jin agreed, and reminded them that telepathic group communication should be used only for essential information. Everyone heard this and responded in unison. At that moment, Arasi charged frantically forward. Simultaneously, Leon H unleashed another volley of poisonous spikes. Midu hurriedly raised a shield to block and counter the spikes. Seeing their coordinated move startled Leon H., who hadn't yet reacted before Ren suddenly attacked. A huge flame burst into life blazing towards him, intensifying rapidly. Leon H. hastily raised a magical shield with his other hand to block Ren's fire, but at the same moment Arasi lunged forward. In a flash, he was right in front of Leon H. He landed a powerful punch with a loud crash, sparking a large explosion that blanketed the air in smoke and fire. Before the blast, Arasi jumped away, but his arm had already turned black. Akira gasped. So if you touch the poison directly, the antidote won't work. Shiori apologized. Sorry, I'll try to strengthen its effect. She then healed Arasi. Standing there silently, Arasi grumbled the insult. Damn, that poison is a real thorn. Suddenly, Midu warned, be careful, the enemy might be cloaking himself in poison. Arasi scoffed. No time for fear, we're running out of time. Just as they feared, Leon H's entire body was coated in toxic venom. He looked like a moving poison reservoir. Though inside, he was somewhat unsettled. Midu's group remained silent, but suddenly coordinated perfectly, as if understanding each other without words, just seamless teamwork. This moment was straight out of a manhwa recap, from a Magic Academy battle scene. It's like communicating telepathically, Akira joked. Oh, like chatting through apps. Narumi added. Feels like we're building some kind of magical internet. Hearing the noise constantly buzzing in his ears, Arasi yelled in frustration. Cut the chatter. Everyone be quiet, it's way too noisy. Jin chimed in to remind them as well. Arasi was right. The group's psychic connection should only be for essential information. Everyone acknowledged the order in unison. At that instant, Arasi charged wildly ahead. Simultaneously, Leonhardt unleashed his poisonous spikes. Midu quickly raised a shield in front, blocking the spikes. Surprised by their move, Leonhardt had no time to react, as Ren suddenly struck. A massive flame burst forth, blazing toward him with intensifying heat. Leonhardt hastily summoned a magical shield, with his hand blocking Ren's flames. But simultaneously Arasi rushed in. Within seconds, he was face to face with Leonhardt. He delivered a powerful punch. Bang! A huge explosion followed smoke and fire, swirling in the air. Before the blast, Arasi leapt out, but his arm had turned blackened. Akira exclaimed in shock. So, that's how it is if you touch the poison directly, the antidote won't work. Sina quickly responded. Sorry, I'll try to boost its effectiveness. Without delay, she healed Arasi. He stood there grumbling. Damn, that bastard's poison is a real thorn. Midu warned. Watch out. The enemy might be enveloping their entire body in toxins. Arasi snorted and said, no time to be scared. We're running out of time. Just as they suspected, Leonhardt was completely coated in poison. He now resembled a toxic reservoir. No time to panic. We're running out of it. As they suspected, Leon H's entire body was covered in poison. He looked like a toxic reservoir. So solitary and silent, yet inside he felt a flicker of unease. The Midu group remained wordless, but suddenly moved with perfect coordination, only then stopping. It doesn't really matter, since their poison resistance won't last forever. Both Akira and Shiori will soon run out of energy to maintain it. Thinking of this, Leon H. smirked and said, let's see how many minutes you have left. Once the antidote and that divine shield wear off, Midu's team will be instantly poisoned to death. Even though the hero candidates have the upper hand now, they're still being cornered. Midu frowned while fighting. Thanks to Jin, their coordination improved, but the situation remained tense. Akira anxiously said, each divine shield will fade in about 3 minutes, and that's when we'll have to deal with this mess. Midu muttered thoughtfully. Not just the poison, but his raw power is formidable. Normal attacks can't hurt Leon H. And even strong blows get blocked. Midu finally couldn't hold back, and could only call out to Kai for help. What should we do? Tell me. Silence. Yet Kai's resolute voice echoed in Midu's mind. Midu, I trust you. It startled Midu. He recalled before the battle when talking with Kai and Isabel, Midu knew he could refuse to join the revolutionaries. But the Holy Nation soldiers were fighting them too, meaning that would betray Herrick, Amelia, and Ega. Ultimately, Midu faced choosing whether to betray them. Still, Midu nodded with Kai, because Kai believed it would increase their chance to return to their original world. Probably Kai understood Midu's thoughts too. In truth, Midu wasn't entirely eager to go back to his old world. In reality, his family was wealthy, always serving lavish meals. But his father despised him, and as a kid, Midu was constantly pushed away. Even his younger sibling mocked him, calling him the son of their late mother and her lover. This haunted Midu deeply. In that world, he had no voice, as if trapped inside an invisible box. Midu prioritized his classmates' wishes above all else. If everyone wanted to return, he hoped it would become true. Midu fought because people believed in him, and they made him feel his presence had meaning here. He couldn't disappoint them. He needed to live up to their trust. But right now Midu realized this wasn't obligation, it was a genuine desire to reciprocate their hopes. Instantly, he gripped his sword tightly, and without hesitation, Midu attacked fiercely. A powerful blade light erupted swiftly. Leon H's magic shield shattered under the assault, and his arm began to bleed. Not daring to slack off, Leon H quickly formed another shield. He sensed Midu's attacks growing stronger and fiercer, the sword light sharpening. Inside, Leon H silently admired the warrior's relentless spirit. If this continued, even close combat wouldn't help since their allies' healing couldn't keep up and the poison would eventually cripple Midu. Unaware of Leon H's thoughts, Midu relentlessly pushed forward. His sword strikes kept hitting, causing Leon H's shield to tremble slightly. Leon H muttered angrily, "Does this guy not care about his own life?" He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He could endure by blocking the attacks. Only Midu and Arasi could strike him with precision. Attacks from others were a nuisance, but could be ignored. What he didn't know was Narumi had figured this out and quickly connected with Akira. Right now, that must be what he's thinking. Akira just wants, "Please boost my attack power." Got it. Akira nodded softly, signaling understanding. Narumi threw his wind spear, as Akira continuously supported to enhance his offensive strength. Focused on battling Midu and Arasi, Leon H suddenly sensed the wind spear hurtling wildly toward him. Unable to react, it shattered his shield, piercing his hand and causing blood to pour like rain. Leon H staggered back a few steps, finally noticing Narumi attacking from midair. He frowned fiercely, realizing they hadn't unleashed their full power yet. If so, Leon H needed to watch out for attacks from the wind wielder. Narumi saw he was still standing there with a grim face, but at that moment, an angry scream echoed out. "You've got too many openings, you bastard." Narumi noticed he was still standing there, his expression grim just as a furious shout rang out. "You're leaving too many gaps, you punk. Damn poison." No sooner had Arasi finished speaking than he launched an attack. Instantly, a cannonball shot out and in the blink of an eye, surged directly toward Leon. Leon knew well that Arasi's assault was relentless. His magic shield wouldn't withstand it. Despite draining a massive amount of mana, he had to obliterate it using a top-tier poison magic. The antidote's effect would soon wear off. While Leon desperately tried to fend off Arasi's artillery, a sudden shout echoed, catching him off guard, with a holy light burning away demonic forces. It was Midu charging fiercely with his sword raised. The sword's radiant blade slashed forward immediately, and Leon hurried to block, without losing focus. The luminous sword briefly clashed with Leon's poison aura, souring his expression instantly. This was bad. The light element magic possessed purifying traits that rendered the poison magic useless. While he was wrestling with this realization, Midu pressed harder with his sword, forcing it down with great strength. The blade swiftly sliced Leon's arm, leaving a fresh cut from which bright red blood flowed freely. Even so, Midu felt Leon's power was overwhelming. Despite using all his strength, he couldn't subdue him. Suddenly, Midu's body went limp. Sensing this, Leon smirked and said, "It's over. The antidote's effect has worn off." Around Midu, a cage of poisonous bones manifested. Midu collapsed, paralyzed and motionless. Seeing this, Leon smiled with triumph and declared, "You almost died, but this is my victory." Yet no sooner had he spoken than Sina appeared from behind. Leon sensed a lethal aura aimed at him and was startled. Sharp claws slashed forward without warning. Leon couldn't dodge in time and was clawed. He bit his lip fiercely and growled, "You've been hiding in the shadows all this time." But before he could finish, a knife suddenly pierced Leon's chest. His eyes instinctively widened with shock. The attacker was none other than Kai, who seized the moment to strike. Leon Valora, the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, possessed a unique affinity for poison magic. His faction mainly consisted of merchants and lower-ranking nobles. The common folk feared Leon deeply. He forbade open combat, relying heavily on widespread poison attacks, which drew dislike from soldiers. His military weakness became glaringly obvious during the war with the Beastmen Alliance. Unable to withstand the invading Beastmen forces, Leon lost territory. Despite deploying shadow units, the collapse of Follett and losing the Water Heavenly King Natasha, the faction's core dealt a fatal blow. Merchants and low-tier nobles, once his strong supporters, turned their backs. The residents of his lands fled to neighboring territories. Nevertheless, Leon remained calm, for fundamentally he trusted no one. He believed only in his own strength, the poison. The other scoundrels around mattered little. Their presence was acceptable, but not necessary. The Valora royal family's power was a different caliber. Survival was what mattered most. This was Leon's serious mindset. However, the others in the royal family kept him vigilant, especially the first Isabel. His caution towards others was a subtle nod of respect to their abilities. Leon had the power to single-handedly eliminate the Beastmen alliance, which explained his lone battle approach. Despite the dire situation now, was the moment Leon suffered defeat. This wound, you've got a knife stabbed through your chest. Leon spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth, and snarling, "Don't mess with me." Hearing him still able to talk shocked Kai, but what Leon pulled out next stunned him even more. It was a sword, its blade coated in poisonous venom. Leon fiercely whirled around, swinging the toxin-coated blade at Kai. Kai dodged swiftly, then shifted focus on Sina, who also narrowly avoided his strike. Seizing the opportunity, Kai lifted the paralyzed Midu. Together they put distance between themselves and Leon H. Despite his multiple injuries, Leon maintained his arrogant posture. He bellowed with fierce pride. "I am the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. There's no way you lot can defeat me." Witnessing this, Midu couldn't help but admire him. Even wounded Leon's spirit remained unbroken. At this moment, Leon H was on the verge of defeat. "You've got wounds, one right through your chest from a dagger." Leon spat blood, but still spoke. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Don't toy with me." Hearing him speak, despite his condition, startled Kai. But what Leon drew next shocked him even more. It was a sword, but its blade was shrouded in a poisonous aura. Leon spun, aggressively swinging the venom-coated sword at Kai. Kai swiftly dodged and then shifted focus to XA, but she also evaded his attack. Taking advantage of the moment, Kai supported Midu, who was paralyzed. Together, they distanced themselves from Leon H. Even with severe injuries, Leon H maintained his arrogant stance. He bellowed fiercely, "I am the third prince of the Demon Kingdom. There's no way scum like you can defeat me." Watching this, Midu couldn't help but feel admiration. Despite his injuries, Leon still boasted that fierce pride. Still alive, incredible endurance indeed. In the distance, others lay down on the ground defeated. Narumi trembled, whispering, "What do we need to do to finally take him down?" This is a crucial moment in our manhwa recap set in a Magic Academy backdrop. Arasi, visibly frustrated, snapped, "Damn it, what are you doing? You can't even kill him after I prepared everything this thoroughly." Yet Kai remained calm, helping Midu sit up and coolly said, "Stay calm." This only fueled Arasi's irritation more. He shouted wildly, "What did you say?" Even Leon H was visibly shaken, his vision wavering before him. Although he used magic to stop the bleeding, his body still collapsed helplessly to the ground. Leon H, unwilling to accept this, glared at Kai with distrust and demanded, "What's going on? What the hell did you guys do to me?" Kai responded nonchalantly. The venom's effect apparently resulted from the influence of the evil god's guardian. Hearing this, Leon H burst out laughing. He sneered with contempt, declaring, "First of all, poisons don't work on me. I'm also a poison user." Leon H boasted, but before he could finish, Kai coldly interrupted. "Even if you're immune to poisons in this world, what about those from other realms?" The dagger in Kai's hand was coated with a lethal poison composed of exotic ingredients alien to Leon H's body. Shocked by this revelation, Leon H exclaimed loudly, "How could this be? That toxin actually affects me?" Kai clicked his tongue twice, pulled out a gun, aimed it at Leon's head, and coldly said, "Too bad, but goodbye." With that, he fired immediately, the energy bullet piercing straight through Leon H's body. Only then did Kai visibly relax. The battle was a success. Still, for safety's sake, he stayed by Leon H's side, guarding vigilantly. Kai only felt assured once the status indicator changed from near death to dead. At that moment, Midu slowly rose from the ground and spoke softly. Hearing this, Kai quickly turned his head. With a nod, he smiled at everyone, saying, "Mission accomplished, you all did great." Narumi smiled joyfully and said, "I really want to celebrate." Cao, sitting nearby, quickly chimed in. "That paralyzing venom left me barely able to move." Without paying much mind, Narumi sat cross-legged right on the ground. He looked toward Shiori, grinning. "I blew away the poisonous layer of bones with wind magic, so we should be fine soon." Shiori nodded and replied, "I'll slowly detoxify the rest with whatever magic I have left." Sina ran up next to Kai, saying, "Kai, you did an excellent job." Kai complimented back, "You were great at distracting him." Sina hesitated and asked, "But was I really necessary?" Kai glanced at those being treated nearby. After a moment, he said, "Judging raw ability, this guy was clearly superior. I wanted more reliable moves and options." Leon H reacted just in time to a surprise attack, thinking he had dodged his enemy's trump card. The moment he exhaled with relief marked his biggest vulnerability. Soon, Akira was able to move again. He raised his eyebrows and laughed. The paralyzing poison's effects finally wore off. Kai glanced at him and coolly said, "Thanks for responding so well to my sudden instructions." Akira chuckled. "Honestly, I was pretty confused when the serious talk hit out of nowhere." Minutes earlier, while Akira and Sayori tried to create a shield, Kai's voice suddenly came through Ninomiya Hono when I signal cut the sacred barrier off Midu and the others, then redirect it to me and Sina. Kai explained he wanted to lure Leon H into lowering his guard as much as possible, thinking it was better to accept the risks. Hearing this, Narumi sighed in admiration. That's classic Arasi. But Rina angrily retorted, "Hey, you're not the one taking the risk, Suji is." Kai smirked and asked back, "So what?" Rina yelled, and that's not an answer. Watching them argue, Midu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Right then, Shina suddenly grabbed Kai's hand and whispered, "Hey Kai, she." Kai glanced over to see Jin curled up quietly sobbing. Concerned, Kai asked, "What's wrong, Jin?" Jin bowed her head despairingly. "Standing at the center, I feel powerless. I should have been the one to lead." Kai sighed in reluctant reassurance. "Don't worry, your first time isn't bad. You'll get used to it gradually." Hearing this, light returned to Jin's eyes just as another voice. "You're not the one taking the risk." It's Suji. Kai smirked, questioning back. "So what?" Rina shouted back. And that's not an answer. Watching them argue, Midu couldn't help but laugh out loud. At that moment, Shina grabbed Kai's hand quietly, saying, "Hey Kaishi." Kai glanced over and saw Jin curled up quietly weeping. Concerned, Kai asked, "What happened?" Jin lowered her head, despairing. "Standing in the center, I couldn't do anything. I was supposed to be the commander." Kai sighed and comforted her. "Don't worry, it's not bad for a first time. You'll get used to it." At these words, hope returned to Jin's eyes. Just then, another voice emerged. The forest echoed again, prompting Jin to suspiciously glance back. "It's Maya. She's walking out here, laughing and chatting. Looks like I don't have to do anything after all," Jin muttered. Casting a sideways glance at her, Jin questioned skeptically, "Where have you been all this while?" Maya replied nonchalantly, "I was creating a spell to cleanse the poison corrupting this space. Almost done by now." But before she could finish, Isabel interrupted. "I sense the spirit's presence. If the space doesn't return to normal, she plans to use spatial magic with the remaining mana." Everyone was stunned and confused by her words. Kay glanced around and explained, "That's a backup plan. So if I fail, we can still overcome Leon H." Isabel expressed heartfelt thanks. "Thank you, Kai. It's thanks to all of you that we've been saved." Smiling faintly, Kai replied casually, "If we just formed an alliance and you got wiped out, that'd be a headache. Anyway, I'll make sure you pay your debt." "Naturally." Isabel nodded without hesitation. "If it's within our capability, feel free to ask for anything." Kai etched that in his mind, gazing at Isabel suspiciously asking, "What do you plan after this?" Isabel mulled over before answering, "We'll head to the garden. Leon H's close associates probably know about the revolutionaries. I want to neutralize them before they escape." Kai doubted if it would be swift enough, but Isabel calmly said, "It's possible. Leon H intends to recruit me to his faction. If true, he won't share details with other sects or the Demon Lord," she explained, causing Kai to chuckle, teasing, "Your optimism is something else." Yaban Oblivious continued, "Since we acted so openly, we got exposed. But if we can avoid detection, that'd be better. Leon H acting alone here means he's operating independently. No subordinate would allow a prince to move solo. The VIE region must be in chaos." Understanding this, C nodded and asked, "Got it. Do you need our help?" Isabel shook her head lightly. "No worries. Leon H's faction currently lacks any high-level demons. The people here can easily suppress them." But she sighed in frustration. "We're completely powerless against Leon H." Kai agreed quietly. "Our countermeasures aren't efficient enough. Next time we must act more cautiously." Isabel smiled bitterly. "Right, I was still naive. Despite my immense power, I'm just a 15-year-old, leading the revolutionary army. She'll face tougher trials ahead. Everyone has to grow up." Just then, Fan arrived hurriedly, proposing, "If it's about wiping out the third prince's remnants, let me lead. I'll leverage my info and experience to speed this up." Kai squinted at Fan. "You know he's from the Demon Lord's shadow unit, right?" Isabel personally recruited him that day. "Fanko is reportedly a revolutionary leader in one of the Demon Kingdom's cities." After some thought, Kai suggested Isabel let him try. Isabel turned to him puzzled. "That's what I was thinking, but why?" Kai smiled slyly. "You hired him to bring in smart and capable people to the revolution, right?" His words startled Isabel, who murmured nervously, "How did you guess? That's kind of scary." Kai shrugged carelessly. "Just a hunch. Besides, Fan's pretty useless against Hat. Maybe he wants to redeem himself." Isabel nodded softly. "All right, if Kai says so, fine." She then looked down at Fan, kneeling on the ground, and commanded seriously, "You're in charge of wiping out the third prince's remnant forces." Overjoyed, Fanko vowed steadfastly, "Thank you, I will accomplish this mission no matter what." Seeing no further business, Kai turned to leave, leaving behind a remark, "Learn from him, Isabel." Isabel nodded quietly, "Yeah, got it." That night Midu's group made a fire to rest in the forest. Spotting Kai's return, Midu looked up immediately. Following Kai were Jin, Maya, and Sina. Midu furrowed his brows, asking, "Did you finish negotiating with the revolutionaries?" Kai nodded softly. "Yes. Did you report this to the Allied forces?" Looking at him, Kai asked with suspicion. "I was planning the same, but why?" Kai smiled slightly and said, "You hired these people to recruit the intelligent and capable for the revolutionary army, right?" This statement startled Isabel. She murmured nervously, "How do you know?" "That's a little scary." Kai shrugged indifferently and smirked. "Just a guess." Moreover, Fan was pretty useless in the fight against Hat. Maybe he wanted to do something to restore his honor. Isabel nodded slightly in understanding. "I get it. If you say so, it's fine." Without delay, she looked at Fan kneeling on the ground and commanded seriously, "I'm entrusting you with the command to sweep out the remains of the third prince's forces." Fanko immediately brightened, asserting firmly, "Thank you, I will definitely complete this mission." Seeing no further business, Kai turned and left, leaving behind a parting word, "Learn from him, Isabel." She nodded softly, replying, "Yeah, I got it." That evening, Midu's group lit a campfire to rest in the forest. When Midu saw Kai returning with Jin, Mayer, and Sina, he slightly frowned and asked, "Have you finished discussing with the revolutionary army?" Kai nodded lightly. "Yes." "Did you report this back to the Allied forces?" Midu was momentarily stunned upon hearing that, and after a pause finally spoke up. "Eventually, I'll be found out anyway, but for now, let's just keep quiet." Kai disagreed calmly, saying, "This only applies for tonight. If we get back to the dorm before dawn, no one will discover us." Akira interrupted, "You never know, Herrick is quite shrewd." Kei furrowed his brow slightly and suggested, "If Iga or Hick get suspicious, just say I told you to do this. But make sure they don't realize we're tied to demons. Also, don't let Elia find out about your connection with them. That would tarnish the hero team's reputation. If Amelia learns the truth, she'll definitely interrogate us fiercely." Akira agreed with a resigned smile. "That's definitely going to happen." Kai scanned everyone dryly and said seriously, "In the near future, spread the rumor that the third prince has vanished from the Demon Kingdom's territory. Ensure that the intelligence agents of the Allied army hear this too. At that point, Akira, I want you to advise them to redeploy their troops." Akira nodded quietly, in acknowledgement, understood. Kai continued, "Ideally, we should hold the third prince's land for at least 1 month, but it depends on how the Demon Lord's army responds. I'll also personally gather intelligence this time." Before he finished his sentence, Narumi stood and suggested, "If this drags on, daylight will come. We should head back now." Meanwhile, Arasi remained seated chewing on meat and spoke up. "Hey Araji, I want to ask you something first." Kai frowned cautiously and asked, "What is it?" Arasi glared and asked sharply, "The poison from another world killed Leon Hat. Where did you get it from?" Hearing this, Akira and Narumi froze in surprise. This was a question everyone had wondered about. Finally, someone voiced it. Kai didn't hold back, calmly explaining, "It's simple. Initially, I embedded poison in a tooth. You just had to pull it out and apply it to your blade. You realized Leon H had no resistance to poison from another world." At this point, Kai sighed somewhat reluctantly. But that trump card could only be used once, and now it's no longer effective. Arasi didn't doubt this, and nodded in understanding. "I see now." Narumi gasped. "So everyone just buys that story." Akira wasn't any different. Normally, people would ask why Kai would poison himself. At that moment, Jin blurted out, "I get it, because Araji is an assassin." She immediately realized her slip, and her expression darkened. Midu and Rena were left gaping open-mouthed, even Sayori, who was treating Gao, froze. Narumi and Akira were eager to uncover the truth, which now seemed unbelievable. Jin realized her mistake and apologized awkwardly. Kai, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned, calmly saying, "It's fine. Since we're talking about poison, I don't intend to hide anything. You said your family are assassins. I was trained from childhood to be one too." Akira muttered in disbelief. "Even if you tell such an unbelievable story." Narumi rolled his eyes but added, "Because it's Araji, we believed him." Rina squinted at Kai and tentatively asked back, "Are you really an assassin?" Kai nodded without hesitation. He admitted casually, "Yes, I kill whoever is requested with no limits." Hearing this, A flash of disgust appeared in Rina's eyes, and she said resentfully, having a vile person like that in our class isn't just about a normal criminal. Midu couldn't hold back and objected. Rina, that's unfair. Araji has helped us a lot. Then he lowered his voice, adding, besides, we also have killed people. Rina was dismissive, sneering. Demonic creatures aren't human. No matter how many we burn, my heart never feels pain. Midu was stunned by this statement, hesitatingly muttering, that's a little too harsh. Kai didn't pay much attention, and calmly said, Midu, don't worry about it. Nagas spoke wisely. Then he glanced at Rina with a smirk and asked, you have to think that way to keep yourself sane, right? Rina seemed hit right in the core, stammering, what? I'm just speaking the truth. Just then, Sayori hesitated before saying, may I just ask one question? Do you really want to return to our original world? Kai frowned and asked back, why do you ask that? Sayori explained slowly, because even if you return, won't you have to keep killing for your family, right? Kai hesitated for a moment, then, after a long pause, spoke slowly, because even if you return, you'll still have to kill for your family. Isn't that so? Kai hesitated briefly, then finally answered. Speaking up, he said, you're right, Hano. The Araji family is a secret assassin organization hidden within society's shadows, basically a bunch of scumbags. His words left Sayori even more shocked, and she doubtfully asked, then why? In that moment, Kai's eyes filled with deadly intent, as he firmly declared, my plan is to eliminate every member of that family. That's why I must return to the real world. After Leon H was defeated, the revolutionary forces crushed his remaining faction in Via. Then they returned to the Five Princesses domain, using Isabel's space magic teleportation. Meanwhile, Midu and the others quietly slipped back to the 4 dormitory before dawn. The next morning, Midu and her group casually greeted Herrick and the others as if nothing had happened. A few days later, they received word of the disappearance of the third Prince Leon H, thanks to Kai's lead. Following Akira's advice, they swiftly sprang into action with lightning speed. As a result, the Beast Alliance easily seized control of Leon Hat's territory. The kingdom of demons King Isan Hat was now within striking distance. When this news reached the Holy Kingdom, the citizens were ecstatic. They believed the era of the demon tribe was ending, and many joined the ranks of heroes. Meanwhile, the demon kingdom's populace lived in fear due to Leon H's disappearance and his lost land. The Beast Alliance has not yet confirmed holding Leon H's head, so although his fate remains uncertain, the general consensus is that he is likely dead. The Vandora royal family had been blessed by the dark god, convinced that they were invincible. But as that foundation crumbles, the citizens of the demon kingdom finally realize they are being cornered by humans and beasts, the very slaves they once oppressed. The demon lord, ruling Vandora, perceives the gravity of the situation. He immediately commands his subordinates, ordering all his children to assemble. The game is over. Meanwhile, at the Five Princesses domain, Isabel receives a summons from Sylvester. She furrows her brow and mutters, my father is calling everyone. Smith quietly nods, replying, yes, he demands you come to the Demon Lord's castle immediately. He said since you wield space magic, your presence is required today. Isabel sighs with annoyance. This is such a hassle. Has the Revolutionary Army's existence been discovered? If so, this is not the time for an impromptu appearance. Fanko by her side speaks seriously. In my assessment, the likelihood of discovery is very low. We've definitely wiped out the third prince's remnants. Isabel glances at Fanko, asking, what do you think we should do? After a moment's thought, Fanko replies, I believe it would be foolish to refuse the Demon Lord's orders. Doing so would reveal we're trying to hide something. Smith frowns with concern. But what if the revolutionaries' presence is already known? Fanko responds earnestly. It's quite possible they have detected internal saboteurs. However, I doubt they would associate those acts with Isabel. The Four Heavenly Kings' intelligence chief Winbex, specialized in internal espionage, has recently died, and the Demon Lord's army is currently unable to focus inward. Isabel listens, quietly lost in thought. After a moment, she nods. Understood. If things worsen, I will escape using space magic. 3 days later at the Demon Lord's castle in the council chamber, Demon Lord Sylvester is present alongside other princes and princesses. Fkur, the first prince of the demon tribe, speaks up. At last, everyone has arrived. Scarlet, the second princess, sneers. Let's finish this quickly. I can't stand being around these people. Rodo chuckles softly, teasing Sister Scarlet. Is that how you behave in front of our father? Scarlet snaps angrily. Shut up. Isabel sits, watching everyone silently calculating. It's been a while since such a full gathering, ever since the annual Dark God Festival. Yet, the overwhelming magical aura remains. At this moment, Demon Lord Sylvester speaks. It's not enough. I called for one more. At Sylvester's words, everyone falls silent, though suspicion lingers. Finally, Fur can't hold back asking, "One more Leon hat's dead right." Then he stares toward a nearby empty chair. Roto. Speaking seriously, it's very possible they've detected sabotage from within, but I don't think they'd link it to Isabel. The internal intelligence expert Win BX had died. Plus, the Demon Lord's army currently wasn't in a position to focus internally. Isabel listened silently, deep in thought. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Understood. If things worsen, I will escape using spatial magic." 3 days later, at the Demon Lord's Castle Council Chamber, Demon Lord Sylvester was present, along with other princes. Fker, the first prince of the demon tribe, finally spoke. "At last, everyone is here." Second, Princess Scarlet sneered. "Hurry this up. I feel sick whenever I see these people." Roto chuckled softly. "Sister Scarlet, is that how you behave in front of Dad?" This made Scarlet glare angrily and snap. "Shut up." Isabel sat quietly, watching the others while pondering. It had been a long time since they gathered this fully since the annual Dark God Festival, but their magical power was just as overwhelming as ever. At this moment, Demon Lord Sylvester spoke. "Not enough. I heard he's called someone else." Everyone immediately went silent, though doubts lingered. Eventually, Fur couldn't hold back. "Someone else. Leon Hat is dead right." He glanced toward a nearby empty seat. Roto smiled. "The front line will turn chaotic, but how is that even possible?" Isabel frowned seriously and asked, "Are you familiar with magic crystals?" Shaking his head softly, he said Leon H. is missing. Whether he's alive or dead remains unknown. Scarlet frowned slightly, muttering, "The third prince's territory has fallen to the enemy. Even if he's alive, I'll personally take him down." Fker scoffed coldly and said, "It's not the strong enemies you should fear but foolish allies." "Do you even have the right to say that?" Scarlet clenched her teeth, in anger at his words, snapping, "If that's your mindset, you should be the first to die." Fker raised an eyebrow, scoffing with disdain, implying she thought he wasn't strong enough. Isabel sighed resignedly. These two always bickered, and she just wanted to go home. Roto ignored their quarrel and looked toward Sylvester, asking, "Father, is this other person you referred to?" Alice Isabel was immediately shocked. "No way. She's the vessel of the Dark God. Even if she trained, she wouldn't understand anything in a meeting like this." As expected, Sylvester pointed outside and said, "It's not Alice. Here they come." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards the door and saw a fiery figure entering. This was the Fire Heavenly King Frameris. He smirked and remarked, "It's rare to see the royal family gathered in full like this." Scarlet squinted suspiciously, asking, "Is it him?" Fker gave a cold grunt, muttering, "Still a scoundrel." Contrarily, Isabel's expression darkened abruptly. Frameris is the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings loyal to the Demon Lord. His power was rumored to rival even the Vandora royal family. While everyone was bewildered, Demon Lord Sylvester spoke solemnly. "Sit down, the meeting is starting." "All right." Frameris nodded slightly and took a seat. He asked coolly, "What is your intention gathering these elite members?" Sylvester furrowed his brows and answered solemnly, "I cannot allow these inferior species to run rampant any longer. I will end it all in a single strike." Fker questioned skeptically, "A single strike? What exactly do you plan to do?" Sylvester calmly replied, "Launch a surprise attack on the human territory's capital and behead the Pope who rules over mankind." Roto frowned and murmured suspiciously, "The Beast Alliance forces are concentrated on the front line. Surely they aim to decapitate the enemy first." Fker added, "You mean to strike the enemy's head first? If that succeeds, the front line will surely collapse." Flamise also found it improbable and asked, "How do you intend to get there? The lowly species won't ignore an attack from afar." Sylvester casually pointed to Isabel and said, "My daughter can wield spatial magic." This statement caused Isabel's face to darken immediately. She hurriedly protested, "No, Demon Lord. Spatial teleportation consumes enormous magical power, depending on distance and number of people." She explained that the distance to the holy capital was vast, and moving an entire army across it was limited. Sylvester smirked disdainfully. "Don't worry, my daughter. The distance is indeed large, but I only need a small elite force to reach the enemy capital. I have already prepared magical resources for this." Isabel was stunned, speechless. She furrowed her brow and fell silent. If the major magic was ready, then theoretically, it was possible. In the flickering candlelight of the room, Sylvester's authoritative voice rang out again. "This mission is crucial to reversing our dire situation. Failure is not an option. I expect exceptional results from you all." That night at Isabel's castle, Kai received word about Demon Lord Sylvester's attack plan from Isabel. He exclaimed in surprise, "An offensive on the holy capital. Isabel sipped her tea calmly and said, "Yes, my father, the demon lord himself devised this bold strategy." She explained the plan to use her spatial magic to dispatch a small elite force into the holy capital to eliminate the Pope ruler of humans and dismantle their command structure. Kai nodded in understanding. "I see, so your side intends to strike the brain from behind. If successful, this would throw the front line into chaos. But how is that even feasible?" Isabel frowned slightly and replied seriously, "Magic crystals. Do you know what they are?" Kai slowly answered. "A rare ore capable of storing magical power, right? I've read about it in the archives." Isabel nodded softly and began to explain. Kai answered slowly. "A rare ore that can store magical power, right? I read about it in some documents." Isabel nodded and began to speak. "The demon lord's heavenly king Flameris." Isabel thought several high-ranking demons, each trusted by one of them, would be selected, constantly channeling magical energy into a massive crystal as a precaution for emergencies. If the demon lord, who possesses immense magical power, channels energy daily into the crystal, a tremendous amount of magical power will build up. Isabel was instructed to use that magical crystal to cast space magic. She had encountered that magic crystal and the dense presence of magic before. Speaking of which, Isabel's tone grew serious when discussing that magical crystal. Theoretically, teleporting across vast distances is entirely feasible. Mayo, astonished, asked, "Does Isabel use magic energy from others? I heard my mentor say that controlling magical power is very difficult." But Isabel hadn't finished when she was abruptly cut off coldly. "Because I am the demon lord's daughter. Our magical attributes are quite similar. Since we share genetic traits, I can use it without any trouble." Mayo knitted her brows, murmuring in doubt, wondering if even if the teleportation succeeded, would she be able to return? What kind of magic was prepared for the return? Isabel explained slowly. "I considered bringing the magical crystal along, but it's too large, and if it gets destroyed, we won't be able to get back. That's why from the start, she said she'd keep the space gate open." Hearing this, Mayo understood fully and nodded. So she could guarantee both the journey and the return with just one spatial teleportation. The difficulty of this spell must be extremely high, right? And there must be a time limit. Isabel frowned deeply and spoke seriously. "I have never failed at casting space magic, but, like Mayo said, the time limit is unavoidable." Chai frowned suspicious, asking, "Specifically how long?" "Exactly," Isabel slowly answered. "It depends on the balance with the magic power stored in the magical crystal. I'm still experimenting, but I think the maximum is around 1 hour. Exa hesitated a bit before speaking. "In such a short time, are you really confident you can kill the human tribe leader? The human tribe's headquarters must be heavily guarded." Before Isabel could answer, Kai spoke up first. While most troops were focused on the front lines, the elite squad of the Holy Knight Cavalry guarded the capital, so regular forces would be vulnerable to counterattack. Isabel nodded softly, replying seriously, "Of course, these aren't ordinary troops. I believe 1 hour is enough to reduce the capital of the Holy Kingdom to ashes." Those words made Mayo scream in horror. "You mean an army of hundreds to thousands?" Isabel shook her head slightly, replying, "No, the magical crystal's power also has limits. In this operation, I can only send up to 15 people." Chai seemed to guess something, his voice deepening. "Just that small group can turn the royal capital into a scorched wasteland. The elite demon tribe army. The answer is obvious." Isabel acknowledged with a silent nod, likely as Kai predicted that army would include first Prince Fur, the demon tribe's second Princess Scarlet, and also the fourth Prince Zotu. And naturally, Isabel would participate, the last member being the Fire Heavenly King Flameris. Isabel also planned to select several high-ranking demons, each a close confidant to one of those leaders. Hearing this, Mayo screamed in terror. The demon lord's bloodline warriors and a heavenly king, Sina, was just as shocked, muttering disbelief at the strength of these individuals. Isabel reluctantly nodded, saying, "Yes, with this lineup, the royal capital of the Holy Kingdom will definitely be destroyed." Mayo grew more anxious and asked worriedly, "What will you do then?" Kai pursed his lips and said, "I wouldn't be too troubled if the Holy Kingdom's capital falls, but your concern is valid because it will cause many issues. First, the front lines of the Beastmen Alliance army will certainly be shaken. If attacked during that time, heavy losses could result. And there's another thing, Alpha Temple City near the capital probably houses non-combatant groups. Should the capital be destroyed, Midu and others won't be able to stay calm." While Kai pondered this, Isabel spoke up. "We have a cooperative relationship with the hero candidates, so I'm revealing this information to you, but I can't refuse this mission." Smith beside her nodded in agreement. "This is an order from the Demon Lord." Especially at this crucial time, such action could cause the princess to be recognized as the leader of this force and immediately targeted by the military. Hearing this, Mayor gasped in horror. Blood clans of the Demon Lord and a Heavenly King, the strength was overwhelming. Sina was equally shocked, barely believing that such powerful beings like Leon had existed. Isabel nodded reluctantly. Yes, if these forces descend on the Holy Kingdom's royal capital, it will surely be destroyed. Mayor grew increasingly panicked and worried. Isabel sighed reluctantly. Yes, if this continues, the royal capital of the Holy Kingdom will surely be destroyed. Mayor grew increasingly panicked and worried. Asked, "What are you going to do now?" Kai smirked slightly and replied, "I'm not overly concerned if the capital of the Holy Kingdom gets destroyed, but what worries you is a whole different story. First off, the front line of the Beastmen Alliance's army will no doubt become unstable. If they get attacked during that period, they could suffer severe losses. Plus, the Alpha Temple City near the capital likely shelters groups who aren't involved in the fighting. If the capital falls, Midu and the others won't be able to stay calm." While Kai mulled this over, Isabel spoke up. "We have alliances with the hero candidates, so I'm revealing this info to you all, but I still can't decline this campaign." Smith nodded in agreement beside her. This was an order from the Demon Lord, especially at this critical time. Acting otherwise might make the princess be seen as the leader of this force and immediately betrayed by the military. "But you're pretending to side with them." Mireille instantly looked flustered, stammering. "But the innocent civilians in the royal capital have no reason to be killed," intervened. He furrowed his brows slightly and asked skeptically, "If we get caught at this moment, will there be consequences?" Fan slowly replied, "Of course. Eventually, they will find out, since we are orchestrating a revolution. But to be honest, in this situation, we don't have enough grounds to refuse." He explained that the Revolutionary Army's goal was for Isabel to seize the Demon Lord's throne and bring peace to the Demon Kingdom in the future. However, at that point, Kai suddenly interrupted. "What if the Holy Kingdom's capital is destroyed in this operation?" This made Fan hesitate. Unbothered, Kai continued, "Even though it would weaken the Beastmen Alliance's strength, there weren't enough reasons to take such a risk." Isabel quietly nodded and said, "That's how we see it. But what do you hero candidates plan to do?" Sai pondered for a while before slowly speaking. "I appreciate the information you've shared, because now we can develop some strategies from it." Suddenly, remembering something, Kai hurriedly proposed, "All right, I have a suggestion for the revolutionary forces." Isabel looked up attentively. Kai calmly explained, "There is risk, but the rewards are significant. You should decide whether or not to act." 3 days after Kai and Isabel met in the old territory of the third prince of the Demon Kingdom Vandora in Castigon City, Kai summoned the hero team and outlined a campaign plan to attack the Holy Kingdom's royal capital. Midu was shocked on hearing this. Rumi whispered worriedly, "We must inform the non-combat members. This is too dangerous." Seeing the panic, Kao quickly reassured, "Calm down. It's not like the Alpha Temple City is being attacked. The chances of those non-combat team members being caught up are very low." But Rina fiercely opposed, saying even if it's low, it's not zero. And considering the proximity, it's not unusual for classmates working in the capital to be at risk. Midu found this reasonable and bit his lip. "Should we return to King City?" Just as Midu spoke, a voice sounded behind him. "Hey, don't be so cowardly." Startled, Midu turned around. It was Arasi who joked, "If you're worried, just message your classmates." More importantly, this is quite an opportunity for him. He might even behead the Demon Lord. Mireille immediately objected, fuming. "Are you serious? Many innocent civilians in the royal capital will suffer huge losses." Arasi shrugged carelessly and sneered. "We allied with the revolutionaries. That already makes us traitors, yet you pretend to support them." Mireille looked confused, stammering. "But the innocent people living in the royal capital don't deserve to die." Arasi scoffed coldly. "Your ideals are ridiculous." Then he glanced at Midu and asked Midu, "What about you?" Without hesitation, Midu replied, "I'll prioritize my classmates. I don't have the power to save everyone." This left Mireille stunned, disbelief filling his eyes. But Midu was serious and added, "Still, I don't think Arasi's plan is good." Arasi glared dissatisfied at Midu. At that moment, Kai, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "I agree with Midu. The assault on the Demon Lord's elite force in the royal capital using Isabel's spatial magic will only last a few hours." He said that if they attack during this window, the enemy might return unexpectedly at the worst time. So it's best to prepare carefully. No matter how elite they are, the enemy's numbers are small. Chai believed this would be a surprise attack, but through Iseman, they could know the exact day and time of the assault. Akira nodded, understanding. "I get it. If we prepare defenses ahead of time, they'll be like moths flying into flames." Kai continued, "With the revolutionaries' help, we'll crush the Demon Lord's main forces in a single strike." From now on, we the hero candidates will withdraw from the front line and return to the Holy Kingdom's capital. Days later, in Daguerre's Holy Kingdom, at the royal capital, bustling as expected. The streets were crowded with people and thriving commerce. At this moment, Chai silently entered alongside Sina and Mayor. Mayor took a deep breath of relief. Arasi scoffed coldly. That idealism of yours is nonsense. Then he glanced at Midu and asked, what about you, Midu? Without hesitation, Midu answered, I will prioritize my classmates. I lack the power to save everyone. That left Mire's bewildered eyes filled with disbelief. Yet Midu spoke seriously. But I don't think Arasi's plan is good either. Arasi scowled at Midu in dissatisfaction. At this moment, Kai, quiet, until now, finally spoke. I agree with Midu. Isabel's space magic strike on the elite army's capital will last only a few hours. He added that if they attack, then the enemy might return at the worst unexpected time, so it's best to prepare carefully. No matter how elite, the enemy numbers remain small. Chai believed this was a surprise attack, but they could learn the exact date and time from Isaman. Hearing this, Akira understood the issue and nodded in agreement. I get it. If we prepare countermeasures in advance, it will be like moths flying into the flame for them, Chai continued. With support from the Revolutionary Army, we'll defeat the Demon Lord's main forces in one swift strike. From now on, we hero candidates will leave the front line and return to the Holy Kingdom's capital. A few days later, in the Holy Kingdom of Daguerre, the royal capital lived up to its name, bustling and crowded. Market streets were packed with activity. At this time, Kai quietly entered inside with Sina and Maya. Maya breathed a sigh of relief. Well aware that Vun was Sina's close friend, whom Kai brought along, so she presented it as intelligence from the mysterious clan, the unit specializing in reconnaissance and espionage. Akira was also pondering, returning to the royal capital without alerting everyone about the trap. He heard the foundation was set. Now it depended on their group's leadership. While they pondered, Elia raised concerns. However, this wasn't the kind of secret low-level demons could know. It was likely false info to cause confusion. Hark disagreed seriously, arguing otherwise, but if this truth held and the royal capital's defenses were weak, it would be annihilated. Amelia found that logic convincing and sighed reluctantly. Exactly, we can't just watch and do nothing. Above all, if they reported to superiors, they would surely order protection for the royal capital. Another voice doubted. Do you mean the command would prioritize the capital's safety over the entire front line? Are you saying that, finally, we've arrived? Even though we borrowed horses, this journey still felt incredibly long. Upon hearing that, Sina raised an eyebrow and laughed teasingly. Mayo protested weakly, insisting, don't compare me to the stamina of beastkin. Chai paid no mind to their banter, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This place truly embodied peace. It was hard to believe that this country had just barely escaped the brink of annihilation. Truthfully, the locals appeared carefree at first glance. Mayo nodded in agreement. For those in the capital, the front lines must seem like a distant world. But Sina disagreed, pouting. I think a bit of liveliness here isn't bad. The outcome of war doesn't change just because the civilians stomp around. Mayo fell silent after hearing that. She glanced at Kai and asked, by the way, isn't Kai a wanted criminal in this country? Is it really safe to ride horses around like this? Kaimo chuckled. Obviously not safe, but that's the point. Even though we gathered info from the nearby town beforehand, I didn't expect to find almost no suspicion. Mayo smiled brightly hearing this. Despite our suspicious backgrounds, we slipped right through after a little bribery. Sin also nodded in agreement. Silence blanketed them. Security was undeniably lax here. They had now ventured into a remote location. Chai jumped down from the carriage, speaking quietly, but as expected, security tightens as we get closer to the city center. I'll use a roadside inn as our base. Midu and the others should be arriving soon too. I want to collect intel about the capital. Mayo frowned and asked, is it really worth investigating a complacent place like this? She's not wrong, said C, seriously. The people here are overly carefree, while those on the front lines endure horrific battles. Suddenly, C grew serious. There are some concerns. The Holy Knight Genus, or rather a high-ranking officer of the Demon Church, would make any betrayal particularly troublesome. On another note, in Castigon City territory of the third prince of the Demon Kingdom, an alliance between humans and beastkin has gathered. Run is there as well. She's already briefed everyone on the demon's assault plans. Amelia was shocked and asked, are they planning an attack on the Holy Kingdom? Run nodded softly. Yes, intelligence from spies indicates the Demon Lord will use elite troops transported through magic spatial gates to storm the capital. Hearing this, Elia gasped. The Demon Lord would really entertain such reckless tactics. Ego was skeptical. I find it hard to believe, But Run has no reason to lie. At least rumors like this are definitely circulating among demon clans. Run bowed her head in apology to Ega inside, as it was Sina who urged her to say these things mostly fabrications. Midu, who knew the truth well, understood that Vun was Sina's close friend and brought by Kai, so she framed it as info from the Strategic Espionage Unit. Akira pondered quietly. Such a departure to the capital, keeping Kai's presence secret from everyone. He heard the groundwork was laid well and success would depend on how the team guides things. While they sat lost in thought, Elia voiced her doubts. Still, this wasn't low-level demon knowledge, but likely misinformation designed to confuse. Hark shook his head sternly in disagreement, but acknowledged that if it were true, and the capital's defenses were weak, destruction was inevitable. Amelia found the reasoning reasonable, and sighed reluctantly. Yes, we can't just stand by. Above all, if this intelligence reached higher-ups, orders would definitely be issued to defend the capital at all costs. Another person questioned, do you mean the command would prioritize the capital's safety over the entire frontline situation? Are you saying that? Amelia scoffed coldly. Don't twist my words. If the capital falls, the whole Holy Kingdom will collapse. That was the obvious conclusion. Akira then interjected, even we have comrades in the temple city near the capital, and some still operate daily inside. Staying at the front lines under these circumstances is unacceptable. Midu nodded in agreement. We'll return to the capital because we hold the intel first and thus the advantage. We should cease hostilities and prepare properly. Elia furrowed her brow, mumbling hesitantly. The trustworthiness of this intel wasn't very high. Before she finished, Herrick cut in coldly. Midu's argument had merit. We weren't in an ideal state to continue infiltrating the Demon Lord's domain. Our forces were not yet at full strength. He said the soldiers were exhausted already, making further advances risky. This manhwa recap from the Magic Academy genre really captures the tension of balancing war and secret maneuvers. Well aware Vun is close friends with Sina, whom Kai brought here, so she presented it as intelligence from the strategist unit specialized in scouting and espionage. Akira was also suspicious, contemplating a covert return to the capital without alerting anyone about the trap. He heard the groundwork was set. Now it depended on how the group would lead it. While they pondered, Elia voiced doubts. However, this wasn't top-secret intel that low-ranking demons could know. It was likely false information designed as a distraction. Hark disagreed firmly, arguing seriously, but if it were true, given the capital's faltering defenses, the city would be destroyed. Amelia found this logic compelling, reluctantly sighing. Indeed, we can't just stand by. More importantly, reporting to higher-ups would surely prompt them to order the defense of the capital. Another member expressed suspicion, saying, so you mean the command prioritizes protecting the capital itself over the entire frontline situation? You certainly will order an Imperial Guard. Someone else raised a doubt. Do you mean the higher-ups will prioritize the guard's safety over the entire frontline situation? Is that what you're saying? Amelia scoffed lightly, her tone icy. Don't twist my words. If the royal capital falls, the entire Holy Kingdom will be paralyzed. It was an obvious decision. Akira finally interjected. Even among us, there are comrades stationed in the temple city near the royal capital and some are active within the city itself. Given this situation, staying on the front lines is simply unacceptable. Midu nodded in agreement, adding, we should return to the royal capital. Since we have the information first, that gives us the advantage. We should pause fighting and prepare properly. Elia frowned deeply, hesitating as she murmured her doubts, since the reliability of this intelligence was questionable. Before she could continue, Herrick cut in coldly. Midu had a valid point. In any case, we are far from being at full strength to continue infiltrating the Demon King's territory. Our army isn't at its peak yet. He pointed out that the soldiers were already exhausted. The reliability of this intel source was questionable too. But before she could finish, Herrick cut in coolly. Midu's points had some merit. After all, we're not in perfect shape to continue penetrating the Demon King's domain. Our forces haven't reached peak strength yet. He stated the soldiers were exhausted. I'm not exactly in peak condition to keep infiltrating the Demon Lord's domain. My forces haven't even hit their full strength yet. You mentioned the soldiers are completely drained. After securing Leon H's territory, his gaze shifted towards Akira. Noticing Akira's unusually urgent attitude, along with the others, Herrick thought to himself, the source must be to Kai, meaning the information about the royal capital assault is highly reliable. With this in mind, he continued advising. Besides, I don't think stopping them would be effective. Elia furrowed her brows thoughtfully. After a pause, she reluctantly spoke. Indeed, if they desert like RC recently, that would be a big problem. So have them reassigned to defend the royal capital. Upon hearing this, Midu breathed a sigh of relief. Amelia added, but we can't just abandon the front line. We'll We'll stay here. If we assign the main forces and hero candidates to defense duties, the superiors will surely be pleased. Iga nodded slightly and suggested, our allied Beastkin Warrior Corps will also secure the front line, striking the capital of an allied nation. I'm not saying it's unrelated, but there are those better suited than us. Hearing this, Mirai frowned suspiciously. So besides us, most forces will remain at the front line. Elia nodded gently in agreement. That's how it must be. We can't deploy more troops based on unverified intel. Akira found this quite reasonable. If the front line collapses, defeating the Demon King will be even more unattainable. Plus, gathering infantry to face the Demon King's bloodline clans wouldn't be meaningful. Elia noticed everyone's worry and reassured them. Don't fret too much. Even if the royal capital's defenses are thin, the commander of the knights is right by the Pope. Upon hearing this, Midu's eyes widened in surprise. The commander of the knights, Amelia, slowly explained. He heads the Holy Knights and is the strongest among them. If he and the hero candidates cannot hold them back, then nothing else matters. Meanwhile, inside the royal capital of the Dagaris Holy Kingdom, in the Kichi Library, a member of the non-combat group who was reading was unexpectedly interrupted by an uninvited visitor. He raised an eyebrow suspiciously and asked, "What do you need from me, Ara? It's Kai who's here." Sure enough, Kai had arrived to gather information. He had already visited 2 others and was told that Kai Ichi knew the royal capital's internal affairs best. Narrowing his eyes, Kai quietly said, "While we are at the front line, you've become the king's personal researcher." With a slight scoff, Kai Ichi curled his lips and replied, "Are you mocking me?" Then setting the book aside, he nonchalantly said, "I'm just teaching the Holy Kingdom knowledge from our world. That's the fastest way to make money." Chai disagreed, coldly flipping the question. "You didn't become a researcher just for that, did you?" This made Kai Ichi's eyes sharpen suspiciously. Lips pressed tight, he muttered. "You're as unpredictable as ever." "Huh, Kai?" Ichi said he simply disliked fighting and joined the non-combat group for that reason. He was studying other ways to return to their original world. Hearing this, C asked skeptically, "Any results?" Kai Ichi sighed and shook his head. "None." Leonora's words seemed more trustworthy. "The only way home is to kill the Demon King." Kai frowned silently for a long moment before saying, "So you've come to the same conclusion as I have." Kai Ichi didn't answer but countered, "Did you come back?" Just to confirm that, Kai shook his head slowly and replied, "No, I have other matters. A major battle is about to erupt in the royal capital." This statement shocked Kai Ichi deeply. Kai didn't flinch as he calmly approached him and coldly said, "I'll explain the details now. I need you to relay this to the non-combat group, but first I want to understand the internal situation in the royal capital better. As the king's personal researcher, you must know something." Hearing this, Kai Ichi nodded, knowingly, "I see." Then he picked up a book on the table. Kai Ichi stared at Kai intently, bursting out, "I understand why you came to me. It's about the Demon Lord cult, right?" The next day, at the headquarters of the church in the Dagaris Holy Kingdom's royal capital, a meeting was in progress. The Pope sat elevated above, with a crowd gathered below. In front stood Emily, representing the moderate faction. She raised her voice. "Is the Demon Lord's army's assault on the royal capital true?" The Pope remained silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "The truth remains unclear, but preparing is better." Standing next to the Pope was Oscar. He chimed in. "As a precaution, we'll assign hero candidates to protect the royal capital for a while." Hearing this, Emily frowned coldly. "A private study for the king," he muttered softly. Liu Yifei scoffed and curled his lip. "Are you mocking me?" Without another word, he closed the book and calmly stood up. "I'm simply sharing the knowledge from our entire world with the Holy Kingdom. That's the quickest way to make money." Chai disagreed coldly and countered, "You can't just become a researcher because of that, right?" Those words put Liu Yifei on alert. He pursed his lips and muttered, "You're as unpredictable as ever." Liu explained that he disliked fighting, which is why he joined the non-combat group. He's currently researching other ways to return to his original world. Hearing that, Kay skeptically asked, "Have you found any results?" Liu sighed deeply and shook his head. "No." Leonora's words seemed even more credible now. The only way back to their original world is by killing the Demon King. Chai furrowed his brow contemplatively, and after a long pause said, "So you've come to the same conclusion as I have." Liu didn't answer, but instead asked, "Did you return just to confirm?" That Kai shook his head softly and replied, "No, I have other matters. A major battle is about to happen in the royal capital." Hearing this, Liu's expression turned to one of utter confusion. Chai paid no mind and slowly approached him, speaking coldly. "Now, I will explain everything in detail. I need you to relay this to the non-combat group. But first, I want to know about the internal situation of the royal capital. As the king's private researcher, you must know something." Liu nodded understandingly. I see. Then he picked up a book from the table. Liu fixed his eyes on Kai and declared confidently, now I understand why you sought me out. It's about the demon cult, isn't it? The next day in Daris, the Holy Kingdom's royal capital, the church headquarters, was hosting a meeting. The Pope sat solemnly on a raised platform, while beneath him stood a crowd of people. Emily, a woman representing the moderate faction, stood at the front. She asked with a firm tone, is it true that the Demon King's army has launched a surprise attack on the royal capital? The Pope remained silent for a moment. Then he finally spoke. The truth is still unclear, but it's better to be prepared. Standing next to the Pope was Oscar, who added, to ensure safety, we will deploy the hero candidates to protect the royal capital temporarily. Hearing this, Emily frowned, clearly displeased. The room fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, the man finally spoke. The truth remains unclear, but it's better to prepare in advance. Standing beside the Pope was Oscar, who nodded in agreement and added, to be safe, we will assign the hero candidates to defend the royal capital for a while. Emily frowned upon hearing this and spoke coldly, I'll handle her. I want to eliminate any collateral threats before the battle at the royal capital. Niat began. Even if it's true, wouldn't you alone be enough, Oscar? The strongest human artisan. Oscar firmly denied. Under no circumstances can we allow the demon race to defile this sacred land, please understand. Emily nodded gently and replied, I understand, Holy Father, but I have a proposal. Joshua cast a serious glance her way and asked what proposal, speak up. Emily smiled faintly and calmly said, why not take this chance to negotiate peace with the Demon Kingdom? These words startled everyone present, and some couldn't help but start criticizing. What nonsense are you spouting? Has the peace faction lost their minds at last? Emily remained unshaken, responding calmly, but we've reclaimed territories once belonging to humans. What reason remains to continue attacking the Demon Kingdom? The Holy Father Rotuza glared coldly at Emily and said, eradicating the demon race is the will of the creator god Garrus. The demons are a filthy species opposing the creator. Peace with them is absolutely impossible. Emily held firm to her suggestion, continuing serenely. As the Bible teaches, I only desire peace for the world. She struck a righteous pose, smiling, as she explained. Even if we worship different gods living together on one earth, and understanding each other's language means we should choose love over hatred. Isn't that the teaching of the creator god? Rotuza frowned slightly and spoke gravely. Indeed, the Bible speaks of world peace, but it cannot include those filthy beings. Oscar added his voice in agreement. The peace faction's ideas are nothing but fantasies. Assuming the demon lord would ever accept such negotiations is unrealistic. Emily was undeterred and continued to reason. We have a voice. If we talk sooner or later, we will understand each other. Hatred and bloodshed are acts of savagery. Her words sounded wildly naive. Finally, Rotuza couldn't hold back and snapped. Enough, Cardinal Emily, if you continue this nonsense, I will deem the entire peace faction as traitors. Hearing this, Emily clicked her tongue and said, a pity, Holy Father Rotuza, but I believe someday we will come to understand each other. With that, she turned and left. Rotuza remained silent, watching Emily's retreating figure, while those nearby glared at her fiercely with anger. Moments later, Ruler and Oscar leisurely walked down the corridor. Oscar complained, that woman is truly crazy. Damon nodded and calmly responded, indeed. Training hero candidates is the creator god's directive. Emily's thinking goes against the creator's sacred will. Oscar suddenly asked with doubt, why would a faction form around a woman like that? Holy Father Rotuza pondered before replying with a hint of cynicism and persuasion. At first glance, Emily's words sound gentle and kind, but in truth, her views are so extreme they're unrealistic. Oscar frowned deeply, eyes showing disbelief. Rotuza continued, the peace faction's suggestions aren't worth worrying about. Their influence is growing but still less than 1/10 of the whole. He said, his duty as Holy Father is to listen to those who share faith in one God. But today's words went too far. This could be seen as treason. Joshua had warned earlier. Oscar focused on him, hesitating before saying, by the way, Holy Father, regarding the issue with the demon cult. Ruler seriously asked back, do you mean those heretic humans seduced by demons? What about them? Oscar solemnly replied, their recent actions are more murderous. They cause chaos throughout the Holy Kingdom, forcing us to split forces to deal with them. He added that their goal seems to be weakening the capital's defenses. Just after they received news that the Demon King's army was attacking the capital, Holy Father Rotuza sighed reluctantly. Such information should have been classified to avoid panic among citizens. Oscar nodded quietly. Yes, it's possible they're getting intel from the demon army, but that's unlikely. I suspect there's a traitor within the church. Ruler agreed calmly. I think so too. Henry, we still cannot identify their true identity. Then he ordered Oscar to continue the investigation. Without hesitation, Oscar accepted the mission. Suddenly, he recalled something and frowned, asking, "What about Kai?" "Holy Father Rotuza. Seriously." She sighed deeply, remarking that such information should be top secret to prevent panic among the people. Oscar nodded and replied, "Yes, there's a chance they've been receiving intelligence from the Demon King's forces, but it's unlikely. However, I don't believe they trust those heretics, so it's probable there's a traitor within the church." The Pope agreed calmly. "I think so too. Henry, we still cannot identify who they really are." Then he ordered Oscar to continue the investigation. Oscar accepted the order without hesitation. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked with a frown, "What about Sai?" The Pope glanced around cautiously and said, "There's a possibility that Demon King's followers are hiding within the heart of the Holy Kingdom." Daemok nodded quietly, with Liu calmly replying, "Yes, I already have someone in mind." Surprised, Kai asked eagerly, "Who is it?" Or ask, "Have you found him yet?" Oscar gently shook his head, replying that he still hadn't uncovered any clues. Ultimately hearing this, he sighed reluctantly. "I understand, don't worry about Leonora anymore. This isn't your fault." Yet Oscar was not convinced. He pressed his lips and said, "But Your Excellency, I vowed to protect your daughter, so at the very least, please allow me to personally kill Kai, the one who took Leonora's life." At this point, a fierce determination gleamed in Oscar's eyes. The Pope finally lowered his voice and spoke, "Indeed, Araji is an outsider who infiltrated the summoning of the heroic candidates. We must find and eliminate him." Oscar nodded aggressively. "Yes, I will continue to investigate alongside the case involving the Demon Lord's heresy." Meanwhile, in a dark chamber beneath the royal capital, a torch flickered. Two cloaked figures entered silently. More people were gathered inside. Suddenly, one of them anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" After a long pause, a clear female voice echoed from above. "The heroic candidates are returning to the royal capital. With their force, it's impossible to fight against the fully trained heroes. But if they're caught battling the Demon Lord's army, that's a different story." The speaker was Emily, who smirked, as she said, "We will strike the heroic candidates from behind, while they fight the Demon Lord's forces, and with that achievement, we will all join the Demon Lord's army." At the same moment, on a trail outside the royal capital, two figures rode horses at a leisurely pace, Midu and Akira. Seeing the scene ahead, Midu excitedly exclaimed, "There it is, the royal capital, right in front of us." Akira then suggested, "Midu, let's rest a moment before entering the royal capital." Midu nodded softly in agreement. "Right, Araji has probably arrived ahead of us, hasn't he?" Inside the Ichi residence, Ichi looked up at Kai, asking coldly, "You're the Demon Lord King, right?" Kai frowned, puzzled, asking, "That reaction means you must have struggled against them, huh?" Ichi nodded slowly and explained, "The non-combat group has been attacked numerous times by the Demon Lord's followers. We've now ordered them never to act alone. Even though they're non-combatants, they're not completely defenseless. Most Demon Lord's followers are amateurs, so for now, our non-combat group can handle them with defensive magic, but many are feeling uneasy." Hearing this, Kai asked doubtfully, "Why didn't you report this to Midu and the others?" Ichi shook his head reluctantly and sighed. "I didn't want to trouble those risking everything on the front lines. Compared to them, our danger level is much lower. I thought the non-combat group could handle the Demon Lord's cult. Even collaborating with the Holy Kingdom hasn't allowed the non-combat group to track their movements." Before Ichi could finish, Kai interrupted, "Maybe the Demon Lord's followers are hiding within the Holy Kingdom's center." Ichi nodded calmly. "Yes, I've thought of someone." Surprised, Kai asked, "Who exactly?" Ichi spoke slowly. "Cardinal Emily of the Dagaris Church. She's the second most powerful after the Pope, and leads the Peace faction." Kai furrowed his brows, asking skeptically, "Peace faction? What's that?" Ichi despised. As he explained, "It's a ridiculous faction, wanting reconciliation with the demons. They sweet-talk those weary from war, and preach empty ideals." Kai nodded understandingly. "It really does seem like a perfect cover for cult members." Indifferently shrugging, Ichi sneered, "I've thought the same, and am betting on it, so Cardinal Emily is definitely guilty and can be considered a senior member. But the tricky part is foreigners like her don't earn trust. If they recklessly act against Cardinal Emily, it might turn the whole nation into an enemy." Ichi warned this would impact the frontline forces, which is why they can't take action without solid evidence. Hearing this, Kai pondered for a moment, then resolutely said, "I'll handle her. I want to eliminate this threat before the battle at the royal capital." Ichi gasped in shock, exclaiming, "You make it sound simple. She's the cardinal of the Dagaris Church. The security around her isn't trivial." Kai smiled faintly and said calmly, "Assassination is my specialty." Liu spoke slowly. "Cardinal Emily from the Dagaris Church. She's the second most powerful figure, after the Pope and the leader of the moderate faction." Kai frowned suspiciously and asked, "What is the moderate faction?" Liu spoke with disdain. A ridiculous group that wants to make peace with the demons. They sweet-talk those exhausted from war and preach empty ideals. Kai nodded in understanding. It truly felt like the perfect cover for demon loyalists. Shrugging indifferently, Liu curled his lip and said, I thought so too, and decided to take a gamble. Cardinal Emily must be guilty, probably a high-ranking member. But the tricky part is foreigners like you aren't trusted here. If we act rashly against Cardinal Emily, we might turn this entire country into our enemies. Liu warned that such actions could affect the frontline combat group. That's why they cannot move until they have solid evidence. Hearing this, Kai thought for a moment and then firmly said, I will deal with her. I want to eliminate this threat before the battle in the royal capital. Liu looked at him in shock and exclaimed, You make it sound so simple. She's the cardinal of the Daguerreo's church. Guarding her is no small matter. Smiling subtly, Kai casually responded, Assassination is my specialty. Yihi stared in shock, taken aback. You speak as if it's simple. She's a cardinal of the Daguerreo's church. Guarding her is no small task. Kai smiled faintly, responding calmly, Assassination is my specialty. Moreover, if I fail and my identity is exposed, it won't affect the hero candidates. I've already been branded a major criminal for killing the Maiden City. Even though you said that Kai Yi still hesitated to speak up. However, Scarlet Emily is merely a senior member. The leader might be someone else entirely. Squinting his eyes, he frowned and asked, From your attitude, it seems you already know who it is, right? Kai Yi nodded slightly, then spoke fiercely. The head of the Demon Lord's cult is one of the knight captains currently in Royal City. I've narrowed down the location. The next day, Midu's group, the first to arrive at Royal City, came to meet the Pope. Ratsua squinted at them, then said after a moment, I've heard about the Demon Lord's army attack on Royal City and their unusual tactics. It's hard to believe. But then his tone shifted, becoming more solemn as if questioning them. How reliable is that information? Midu remained unshaken, calmly replying, There will definitely be an attack. I can't present direct evidence. Pope Duo gently furrowed his brows and asked, Are you relying on the intuition of someone who fought on the front lines? This can't be ignored. Standing nearby, Oscar agreed, saying the purpose of the hero candidates is to defeat the Demon Lord. Returning to the rear in Royal City would only delay that goal. He questioned Midu's group why they were heading back to Royal City. Even if it was an order, it seemed like they had volunteered for it themselves. Pope Ratsua seemed to piece things together. His voice grew serious. Are you worried about comrades left behind? I see now there's no doubt. These people believe an attack is imminent. Without hesitation, Midu nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's correct. Moreover, we have gathered more detailed intel on the timing than the initial report. Hearing this, Joshua's eyes instinctively narrowed. He suspiciously asked, So when will they strike? Midu stared intently at the Pope and declared fiercely, In 3 days at night. As soon as he spoke, the faces in the room twisted with unease. Later, at the headquarters of the Holy Knights, Midu was assigned to meet the captains of the Knight Squad. Midu introduced himself slowly. I'm Midu, captain of the Hero Squad, also known as the 11th Knight Squadron. I look forward to your support. A burly man scoffed coldly. So, here comes the hero candidate. I'm the captain of the 2nd Knight Squadron. Remember that. Another man with a scar over his left eye stepped forward. I'm free-time captain of the 3rd Knight Squadron. It's tough luck for you all. Returning from the front lines, a silver-haired man cheerfully greeted them. I'm Gray, captain of the 9th Knight Squadron. I usually hunt demon spies, but this is an urgent recall. Looking forward to our cooperation. Then came a woman who introduced herself deliberately. I'm Sackcloth, captain of the 10th Knight Squadron, specializing in rear support. We hope to assist everyone. The last was Oscar. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Oscar, the commander-in-chief. Sorry for testing you earlier. He mentioned he had heard of the hero candidate's achievements on the front and hoped everyone would contribute to Royal City's defense. Midu shook Oscar's hand, replying with a smile. Of course. That's why we've returned. The moment they touched hands, Midu felt the true, overwhelming power of this man. With a commander like him on the front, exterminating the Demon Lord would be drastically easier. Yet it seemed odd that knight captains stationed everywhere had gathered here. Though doubts about the info's accuracy lingered, they were preparing diligently. That showed just how critical Royal City's defense was. Meanwhile, Dion asked unhappily, Do we really need the hero candidates? He argued their forces alone should suffice. The candidates were just unnecessary burdens. Oscar rebutted firmly. Don't say that, Tian. They survived brutal battles on the front and have grown far beyond their initial summons. Tian sneered dismissively. What's so impressive about the front lines anyway? Hearing this ignorant remark, Midu internally scolded. Could this be a knight captain? Just when things seemed chaotic enough, Gray stepped up and suggested if they were really concerned about. A person frowned and asked, "Do we really need these hero candidates?" He argued that their own forces alone are more than capable of defending the royal capital. The hero candidates, the burden they carry, is nothing but dead weight. Hearing this, Oscar quickly defended. "Don't say that, Tian. They survived brutal battles on the front lines and have grown far beyond when they were first summoned." Tian scoffed dismissively. "What's so great about the front lines anyway?" Midu overheard this foolish remark and silently cursed. Could he really be the knight captain? Feeling the tension rise, Gray stepped in with a suggestion, knowing this manhwa recap of the Magic Academy would get more intense. Inside, he muttered complaints. Can this guy really be the captain of the knights? Sensing the chaos wasn't enough, Gray spoke up and suggested that if there were worries about his power is like that, why not challenge him to a duel? Seeing is believing, right? Dion thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Makes sense. Of course I'm not afraid. Midu also didn't hesitate to speak up. He himself wasn't sure where that confidence came from. However, Midu felt he couldn't let his guard down. Maybe this guy was hiding his true power. While Midu was on alert, Tian drew his sword and sneered, issuing a cold challenge. "Come here, kid. Let me show you how the big leagues fight." Midu frowned slightly and said seriously, "If you're so eager," but before he could finish, Tian charged recklessly, shouting, "No way am I letting you strike first." Yet Midu effortlessly blocked Tian's sword. Tian wasn't fazed and smirked. "Dodged my stab, huh? Not bad." At the same time, Midu was surprised by this brat's immature attitude. Tian was full of confidence, shouting aggressively, "But this isn't over yet." Suddenly, Midu raised his hand calmly and landed a hit on Tian's nape that knocked him into unconsciousness. Midu's win left everyone bewildered. This guy's really clueless, huh? Watching this, Gray couldn't help but clutch his stomach and laugh loudly. Freet sighed, saying it was all just like they'd predicted. Oscar, hearing Gray's continuous laughter, grumbled, "You're laughing way too much, Gray." However, worried, hurried over to see what happened and immediately started healing Tian. Midu, feeling a bit puzzled, asked, "Honestly, is this guy really the captain of the night squad?" Ray nodded with a smile. "Officially, he's the captain of the second squad." Freet explained slowly. "Honestly, the second night squad is filled with incompetent people. It's basically a group of noble brats with no direction." Gray curled his lip in disdain. "Dion is the second son of a duke holding the highest rank in the squad, which is why he was appointed captain, despite lacking the strength for the role." Hearing this, Midu was skeptical and asked, "So why is he so confident when he's clearly terrible?" Oscar calmly replied, "He's like a frog at the bottom of the well, doesn't know anything about combat." Well, to be fair, we've also been away from the front lines for so long that we're basically just as out of practice. Freet nodded quietly. He added, "The first, second, and third night squads all can't leave the capital due to their duties. Facing a real fight now would be problematic." Although it sounded serious, all three burst out laughing loudly. Midu stayed silent, observing carefully. He didn't think they were lying. To reach such a position, they must have gone through some hardships. Later that evening, after leaving the watchtower, Midu made his way back slowly, thinking to himself. He felt relieved to have allies he could rely on, and was eager to get their help on the front lines. Shortly after, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. In the shadows, a group of people surrounded him, cloaked in black robes that concealed their faces under wide-brimmed hats. Midu furrowed his brow and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" They didn't respond, but one among them scowled and turned the question back on him. "You're Midu, one of the hero candidates, right?" Midu glared at them and coldly warned, "I suggest you think twice before attacking me. Though I dislike saying this kind of thing, no matter how many you are, you won't beat me." That statement seemed to strike a nerve, with the group making them furious. Seeing a teammate lose composure, one quickly calmed the group. "Calm down, he's right. His current level is far different from before." Midu caught the key phrase in those words instantly. He panicked and shouted, "Before? Are you guys devil worshippers?" The man smirked. "Exactly. We heard you just came back from the front line, so we're here to make sure you don't leave alive." Midu gripped his sword tightly, suspiciously asking, "Why do you want to kill me?" The man answered honestly, "We'll offer your head to the demon lord to become his servants." Midu was slightly surprised and pressed on. "Even though the demon lord's forces are cornered, you still pull stunts like this." The man replied casually, "Many in our ranks lost faith because of you. Of course, those who betrayed us deserve punishment, death." He explained that now only the loyal remain acting in service of the demon lord. At this point, his tone turned smug. With a proud laugh, he said, "You must have heard the news right. The attack starts in 3 days, so we can't miss this opportunity." Midu frowned deeply at this revelation, weighing the gravity of their words. "Even if I truly dislike saying this, no matter how many of you there are, you still can't beat me." Those words seemed to strike a nerve with the others, fueling their anger. Noticing his comrades losing their cool, one rushed to calm them, saying, "Calm down, he's right. His skills now are on a completely different level than before." Midu caught the key point in that statement and panicked. Before? Could it be your followers of the Demon Lord? The man smirked. Exactly. We heard you just returned from the front line. We'll make sure you don't leave here alive. Midu gripped his sword tightly in caution, asking suspiciously, "Why do you want to kill me?" The man answered frankly, "We'll deliver your head to the Demon Lord, to become his loyal servants." Surprised, Midu pressed further. "Even though our Demon Lord's army is cornered, you still pull this stunt." Calmly, the man replied, "Many weak-hearted among us have left because of you. Those who lose faith face death." He continued now with pride dripping from his tone. "These were the loyal ones acting for the Demon Lord." He boasted. "Heard the news. The attack starts in 3 days, so we can't miss this chance." Midu frowned deeply. "Maku, has the information been compromised?" Thinking it through, he spoke coldly. "If that's what you want, I won't hesitate to kill without mercy." Midu expressed doubt about whether they were even human, but now he had his own goal. The others laughed loudly. "Really? So you won't ignore this, right?" As soon as those words left his mouth, he snapped his fingers. Midu felt slightly uneasy, warily asking, "What are you planning to do?" In no time, a female student was dragged out by those men. She was a non-combat squad member, Tsukihiro Yuko. Seeing her, Midu gasped in shock. Tsukihiro. When he tried to rush forward, the man warned, "Don't move a muscle if you want her alive. Otherwise, end it yourself." Yuko struggled fiercely but was still held tight from behind. The glistening knife was pressed to her neck. Midu worried for her froze in place. He silently calculated if he could rescue her. Seeing Midu hesitate, the man shouted sharply, "Hurry up, otherwise you know how she'll end up." Little did they know Kai was quietly watching from nearby, gun raised at the man holding Yuko. Without hesitation, Kai pulled the trigger, sending an energy bullet straight through the man's forehead, killing him instantly. Simultaneously, Midu activated teleportation and grabbed her. He successfully saved her. Witnessing this, the black-clad group panicked immediately. Midu flew swiftly over to Kai's spot. He gently placed Yuko down anxiously, asking Tsukihiro, "Are you all right?" She shook her head softly, responding, "I'm fine. Thank you, Midu." Kai then coolly suggested Midu take Tsukihiro back to the dorm. "I'll handle these guys. We can talk later." But Midu shook his head, refusing. "No, I'm going with you. I need to eliminate everyone threatening my classmates." At that moment, his eyes sparkled with lethal intent, causing the group to tremble. Kai agreed without overthinking. "Got it. I entrust this place to you. Tsukihiro, let's go." Without waiting for her response, Kai lifted her up to leave. Just as he was about to move, Midu suddenly spoke.